Clearly, it's a stock that never makes a profit. But I closed my eyes and invested 500,000 in it. The stock investors in the group all thought I was crazy. Little did they know, for every dollar I lose, I make 5. But if I make 1,000, the system only gives me $1. Looking at the 1 million just sent by the system, I diligently searched for stocks with the potential for a sharp decline. The most likely to plummet are the ST stocks, with a dozen consecutive limit down boards being a common occurrence. So I quickly identified a few stocks rumored to be delisted. This move will definitely cause them to plummet to the point where my own mother wouldn't recognize them. Suddenly, I received a message on my phone. The president of the stock investors group sent me a red packet of 188 and awarded me the title of the first annual King of Losses. Just as I finished receiving the red packet, the president said to go live in 5 minutes. Lately, 90% of stock investors have been losing money. If you seize this opportunity, you can become a popular host. You must play up the victim role. I chuckled at this message. I already have the system. Live streaming is just for entertainment. As for playing the victim, that's absolutely impossible. After replying to the president, I tidied up my appearance, opened my phone, and started the live broadcast, joining the president in the live call. The stock market has recently experienced a significant decline, and I know everyone is feeling the losses. This time, I'm going to promote stock trading, aiming to be the #1 in the live broadcast guild. In just 1 month, the Loss King Archen has lost over 80%. Hello everyone, I'm Archen, a small investor in the stock market. I greeted the camera and shared the reading of my stock account earnings chart. The live room, which was originally quite empty, suddenly filled with barrage comments. After observing various stock forums, the most significant loss I found was only 60% in a month. I've never seen an 80% loss in a month. Please accept my admiration, Big Brother. I felt like hanging myself after a 50% loss, but seeing Big Brother face a huge loss with a smile, I truly admire his resilience. The barrage of comments flying across the screen almost left the president speechless. It seems that the unconventional approach might lead to success. If Archen continues to play up the misery, the effect will probably be even better. So, he took control and said, Archen, can you talk about your experience entering the stock market? Telling this story brings tears and snot. I used to be a delivery driver. Although the work was hard and tiring, and I wasn't well regarded, at least I could earn money. Talking about these past events, my eyes involuntarily turned red. I had a miserable month. Hoping every day for the stock market to rebound, but it just wouldn't cooperate. In the last few days, I hoped every day that the stock market wouldn't open because as long as it didn't, it wouldn't fall. My experience resonated with many people. The audience for stock trading live streams is mostly retail investors. And some people are also trading stocks with borrowed money. Their current situation is just like mine. Then, I showed a distressed expression and opened the historical trading records of my stock account. Seeing this information, the investors in the live broadcast room are in a panic. Suddenly, I felt that my own experience of losing money in the stock market is nothing compared to mine, because in just a few trading days, I actually lost 70%. Suddenly, I said spiritedly, everyone, don't panic. Even if I lose so much, I won't go back to being a delivery man. I have a much bigger goal now. The chairman, who was leading the discussion, was a bit confused. At this point, I surprisingly didn't continue to play the victim. Just listen to me continue, everyone, I'm ready with 1 million. Let's see how long it takes for me to lose it all. The chairman was dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't we agree to let you continue to play the victim? Instead, you're here to flaunt your wealth. I didn't say much, I directly pulled up my account and then aimed the balance at the camera. Now, I'll use this 1 million for a test to see if I'm really not cut out for stock trading. Everyone thinks I'm really crazy. If this 1 million is lost, I guess I'll have to jump off the building. However, what everyone is more concerned about is where I borrowed the 1 million from. The chairman was stunned, and the audience's reaction was too intense. As a seasoned anchor, I surprisingly didn't understand the audience's psychology as well as the newcomer and Chen. The chairman, who admired me, decided to hand over the control of the rhythm and let me play freely. If you are going to lose this 1 million, do you have any trading plan? Let us know and let everyone help you strategize. I am very sincere in my attitude, saying I don't have a good plan yet, so I want to ask all the talents in the live broadcast room for advice. Give me a recommendation. What do you think is the stock most likely to plummet this week? The audience in the live broadcast room all got excited. Gao Han, recommend a stock that is likely to soar for the brothers. The audience has seen too much. Instead, they are asking everyone to recommend a stock that is likely to plummet for the brothers. Everyone has seen and heard it all, so the novelty is what attracts them. People watching the live broadcast all want to see how I will perform after a big loss. Staring at the screen filled with barrage, I didn't see a single stock recommendation. This disappoints me a bit. It seems that this group of talents is not very effective. Little did I know that at this moment, the anchors in the live broadcast group have already regarded me as an expert who knows the secret to attracting traffic. Because of this move, I directly intercepted their traffic and brought it all to my live broadcast room. Even if I lose money in stocks, I can make it back through the live broadcast. The next morning the stock market is about to open. The market is gloomy. Out of the 4,000 plus stocks in both markets, 90% opened with a decline, and there are over 100 stocks that opened with a limit down. I opened the live broadcast, entered the trading software, and bought ST Donzer in front of the camera, and I bought a full 1 million. The audience in the live broadcast room was instantly stunned. Brother, you're really something. I won't believe in Buffett anymore, only in you. As soon as they finished speaking, I was dumbfounded. My $1 million order actually drove the stock price to the limit up. I felt like crying without tears. I really wanted to lose. How did it hit the limit up with just a casual move? Seeing this scene, millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Turtle God, are you sure you don't want to make 1 million? I quickly explained to my brothers not to misunderstand. I really want to lose money. Do any of you know the main force behind ST Donzer? Please ask him to quickly break through the limit up. It's even better if it hits the limit down. Fire at me. Netizens expressed one after another that this is provoking the main force of ST Donzer, but unfortunately, we don't know any of them. Suddenly, someone said, let's go to the stock bar of ST Donzer. Each person posts a thread, surely someone will see it. The people watching the live broadcast became excited, opening Dong Cai and Shuachil and other apps, and started posting in the stock bar of ST Donzer. In the blink of an eye, the originally deserted ST Donzer stock bar had over 1,000 new posts, and the popularity of ST Donzer soared in major stock forums. Many stockholders were bewildered by this sudden surge in popularity, and veteran stockholder Lee Changle was one of them. ST Donzer is the stock with the most holdings for Lee Changle. He bought this stock at a low point 6 months ago, hoping to take a chance. But after recent analysis, he felt that he should withdraw the funds. It was at this moment that he saw a huge number of new posts in the stock bar. Lee Changle squinted, and it was written on it, stock trading. The anchor of CultivationProgression version ST Donzer, boasting that the main force has the ability to smash the limit down. The anchor sought to lose money, but he pushed the stock price of ST Donzer to the limit up. Is this a moral decline, or the sorrow of capital? Lee Changle shook his head, thinking it was a joke. He scrolled down a few times, and it was basically the same content, so he immediately downloaded the live broadcast software. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, he saw me crying and shouting, main force of ST Donzer, I beg you. The overall market is so bad today, the composite index has dropped to the lowest. You should also sell off quickly. Lee Changle, feeling a bit confused, muttered to himself, this anchor has given me the last chance to escape. Immediately and without hesitation, he opened the trading software and sold all of his ST Donzer holdings at the limit up price. The total market value of his holdings was just over 200,000, so after selling, the limit up was still not triggered. This was already the largest sell order in the more than 10 minutes since the opening. Seeing this large sell order appear, I became excited. I thought it was the main force of ST Donzer, and excitedly shouted to continue quickly after hearing my own voice. After Lee Changle sold the stocks, he returned to the live broadcast room and casually sent me a 300 yuan gift. Then he said in the barrage, stop shouting. I just sold it. Thank you for giving me a chance to make a small profit and escape. Seeing this message, I almost wanted to find the main force of ST Donzer. Desperately shouting in the live broadcast room, hoping the main force will see it, and then, out of conscience, push the stock price to the limit down. But what I didn't expect was underestimating the netizens. They all followed me and bought in. Watching the number of pending orders grow rapidly, I completely lost hope. I originally thought of relying on the money lost by the system to turn my luck around, but now, there's no hope at all, at least not today. Because the number of limit-up orders for ST Donzer has almost reached the total number of shares available for trading. At this moment, the main force of ST Donzer, Chen Qianlong, is also watching the live broadcast. At first, Chen Qianlong thought it was just speculative capital passing through, wanting to stir up trouble in ST Finzer. But within a few minutes, his subordinate monitoring the market dynamics came to report that there was a stock anchor named Feng who caused the stock to hit the limit up. Hearing this news, Chen Qianlong was stunned for a while. This anchor is really audacious, completely disregarding our position as the market maker. After thinking for a while, he decided to use my million followers to promote their stock. Immediately, he gestured to use the best media resources to make sure Achin becomes popular. I spent 1 million to buy a stock. But I'm not aiming to make money, only to lose it. Because the system assigned me a novice task, if I lose $1, I can earn 5, but if I want to earn 1,000, I'll only get $1. To my surprise, the 1 million I invested not only didn't incur losses but also made 200,000. The netizens in the live broadcast room all feel that I am pretending to be a big shot. I spoke truthfully in front of the camera. I genuinely wanted to lose, but the stock of ST Donzer just didn't perform well. Who could have imagined that it would hit the daily limit with just 1 million? It's really unexpected. At this moment in the office of ST Donzer, the boss Chen Qianlong frowned. Secretary Lao Gao held a pile of documents and introduced, "We are now promoting through various media channels. We have already pushed that anchor Aiken onto the trending list. I believe many people will buy in." Chen Qianlong looked down at the data, smiled and nodded, saying, "Well done. Also, help me register an account on Aiken's live streaming platform, deposit 200,000, I want to reward him and make him more popular." Lao Gao suddenly felt a little sour in his heart. Serving Chen Qianlong as a lackey, only getting 3 to 5,000 a month, isn't a 200,000 reward too much? Chen Qianlong asked coldly, "Is it too much to reward him with 200,000? It can save me a lot of costs. What I gain is far greater than what I put in. If you can show the same value as him, even if I give you 200,000, it's not a big deal." This cold string of words made Lao Gao shudder, realizing that he had violated the boss's taboo. So he nodded with his head down, then turned and pushed open the door to make arrangements. After I finished the broadcast, I scrolled through the internet and saw numerous posts promoting myself. I made up my mind that this won't do. I still owe a lot of debt. Tomorrow, I'll sell off the shares of ST Donzer and buy a stock that's likely to fall. If Chen Qianlong hears what I just said, he might cough up blood 3 times. He spent so much money just to make sure I don't sell. After saying that, I opened the stock trading app, ready to pick a stock that will fall tomorrow. The chairman has initiated a voice call invitation to me. What instructions does the chairman have? The chairman has taken a very humble approach. Don't say things like chairman or not chairman. In the future, I still have to hang out with you, the god of losses. Then he explained a lot to me. Everyone thinks there's a big financial backer behind me, but the more I hear, the more confused I get. How could I possibly know the major players at ST Donzer? If I really knew them, I would have them hit the limit down continuously. Hitting the limit up is just blocking my path to wealth. The chairman didn't even listen to my explanation. After speaking, he hung up the phone directly, and I stood there in a daze for a long time. I shook my head, ready to focus on the task at hand. I must find a stock that will plummet. 20 minutes later, I found my target. The stock I chose is called Wui Shares. It was heavily speculated by hot money last week, hitting the limit up 5 times in a row. Based on my limited stock trading experience, this stock will definitely continue to hit the limit down after being abandoned by hot money. Deep inside, I have high expectations for tomorrow. Early the next morning, I casually made a packet of instant noodles. After making the noodles, I opened a short video, ready to see how the stock market opens. Suddenly, the phone alert went off, and the president, feeling guilty, quickly got up. I've contacted the live streaming platform to drive traffic for you. Even though you haven't started broadcasting yet, the popularity has already reached 200,000. As I heard this, my hand trembled for a moment, almost throwing the phone away. It turns out everything the president told me last night was actually true. I quickly finished my instant noodles and logged into the live broadcast room. Seeing the popularity of over 200,000 in the live broadcast room, I didn't know what to say. The netizens in the live broadcast room expressed one after another, "We've been waiting for you for so long. Can we still catch the train with you today? Is it too late for Donzer?" The majority of those waiting for me to start the broadcast are shareholders of ST Donzer. Including Lee Changle, who sold ST Donzer yesterday, is also watching my live broadcast. This guy has regretted it deeply a long time ago. Otherwise, he could have easily tripled his funds. I greeted everyone and then lowered my head to look at the stock market. The overall market situation is still not good, with 80% of the stocks opening lower. However, ST Donzer hit the limit up. A large number of limit up orders were piled up. Shaking my head, I said, "I'm speechless. ST Donzer has hit the limit up directly. I was originally planning to lose money on this stock. Guilty God, you're really extravagant. You even shake your head and sigh when the stock hits the limit up. I didn't get in today, I couldn't follow Guilty God onto the train." The barrage was flying in the live broadcast room. Chen Qianlong, who was watching the live stream, was very satisfied with my live streaming effect. This is exactly the kind of effect and popularity he was hoping for. With a gentle tap, he turned the 200,000 yuan. He recharged yesterday into rockets and gave them all to me. In an instant, special effects filled my live stream room, with rockets costing 1,000 yuan each. 200 rockets were sent directly into the live stream room. The sudden flood of gifts on the screen caused a stir among the audience. Moari directly sent 200 rockets. Based on my speculation, this generous gift is definitely from the rich lady who lent Kuation 1 million yuan. In the stock trading live broadcast group dedicated to protecting and speculating, from the president to many struggling small anchors, everyone was left dumbfounded. If it were a female anchor with a big brother protecting her, it would be understandable, but why our Chen? By this time, I was completely dumbfounded. I never thought my live stream would receive such a generous reward. Thank you for the generous reward from the ST Donzer big retail investor. Brother, your reward is too much, I am overwhelmed. Chen Qianlong smiled and started typing. He intended to take advantage of this popularity to achieve his goal. It's nothing. I caught the attention of ST Donzer. Thank you for the attention. After sending 3 provocative barrage messages, Chen Qianlong finally stopped. The bait had been thrown, and now he wanted to see the fish's reaction. The others were fine, but the emotions of the audience holding ST Donzer stocks went through the roof. Many followed suit and made provocative statements, urging everyone to quickly buy ST Donzer. But I furrowed my brows slightly, vaguely sensing a familiar taste, because of these strongly provocative words. These are usually the tricks used when harvesting leaks. Har har, everyone should analyze stocks for themselves, don't listen to other people's rumors. I'm ready to sell ST Donzer, take a good look, then I proceeded to operate in front of the camera, selling all the ST Donzer I bought yesterday. This move directly dumbfounded everyone, no one understood why I did this. Stocks that have just started to rise should be tightly held. As I said this, I wasn't really aiming to make money, and at the same time, I bought WUI shares at the limit down. The netizens watching the live broadcast were all scared. Kuation, stop it quickly. If you don't make money when you can, and even lose, what kind of person are you? With a loud bang, the increasingly angry Chen Qianlong threw his phone. What is this bastard doing? Why did he sell ST Donzer? Why were the mouse and keyboard, and even the laptop worth tens of thousands, all thrown to the ground? Looking at the mess on the ground, Lao Jiao shrank into the corner, not daring to make a sound. He knew all too well how violent Chen Qianlong could be when angry. After throwing a few more valuable artworks, Chen Qianlong finally stopped, gripping his tie tightly with red eyes. Lao Jiao, can you analyze for me why that jerk wants to sell? Lao Jiao is so anxious, he can't figure out why I want to sell. We've been hitting the daily limit consecutively. Who in their right mind would get off at the foot of the mountain? Chen Qianlong said expressionlessly, "Give him a call, use 1 million to settle him." Lao Jiao acted quickly and immediately added my contact information. During the live broadcast, I saw a major ST Dongzer shareholder adding me as a friend, and without thinking, I directly clicked to accept. Lao Jiao immediately typed and said, "Kuation, you're not being very considerate. I just sent you 200,000 gifts, but you turned around and sold ST Dongzer." I sent an emoji and then said, "Sorry, I just want to make a little more money." The rise of ST Dongzer goes against my original intention. To put it plainly, I want to lose money. Lao Jiao said, "Listen to me. If you boost the popularity of ST Dongzer, I can give you a reward of 500,000. When I saw the 500,000 reward, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. As long as I cooperate with the speculation, I can get 500,000. Not only can I pay off my debts, but I'll also have some money left. But if I cooperate with them, wouldn't I become an accomplice?" So I immediately refused. Seeing my firm refusal, Lao Jiao couldn't help but scold me. But in order to complete the task, he continued to message me, "If you think the money is too little, we can negotiate. How about 1 million? The price of 1 million made my heart skip a beat. But I replied, "I'm sorry, but I have principles." Lao Jiao expressed, "Are you really not considering it? This price is not low." I expressed, "My integrity, morality, and conscience all tell me that doing bad things will bring retribution." Lao Jiao shouted in frustration, "This bastard, he really is incorrigible." Seeing this, Chen Qianlong frowned. Why didn't he agree? Lao Jiao handed the phone to Chen Qianlong, then felt a sense of relief, finally passing on the hot potato. Chen Qianlong's fingers swiftly tapped on the screen, and soon he sent me a new message. "Do you know why you trended yesterday? Do you know why so many self-media promoted you? It's all because of me paying for it." I looked somewhat speechless. Finally, the case was solved. Yesterday's fierce promotion was indeed driven by capital. Chen Qianlong said, "You now have two options. The first one, as you already know, the second one is for me to spend 1 million and ruin your reputation." Looking at Chen Qianlong's threat, I smirked disapprovingly. "Threatening so brazenly, don't you know my live stream has millions of viewers? Since you want to play dirty, then I'll take the initiative." I took a screenshot of the chat history, then faced the live camera. The online viewers widened their eyes, their faces filled with confusion. Just now, the person who was boosting the rocket added me. He offered me 1 million to help hype up the ST Dongzer stock. I disdain doing such manipulative things, but after I refused, they started threatening me. What do you all think I should do? Align the content of the WeChat chat just now with the camera, and I can let the audience in the live broadcast room see it clearly. Wow, Kuation is really tough. He didn't bow down in the face of threats. ST Dongzer's dog farm is so disgusting. Kuation is really something. Don't associate with them. Let's unite to protect Kuation. We can't let Kuation be cyberbullied. I have already made a post, exposing ST Dongzer's dog farm first. When Chen Qianlong saw Aiken taking the initiative in the operation, his face turned black with anger, almost spitting blood out of anger. "I want to kill him." "Lao Jiao, how can we kill him?" Chen Qianlong asked with a sinister expression. "Mr. Chen, I'll say something I shouldn't. Killing him at this point is a small matter. Preventing negative news from spreading is the big issue." Lao Jiao advised to be more rational at this time. If things escalate and spread, Chen Qianlong would probably be invited for a chat. Chen Qianlong had been involved in many insider trading activities before, and if investigated even slightly, he would have no way out. Damn it! Chen Qianlong cursed, closed his eyes, and forced himself to calm down. Find a way to delete the posts. We must not let the situation escalate. I'll take care of it. It should be easy to suppress it now. Lao Jiao quickly went to find connections to quell the storm. Annoyed, Chen Qianlong adjusted his mindset and continued to watch Aiken's live broadcast room. "Brothers, thank you for your protection. I really appreciate having you. Let's focus back on the stock market. The composite index has already broken through 3,100 points. The situation seems precarious. The legendary battle to defend 3,000 points is about to begin. I remember more than 10 years ago, my father participated in the defense of 3,000 points. In that battle, he suffered heavy losses in his private funds. Aiken told his father's story, feeling a bit inexplicably sad as he spoke. He remembered that year when he was still in elementary school, coming home one day to see his father crying like a helpless child. That day, his father told him never to invest in stocks in the future. My father hugged me and told me never to invest in stocks again. Unfortunately, I didn't follow his advice. Do you think I'm going against family tradition? The audience joyfully interacted with Aiken, temporarily forgetting the distress of the falling stock prices. In times of hardship, having some fun to distract attention is also a good thing. Until the market closed at noon, Aiken temporarily ended the broadcast. Looking at the newly purchased WUI shares, still firmly locked at the limit down, Aiken was greatly relieved. Finally, I didn't misjudge. Judging by the volume of limit down orders, it's completely fine to continue to lock in the limit down. Now I can relax until Friday, har har. Aiken excitedly raised his fist, as if seeing a substantial profit increase in his account after the system settlement. By the way, I wonder when the split of those gifts will be credited. I'll ask the president first. 200 rockets worth 200,000, split evenly between the host and the platform. Aiken could get 100,000 in hand. Aiken had never received gifts during live broadcasts before, and he had always done it out of passion without earning a penny. Suddenly earning 100,000 from the live broadcast made him a little excited. Unable to contain his emotions, Aiken initiated a voice call with the 18-year-old beast. At this moment, the 18-year-old beast was completely stunned. He looked blankly out the window, murmuring to himself, "How did I misjudge? The main force of St. Donzer has nothing to do with Aiken. I even treated him as a golden pie, but it turns out to be a waste of effort. Should I talk to the main force of St. Donzer? My value is higher than Aiken's, right?" The 18-year-old beast began to have some unrealistic thoughts. After struggling in society for so many years, he deeply realized the importance of being supported by capital. Without capital support, no matter how talented or ambitious one is, it's all in vain. Ding dong clang dong clang. The sound of the phone woke up the 18-year-old beast, shattering the beautiful scenes in his mind. "Hey, what's up?" The 18-year-old beast's tone lacked the respect from last night. "President, I want to ask when the rewards received today will be credited. The platform will settle with the guild next month, and the guild will settle with you the month after next." "Are that long?" Aiken was somewhat disappointed, hoping to receive the money soon. "That's how it works, don't be impatient. What you did with the main force of St. Donzer was a bit irrational." The 18-year-old beast started guiding the conversation, intending to extract useful information from Aiken. "I was provoked by him. It's just dirty money, what's so great about it? They want me to be their scapegoat, I won't help them do evil." The 18-year-old beast blushed, feeling like he was being scolded by Aiken. He had just wanted to be the one to assist in wrongdoing. "As long as there's money to be made, you're still young. Give me the contact information of the main force of St. Donzer, and I'll help mediate to resolve the situation peacefully." "Is that necessary?" Aiken was puzzled. Since their faces were already torn apart, there was no need for a peaceful resolution. Aiken also didn't believe that Chen Qianlong would be willing to reconcile. "Of course, it's for your own good. Okay, I'll pass on the contact information to you." After the call, Aiken sent the WeChat contact that Chen Qianlong had just used to reach out to him to the president. The president is indeed a kind person, but usually those who say it's for your own good have ulterior motives. After muttering, he didn't dwell on the matter. He indulged in ordering a takeaway of braised chicken and rice, preparing to enjoy a good meal. For him, who had been eating old and sour cabbage noodles for more than 10 days in a row, braised chicken and rice was already considered a feast. While waiting for the delivery, Aiken checked financial news. Just one glance and his blood pressure soared. The most prominent section of the financial news was about speeches to rescue the market. With the recent continuous decline in the composite index, many were calling for urgent measures to save the stock market. On this sunny afternoon, the speech to rescue the stock market was finally released. Aiken nervously clicked on the article and carefully read it. "It's over, Bobby Q, this afternoon might see a big rebound. I wonder if WUI stock can hold the limit down board. According to technical analysis, WUI stock still has room to fall, and the number of limit down orders is also significant, it should maybe possibly Aiken's heart was in chaos, and the latter part of those words was more of self-comfort. Before the afternoon trading session began, Aiken silently prayed. All the gods of the past, bless WUI stock to continue hitting the limit down, continuously hitting the limit until the close on Friday. As he prayed, the stock market opened, and the composite index surged steeply upward. Funds that had been suppressed by the recent downturn began to pour in frantically. Many stocks that had hit the limit down in the morning started to break the limit down board and violently rise. Watching the composite index rise almost vertically, Aiken was at a loss. Can't you just calmly experience a little dip? Why bounce back now? The limit down orders for WUI shares are quickly decreasing, indicating someone is cancelling orders. At the same time, large buy orders are starting to be executed at the limit down price for WUI shares. Hundreds of lots, thousands of lots, until finally, several tens of thousands of lots of buy orders appeared consecutively. In just over 10 seconds, all the limit down orders on the WUI shares were completely filled, opening up the limit down. The influx of buy orders pushed the price of WUI shares continuously higher, and soon the price turned from limit down to red. Looking at the profitable numbers, Aiken almost cried. Can't I just lose money properly? Why is my original intention so hard to achieve? It's really tricky. When Aiken wanted to make money, he didn't earn a penny, and when he wanted to lose money, no matter how he operated, he didn't lose. This made Aiken doubt his own constitution a bit. Is he the legendary law of causality constitution? The live broadcast room became lively. Stock investors who had been hit hard by the plunge for several days finally saw a substantial rebound, and many people's emotions became excited. Finally rebounded, just don't know if it can rebound to break even. Recovered some losses, I don't aim to break even, as long as I don't lose too much, I'll cut my losses. Didn't you all see the WUI shares bought by the lost god? It's about to hit the daily limit. Damn. Regret not following the lost god to buy this morning, WUI shares are really hitting the daily limit. The audience who originally watched the live broadcast and checked their account status were now focusing on WUI shares. After the limit down was lifted for WUI shares, the price surged straight to the daily limit. After oscillating near the daily limit price for a few minutes, a large volume of buy orders appeared, firmly locking the stock price at the daily limit price. From a minus 10% limit down to a plus 10% daily limit, Aiken's operation directly made a profit of 28%. Stock investors watching Aiken's live broadcast were envious to the point of tears. This was simply a miraculous operation. The lost god is amazing. He must have predicted the market rebound, so he specifically bought stocks with the most rebound potential. I want to dedicate my knees to the lost god. The lost god is truly a god. The opportunity to earn 20% by following the lost god is right in front of me. I didn't cherish it, and only regretted it after losing it. The most painful thing in the world is this. Next time the lost god makes a move, I will definitely follow closely, without hesitation. In the stock trading live broadcast group at this time, the small anchors were all shocked by Aiken's miraculous operation. Although they were already shocked by Aiken yesterday, today they were still amazed by Aiken's amazing operation. Adding the wrong position, WUI shares that entered the crematorium were rescued by the lost gods single-handedly. Besides cutting small leaks, not only were they rescued, but with the help of the lost god, WUI shares just out of the crematorium went to KTV to have fun. Always break even. You are all wrong. The lost god directly abducted WUI shares. Cough, abducted WUI shares and eloped. Old leaks, calling the president. I strongly suggest that the lost god enlighten us again, this time talk more about how to trade stocks. The anchors all agreed, thinking that the old leak suggestion was excellent. Making 20% in a day, this kind of earning speed is really amazing. Not to mention making 20% every day, if you can make 20% in a week, this earning speed is already comparable to robbing a bank. The 18-year-old beast looked at the constant notifications mentioning him, feeling somewhat annoyed. After receiving Chen Qinlong's WeChat ID from Aiken in the morning, he started adding the other party as a friend. But until now, he hasn't been able to add him. Every time the phone notification sounded, he thought it was Chen Qinlong accepting his friend request. But each time, it was just disappointment. Ding dong. Another message mentioning him. He looked angry, with a somewhat ferocious expression, really resembling a wild beast. The 18-year-old beast, You guys contact Aiken to organize yourselves. I have something else to do, don't tag me. After sending a message, he sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. Worried, what if the main force of St. Donzer is not willing to add me? There's no other way to contact them. Ding dong, the phone rang with a notification sound again. Who the hell is tagging me again? Are these guys all donkeys in the head? After cursing in frustration, the 18-year-old beast decided to ignore the message. But with a change of mind, he thought it might be better to take a look. What if it's a friend request that got accepted? Opening the phone to check, it was indeed a friend request that got accepted. Yes. I knew my efforts wouldn't be in vain. Excited and trembling all over, the 18-year-old beast hastily entered the chat interface to send a message. 18-year-old beast, hello, I am the president of the Stock Live Broadcast Guild. May I ask if you are the main force of St. Donzer? St. Donzer major retail investor. No, you've got the wrong person. I'm just a retail investor with a relatively large position. Chen Qianlong quickly denied. Without knowing the other party's intentions, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. If he admitted to being the main force and it got screenshot and circulated, it would be troublesome. 18-year-old beast, maybe I was a bit presumptuous in my question. I wanted to cooperate with you on promoting the heat of St. Donzer. Our guild has over 100 broadcasters. After introducing the situation of the Stock Live Broadcast Guild, the 18-year-old beast proposed a cooperation plan. His plan was nothing special, just applying the routine of live streaming with product placements, but replacing the products with the stock of St. Donzer. In essence, it was to organize the broadcasters to extensively promote St. Donzer during their live streams. Chen Qianlong didn't find this plan appealing. Because other broadcasters didn't have the popularity of Aiken, without popularity, there would be no effect. St. Donzer major retail investor, I want to know what your relationship with Aiken is. This question left the 18-year-old beast stunned. What did it mean to inquire about his relationship with Aiken? Could it be that the main force of St. Donzer wanted to retaliate against Aiken? Yes, Aiken's fierce counterattack must have angered the main force of St. Donzer, so retaliation was inevitable. After understanding the cause and effect, he had an answer in his mind. 18-year-old beast, I have no relationship with Aiken, he was just a small figure in the live broadcast guild before. If you want to deal with him, I can help. St. Donzer major retail investor, you don't need to retaliate, you just need to get closer to him, make him trust you, and after he trusts you, I will tell you what to do. 18-year-old beast, understood, consider this my pledge, I hope to work with you on big things in the future. Lost in the East, collected in the mulberry tree, the president of this Stock Live Broadcast Guild seems quite savvy. Chen Qianlong put away his phone with satisfaction. Aiken, you're going to regret this. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market closed, and Rui shares were firmly locked in the daily limit up. Watching the 1 million given by the system turn into over 1.2 million, Aiken's mood was quite depressed. There were still 3 trading days ahead. Turning profits into losses within those 3 days would be as difficult as reaching the sky. Even if his luck was extraordinary and he turned profits into losses, it probably wouldn't be by much. A profit of over 200,000, according to the system's settlement ratio, it can give me over 2,000, even if it's just a small amount, it's better than not earning anything. And with the good news of protecting the market will probably rise in the next few days, it's almost impossible to turn this over 200,000 into a loss. I guess the system predicted the good news market protection, that's why it offered a 500% settlement ratio for losses. Getting the loss settlement is like passing a hellish level. Aiken's mind was wide open, approaching the truth that was close to reality. Ding ling ling. The 18-year-old beast sent a voice invitation. President, what's up? Kuation, you are really amazing. I have seen many experts in short-term trading, but you are the first one I've seen who is so amazing, directly hitting the daily limit. Oh. Luck, fluke, anyway, it's not my ability. Aiken rubbed his forehead. This is definitely not his ability. He believed that his ability was to buy when it falls and sell when it rises. The fact that the stock he bought rose to the limit these days, Aiken thought it was the system not wanting him to profit. Everything is the system's fault, absolutely stingy system. Kuation, you are being modest. Many anchors in the group admire you a lot, I also admire you, and I want to meet you. Meet. This is not necessary, I am just a small investor, nothing special. Aiken was really a little afraid that the 18-year-old beast would want to meet. It's common for online friends to meet offline. But family knows family affairs. His stock trading skills are terrible. Although he has been making miraculous moves these days, it all comes down to luck. If during the meeting, the 18-year-old beast asks some professional questions, Aiken estimates that he probably won't be able to answer. Not being able to answer is a small matter, but if his image collapses, it will be a disaster. Coation, don't be modest. Many anchors in the group want to learn stock trading techniques from you, and there are more viewers who want to learn from you during your live broadcasts. This is a great opportunity to make money. The 18-year-old beast was prepared early on, thinking that Aiken might refuse the meeting request. So he had already prepared several sets of rhetoric. Not afraid that Aiken would not agree, as long as the preparation was sufficient, there would always be a reason to soften Aiken. Teach stock trading techniques? No, absolutely not. I don't have that ability. Even if it can make a lot of money, Aiken dare not take on this task. He knows very well what his level is. What's wrong with that? There are so many incompetent people out there doing stock trading training, or running paid WeChat groups. With your skills, you can definitely outperform them. I really can't do this, let's forget about it. Why don't you want to do it? If you are afraid of trouble, all external matters can be handled by me. You just need to focus on teaching stock trading techniques. I guarantee you will make a fortune in less than half a year. I really can't. Aiken's repeated refusals puzzled the 18-year-old beast. What's going on? Is the profit not big enough? Does Coation look down on it? It seems rushed. Maybe he should just go straight to Aiken's house and invite him to have a health check together. One of the 4 major events in life is to have a health check together. Think about it first. I'll come find you this weekend. We'll have a meal and do a health check together. Don't refuse. Refusing would be disrespectful to me. With the conversation reaching this point, Aiken didn't know how to refuse. If he continued to refuse, it would really be disrespectful to the 18-year-old beast. Not giving face to the president could have serious consequences. If the 18-year-old beast withholds the share of the live platform, Aiken would lose a lot of money. Hesitating between losing a lot of money and meeting, Aiken thought money was more important. Since there are still a few days to prepare, maybe he can pretend to be profound during the meeting and get through it. Then, see you this weekend. That's settled then. Everyone in the group is waiting for you to teach them stock trading techniques, so whenever you have time, give them a lesson. After the call ended, the 18-year-old beast breathed a sigh of relief. The plan was going smoothly. Make a good plan for the weekend activities, arrange a comprehensive schedule for Aiken, book the flight tickets, hotel, and entertainment venues in advance. The 18-year-old beast busied himself with careful planning for the weekend meeting with Aiken. The level of meticulousness was even greater than the mental effort he put into chasing girls. On the other side, Aiken was checking WeChat. In the stock trading chat group, people kept mentioning him. Old leak, begging the lost god to impart stock trading skills. Always break even. I am willing to pay to learn, just hoping the lost god can guide me. Finding the bottom, don't compete with me. I can pay tuition to the lost god, and even do laundry and cooking for the lost god. I can handle any job, even warming the bed. Aiken looked at the group chat, feeling a mix of emotions. Being praised like this by others was certainly extremely comfortable. However, the stock trading skills everyone wanted, he really couldn't provide. Aiken, everyone, stop mentioning me. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but I rely entirely on luck. I don't know any stock trading techniques. Leek cutting with a sickle. The lost god has finally appeared. I want to cling to the lost god. I have a sister who is 28 and still unmarried. I can introduce her to the lost god. Always break even. After seeing the lost god's amazing moves, the break-even strategy is no longer appealing, seeking the lost god's guidance on the limit-up strategy. The group chat messages quickly flooded the screen. Many lurking members in the group saw Aiken appear and immediately joined the group of those praising the lost god. They all understood the simple math. If they followed Aiken in stock trading and could hit the daily limit-up, they could definitely make money quickly. Aiken, full of happy troubles, pondered how to deal with the group of friends. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Aiken's thoughts, followed by the voice of the landlady aunt outside the door. Aiken, open the door, I am your landlady, Aunt Liu. Landlady. Is it about the rent? Aiken muttered in confusion, then opened the door. Aunt Liu looked at Aiken, who opened the door, then glanced down at her phone. After confirming, Aunt Liu's face immediately lit up with a smile. Aiken, you are the loss. I mean, the stock god mentioned in the video, right? Aunt Liu, you're joking. How could I be a stock god? A stock god wouldn't rent a place to live, especially not a small room like this of about 10 square meters. Aiken pointed to the room he lived in. A small single room of about 10 square meters. After deducting the area of the bathroom, there was only enough space for a bed and a table. Such living conditions definitely did not match the identity of a stock god, but were very fitting for a lost god. Stop pretending. I've long seen that you are not an ordinary person. Renting a place to live here with me must be to experience life. Aunt Liu said with a smile. Aiken was at a loss. Should he go with the flow and pretend to be a bit pretentious, indicating that he was tired of a simple and wealthy life and came to rent a place in the village to connect with the locals, or should he be straightforward and deny it? Before Aiken could decide, Aunt Liu had already walked into his room. Aunt Liu, my room is a bit messy, many things are not organized yet. It's normal for a man's room to be messy. The key issue was the pile of used tissues in the trash can, and the excessive quantity was a bit too much. The so-called paper waste for a homebody, and electricity waste for a homebody woman. As a skilled traditional craftsman, Aiken often practiced his craft. If the landlady aunt could see through the situation, how would Aiken face people in the future? Feeling guilty, Aiken hurried to the trash can, trying to cover it up. But he was a step too slow. Aunt Liu had already seen the trash can and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. It looks like you don't have a girlfriend, right? Aiken started coughing uncontrollably. That meaningful smile made him start to have some wild thoughts. Does the landlady aunt have ideas about herself, craving her own body? Aunt Liu in her 40s can be considered to still have charm, but Achin never thought of eating old grass. Aunt Liu, are you here to collect the rent? I will give you the rent money in the next 2 days. Achin awkwardly changed the subject. It's not about the rent. Aunt Liu sat down in the chair, held her phone screen in front of Achin, and played the latest short video explaining stocks. Hello everyone, I am the one who explains stocks. Today, let's continue talking about the stock trading god of losses we discussed yesterday. After single-handedly causing SD Donzer to hit the limit up yesterday, today he unexpectedly hit the limit down. Many financial influencers, Big VS, and others are still posting content about Achin. It's because Achin's operation of hitting the limit down was too bold. Posts about his actions today are being discussed in major stock bars, stock forums, and financial forums. Therefore, self-media, influencers, Big VS, and others, even without Chen Qinlong's recharge, continue to crazily post content about Achin for traffic. Oh my, why are they still talking about me? It's really you, I knew the lost god mentioned in the video must be you. Aunt Liu looked at Achin with eager eyes. The intensity of her gaze made Achin feel uncomfortable all over. It even made him feel like a little white rabbit being targeted by a wolf. Aunt Liu, please don't stare at me like that. Still shy. You're an adult, letting Aunt take a look won't make you lose a piece of meat. Achin was almost unable to resist. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that Aunt Liu was teasing him. If it were a beautiful woman, Achin might have taken the initiative, then things could have escalated. But facing the landlady aunt, he didn't dare to have any unnecessary thoughts. Aunt Liu, what's the matter? Aunt has lost a lot in stock trading recently. I saw online that you are good at stock trading, so I came to ask for your help. Aunt is not greedy, as long as you can help Aunt break even. Phew. Achin let out a sigh of relief. So that's what it was. Just now he was overthinking and debating whether to stick to his moral principles. My stock trading relies on luck. I suffered a lot of losses before, so I really can't help you. Do you think Aunt came empty-handed without sincerity? As long as you help Aunt break even, Aunt will introduce a girlfriend to you. There have been many young girls who have rented here with Aunt. Just tell me what kind of girlfriend you want. What do single men need the most? Besides money, it's women. Aunt Liu is very stingy with money, so she plans to impress Achin with women. There have been quite a few girls who have rented here, and she has their contact information. This way, she can exchange the girls' contact information with Achin in return for helping her with her stock losses. Aunt Liu's idea is quite good, and Achin is quite tempted. But after feeling his empty pockets, Achin still shook his head with difficulty. With a tight budget, he really can't afford to date. Dating involves taking girls out for meals, and the meals can't be too low-end. Even if he spends 3,000 to 5,000 on dining out, shopping, buying clothes, and cosmetics, there's no guarantee he can hold the girl's hand. It seems that being a seasoned professional is better, saving money, time, and effort. It's more appropriate to consider dating when he has more money in the future. Without success in career, one cannot have a family. Achin raised his head, pretending to be a man whose ambition is not in love and children. You made over 200,000 in just 2 days of stock trading. How can that not be considered a successful career? How many of those laborers and bricklayers outside can earn 200,000 in a year? Or do you not like women? But Achin sprayed out a mouthful of saliva. Is this landlady aunt sent by the monkeys? To be funny? Why is her thinking so unique? My hobbies and orientation are very normal. I really can't help you make money in stocks. Don't say it's impossible. As long as you help me get out of this mess, I'll give you free rent, and I have photos of girls here. Let me show you first. Aunt Liu completely ignored Akin's refusal, opened her phone album, and showed Akin the photos. This one has a good figure and is kind. She is a teacher at a training class. Do you like her? And this one is a graduate student, now working in a foreign company, very good temperament. Aunt Liu introduced more than a dozen girls of different heights and sizes in one breath. Akin couldn't resist and said helplessly, "Stop introducing. I will hold 5 shares until this Friday, if you are not afraid of cutting losses, buy them tomorrow. I've already lost nearly $1 million, what else is there to fear? I will buy 5 shares tomorrow, remember to notify me when to sell." Akin pondered and felt that according to his own causal constitution, 5 shares should not lose this week. As for next week, that's uncertain. Sell it on Friday, don't hold it until next week. Aunt Liu nodded vigorously, "I'll listen to you. If you make more money in the future, I'll give you a big red envelope, and I'll help you find a beautiful and gentle girlfriend." Early in the morning, Akin woke up from his sleep and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Last night he had a dream. He dreamt that landlady Aunt Liu brought a group of beautiful women to bow to him and call him boss. Aunt Liu introduced the traditional skills of the beautiful women to him, and then warmly let him choose 1 or 2. How could I have such a decadent dream, but the scene in the dream really makes me a little excited. In a magnificent place, picking out his favorite from a group of beautiful women, and being warmly served by the woman he liked, that scene probably made all men unable to resist. Akin was no exception. But with empty pockets, he could only fantasize about such a scene. After washing up and having breakfast, Akin started his live broadcast early. There weren't many people watching live broadcasts early in the morning, but Akin's live room was bursting with popularity, with millions of viewers as soon as he started broadcasting. Lost God is online early today, begging Lost God to share today's trading plan. My whole family has pooled 70,000, waiting to trade with Lost God today. Getting rich depends on Lost God. You all step aside. From having tens of millions in assets to less than $1 million, I really need Lost God's love. The barrage was full of silly comments, indicating that a joyful day was about to begin. Brothers, family, I'm really just a small leak in the stock market. I don't plan to trade for the rest of this week, just holding 5 shares. But I hope you guys don't follow suit and buy in. 5 shares are still very risky, especially in the current market conditions. Although there is good news about market rescue, it's just a rebound market. Akin was speaking sincerely. In his eyes, having lost 80% in a month, 5 shares were on their last legs. Once the large funds trapped in 5 shares are released, there might be a massive exodus, and the retail investors who rushed in would ultimately become bag holders. However, those who wanted to make money by following Akin's stock picks in the live broadcast couldn't heed his advice. They had their perspectives changed by Akin's miraculous operations in the past 2 days, thinking that copying Akin's homework would definitely make money. So Akin's earnest persuasion was in vain. Landlady Aunt Liu was also watching Akin's live broadcast. After hearing Akin's advice, she nudged her daughter Wang Miao Miao with her arm. Meow meow, I plan to follow Aiken and buy 5 E shares. What do you think? Are stocks traded by people? I have advised you many times not to speculate in stocks. Even the professor who teaches us about securities investment has lost a lot of money in stock trading, let alone someone like you who knows nothing. Wang Miao Miao is a student in the finance department of a financial university, currently taking a securities investment course. The professor who teaches the securities investment course has made significant contributions to the theory of securities investment and has authored several books. However, the professor's stock trading performance was disastrous. After trading stocks for several years, the returns remained consistently negative. The professor often self-deprecatingly mentioned his losses in stock trading, saying that theory and practice are completely different. With the professor's experience as a lesson, Wang Miao stayed away from stock trading and has been advising her mother not to trade stocks. However, Liu Yi was unwilling to cut her losses and kept hoping to recover before exiting, displaying a gambler's mentality. As long as a gambler doesn't lose their last penny, they always believe that a miracle will happen in the next moment. They think that as long as they continue gambling, they will definitely recover their losses. How can I not understand stock trading? I have learned a lot about stock trading, and besides, this Achin is really good. I think following him in buying stocks will definitely be right. Liu Yi saw Achin as a lifesaver and believed that following him would help recover her losses. Wang Miao couldn't bear it anymore. Does Achin have the ability to rent a house? I have also studied Wui stock. The fundamentals are terrible, it's purely speculative trading, and these stocks are the easiest to trap people. Can you believe all those nonsense? I see all the hard-earned rent money in our family being lost in your stock trading. Wang Miao said mercilessly. Liu Yi shrugged. Since I have already lost so much, I don't mind taking another gamble. What if I win this time? Wang Miao, unable to persuade her, pouted in frustration, mentally crossing out Achin's name. At 9:29, the stock market was about to open. Liu Yi, staring at the stock trading software, carefully observed the situation of her selected stocks. The stocks she held were all flat at the opening, while Wui stock opened with a 5.8% increase. Generally, a rise of over 5% at the opening is considered a strong signal for the stock price. Wui stock has opened significantly higher. It looks like it might hit the limit up. No, I have to buy quickly. With swift actions, Liu Yi placed sell orders for all the stocks she held. As soon as the market opened at 9:30, all the stocks she sold were executed, and she used all the funds to buy Wui stock. In order to buy Wui stock more quickly and avoid the embarrassment of the stock price being higher than the order price and not being executed, she intentionally raised the buying price by a few cents. In just half a minute of operation, she felt like she had experienced hours. Because of the extreme tension, she had the illusion that time had slowed down. Only after seeing that all the purchases were executed did Liu Yi finally relax. Luckily, I was quick. Look at this stock price, it's shooting straight up, it's already up more than 9 points. Liu Yi's face was beaming with joy. After losing money in stock trading for over a month, she finally saw a turnaround today. Many people had the same expression as Liu Yi, most of whom had copied Achin's moves after watching his live broadcast. Because these retail investors all concentrated on buying at the opening, they forcefully drove up the price of Wui stock. The speculative funds that were previously trapped in Wui stock also played a significant role. Seeing retail investors rushing in and driving up the stock price, the speculative funds quickly hit the limit up. Within 5 minutes of the market opening, Wui stock had already hit the limit up. Cheers filled Achin's live broadcast room. Wui stock hits the limit up. With the nourishment of the lost god, fifth auntie looks radiant. Fortunately, those who got on the bus in time this morning, now the limit up board has welded the door shut, those who didn't get on the bus can only cry. Following the lost god to have meat to eat, the lost god is awesome. Let's give the lost god some small gifts. The lost god takes us to eat meat, we can't freeload. Various small gifts have special effects, flashing non-stop in the live broadcast room. Although it's not as spectacular as Chen Qinlong's 200 rockets in a row, the atmosphere is even more lively. Thank you for the gifts, but I still want to say it's best not to copy my homework. My stock trading skills are really bad, Aiken sincerely advises. I have identified the lost god. I will copy the lost god's homework until the end of time. Mountains have no edges, heaven and earth unite, only then can I not copy the lost god's homework. The lost god's power is boundless, eating at the limit up every day. I don't even believe in my own analysis, I only believe in the lost god. Seeing that persuasion is ineffective, Aiken no longer intends to persuade. In any case, when it comes to stock trading, gains and losses are up to fate. No one has the ability to always profit without loss. Even the stock god Buffett has cut losses and admitted mistakes before. The market continued to rebound on Thursday, and WUI shares continued to hit the limit up without suspense. By Friday, the rebound of the market had weakened significantly, showing signs of a last-ditch effort. But after several days of large bullish candles, many investors have become optimistic. One of the stock market sayings is, one bullish candle can change 3 perspectives. It means that a large bullish candle can change the perspectives of many investors by driving up stock prices. Those who were anxious during the previous downturn, thinking that the stock market doomsday was imminent, are now optimistic again. They no longer talk about breaking below 3,000 points a few days ago and heading straight for 2,800. Instead, they are talking about the stock index hitting new highs again and starting a new bull market. Aiken doesn't know if a new bull market will come. What he knows is that the system task will end today. From buying WUI shares on Tuesday and hitting the daily limit up until Friday, WUI shares have hit the limit up every day. As soon as the stock market opened this morning, WUI shares hit the limit up directly. Looking back at the trend of the past few days on the candlestick chart, WUI shares have been gapping up and hitting the limit up every day, showing a very sharp upward trend. Even today's limit up price has exceeded the previous high, setting a new recent high for the stock price. The 1 million funds given by the system to Aiken have now turned into over 1.63 million. In just 1 week, Aiken's rate of return has reached over 63%. This is something Aiken never dreamed of. This guy who always bought stocks that kept falling unexpectedly had such a shining moment of making money. It's a pity that the money earned is not his own. According to the system's settlement rules, he can only take home a little over 6,000. Earning over 6,000 in a week is not bad. If converted into a monthly salary, it's over 20,000. And I basically did nothing this week. It's like earning money while lying down. With this in mind, Aiken finally felt a bit relieved. Although over 6,000 is incomparable to over 600,000, contentment leads to lasting happiness. Logging into the live broadcast room, Aiken waved at the camera. Hello everyone, I overslept a bit today, so I'm starting the broadcast a bit late. The lost god must have been celebrating last night, otherwise he wouldn't have overslept. I guess the lost god had a blast at the club last night. I really envy him. To be honest, how many girls did you party with last night? I really didn't go to the club, don't think of me that way. Let's focus on the market situation. The market is slightly volatile today. Individual stocks are showing a divergent trend, not the general rise of the past 2 days. Let's take a look at the market of WUI shares. Oh my goodness! Aiken switched to the real-time chart of WUI shares. WUI shares, which had just hit the limit up not long ago, had already been broken through the limit up by large orders. The audience in the live broadcast room also felt nervous at this moment. Many of them, in these 2 days, have followed the trend and invested in WUI shares. Especially for some who just entered this morning, their nervousness has reached a critical point. What's wrong with WUI? I just got on the train, don't scare me. Just got on the train, I think it's not a big problem. The increase in WUI shares in the past 2 days is a bit large. It will definitely need to open the board to wash out. Listen to what the lost god says. Everyone keep in line and follow the lost god closely. At this moment, Aiken is confused. Why did WUI shares suddenly explode? He really doesn't understand. I think there may be a divergence in funds. I will observe and see if it can be sealed back later. After saying this, Aiken opened the trading software, ready to sell immediately if the situation is not right. The price of WUI shares fluctuated around 9% for more than 10 minutes, gradually rushing towards the limit up board. Then it was sealed again on the limit up board. The lost god is amazing. WUI is back to the limit up. Scared me, I almost thought WUI was done. What will the lost god do next? I hope for a spoiler. Aiken looked at the barrage, and then at the volume of limit up orders for WUI shares. Although the stock price returned to the limit up, the volume of limit-up orders was not very large, at most a few tens of millions of funds. If there is more fund selling, the limit-up board can be broken soon. I said on Wednesday that I will sell WUI shares by Friday. When the board exploded just now, I calculated the auspicious time to sell. Everyone, be optimistic, I'm selling now. Aiken aimed his phone at the camera and started live streaming his selling operation. When Aiken's selling was completed, many viewers were in a dilemma. They were torn between whether to follow Aiken's selling. Logically, it is correct to leave with profits when there is profit. But greed is irresistible. The sharp rise in WUI shares in a short period of time has made many people who followed the trend make a lot of money. They all fantasize that WUI shares will continue to soar, bringing them more profits. Many people suffer huge losses in stock trading mostly due to greed. When it rises, they are greedy, thinking that the stock price can rise higher and earn more. When it falls, they are greedy, thinking that it will rebound quickly and they can break even. Greedy people do not know when to take profits, let alone when to stop losses, and will ultimately reap what they sow. I have cleared my position, feeling good. The operation on WUI shares has come to an end. I hope everyone can make money from WUI shares. Lost God, did you really clear your position like this? WUI's trend is really strong, it's too much of a loss to sell out at this time. Yes, wait for WUI to show signs of decline before selling, you will definitely earn more. I feel like the Lost God misjudged this time. WUI shares have already shown signs of becoming a monster. Monster stocks start with 10 limit ups, it's just the beginning. I won't sell, I won't follow the Lost God's operation this time. Many people in the barrage expressed that they would not follow Aiken's selling. They all want to take a risk and turn a single bike into a motorcycle. Only by making a big profit can they succeed. Anyway, my fate with WUI shares has come to an end. From now on, we will each go our separate ways. How to operate is everyone's own business. As before, I am just a small investor in the stock market, I can only do my best. Aiken said calmly, then leaned back in his chair like GEU. It is said that good advice is hard to persuade the stubborn. Sometimes it's enough to point it out, whether others listen and follow is their own business. After selling, Aiken felt relieved, but Liu Yi did not feel at ease. Liu Yi had been watching Aiken's live broadcast, and also saw Aiken's selling operation, and remembered the words Aiken reminded her of on Tuesday. But Aunt Liu's current thoughts are exactly the same as those who said they wouldn't sell in the live chat room. She believes that WUI shares should still rise, and even rise more. Should I sell or not? If I sell and WUI shares continue to hit the limit next week, I will lose money. Aunt Liu, who is conflicted in her heart, really wants to find someone to consult with. But who should she ask for help? Ask her daughter? That's definitely not an option. Wang Miao Miao has always advised her not to speculate in stocks. Ask Aiken? That's not an option either. Aiken had already said to her to sell WUI shares on Friday. Who else could she ask? After thinking for a while, Aunt Liu actually thought of an acquaintance. The person she thought of was Li Changle, the one who had intersected with Aiken before because of St. Dongzer. She called Li Changle and invited him to have lunch together at noon. At 12 noon, the two met at the agreed restaurant. Lao Li, today I'll treat you. Oh, old classmate, did you encounter something good? You never used to treat people proactively before. Li Changle teased. I need your help with something. I bought a stock and I don't know if I should sell it, so I'm asking you for advice. Aunt Liu went straight to the point. WUI shares, can you help me take a look? You also bought WUI shares. Li Changle widened his eyes. Today? No, I bought it on Wednesday, just following that Losing God's live broadcast, and then I followed suit and bought WUI shares. Aunt Liu was a bit cautious and didn't mention that Aiken was her tenant. Li Changle's expression became a bit strange. Since watching Aiken's live broadcast because of St. Dongzer, Li Changle had been watching Aiken's live broadcast every day these days. On Tuesday, watching Aiken buy WUI shares and hit the limit, he thought Aiken was lucky. On Wednesday, seeing WUI shares hit the limit, he thought WUI shares had rebounded enough and should start to fall. On Thursday, WUI shares continued to hit the limit. He was shaken in his heart, wanting to follow the trend and get on board, but he was a step too slow and didn't buy in. On Friday, during the morning auction, he eagerly bought WUI shares. Li Changle's average cost was high, and he had high hopes for WUI shares, hoping they would become a hot stock. There is a saying in the stock market, empty positions are bearish, full positions are bullish. The so-called but decides the head, and behavior determines expectations. Impulsively entering WUI shares at a high cost, Lee Changle's brain was no longer rational. The benefits he could possibly get from his fantasies clouded his judgment. The soaring stock price and daily limit up trend brainwashed him, making him think that WUI shares would continue the same trend next week. As for risk control and other things that should be considered rationally, he had completely forgotten about them. You entered at the right time. I also bought WUI shares, and I am very optimistic about the future trend of this stock. Lee Changle leaned back in his chair, slightly raised his head, and then took out a cigarette and put it to his lips. The series of actions he displayed made him appear more imposing. You also bought WUI shares. Do you really see a good future? I must see a good future. I bottomed out WUI shares on the limit on Tuesday, and now I have made a substantial profit. I predict that WUI shares will continue to rise next week. Lee Changle directly applied Aiken's strategy to himself, without any embarrassment. After speaking, he exhaled a puff of smoke. The white smoke lingered and rose, blurring his face and adding a bit of mystery. Aunt Liu did not doubt Lee Changle's words. They were old classmates, and there were no conflicts of interest, so Aunt Liu believed that Lee Changle would not deceive her. So you, like the losing god, hit the limit on Tuesday. That's really impressive. Har har, not really, just got a little lucky. Lee Changle continued, WUI shares are performing very strongly, so don't listen to that nonsense about losing money. That person has no ability, everything is just guesswork. Putting others down can elevate oneself. In order to appear more impressive in front of old classmates, Lee Changle talked confidently and continuously belittled Aiken's actions. Look at the K-line of WUI shares, it's moving beautifully, the moving averages are completely bullish, both the MACD and KDJ indicators have already crossed, forming a resonance of multiple technical indicators. Do you understand resonance? I don't quite understand, but as long as you do, I trust you. Although she didn't quite understand what Lee Changle was saying about technical indicators, it didn't stop her from thinking those things were sophisticated. For things she didn't understand and sounded complicated, many people instinctively felt or. Listen to me, you won't go wrong, hold your stocks with peace of mind, I'll notify you when I sell. Should we order now? Yes, let's order. I remember you like braised pork elbows, let's start with that. Mrs. Liu, who was usually stingy, was generous this time and directly ordered the braised pork elbows for 128 yuan. The food was quickly served. As they ate and chatted, it was almost time for the afternoon trading session to begin. The market started to fluctuate, with many stocks beginning to fall. The composite index gradually declined, and many stocks that had hit the limit up in the morning began to hit the limit down. The market doesn't look too good, Lao Li, what do you think? Just minor fluctuations. Some funds are worried about negative news over the weekend, so they are cashing out early, it's nothing. Lee Changle said nonchalantly. Mrs. Liu looked at WUI shares, which were still locked at the limit up. There's a bit of movement now, I'm getting really nervous, it's better if you have a calm demeanor. Before she could finish praising Lee Changle, a large number of sell orders suddenly appeared for WUI shares. The limit up orders were quickly withdrawn, and within 2 to 3 seconds, the limit up was breached. Subsequently, the price of WUI shares plummeted in a straight line, dropping from the limit up price to the red within just over 10 seconds. Seeing this scene, her face turned pale, and her body uncontrollably began to tremble. Lao Li, look at WUI shares, it's plummeting. Mrs. Liu's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Lee Changle hurriedly opened his phone. By this time, WUI shares had already hit the limit down. How could this happen like this? Gripping the phone tightly, his fingers exerted unusual force, with veins popping on the back of his hand, and his knuckles turning pale without any color. Creak. Due to excessive force, the phone case and his fingers rubbed against each other, making a sound as if they were under unbearable pressure. Lee Changle's heart, at this moment, was also under unbearable pressure. In the morning, he had chased in at the limit up price with his entire position. If WUI shares hit the limit down, he would lose 20% in a day, a loss that would make him ache. Stay calm, you must stay calm at this time. Lee Changle, in a panic, closed his eyes and took deep breaths, trying to calm his inner turmoil. Just a washout, it must be the main force conducting a deep washout, forcing those who followed the trend in the past few days to flee. There's really nothing to fear. This was said for Mrs. Liu to hear, but also for himself. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that the stock price would rebound, giving him a chance to break even. Is it really a washout? Mrs. Liu asked uncertainly. It's definitely a washout. It must be a washout. With my 20 years of stock trading experience, I definitely won't be wrong, Li Chang'e said firmly. Mrs. Liu fell silent for half a minute. By this time, WUI shares had already hit the limit down. Limit down. In just 1 week, there had been both limit up and limit down on WUI shares, which could be said to have challenged the understanding of many investors. The number of sealed orders on the limit down board is increasing, and it seems that there is no hope of opening. At this moment, Aunt Liu deeply regrets not listening to Aiken's advice. It's too late for regrets now. There is not even a chance to sell. It dropped to the limit so quickly. Do you still think it's a washout? Li Chang'e wiped the cold sweat from his face and couldn't say a word. With the market in chaos, it is definitely not a washout. Even if you insist it's a washout, it's just wishful thinking. Li Chang'e clenched his jaw, trying to suppress his emotions. Regret not listening to the god of loss. Let's see what he says in his live broadcast. Aunt Liu, filled with deep regret, entered Aiken's live broadcast room. There was a sense of desolation in the live broadcast room. Those who were shouting not to sell 5E shares in the morning now shared the same feeling of deep regret with Aunt Liu and Li Chang'e. The people who sold following Aiken were now feeling a bit of schadenfreude. Joy is often built on the pain of others. Greedy people are now in pain, and onlookers naturally find it very amusing. I didn't expect 5E shares to collapse like this. It seems that this rebound wave should be over now, and the broader market may undergo a second bottoming out. Everyone should be cautious in their operations. God of loss, you have to take responsibility for me. I bought it because of you, and now I'm trapped. I'm trapped too. God of loss, you can't just ignore us. And me, if you don't help us get out of this, we'll report you for market manipulation. Some people who were losing money started blaming Aiken. They all felt that they were losing money and had an inextricable connection with Aiken. What responsibility do I have? All live broadcasts have replays. You can see if I ever told you to follow my buying. I have always emphasized not to blindly follow my operations, and when I sold this morning, I made it very clear in the live broadcast. Aiken was a bit puzzled by how some people's minds worked. They were greedy for more, and now that they were trapped, they wanted to blame him. Being a good person is really not easy. God of loss is right. Those of you who want to take advantage should reflect on yourselves. You're all adults, you should take responsibility for your actions. You didn't use your brains, God of loss warned of the risks, said to sell, and you didn't listen. Now you want to blame God of loss for your losses. You're simply scum. Many viewers started speaking up for Aiken. The barrage in the live broadcast room was flying, and the two sides were arguing more and more fiercely, almost insulting each other's ancestors. Aiken felt tired of watching and simply ended the broadcast to avoid the chaos. The stock market closed at 3 o'clock, and Aiken received a system message. Newbie task completed, task settlement in progress. System funds profit 631,900 yuan, settled proportionally to their host 6,319 yuan, legally transferred to their host's bank account after legalization. Newbie task score, 75 points, through the newbie task assessment. Obtained 75 points. Investment training system activated. Please choose 1. Technical analysis. 2. Value investing. There are many methods for stock trading, broadly divided into two main schools, technical analysis and value investing. Technical analysis focuses on chart analysis. By looking at the candlestick chart, using wave theory, various technical indicators, chip peaks, etc., to judge the future trend of stock prices. The core essence lies in time, space, volume, and price. The value investing approach is based on the fundamentals of listed companies. By analyzing the company's operating data, one can assess the company's future business prospects. Then, based on the future value reflected by the company, determine whether the stock price reflects the company's fair value, thereby deciding whether to buy or sell. The methods of the two schools are completely different, each with its own loyal fans. I am an adult, there is no choice in front of adults, only the need to do it all. Can only choose one, the system prompt made Aiken desperate. It seems impossible to do it all. Which of these two stock trading schools should Aiken choose? Aiken hesitated, feeling like choosing between joining the Huashan faction to learn swordsmanship or chi techniques. The technical approach follows the flow of funds to make money faster, with relatively higher risks, while the value investing approach is more stable, but making money is calculated annually, and it takes a long time to make money. I am in urgent need of money now. Both schools have their own advantages and disadvantages. After some thought, Aiken felt that he needed to get rich faster now. So, the technical approach that makes money quickly became the first choice. Choose the technical approach. Technical training simulation space activated. Time can be exchanged for simulation space activation. 10 points for 1 hour, 10 points for 1 hour. I only have 75 points now. I can exchange for 7.5 hours. I wonder what I can learn in that time. Aiken calculated and felt that the time he could exchange for simulation space was a bit short. 7.5 hours, whether watching dramas or playing games, would pass in the blink of an eye, and it didn't seem enough to learn stock trading techniques. By the way, what is the training simulation space used for? The simulation space can simulate stock market trends under specific conditions, making it easier for the host to combine theory and practice, and improve learning efficiency. It sounds a bit like using a demo account for stock trading. Let's see what the time exchange is really useful for. And oh, there seems to be a chance for a lucky draw. Let me draw quickly. The host gets 3 chances for a lucky draw. The triple draw is in progress. A golden light flashed before Aiken's eyes, and after the special effects, he saw 3 cards. Congratulations to their host, drawing 3 sharpness cards. This luck left Aiken speechless, as he actually drew 3 identical prizes in a row. Generally speaking, things with a high probability of being drawn are usually not very good. My luck seems to be a bit bad. This sharpness card shouldn't be of much use. Aiken muttered to himself and began to study the instructions for the sharpness card. Sharpness card, disposable item, effective for 10 minutes. When used, it significantly enhances their host's observation, sensitivity, and thinking abilities. Looks interesting. Find a chance to experience the effect. Anyway, I have 3 of them. It shouldn't be a waste to use one. What does that simulation space look like? Can I take a look first? A golden light flashed before Aiken's eyes, and he entered a space full of a sense of technology. Their metal walls around emitted a cold white light, and a large screen projected on the wall in front displayed various stock information. Swish! A beam of light projected in front of Aiken. The holographic projection produced by the beam of light was a book, with a heavy cover titled Stock Trading Classics. Oh my, this feels a bit like the feeling of the Sunflower Manual. Do you have to castrate yourself to learn this stuff? Even if I have to, I won't. The cover of the Stock Trading Classics slowly opened, revealing the table of contents. The contents were divided into basic techniques, intermediate techniques, advanced techniques, and comprehensive integration. However, Aiken could only see the table of contents for basic techniques, with the contents of the other sections obscured by mosaic. Looking at the very familiar mosaic, Aiken's teeth rubbed hard twice. High technology also plays cavalry. Can this still allow people to study well? What about trust between people? Why can't we remove the mosaic? It's more comfortable to look at infantry. Cavalry with horses is simply against human nature, Aiken complained. But the system completely ignored him, completely ignoring his complaints. If you can't learn with codes, then let's start with the basic techniques without codes. Aiken looked seriously. Although the basic techniques are labeled as basic, the content is very diverse. Just the forms of candlestick charts have a lot, such as red 3 soldiers, black 3 soldiers, hanging man, single needle probing the bottom, and so on. There are also various technical indicators, moving average systems, MACD, KDJ, Bollinger Bands, and so on. These diverse knowledge are the basic techniques that beginners in the stock market should learn. When Aiken first entered the stock market in a daze, although he had watched stock trading tutorial videos that cost him 9 cents, he actually didn't learn anything useful. Not to mention the basics, he didn't even learn a bit before starting his stock trading journey. Now seeing these basic techniques, Aiken feels like he needs to start over like a repeating student. It's really overwhelming. How long do I have to learn all these things? The vast amount of basic techniques made Aiken dizzy. Just the table of Contents has thousands of entries. Aiken, who has been a poor student since childhood, has no talent for rote memorization. If he were to learn everything, it would probably cost him his life. And Aiken feels that he will forget 99% of what he learns. Each entry can be exchanged for 1 point for quick learning, and learning all basic techniques in a package only requires 3,000 points. 3,000 points is still a lot. I only have 75 points now. When will I be able to save up 3,000 points? Aiken feels the system is a bit of a scam. Judging by the points settled from the novice tasks, it is definitely not easy to accumulate 3,000 points. It's impossible to think about learning all at once. Let's exchange 1 point for a trial first, and see how effective quick learning is. Aiken closed his eyes and randomly selected an entry. After exchanging 1 point for quick learning, he had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. All the content of the selected entry suddenly appeared in his mind. This candlestick pattern of the spring cold surge looks interesting, with continuous sharp decline, followed by a small bullish candle, and then a long bearish engulfing the small bullish candle. According to the explanation of the entry, this trend indicates that the bearish force is quickly exhausted. On the day after the long bearish engulfing the small bullish candle, if there is a trend of high opening and high movement, it is the best entry point. After careful consideration, Aiken was surprised to find that he had completely mastered this technical pattern. It's really high-tech. A strange content suddenly appeared in his mind, and he could learn it effortlessly. What kind of learning efficiency is this? If he could accumulate 3,000 points for a complete package, wouldn't he become a stock market knowledge guru in minutes? In that case, he could show off anytime in the live broadcast room. He could also show off in the stock trading live chat group. Just thinking about it made Aiken a little excited. They say knowledge is power. After mastering all the stock trading knowledge, wouldn't he be invincible in the stock market? Is there a quick way to earn points? Points can only be obtained through tasks. The higher the completion rate of the task, the more points you will receive. For ratings below 60, points are settled at 1 o'clock. 1. For ratings 60 to 80, points are settled at 1:1. For ratings 81 to 90, points are settled at 1:10. For ratings above 91, points are settled at 1:100. Udon. Our Chen swallowed hard. The settlement ratio of over 91 points made him envious and excited. As long as the score reaches over 91 points, he can get more than 9,000 points. He could completely unlock all the poses at once. Unlock some basic techniques. When does the next task start, and how is the score evaluated? The next task will be announced half an hour before the stock market opens next Monday, and the scoring rules will not be disclosed. The scoring rules are not disclosed, no chance to exploit bugs, they are really stingy. If there was a chance to exploit bugs, one could reach the pinnacle of life faster. Unfortunately, the system is cunning enough not to provide this opportunity. To understand the scoring rules, one must continue to explore and summarize. Based on our Chen's more than 10 years of gaming experience, those game planners' scoring rules are extremely twisted. Using ordinary logic, it's impossible to figure out where their hidden scoring core lies. Those game planners are unscrupulous, the core scoring points must be extremely twisted. I believe the system's scoring is the same. I'll slowly explore and figure it out in the future. For now, let's think about how to use the points reasonably. Just now, he experimentally spent 1 point, and now our Chen has 74 points left. Exchange for 54 quick learning entries. Quick learning in progress. Soon, our Chen's mind was filled with 54 basic technical knowledge of candlestick charts. With this enriched basic technical knowledge, our Chen felt a bit like a scholar. Then, what does it feel like to experience the training in the simulation space? Exchange for an hour of simulation space. Simulation space preparation. With a swoosh, the space around our Chen changed again. The surrounding metal walls disappeared, replaced by rolling large screens displaying stock trends. A table with a futuristic feel suddenly appeared, with 8 holographic screens on it. Wow, is this the way people trade stocks in the future? Feels like watching a sci-fi movie. Our Chen walked over and sat on the chair in front of the table. Once he sat in the chair, our Chen felt a comforting sense of being enveloped. The soft and comfortable feeling made him feel more comfortable than lying in bed. Comfortable, if only I could have a chair like this in real life. The chair can be exchanged for the real world, requiring 100,000 points for exchange. What? 100,000 points, are you robbing me? I only have 10 points left now. If there's a discount to 10 points for exchange, I might consider it. Simulation training begins. Training subject. Application of the spring chill backflow technique. The training in the simulation space officially started, and our Chen focused his mind, becoming more attentive. The holographic screens on the table lit up. K-lines appeared on the screen in the form of the spring chill backflow. The K-lines were very standard, almost identical to the shapes in textbooks. What's the point of training when the shapes are already there? Just buy it directly. Our Chen casually made a purchase, feeling that this training seemed a bit redundant. After our Chen made the purchase, the market suddenly took a nosedive. The stock price, which had opened high, plummeted as if it had been crashed by our Chen. What's going on? Why is it different from what the knowledge points introduced? Our Chen was a bit confused. He played completely by the book. But the situation simulated by the system was completely off script. Simulation operation score -10. Technology is not meant to be mechanically applied, it must be flexibly used. Flexibly used? How do you mean flexible? Give me an example of flexible use, our Chen said somewhat discontentedly. How can you be flexible with this kind of thing? Just like looking at construction drawings, just follow the drawings to get the job done. Do you still have to flexibly change the construction drawings? Sun Bin used the tactic of increasing troops and reducing cooking pots to confuse Pang Huan. Zhuge Liang used the tactic of reducing troops and increasing cooking pots to confuse Sima Yi. Different techniques have different applications at different times. You know the technical graphics, and big funds also know. When the market is going up, big funds may use graphics to attract retail funds, forming a combined upward force. When the overall situation is not good, big funds may also go against the trend and use technical graphics to attract retail investors to follow the trend. That makes sense, I can't argue with that. It seems that stock trading is a bit like warfare, you must observe and plan more. Aiken felt very educated. Previously, he thought that stock trading was just about buying in with the trend and making money lying down. But after experiencing the beating of the stock market firsthand, he realized that making money in the stock market is not that easy. Many people who enter the stock market rely entirely on luck to make money, not knowing how they actually make money in the stock market. It can even be said that in a bull market, even a fool can make money by trading stocks. The real test in the stock market lies in how to exit at the peak, how to avoid the final burst of the bubble, and how to keep the money earned from being lost. Aiken reflected on this and continued with simulated training. The same scenario appeared again, this time it was a standard spring cold pouring candlestick chart. He didn't rush to buy, but first observed the overall market, and then analyzed the individual stock situation. The overall market seems to be in a downtrend, with no possibility of a rebound for now. I estimate that this spring cold pouring is just to lure in more retail investors. I won't follow. This time Aiken made the right judgment. Training on various market trends with the appearance of the spring cold pouring technical chart was conducted. Aiken carefully analyzed each time, overall reaching a level of more wins than losses. After this training, Aiken felt that his analytical judgment ability had greatly improved. Before, he didn't understand anything. Looking at candlestick patterns, technical indicators, etc., was all blind. Now he finally can see some tricks. End of simulated training time, Aiken's vision blurred, and he returned to the real world. Wow, time passed so quickly, I feel like there's still a lot to learn. Aiken said reluctantly. Only when immersed in the ocean of knowledge can one appreciate the joy of learning. However, time is always short. The training time exchanged for 10 points passed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the time on his phone, Aiken's eyes widened. 3:10. What's going on? I've been training for an hour, it should be past 4 o'clock, why is it only 3:10? Did the system mess with my training time? Time flow in the training space is different from the real world. 1 minute in the real world is equivalent to an hour in the training space. The system's explanation put Aiken at ease. This way is also good, training doesn't delay real time, so if you train for a long time in the future, it won't affect life in the real world. Overall, today was very rewarding. The novice task also earned over 6,000. I can treat myself to something good. I've been eating old pickled cabbage noodles these days. I'm almost sick of it. Rubbing his belly, Aiken felt he had been neglecting himself lately and it was necessary to eat something good to make up for it. It's a bit troublesome to go out to eat alone, maybe I'll order takeout. Aiken opened the takeout app, thinking about what delicious food to order as a treat. Aunt Liu and Uncle Lee Changle looked ashen-faced. Even after the stock market closed, their emotions were still unstable. The limit down of Wooey shares had dealt them a huge mental blow. I regret it so much, I should have listened to Aiken and sold Wooey shares. Lao Li, you've really messed me up. Aunt Liu regretted deeply. Lee Changle stared at his phone with his eyes fixed, the number showing a loss of over 40,000 on his account, making his heart ache. Because his emotions were extremely tense, he didn't even hear what Aunt Liu was saying. Seeing Lee Changle only focused on his phone and ignoring her, Aunt Liu's anger surged up. Lao Li! Aunt Liu shouted, raising her hand and patting Lee Changle's wrist. Snap! The phone slipped from Lee Changle's hand. Aunt Liu happened to see the phone screen. Wooey stock, a loss of over 40,000, a loss of 27%. Didn't you say you bought Wooey stock on the limit down board on Tuesday? How come you still lost money? This. Lee Changle quickly put away his phone and then pressed the power button hard to shut it down. It's really embarrassing, I really want to disappear. Today not only lost money, but also lost face. In front of old classmates. You, Lee Changle. You actually lied to me. In the blink of an eye, Aunt Liu figured it out. This old classmate had been bragging and lying before. How could I lie to you? I'm just, cough, I'll pay for this meal, I'll leave first. Lee Changle, with a red face, felt too embarrassed to let Aunt Liu treat him, so he quickly walked to the front desk to pay the bill. Bastard, what kind of nonsense classmate, not a word of truth in your mouth, pretending to be someone in front of me, I'm blind to believe in such scum like you. Lee Changle dared not lift his head to listen to the scolding, and quickly left the restaurant. He regretted rushing into Wooey stock, and even more regretted passing off Aiken's bottom fishing experience as his own. Aunt Liu sat on the chair somewhat lost and almost cried. Being deceived by an old classmate for so many years, she found it hard to accept. People have a bit of vanity, exaggerating a little in words is fine, but what Lee Changle did was not exaggeration, it was pure nonsense. After feeling stifled for a while, Aunt Liu hesitated and felt she should ask Aiken how to operate next Monday. When Aunt Liu returned home, Wang Miao was sitting cross-legged on the sofa eating cherries. Mom, where did you go? Because she went to college near home, Wang Miao often came back home to eat and drink. I went. Forget it, I ran into a scumbag. Aunt Liu said angrily. As soon as she mentioned what had just happened, she regretted it. How could she have believed Lee Changle's nonsense? If she had listened to Aiken, she would have been happily counting money by now. Were you deceived in money and love on a date? Wang Miao immediately started gossiping. Wang Miao's father had passed away several years ago, and she was very supportive of her mother finding a new partner. But Aunt Liu herself had no thoughts on the matter. What nonsense are you talking about? It's about stocks. Aunt Liu shook her head and didn't want to talk about it anymore. Talking about stocks always brought tears. Let me have some cherries, I'll buy you another pound later. Aunt Liu reached out to take the big bowl of cherries on the table. But Wang Miao, like a protective little animal, hugged the whole bowl of cherries to her chest. Why do you need to borrow mine? You're an adult, and you're trying to deceive me, a child, for my cherries. Besides, what do you need cherries for? This. It's for Aiken, and I'll ask him about stocks. Aunt Liu felt it was inappropriate to go empty-handed to seek advice, and this bowl of cherries would be a suitable gift. Wang Miao's emotions immediately couldn't be contained. Are you still my real mom? Taking my favorite cherries to give to someone just to ask about stocks. I'll buy you some later, it's not like I won't return them to you, and besides, it's my money that bought you the cherries. No, I can't watch you sink deeper into stocks, and that Aiken doesn't look like a decent person, don't let his nonsense fool you. Wang Miao has never had a good impression of Aiken. She thinks that he is young and capable but doesn't do proper work, spending his days trading stocks in a rental house, living a life that is not normal. One could even say he is a typical social scum. If you want to ask about stocks, I can find a professional for you. I have a senior in college working at a securities firm, very capable. Securities firm. Liu Yi's eyes lit up. Yes, he works in the research department of the securities firm. Definitely much better than Aiken. 100 times better. No, 1,000 times better. Working in investment research, he should know a lot of insider information. Why didn't we invite such a classmate over for dinner earlier? Liu Yi became excited. What do stock investors like the most? Insider information is definitely one of them. Especially when it comes from people with special status, insider information about the future of stocks can really excite stock investors. For ordinary stock investors, those who work in securities research departments and write research reports are considered a mysterious and prestigious group. If it weren't for your obsession with stocks, I wouldn't even bother with him, Wang Miamia pouted. Although that senior was very talented, his appearance did not match his talent. So, despite his attempts to ask Wang Miamiao out, she firmly rejected him each time. This time, she wouldn't have contacted that senior if it wasn't to save her mother from the stock market. Mom, you rest first. I'll call the senior to come over after work, and we can ask him about the stock issues then. Okay, I'll listen to you. Exhausted, Liu Yi didn't think much and went back to her room to rest. After contacting the senior, Wang Miamia bit into a cherry fiercely. Will Zhang Zicong misunderstand? What should I do if he starts bothering me in the future? It's all because of Aiken. Zhang Zicong is the senior mentioned by Wang Miamiao, who has always been interested in her. But with one party having feelings and the other not, Wang Miamiao was put off by his appearance at first sight. Now, by actively contacting and inviting Zhang Zicong, it might make him misunderstand, even leading to unnecessary complications. I'm so angry. I can't let Aiken off the hook. I have to go and settle the score with him. The more Wang Miamia thought about it, the angrier she got, and the more she wanted to take it out on Aiken. She felt that everything stemmed from Aiken, and unless she confronted him face to face, she wouldn't be able to calm her inner anger. Wang Miamiao, who appeared calm on the outside but had a fiery heart like a little lion, stepped out quickly. Clack, clack, clack. Wang Miamiao went straight to the 4th floor. She had built 5 floors in her own house. 1 floor was for her own use, and the 4 floors above were rented out, bringing in tens of thousands of yuan in rent each month. When she reached Aiken's door, Wang Miamia knocked loudly. Is it the delivery? Just a moment. Aiken thought it was a delivery person knocking when he heard the sound. Excitedly, he opened the door and was stunned to see the gorgeous Wang Miamiao outside. Landlady, do you have something to discuss? Of course, do you instigate my mom to buy stocks? If my mom loses money in stocks, who should be responsible? Shouldn't you compensate? Wang Miamia spoke rapidly, like a machine gun. No, wait, let's talk slowly first. What do you mean by instigating to buy stocks? There's no such charge in the law. Besides, when it comes to who should take responsibility for losses, we are all adults and should be accountable for our actions. So if I say there's a lot of money in the bank and anyone who robs it will get rich, and then Liu Yi goes and robs the bank, can that be considered me instigating her to rob the bank? Should I bear joint responsibility? Aiken retorted without backing down. This time, Wang Miamia was not happy. Usually, no one talked to her like this. Being beautiful does have its advantages, as most of the time she was protected and praised by others. You are twisting the facts. You are the one twisting the facts, casually putting a hat on me. Regarding the Wui shares, you better go back and clarify before speaking. What else is there to ask? It was because of your nonsense that my mom bought the Wui shares, and today the Wui shares hit the limit down. Hee hee. Aiken rolled his eyes. It is difficult to raise only women and villains. After saying that, he closed the door, leaving Wang Miamiao in the wind. Bang! Furious Wang Miamiao pounded on the door, hurting her own hands. Come out. Who is the villain, who is difficult to raise? She made quite a scene, attracting some tenants who were not at work to open their doors and watch. Seeing many people peeking at her, Wang Miamia's face turned red, feeling a sense of social death. What are you all looking at? Haven't you seen people arguing before? Whoever looks at me again, I will raise their rent. Clang, clang, clang. A series of door and window closing sounds rang out, and those who wanted to watch the excitement quickly dispersed. Frustrated, Wang Miamia shouted a few more times at Aiken's door, but Aiken didn't respond at all. Just when Wang Miamia was itching with anger, a delivery person in a yellow robe arrived with food. "Are you taking Aiken's order?" Wang Miamia asked, rolling her eyes. "Yes, it's Mr. Tai's order." "Just give it to me, he had something come up and asked me to collect it." Hearing Wang Miamia's conversation with the delivery person, Aiken thought to himself that this girl had no sense of honor, daring to rob his delivery. When he opened the door to intervene, it was already too late. The delivery was already in Wang Miamia's hands. Looking at Aiken coming out of the door, Wang Miamia proudly raised the food in her hand. "Why are you hiding like a turtle? Give me back my food, what you're doing is unethical," Aiken said, a little angry. Even a clay figure has a temper, let alone Aiken, a living person. But Wang Miamia had no intention of returning the food. "You called me a villain, so why should I be ethical, and besides, you are not worthy to talk about ethics. Give it back to me." Aiken reached out to take back the food. Wang Miamia straightened her waist and the curves in front of her became more prominent. "If you dare to come over, I will scream harassment." Aiken's gaze slowly moved down from Wang Miamia's fair neck. After glancing at the more prominent curves due to her posture, Aiken swallowed hard, then quickly averted his gaze. What kind of upbringing did this Wang Miamia have? She really made people dizzy with her appearance. Just a glance at the beautiful curves, and his anger had dissipated quite a bit. They say heroes have a hard time resisting beautiful women, and today Aiken somewhat understood that. "The food is for you, I'm going out to eat Australian lobster." Aiken closed the door and walked towards the stairs without looking back. Aiken's reaction was unexpected for Wang Miamia. She was planning to use the food to threaten Aiken, to make him apologize and admit his mistake. Now that Aiken didn't want the food at all, she felt like she was punching the air. "You jerk, come back here. If you provoke me, I can hide." Aiken hummed a famous tune as he went downstairs, shaking his head. The girl named Dalian, with a handsome and beautiful face, "This rare flower is not picked. The peeper strings are broken and no one plays. I am like Jia Chen thinking of Lu Biu, and also like Yang Po Shi, sitting on the building thinking of Zhang San." Wang Miamia stomped her foot in anger, but she had no way to deal with Aiken. Listening to Aiken's song, she felt like he was mocking her with the lyrics. The part about the handsome and beautiful face and the flower not being picked seemed to match Wang Miamia's current situation. She was beautiful, single, and not in a relationship. It was a perfect match with the lyrics. When she heard the part about Jia Chen thinking of Lu Biu, Yang Po Shi sitting on the building thinking of Zhang San, Wang Miamia's face instantly turned red. This is not scolding oneself for being lovesick. "Aiken! Stop right there." Wang Miamia angrily chased after Aiken, but Aiken had already disappeared. Aiken, humming a tune, wandered around the village in the city, thinking about what to eat. It was impossible to eat Australian lobsters. In the next half-month, credit cards and various small loans had to be repaid, totaling nearly 50,000 yuan. The over 6,000 yuan obtained from the system was just a drop in the bucket. Therefore, money had to be spent wisely and not squandered on food and drink. "Oh, there's a new self-service restaurant offering unlimited braised pork bones for 28 yuan per person, with unlimited drinks. That sounds pretty good." Eating unlimited meat for 28 yuan was truly a blessing for the poor. Although it might be rumored to be zombie meat, it was still meat. Aiken, who hadn't eaten meat in a long time, rushed into the restaurant and grabbed a large plate of braised pork bones. The braised pork bones were mostly bones with little meat. Aiken gnawed on the bones. The braised pork bones were rich in flavor, with a savory and sweet taste. Once he started eating, he couldn't stop. While most people eating at a buffet aim to get their money's worth, Aiken didn't think about that. He just wanted to keep eating and satisfy his craving for meat. After eating 3 large plates of braised pork bones in a hurry, Aiken slowed down. The restaurant owner at the bar nearby had been watching Aiken for over 10 minutes with wide eyes. "Brother, eat slower, eating too fast can make you choke." "It's okay, I always eat at this speed," Aiken said with a smile. The restaurant owner was speechless. He wanted to say that eating slower would make him eat less. But seeing Aiken continue to eat voraciously, the restaurant owner knew it was useless to say anything. When Aiken felt a bit full, the 18-year-old beast sent him a message. 18-year-old beast, I'm almost at the high-speed rail station, let's meet up somewhere, my treat. Wow. The president is so fast, he's almost here. Aiken looked down at the table full of bones and suddenly felt a bit regretful. Why didn't he hold back earlier? It would have been better to wait for the president to come and eat together. No, the president came from afar. I should be their host and treat him to a meal. That's the right thing to do. Entertaining guests was an art. Moreover, there were some interests involved between Aiken and the 18-year-old beast. So, he had to carefully consider how to treat the other party. This wasn't just a casual meeting, it was more like a business negotiation. After some thought, Aiken decided that hosting the president in a very upscale place would be too costly, and going to the braised pork bone buffet would be embarrassing. After much deliberation, he thought of the time travel cafe not far from his place. The time travel cafe had a more businesslike atmosphere. Many nearby white-collar workers liked to go there to chat or work on their laptops while having coffee. Of course, some went there to show off or to flirt with female white-collar workers. The cafe also had good desserts and was within Aiken's budget. Let's meet the president at the time travel cafe. Aiken replied to the beast's message and sent the location of the time travel cafe. 18-year-old beast, okay, see you at the cafe at 5:30. After settling the bill, Aiken returned to his rented room, being cautious on the way, afraid of running into Wang Miao again. Meanwhile, Wang Miao was sulking at home. That Aiken is such a jerk. I won't let this go. I'm not someone to be trifled with. But how should I get my revenge? Raise his rent. No way, he will definitely move out if the rent is raised, then it will be difficult to bother him again. Wang Miao, with her head tilted, frowned. After thinking for a while, she suddenly had a bright idea. Aiken is quite famous online, so I can expose him. Expose that he lives in a rental house. Actually, he is just a poor guy, a big liar. The more Wang Miao thought about it, the more excited she became, feeling that her idea was absolutely perfect. If the exposure is successful, she can expose Aiken, let everyone see his true colors. To expose him, she needs material. But Wang Miao didn't have any material in her hands. Patting her forehead, Wang Miao ran into Aunt Liu's room excitedly. Mom, tell me how Aiken tricked you into buying stocks. I studied the trend of Wui shares. Chen Diban is definitely a bearish trend. Aunt Liu, who had been tossing and turning on the bed without falling asleep, sat up slowly. What's wrong with you, saying such nonsense? Aiken didn't trick me, it was my own greed, sigh. Aunt Liu sighed heavily. She had already reflected and concluded that it all stemmed from her own greed. If she wasn't so greedy, didn't fantasize so much, and just sold according to what Aiken said, there wouldn't have been the incident of being trapped. Wang Miao, with widened eyes, reached out and touched her mother's forehead. You're not running a fever, why are you talking nonsense? What nonsense did I say? When I asked Aiken, he said to sell on Friday for sure, but I thought Wui shares were rising sharply, so I was hoping it would rise again next week. After listening to her mother's story, Wang Miao's eyes almost popped out of her sockets. What's going on? Could it be that she misunderstood Aiken? Wang Miao's face turned red instantly, and when she thought about the incident of snatching Aiken's takeout just now, she suddenly felt a little flustered. Oh no, I did something wrong. Miao, why do you look a bit off? Is something wrong? Aunt Liu noticed that something was off with Wang Miao. Wang Miao, with a chaotic heart, shook her head vigorously. No, nothing's wrong. I'll go see where Zhang Zicong is. Finding an excuse to leave the room, Wang Miao lightly punched her forehead with her fist. Wang Miao, why are you so stupid? You didn't figure out the situation before causing trouble for Aiken. What should I do now? Admit my mistake to him, or avoid him in the future? Wang Miao's heart was in turmoil. Admitting her mistake, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Acting like nothing happened, she also felt a bit guilty. Ding ding ding. The WeChat notification sounded. Seeing that it was a message from Zhang Zicong, Wang Miao felt even more agitated. If she had known the truth of the matter earlier, she definitely wouldn't have contacted Zhang Zicong. This was truly lifting a rock only to drop it on her own foot. So annoying, now I have to deal with Zhang Zicong. Should I stand him up? Standing someone up is not good either. The consequences of my own actions, I have to face them with tears. Aiken arrived 10 minutes early at the time travel cafe, waiting for the 18-year-old beast to arrive. A few minutes later, a taxi stopped at the cafe's entrance. The 18-year-old beast got out of the taxi. President. Coation. Finally, I see your true self. The two shook hands, and the 18-year-old beast said, My real name is Yang Shoror, you can call me Lao Yang. Calling you Lao Yang is too casual, I'll just call you Yang Ge, please. The two entered the cafe and sat in a secluded corner. After ordering coffee and a light meal, Yang Shoror held his phone and said, Coation, give me your bank card number. Any bank will do. Aiken said as he took out his wallet. The best of ICBC, I have settled the gift money for you in advance on the platform. Technically, the guild should still charge a 25% management fee, but I have decided to waive it for you. In reality, the platform did not settle in advance. It was just to gain our Chen's trust and complete the task more effectively that Yang Shoror used his own money to advance payment to our Chen. As soon as there was money to be had, our Chen became much more efficient. Soon, he placed his bank card in front of Yang Shoror. Thank you for waiving the management fee, I don't know how to thank you. Har, don't be so formal with me, we are like brothers. Exactly, we are like brothers, so feel free to ask me for help in the future, I will do my best. Yang Shoror was delighted, feeling that our Chen was indeed a bit naive. By using small favors and tricks, he was able to successfully strengthen his relationship with our Chen. If he took our Chen to a spar together, they would definitely become close buddies. I have transferred the money to you, please check. Ding. Our Chen's phone received a notification of the incoming transfer. Looking at the amount in the notification, our Chen was quite excited. He had money now. He didn't have to sell stocks to repay debts anymore. He would leave 50,000 in the account to pay off this month's debts, and the remaining 50,000 could be used to increase positions in the stock market. After some crash courses, our Chen, feeling knowledgeable and confident, was now determined to turn things around in the stock market and recover his previous losses. I offer a cup of coffee to Yang Shoror instead of wine. Our Chen raised the coffee cup, took a big gulp, and drank the whole cup of black coffee without sugar or milk. The strong and bitter taste exploded on his tongue, almost making him spit it out. For most people, the taste of pure black coffee is hard to accept, especially for our Chen, who rarely drank even instant coffee, let alone hand-brewed coffee. He was not prepared for this. The coffee was far from the delicious taste he had imagined, not even comparable to jasmine tea. He couldn't understand why white-collar workers like to show off by drinking coffee. Yang Shoror stared blankly at our Chen's feet when our Chen put down the cup. Yang Shoror couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You are really something, finishing a cup of black coffee in one go. I can't do that, I need sugar and milk to drink it. Our Chen tasted the bitterness of being unable to express his true feelings. And in the face of Yang Shoror's praise, he had to act nonchalant. Har, it's nothing, I will drink black coffee to refresh myself during the review. No wonder you are so good at stock trading, I guess you put in a lot of effort after trading hours. How did you consider my proposal last time? Offering paid knowledge, charging for stock trading groups, I don't think it's appropriate. Our Chen shook his head. Charging for knowledge might be acceptable, at most it's just taking advantage of others. But running a paid stock trading group is already on the verge of illegality. The law stipulates that only approved institutions can engage in stock consultation services. Individuals running paid groups for stock recommendations are already engaging in illegal activities. If someone reports them, they would be in trouble. Our Chen didn't want to end up in jail, earning money peacefully was the right path for him. Yang, I think I am more suitable for doing live broadcasts and trading stocks to make some extra money, nothing else. Let's not talk about that for now, let's discuss the follow-up live broadcast operation. Here is the operation plan I have prepared for you. Since our Chen was not interested, Yang Shoror changed the subject. His goal was to gain our Chen's trust, so he naturally had to go along with our Chen's wishes and make sure everything was done to make our Chen happy and satisfied. Your operations this week can be described as legendary. I think we should do a review live broadcast to further increase your popularity and boost your reputation. I can provide you with recommendations and traffic support on the platform. After a meal, Aiken and Yang Shoror discussed work matters almost to completion. Prepare well, we will have the review live broadcast on Sunday night. I have already contacted the live platform and they will provide you with recommended resources to increase your live broadcast popularity. Thank you, Yang Ji, for supporting me. I will go pay the bill and then send you back to the hotel to rest. During these days of live broadcasting, Yang Shoror has helped Aiken in some ways, so Aiken is truly grateful to him. Yang Shoror waved his hand and said with a serious face, I said I would treat you before we came. I should show hospitality, and besides, I should thank you, Yang Ji, for your help and guidance. If you don't let me pay, it would be disrespectful. Well, you pay for the meal, and I'll treat you to a massage later. A massage. Aiken's tongue was tied. Although he had watched simple and intense action movies with 2 or 3 people, he had no real combat experience. So when he heard about the massage, he felt both embarrassed and nervous. No, I'm not used to those places. Yang Ji, you should go by yourself. I'll go pay the bill first. Aiken, feeling confused, hurriedly left, afraid that Yang Shoror would stop him and persuade him. That's a massage parlor. When faced with great temptation, few people can hold their ground. If he was persuaded a little, Aiken felt he might compromise his principles. TSK, looks like you're still a novice. Yang Shoror shook his head, got up, and said to Aiken, I'll go to the restroom, wait for me at the door. He went into the restroom, found a stall, closed the door, and sent a message to Chen Qianlong on his phone. Chen Qianlong quickly replied to him. Chen Qianlong instructed Yang Shoror to guide Aiken to talk more about Wui Corporation during the review live broadcast. While Chen Qianlong was giving action plans to Yang Shoror, Aiken had already paid the bill and leisurely walked out of the coffee shop. As he walked out of the coffee shop's door, Aiken's attention was drawn to a small, chubby figure next to the coffee shop's door. The small, chubby figure was less than 1.7 meters tall, with a slightly youthful face dotted with acne, and a meticulously combed center-parting hairstyle, giving him a somewhat comical appearance. Below that was a cylindrical body with no waist, resembling a gas cylinder come to life from a distance. The most eye-catching thing was the large bouquet of red roses the small, chubby figure was holding. Aiken estimated there were 99 red roses in the bouquet. The bright red roses made Aiken feel a bit melancholic. This gas cylinder-like figure could attract girls, while he considered himself a tall, handsome, and single man. Without a successful career, he couldn't start a family, so he should focus on making money first. With money, he could buy a house and a car, and afford a high dowry, then he wouldn't have trouble finding a girlfriend. Are you Kuation? The small, chubby figure walked up to Aiken and asked. Yes, do I know you? I know you very well. Do you know how popular you are? I watch financial short videos every day, and 9 out of 10 content creators talk about you. Har har, it's all thanks to everyone's support. I'm just a small investor. Aiken was so happy he could almost burst into laughter. Finally meeting a real fan, this feeling was quite satisfying. It's no wonder so many people want to be celebrities, being adored by fans feels great. Kuation, you're so humble. Your bottom fishing strategy on Wui Corporation was classic, and selling before the market hit the floor on Friday was just brilliant. Those were just lucky moves. By the way, I haven't asked for your name and where you're from. Aiken tried hard to come up with cultured sentences. After all, he was somewhat famous, so he felt that he should speak with some style in front of his fans. Where does this style come from? Acting cultured and pretending to be a literary youth is definitely a shortcut to success. My name is Zhang Zitsong, and I am interning at the Shiqian Securities Company's Research Institute. Shiqian Securities is a local securities company. And the Research Institute is an institution that every securities company has. Securities research institutes often write research reports on macroeconomic analysis, index trend analysis, individual stock analysis, and so on. Novice investors who don't understand the market may treat these research reports as treasures. But the research reports that ordinary stock investors can see are actually quite common. Some of them are even misleading and manipulative, specifically designed to deceive retail investors into buying at high prices. Once a stock is hyped up to a high level and there are numerous reports touting its great prospects and significant room for price increases, often that stock will reach a temporary peak. Experienced investors sometimes treat these research reports as contrarian indicators, coming up with slogans like, "Sell when Zhongxin raises the target price, buy a villa by the sea." This means that as soon as Zhongxin Securities releases a report significantly raising the target price of a stock, it's best to sell that stock quickly. If you don't sell, you might not see a sharp rise, but rather a merciless reaping. Working at a securities research institute, you can consider yourself part of the mainstream. Aiken smiled and shook hands with Zhang Zitsong. "I'm just an intern, not even sure if I'll be able to stay at the research institute. But you, my friend, are truly wise and heroic. You look even more handsome in person than in videos. You're quite handsome too." In the spirit of mutual flattery for mutual progress, Aiken reluctantly complimented him. This greatly moved Zhang Zitsong, as it was the first time he had been praised for his looks. "He, it's true that you have a discerning eye. I feel the same way, but unfortunately, most people lack insight and cannot recognize the inner and outer charm of my handsomeness." Aiken was puzzled by Zhang Zitsong's confidence, which bordered on shamelessness. After flicking his middle-parted hair, which was stiff with half a bottle of hair gel, Zhang Zitsong gazed into the distance with deep emotion. "Fortunately, there are those with discerning eyes like you, and my beloved goddess Wang Miamiao, who can recognize my radiance because of your existence, allowing my brilliance to shine." Aiken couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. What was going on? How did Wang Miamiao come into the picture? Was this gas canister of a person talking about the despicable landlord who stole his takeout? If that was the case, it would be quite a spectacle. Unexpectedly, Wang Miamiao, that little demon, had such peculiar tastes and actually liked such a bizarre man. This gossip was too juicy to pass up. "Are you waiting for your beloved goddess?" Aiken's eyes sparkled with gossip. "Yes, I have been pursuing her for a long time, and after passing through her many tests, I finally got a chance to go on a date with her. Before she arrives, I consulted a relationship expert to learn how to confess my feelings. When she arrives, I will confess to her, using my true and pure love to touch her heart." Seeing the gossip grow, Aiken felt he needed to give Zhang Zitsong a boost to ensure the drama unfolded smoothly and the effect of eating the melon later would be even better. "Brother, I wholeheartedly support you. Take some time to prepare well, adjust your emotions, and make sure you confess to the goddess in your best state. Good luck. Go for it." "That's right, I need to adjust my emotions, breathe in, breathe out." Zhang Zitsong took a deep breath, trying to adjust his emotions and strive for the best state when confessing. Aiken took a few steps back, increasing the distance between himself and Zhang Zitsong. It's important to maintain a safe distance when eating melons. Otherwise, if things get too dramatic later, it wouldn't be good to be splattered with drama. Creak. A taxi stopped at the entrance of the time travel cafe. Aunt Liu and Wang Miamiao got off the car. Just as Wang Miamiao got off the car, she saw Zhang Zitsong holding a rose, and she felt uneasy. Why is this guy still holding a red rose? Is he not going to give it to himself? Wang Miamiao had imagined countless scenes of a Prince Charming giving her flowers, but she had never imagined a possessed gas cylinder giving her flowers. Just thinking about the scene of the possessed gas cylinder giving her flowers made her shudder. No, this kind of thing must not happen. Miao Miao. Zhang Zitsong excitedly shouted and walked towards Wang Miamiao. With a tight grip on the bouquet, his heart was filled with the confession he had prepared. As Zhang Zitsong got closer to Wang Miamiao, the confession he kept repeating in his mind gradually reached his throat. The emotions reached their peak. Zhang Zitsong, with heavy breathing, stared straight at Wang Miamiao and slowly knelt down. "Miamiao, I love." This gesture made Wang Miamiao feel like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and her whole body's hair stood on end. "Oh my goodness, please come and save me." Wang Miamiao shouted in her heart, hoping for a Prince Charming to appear and help her out of this embarrassment. But the Prince Charming was nowhere to be found. Even her own mother couldn't help at this moment. Aunt Liu was dumbfounded, completely in a state of shock. Achilles couldn't help but burst into laughter, recording with his phone in one hand and covering his mouth with the other, trying not to laugh out loud. This drama is so entertaining. Just as Zhang Zitsong was about to say the last word of "I love you," Wang Miamiao saw Achilles. In an instant, Wang Miamiao felt like she had found a lifeline. "Achilles!" Wang Miamiao shouted and ran towards Achilles. As the emotions reached their peak, Zhang Zitsong, who had hoped to move the goddess and have her in his arms, felt his world collapse as he saw Wang Miamiao running away. What's going on? He had only just started his heartfelt confession. Why did the goddess run away? What happened? A puzzled Zhang Zitsung turned his head to look in the direction Wang Miamiao was running. When his gaze met Wang Miamiao, he saw a scene that tore at his heart. Wang Miamiao was holding Achilles' arm. Crunch. Zhang Zitsung almost bit his own teeth, his whole body's hot blood turning into burning anger. At this moment, Achilles was also confused by Wang Miamiao's reaction. Landlord, why are you grabbing my arm? Don't get so close to me, men and women should not be too intimate. Achilles said as he stepped back, trying to create distance between them. He just wanted to be a bystander, not get involved in the drama. But Wang Miamiao stuck to Achilles like a plaster. Cooperate with me, pretend to be my boyfriend, and I can waive your rent. Wang Miamiao whispered. HMPH, am I the kind of person who would sell my soul and body for rent money? Fine, I won't waive your rent, just cooperate with me. Why should I? We don't even know each other, let go of me, or else I'll. Or else what? Do you believe I'll cry harassment? Achilles was completely speechless. Encountering an unreasonable woman, there was really no reasoning with her. Zhang Zitsung, with bloodshot eyes, his cheeks twisted. His already unattractive appearance became even more unpleasant, giving off a beastly vibe. Miamiao, Kuation, what is the relationship between you two? Zhang Zitsung asked with the last bit of reason. We have no relationship, we can even say we don't know each other. Wang Miamiao pinched Achilles' waist to prevent him from denying their relationship. Achilles lives in my house, what kind of relationship do you think we have? Wang Miamiao showed a sweet smile on her face and leaned her head against Aiken's chest. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhang Zitsung's heart was spewing blood wildly. The goddess in his heart had long been with someone else, and he had no idea at all. It was all his unrequited love. I live in her house, but our relationship is not what you think, Aiken explained immediately. The feeling of being splattered with dog blood was really uncomfortable. You live in her house, how can I not misunderstand? Were you just making fun of me? Cheering me on, I left *CK your uncle. Zhang Zitsung felt like he had been played by Aiken just now. Anger consumed his last bit of reason. 99 red roses were raised high, and Zhang Zitsung only had one thought in his mind, to beat the crap out of her. Just then, Yarn Shoro rushed out of the coffee shop. Yarn Shoro had been watching the excitement inside the coffee shop door for a few minutes, waiting for a crucial moment to appear. The moment Zhang Zitsung was about to hit Aiken was the crucial moment he had been waiting for. Yarn Shoro, who rushed out of the coffee shop, hugged Zhang Zitsung. Bro, you were in a hurry, right? I have a top model reserved for you, guaranteeing you a great time tonight. Who the hell are you? I don't know you, let go. Zhang Zitsung shouted in confusion. Why don't you recognize me? We've eaten, drank, and partied together, remember? Last month, the girl you hooked up with was also arranged by me. Who ate, drank, and partied, who hooked up, stop talking nonsense, or I'll report you to the police. Then go ahead and report me, I still have your little movie on my phone, if you report me, I'll hand it over. Yarn Shoro kept talking while frantically signaling Aiken with his eyes to leave first. Aiken, who understood Yarn Shoro's signal, hesitated slightly. He wanted to explain things clearly. But Zhang Zitsung, in his current irrational state, was unlikely to listen to reason. It's better to leave first. After making up his mind, Aiken turned and left, silently giving a thumbs up to Yarn Shoro. The president was truly a selfless person. After walking a few dozen meters, Wang Miamiao let go of Aiken's arm. Sorry about what just happened. I had no choice, I didn't expect Zhang Zitsung to show up. Is it enough to just say sorry? Just because you had no choice, you can ruin my reputation. I lived in your house, how can you say such things? I didn't say anything wrong, you did live in my house, even though it was just renting. Wang Miamiao said confidently. Tap tap tap. Liu Yi, who was still confused, ran up to catch up with them. Wait for me, what exactly happened just now? I'm still confused. Seeing Liu Yi coming, Aiken quickly said, Aunt Liu, you came at the right time. Wang Miamiao snatched my takeout this afternoon and ruined my reputation just now. You have to give me some justice. Snatch takeout. Miamiao did something like that. Liu Yi turned to her daughter. I've given you living expenses. how could you snatch someone's takeout? Wang Miamia lowered her head, embarrassedly stuck out her tongue, and tightly held her clothes. Closing her eyes and mustering up her courage, Wang Miamiao explained, "It was a misunderstanding. I thought Aiken was cheating you into a pyramid scheme, so I went to confront him, and then in a fit of anger, I snatched his takeout. What happened just now was also done in a moment of desperation. It's all my fault, Aiken. I'm sorry. I'll compensate you for the takeout. Please let me treat you to a big meal." After speaking out, Wang Miamia felt a sense of relief. Liu Yi understood the whole story and said, "Aiken, my daughter Miamiao is immature. Don't take it to heart. Auntie will make it up to you too." Since things had come to this point, Aiken couldn't continue to pursue the matter. "All right, let's put this behind us. I'm a generous person. I'm leaving." "Don't rush. I still want to ask about Wu Yi stock. Have you eaten yet? Auntie will treat you to a meal." Auntie Liu hurriedly stopped Aiken. "I've eaten, about Wu Yi stock. Didn't you say to sell it on Friday? I got greedy, thinking it might go up more, so I didn't sell." Auntie Liu felt like a child who had done something wrong, feeling restless. "Oh my goodness." Aiken looked up at the sky with a melancholic expression. Indeed, human nature is the biggest enemy in stock trading. Greed and fear will always manipulate people's emotions through the rise and fall of stock prices, leading to either madness or collapse. The more emotions control you, the higher the probability of losing money in the stock market. I know it was wrong not to listen to you. Now I want to ask how to proceed next. Should I sell or wait? Auntie Liu asked with a thick skin. "Maybe, it's better to sell at the opening on Monday." "Then I'll follow your advice, sell at the opening." "After selling, which stock should I buy? Can you recommend a stock that will rise?" "I don't know, I haven't decided yet. Honestly, I suggest you not follow my lead. I was just lucky before, and luck will run out." Aiken spoke sincerely. After learning some stock trading knowledge in the system, Aiken finally understood why the system gave himself such a low rating at the beginning. He also realized that with his current level, it would be very difficult to continue making money in the stock market. Auntie Liu wanted to ask more, but Aiken had already left quickly. "I didn't get to ask anything, Miao, why didn't you help me stop him?" "Stop him for what? My wounded soul hasn't been comforted yet. Mom, you have to treat me to delicious food to comfort me. Eat, 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 that's all you know. The one who sent you flowers just now was Zhang Zitsong, right? What's going on between you two?" As soon as Zhang Zitsong was mentioned, Wang Miao immediately looked like a wilted eggplant. "Don't mention it, how could I know he would confess directly? If I knew he would do that, I would have avoided him. It all comes back to you trading stocks. If you didn't trade stocks, none of this would have happened. How can you blame me? If you don't like Zhang Zitsong, don't flirt with him." Auntie Liu's tone changed as she looked at Wang Miao. "Miao, are you at the age to start dating?" "Mom, what do you mean?" Wang Miao became nervous. She felt like her mother's gaze at that moment was like the big bad wolf looking at Little Red Riding Hood. "Just caring about your life. My daughter is so beautiful, there should be many boys at school chasing after you, right? There are many, but none that I like. Tell Mom what kind of person you like. What do you think of Aiken?" Wang Miao's eyes widened, finally understanding the meaning behind her mother's long string of words earlier. It seemed that in order to get information on rising stocks from Aiken, she would have to betray herself as a close daughter. "Mom, what are you thinking? I wouldn't be interested in Aiken even if there were 100 of him. Don't mention him in front of me again. You just said you wanted to treat Aiken to a meal as compensation. I didn't force you, but you two can get to know each other more, and talk about stocks in passing." Auntie Liu kept talking incessantly. Wang Miao fled, while also making a mental note against Aiken. Outside the time travel cafe, Zhang Zitsong glared at Yang Shoror and said fiercely, "I want an explanation. Who the hell are you? Are you with that Aiken?" "I have an explanation, but I'm not with Aiken." Yang Shoror smiled and took out a cigarette. "Want one?" "Don't give me that. If your explanation isn't reasonable, we're not done today. It's a long story, but we have a common enemy. If you're willing to help me, I can help you get that beautiful lady from earlier." In his mouth was a cigarette. Yang Shoror took out a Zippo lighter and lit the cigarette with a cool posture. "Why should I trust you?" He, no reason. If you trust me, we can cooperate. If you don't, then come and kill me, Yang Shoro said with a smirk. Dealing with someone as inexperienced and naive as Zhang Zizong was not too difficult for Yang Shoro. With just a few words, Zhang Zizong was silenced. To trust or not to trust. To fight or not to fight. The peak of anger had passed, rationality had regained control, and at this moment, Zhang Zizong no longer had the urge to hit someone. Trust you, my foot. Today, I'll count myself unlucky. If you don't trust me, you might regret it. A few days ago, Aiken offended a big shot, Yang Shoro said leisurely. Zhang Zizong, who had a grudge against Aiken for stealing his girlfriend, became the most suitable person in Yang Shoro's eyes to cooperate with him. Do you have a relationship with the main force of St. Dongzhen? Zhang Zizong's eyes lit up. You don't need to know too much. Just know that I can help you deal with Aiken and help you win back the beauty, Yang Shoro said. How do you plan to deal with him? Yang Shoro raised his finger and waved it, pretending to be profound. When I need your cooperation, I will contact you. Let's exchange contact information. After a slight hesitation, Zhang Zizong took out his phone and exchanged contact information with Yang Shoro. Zhang Zizong felt that no matter what Yang Shoro's plan was, he wouldn't end up losing. On Sunday night at 8 o'clock, Aiken entered the live broadcast room and connected with Yang Shoro. Yang Shoro passionately said, "The god of loss has descended upon the live broadcast room. Let the god of loss lead everyone in reviewing last week's market performance." As Yang Shoro's voice fell, a system prompt appeared in front of Aiken. Trigger random task. Review. A correct review can help review the market development process, assist in judging future market trends, and increase intuitive perception and acuity of the market. Based on the review performance, corresponding rewards will be given. Tasks can be triggered randomly. If you can find the triggering mechanism, you can keep completing tasks to earn points, Aiken said excitedly. What he lacked now was points. And points had to be obtained through tasks. If he could generate a large number of tasks, he could earn a lot of points. I'll slowly study how to complete tasks. For now, let's focus on this review task. I'm also not very knowledgeable about reviews, Aiken said. Before this, Aiken had never done a review. It was only when Yang Shoro suggested doing a review live broadcast that Aiken went online to look up what a review was. After a day of emergency cramming, Aiken roughly understood the process of reviewing. With the little knowledge I crammed at the last minute, it might be difficult to do well in the review task. Is there any way to improve the task rating? Aiken thought for a moment and came up with an idea. After completing the novice task, he drew 3 sharpness cards. Perhaps he could try using one. With the blessing of the sharpness card, he might have divine assistance during the review. Acting on impulse, he said, I want to use the sharpness card. Sharpness card used. Countdown of 10 minutes begins. In the upper right corner of Aiken's vision, a line of light red text appeared. Sharpness card countdown 9 minutes 59 seconds. I don't seem to feel any special effects. Hiss. When Archen felt that it was not effective, he suddenly took a deep breath, feeling as if a bottle of cooling lotion had been poured into his head. The cool sensation rushed straight to the top of his head, instantly waking up his somewhat drowsy brain. This feeling is really refreshing, it's really invigorating. Archen. Yang Shoro's voice came from the phone. What's going on over there? Is the signal bad? During these few minutes, although Archen appeared in front of the camera, he did not interact with Yang Shoro, but instead kept muttering to himself in a low voice. The viewers couldn't hear what Archen was muttering to himself, but they felt that Archen's current appearance was very strange. I feel like I've been possessed by something unclean. You don't say, I have the same feeling. Everyone step back, I am a descendant of Mao Shan, let me exorcise the demon for Archen from a distance. When Archen came to his senses, he looked at the barrage. With a wry smile. I made everyone worry, suddenly thought of something I hadn't figured out before, so I lost focus. Now let's get back on track and start reviewing. Archen silently recited the process of reviewing in his mind, then opened the stock trading software. Click, click, click. The K-line chart of the Shanghai 50 index appeared on the screen. There are many indices in the stock market, and people usually look at the comprehensive index. In addition to the comprehensive index, there are also the Shanghai 50 index, the CSI 300 index, the CSI 1000 index, and so on. The difference between these indices and the comprehensive index lies in the selection of constituent stocks. The constituent stocks of the Shanghai 50 index are large-cap stocks, also known as weighted stocks. The rise and fall of weighted stocks can have a significant impact on the comprehensive index. However, because the market value of weighted stocks is relatively large, the fluctuation in prices is slightly smaller. The constituent stocks of the CSI 300 are mid-cap stocks, while the constituent stocks of the CSI 1000 are small-cap stocks. These three indices represent the trends of stocks at different market capitalization levels. In today's increasingly diverse stock market, it is difficult to see a comprehensive bull market where all stocks rise and fall together. What is more likely to happen in the future is a rotational bull market with ups and downs. As for the distorted situation of the comprehensive index, I believe everyone is clear about it. Today, let's start the review from the Shanghai 50 index, which represents the trend of large-cap stocks. From the monthly chart, it is clear to see that the 50 index had already peaked and fallen back in February last year, forming a high tombstone line, followed by a continuous decline. The 50 index has been falling for a whole year now, indicating that large funds had already started to gradually withdraw a year ago, while the hot stocks were covering the retreat of large funds until the end of last year. After saying these words analyzing the Shanghai 50 index, our Chen himself was stunned. Did I say these things? When did I start to see so many things? It seems that the effect of the sensitivity card is working. After using it, my mind is as clear as. Reviewing is like a piece of cake. Wow, Arshan is mighty, to be able to see this. It's like a sudden enlightenment. Listening to Arshan's words is better than reading for 10 years. The gap, I finally understand the gap between myself and Arshan. It's like the difference of 10 Mount Everests. Most of the people watching our Chen's review felt a sense of enlightenment. In fact, this is just like a layer of paper. Once it's broken through, you will suddenly understand. If it's not broken through, you may never understand it. In your lifetime. Taking advantage of the enhanced effect of the sensitivity card, our Chen continued to analyze at a rapid pace. Let's look at the comprehensive index again. In February, September, and December last year, the comprehensive index hit 3,700 points 3 times, and quickly fell back after reaching 3,700 points. Take a look at the monthly chart of the composite index. The time span of the three impacts reaching 3,700 points is 11 months. Within this 11-month time span, the MACD indicator has formed a divergence technical pattern. Divergence refers to when the technical indicator and the candlestick chart show different trends. For example, when the stock price continues to fluctuate upwards, but the MACD indicator shows a downward trend, this forms a divergence. Generally, the appearance of a divergence often indicates a trend reversal. Especially when the time period of the divergence pattern is longer, the degree of trend reversal is stronger. The appearance of a bearish divergence at the monthly level often signifies the occurrence of a stock disaster. Looking at the monthly chart of the composite index, in December of last year, the MACD crossed downwards, and then began to plummet from January of this year. The more Aiken spoke, the clearer his mind became. His sharp intuition led him to think of many things he had never considered before during the review. As his brain spun rapidly, Aiken's mind connected more and more information, suddenly giving him a feeling of seeing through everything. So the current plunge, in fact, was already destined to happen when the Shanghai 50 index peaked in February of last year. Wow, after Kuaishan's review, it seems like it's really the case, terrifying upon further thought, truly terrifying. Looking up to Kuaishan, this is simply a divine level review, 1,000 times better than those financial influencers' reviews. Chen Qianlong was also watching Aiken's live broadcast. And he was watching very attentively. Click click. The mouse kept moving. When Aiken said to look at the Shanghai 50 index, he switched to the Shanghai 50. When Aiken said to look at the monthly chart, he switched to the monthly chart. Coupled with Aiken's review commentary, the more Chen Qianlong watched, the more he felt it made sense. This kid has some skills. Chen Qianlong squinted his eyes slightly. Even if he has great skills like Sun Wukong, he still can't escape your grasp in the end. Lao Jiao quickly played the role of a sidekick. HMPH. Do you still have the face to speak? A fierce smile appeared on Chen Qianlong's face, and his eyes became more vicious. Feeling uneasy in his heart, Lao Gao's mind raced quickly. But even though his brain was about to overheat, Lao Gao couldn't figure out where he had gone wrong. Why did the boss suddenly have a tendency to go berserk? With his right hand on the weekly review report, Chen Qianlong slowly opened the review report written by Lao Gao. In an instant, Lao Gao's eyes widened in shock. The review report. He finally understood where the problem lay. If his review report was read alone, it might be acceptable. But there is no harm in comparison. Compared to Aiken's review, the review report written by Lao Gao was not much better than a pile of crap. General Chen, listen to my explanation. Before Lao Gao could finish explaining, the review report was thrown in his face. The plastic folder hitting Lao Gao's face made his head buzz. Explain my ass. I pay you such a high salary just for you to write this crap to fool me. I really didn't mean to fool you. Lao Gao felt so wronged. It's just that everyone has different perspectives and scopes, so the direction of the review is also different. General Chen, you have to believe in my abilities. Although what Aiken says sounds high-end, it's not very helpful for actual operations. It's more for deceiving ignorant retail investors watching the live broadcast. Are you saying I'm an ignorant retail investor? Chen Qianlong asked coldly. No, that's not what I meant at all. When I said ignorant retail investors, I meant those small investors, those lambs. Lao Gao explained in a panic, already hating Aiken in his heart. Just a review, and he had to show off his skills like this. By showing off your skills like this, you've really screwed me over, Lao Gao. Mr. Chen, I think we should focus on the important matters first. Chen has insulted you before, seeking revenge is crucial. Lao Gao shifted the topic, stoking hatred towards Chen. Just as things were fine without mentioning it, the mention of Chen's insult made Chen Qianlong clench his fists in anger. Send a message to Yang Shoror, guide the conversation towards Wui shares. Alright, I'll send the message now. While Lao Gao messaged Yang Shoror, Chen Qianlong sent a video invitation on his phone. He contacted the main speculative capital that operated Wui shares last week, wanting them to notice Chen. When the video call connected, a bald man appeared on the screen, accompanied by two women. Judging by the surroundings, they seemed to be in a club or similar place having fun. Xiao Chen, do you want to come over and have fun? I can call more girls for you, har har har. Hi GE, are you celebrating? Yes, celebrating. We cleared out everything on Friday and made a good profit this week. Wui shares hit the limit up on Friday, all thanks to High GE. High GE directly broke the limit up of Wui shares on Friday, then forcefully sold all their way down, pushing Wui shares from limit up to limit down without stopping. This aggressive selling almost completely cleared his position, making a substantial profit. That High GE, the thing I told you about before, the online jinx. Oh. The jinx, I really have to thank him. If it wasn't for the hype he created, I wouldn't have been able to sell so quickly. He's truly my lucky star. Chen Qianlong was so frustrated he felt like spitting blood. He wanted to set a trap for Chen, but High GE unexpectedly saw Chen as a lucky star. In hindsight, Chen Qianlong also wanted to see Chen as a lucky star, but their relationship was shallow. High GE, you make money based on your skills. How can Chen be your lucky star? Your attempt at sowing discord isn't very clever. Is it because Chen refused to cooperate with you in hyping St. Donzer, so you hold a grudge against him? It's not. Don't explain. In our line of work, we must believe in fate and judge people. I see Chen as someone with potential. I advise you to plant flowers and not thorns. After saying this, High GE ended the video call. Chen Qianlong stood dumbfounded for a while, then angrily picked up a water glass and threw it on the ground. Who does that Pang Dar think he is, daring to lecture me? Chen is not someone to be trifled with. I must crush him and bury him in the pool. Seeing Chen Qianlong angry again, Lao Gao nervously shrank into a corner, silently chanting to himself, "You can't see me, you can't see me." After venting his anger, Chen Qianlong's attention turned to the live broadcast. The Jinx's analysis of the market trends is excellent. I think everyone might be more interested in your analysis of this week's operations. Jinx, your profits this week were quite substantial. Yang Shoror, who had just received the command, began steering the conversation towards Wui shares. Chen scratched his head and said with a smile, my operations this week were purely based on luck. I was expecting to lose money, but after setting a goal, I unexpectedly succeeded. The jinx is too amazing. I want to experience such unexpected success too. Please, jinx, continue setting goals to lose money next week. We'll be there to experience it with you. The money bags are ready, waiting for the jinx to set goals and take us flying. The barrage of comments from the audience filled the screen, all urging HN to continue setting goals next week. After HN's strong performance last week, even some skeptics were starting to believe in him. They felt that following HN's stock picks would definitely yield profits. The saying that setting goals leads to a quick demise had also taken root, with everyone believing that as long as HN continued setting goals, he would surely replicate this week's miraculous performance. I am a person who is somewhat influenced by the law of causality, so if I set a goal, the reverse effect may be more powerful. However, these are all metaphysical. Ultimately, it's a matter of luck. Let's continue reviewing. Actually, there's not much to review about my actions last week. When I bought WUI shares at the limit down, I really wanted to lose money, thinking it would keep hitting the limit down, but who knew? As Aiken was talking, the countdown of the keen card in the upper right corner of his field of vision reached 0, and then a system prompt appeared before him. Keen card usage ended. As soon as the prompt appeared, a wave of exhaustion hit him like a tide. That deep exhaustion, as if he had been doing heavy physical labor all day, penetrated to his bones. Letting out a big yawn, Aiken forced himself to say, "I suddenly feel a bit tired." Let's end today's live broadcast here. See you at the market opening tomorrow morning at 9:30. Keen God, don't rush to end the broadcast. Let's chat a bit more, discuss tomorrow's trading plan. Which stock are you planning to buy? Brothers, send some small gifts to Keen God. Use practical actions to keep Keen God. The viewers watching the live broadcast didn't want Aiken to end so soon. They were all waiting for Aiken to explain tomorrow's trading plan so they could follow and make money. So many people started sending gifts, and some even sent rockets to keep Aiken. Yarn Shore also joined in persuading. Keen God, don't rush to end the broadcast. It's only been about 10 minutes since we started. We should chat a bit more with everyone. I'm really exhausted, Aiken said helplessly. The exhaustion that came over him like a tide made him feel like he couldn't bear it, and now he just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. It's only a little after 8, how could you be so tired? Look at the enthusiasm of the audience, gifts to keep you are flying all over the screen. Persuaded by Yarn Shore, Aiken reluctantly agreed to continue the live broadcast until 8:30. I haven't thought about how to operate tomorrow yet. Actually, I want to say, you really shouldn't follow me to buy stocks. If my good luck runs out, you will lose along with me. Keen God, don't say that. If we lose following you, we will take responsibility ourselves. That's right, we are all adults. We should be responsible for our own choices. Those who criticized Keen God on Friday are simply scum. Those backstabbers really deserve to be scolded. They must have hurt Keen God's feelings. Watching the barrage of comments, Aiken sighed softly. Some people are just superstitious, always thinking that following a master will make them money. But the problem is, there are no long-term masters in the stock market. Those who can consistently make money in the stock market can be counted on one hand. Most others are shooting stars in the trend. When the trend comes, they all think they are invincible, but once the trend is over, they are basically destined to be harvested. I haven't figured out how to operate next week yet. I haven't mentioned the analysis of next week's market trend during the review just now, so let me briefly talk about it now. The market started to rebound on Tuesday, and by Friday, there were signs of exhaustion in the rebound. I predict that next week may enter a volatile trend, and the difficulty of individual stock operations will increase. Aiken blurted out some things he had analyzed after using the Keen card just now. After speaking, it was already 8:30, and Aiken really couldn't hold on any longer. I'm really too tired, and the time is up, so I'm going to end it, Aiken said and directly exited the live broadcast room. After closing the live broadcast, Aiken leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, adopting a posture similar to GEU's famous slouch. I'm really exhausted. The Keen card is useful, but the side effects are quite significant. Asterisk snore asterisk. Before he could finish his self-talk, Aiken's snoring could be heard. After sleeping for over 2 hours, feeling his sore back, he slowly opened his eyes. How did I fall asleep on the chair? Oh, my back. Aiken rubbed his back and sat up slowly. Using GEU's posture, he slept on the chair for 2 hours. When he got up, his lower back felt so sore. By the way, the random task should have been completed. Why didn't I see the system prompt? Just as he was wondering, a system prompt appeared in his field of vision. Random task completed, task score, 88 points, rewards obtained, 880 points, replay experience card, master level, ×1, wow, 880 points. The number 880 points made Aiken's heart feel extremely warm. With points, he could quickly learn about stock trading. With stock trading knowledge, his mom wouldn't have to worry about him losing money in stocks. What level is this master level of the replay experience card? Aiken curiously asked. System's investment levels are newbie, old hand, master, grandmaster, king of speculation, god of investment, so it seems that the master level isn't that high, just slightly better than an old hand. Am I considered an old hand now? Please don't get ahead of yourself. You belong to the newbie category. All right, I refuse to accept the newbie rating. Aiken firmly denied being a newbie. After all, he had made over 60% profit in a week, a record good enough to boast about for a lifetime. If someone with such a record was considered a newbie, Aiken dared to say that 99% of stock traders were newbies. At 9 in the morning, Aiken, full of energy, awaited the release of system tasks. Basic investment task generated. Use the previous settlement fund of 6,319 million as the basis for stock market investment for the next 10 trading days. Note, this task requires full investment every trading day. Settlement rules for this task. Profit will be settled at 150% of the profit amount to their host, and loss will be settled at 10% of the loss amount to their host. Additionally, based on task completion evaluation, the host will receive 0 to 10 chances for lucky draws. After carefully reading the system task content, Aiken propped his chin with his right hand and pondered carefully. The settlement rules given by the system last time were exactly the opposite of this time's. Moreover, the market, which had plummeted the previous week, rebounded on Tuesday, with most stocks rebounding. This meant that the system predicted a higher probability of making money than losing money in the previous week. Following this logic, it seemed that there was a higher probability of an overall market decline in the next 10 trading days. I think I'm right. The settlement rules provided by the system are based on the probability of future gains and losses, but this doesn't help much in stock trading. After analyzing everything, it turned out to be fruitless and not very helpful for making money. At most, he could know that the market trends in the next 10 trading days would be turbulent, making it difficult to make easy profits. No matter how difficult it is, I have to try. I'll choose a suitable stock as a target. Over the weekend, he selected a few promising stocks, and now he had to choose which one to buy later. At 9:15, the opening auction began. Aiken also made a difficult choice and prepared to buy shares of Springtime after the market opened. Ding! 18-year-old beast, Cultivation, what are you planning to buy today? Can you reveal it? Aiken, planning to buy shares of Springtime. 18-year-old beast, got it. After finding out the stock Aiken was going to buy, Yang Shore immediately forwarded the news to Chen Qianlong. Seeing the message from Yang Shore, Chen Qianlong couldn't help but smile. Har har, when there's a way to heaven, you don't go. When there's no door to hell, you come in on your own. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? Lao Gao was a bit confused. Aiken wants to buy shares of Springtime, which is the stock where my good friend Zhu Dingfar is the market maker. Aiken's original intention wasn't to lose money, right? This time, let him lose enough. Chen Qianlong felt that Aiken had walked right into his trap this time. There are over 4,000 stocks in the stock market, and no matter which one Aiken buys, Chen Qianlong cannot control it, except for Chunqian shares. At 9:30, the stock market opened. Aiken glanced at the market, and the overall market opened slightly higher. Sometimes, a higher opening is not a good sign. Especially when the market quickly rises after opening, there is a high probability of a trend of opening high and then falling. Today's market seems to have a taste of opening high and then falling. Should I go all in now, or wait and see? Aiken was a bit hesitant. He looked at the Chunqian shares market. In the first few minutes of trading, Chunqian shares market was as stable as an old dog, with the stock price fluctuating within 1% of the opening price. Such small range fluctuations usually have only three possibilities. One is that the stock has a large market capitalization, making it difficult for the stock price to fluctuate significantly without a huge amount of funds. The second is that the stock trading is quiet, lacking active trading funds. The third is that the main force has already controlled the stock to a high degree, able to control the range of price fluctuations. If a stock has active trading volume but the price is controlled within a small range of fluctuations, it basically means that the main force is controlling it to a high degree. The market of Chunqian shares seems to fit the situation of being controlled by the main force to a high degree. When the overall market rebounded last week, Chunqian shares did not rise much, so there should be a possibility of catching up. After analyzing, Aiken made a decision. He opened the trading software and made a series of transactions. Aiken first transferred 50,000 from his bank card to his stock account, and then sold all the other stocks he held. He was ready to go all in on Chunqian shares. This could be considered a gamble. Only after he invested all his funds, along with the system funds, into Chunqian shares, did Aiken breathe a sigh of relief. Making decisions is really difficult. Ding ding ding. His phone received several messages in a row, all from Yang Shore asking why he wasn't live streaming. Oh, forgot about the live streaming. Aiken quickly went live, and by this time, the audience in the live stream room had been waiting for a long time. Sorry everyone, I was busy watching the market and forgot about the live streaming. Today's market seems a bit strange, the speed of the rise is a bit too fast. I think the market seems to be luring in more buyers, and there is likely to be a situation of opening high and then falling later. Aiken explained his observations of the market. But the audience didn't care about that, they just wanted to know which stock Aiken bought. Forget about explaining the market, tell us which stock you bought, please tell us the code for getting rich. I have my money bag ready, my whole family of 8 is waiting for you to tell us which stock to buy. At this time, Liu Yi, Li Changle, Chen Qianlong, and even Pang Darhai were watching Aiken's live stream, waiting to see his buying operation. Aiken hesitated. He didn't have much confidence in buying Chunqian shares. He was no longer the fearless novice, he had a deep understanding of the risks of the stock market. And even if he lost, he had the system settlement reward, so he could still make a profit in the end. But if the people watching the live stream followed his purchase and lost, you can't deceive the deceived. You have to be a kind and honest deceived. The stock I bought has some risks, so I won't say it. Don't trust me, I'm not a legend. This made the viewers watching the live stream unhappy, and they all sent barrage messages asking Aiken to reveal which stock he bought. Many even sent private messages to Aiken, asking how much they needed to pay to follow his operations. Looking at the dense private messages, Aiken couldn't help but sigh. This was like the deceived offering themselves up to be deceived. If it were someone without principles, they would definitely start a paid group and collect membership fees from the deceived. Everyone, please don't message me privately. I don't run any paid groups, and I won't manipulate anyone. This time, it's really because the risk is a bit high. Pity me, poor child. I've already lost all the money I saved to marry a wife, just waiting to make money with you. I have an elderly mother above me and a baby waiting to be fed below me. Their whole family is counting on making money with the stock market. Sitting on the rooftop, all I want to say right now is, if the stock market god doesn't tell me what stocks to buy, I'll jump off the rooftop. Some people are starting to use moral coercion, constantly seeking pity. Aiken felt speechless, thinking that these people have thicker skin than city walls. Attention shifted to the market. Looking at the list of rising stocks and the market trend, Aiken had a bad feeling. The market has weakened, some stocks that opened with a limit up are starting to drop. This is because funds are running early, a wave of sell-offs may come soon. Aunt Liu paced anxiously in the room with her phone. Why is Aiken still keeping secrets? Hurry up and tell us what stocks you bought. Muttering to her phone, but Aiken in the live stream never mentioned what stocks he bought. Seeing that she couldn't wait for the code to get rich, Aunt Liu prepared to visit Aiken and ask him. The durian mango cake that Mia Mia bought yesterday is still in the fridge, why not borrow it to give to Aiken first? Thinking about what to bring as a gift, Aunt Liu also thought of her daughter's snacks. She opened the fridge, took out the durian mango cake, and hurried upstairs. Aiken, Auntie is here to ask you something. Aunt Liu knocked on the door while speaking. Hearing Aunt Liu's voice, Aiken's head instantly felt heavy. After opening the door, Aiken whispered, "Auntie, please don't ask me about stocks." "Why are you being polite with Auntie? Are you still upset about Mia's matter?" "Auntie is here to help you vent." Aunt Liu opened the box of durian mango cake, offering it as a treasure. "This is Mia's favorite. I brought it for you. Consider it compensation for her takeaway." "No need, let her eat her snacks herself. I don't want her to hold a grudge against me." Aiken shook his head vigorously. Aiken would never eat that little devil's snacks. But Aunt Liu placed the cake on the table, not giving Aiken a chance to refuse. "Don't refuse, actually, Miao has a good personality." "Aunt Liu, please stop. When the stock I bought hits the limit down, I'll call you to buy the dip." "Limit down, buy the dip? Like what happened to Yigafeng last Friday?" Aunt Liu asked eagerly. "Yes, just like that. You can go back and wait for my message." "I'll wait for your message, and keep the cake cool. It won't taste good if the cream melts." After finally sending Aunt Liu away, Aiken hadn't even relaxed when he received a text from Yang Shoror. Yang Shoror asked if Aiken had bought shares in Springtime Holdings. Aiken replied affirmatively. Soon, Aiken's response was forwarded to Chen Qianlong. After reading the information, Chen Qianlong smirked and said, "I'm going out. Today's operation will proceed as planned. Continue to manipulate the market to attract retail investors' attention." "Understood, I will complete the mission." Lao Jiao received the order and got busy, while Chen Qianlong left the company to find the big brother Zhu Dingfar. Making Springtime Holdings hit the limit down, giving Aiken a taste of bitterness, was Chen Qianlong's biggest wish at the moment. Zhu Dingfar, in his 40s, with a goatee, dressed in traditional Chinese clothing, and holding a paper fan, exuded an air of an old scholar. Looking at Chen Qianlong respectfully sitting across from him, Zhu Dingfar lightly shook the paper fan and said with a smile, "Young man, why do you have time to visit me? Are you facing difficulties? I have a little something to ask for your help. Is it about getting away from St. Dongzer? Not to criticize you, but threatening that broadcaster named Aiken is not a decent thing to do." With these casual words, Chen Qianlong's scar was directly exposed. Chen Qianlong's cheek twitched twice, and he clenched his teeth fiercely to suppress the anger in his heart. "Brother, it was my subordinates who caused that incident, not my intention. I have already educated them." Har har. Zhu Dingfar chuckled lightly, clearly not believing Chen Qianlong's words. They had a relationship like half-brothers, but it was not very harmonious, with a hint of estrangement. The main reason was that Zhu Dingfar looked down on Chen Qianlong's character, thinking that he was the kind of person who could betray anyone for profit. "So, what do you want from me?" "I want you to keep hitting the lower limit for Chunqian shares for 5 consecutive days." "Ho!" Zhu Dingfar furrowed his brows, and his gaze towards Chen Qianlong instantly became sharp, like a hawk eyeing its prey. "I don't need you to teach me how to trade. I'm not here to teach you, but to propose a cooperation. If everything goes as planned, the market will continue to decline, and you can profit by continuously hitting the lower limit, with only benefits and no drawbacks. In extreme market conditions, rapid declines in individual stocks can trap retail investors and prevent them from exiting. When the market hits a low point, the lower limit can be lifted, causing panicked retail investors to flee, allowing for the collection of cheap shares. However, this approach is somewhat unethical and can easily lead to backlash from retail investors." Chen Qianlong's words happened to align with Zhu Dingfar's prepared plan. In Zhu Dingfar's previous plan, there was a similar strategy of consecutive declines followed by seizing retail investors' shares at a low point. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Dingfar, with an expressionless face, said, "What benefit would I gain from doing that? 5 consecutive lower limits would hurt market sentiment. In a bearish market, it's a free-for-all after a crash. After cutting losses, you can pick up bloated shares, sell them to retail investors during a rebound, and make even more profit." "Too shallow, your thinking is too shallow," Zhu Dingfar shook his head. "How is it shallow? Where did I go wrong? After cutting losses, retail investors may not necessarily sell. Most will wait for a rebound before exiting. Only if there is a high turnover during the decline, creating an illusion of abandonment and flight, can retail investors be scared into selling. If there is negative news to accompany it, the effect will be even better." Zhu Dingfar's experience in stock speculation far surpassed Chen Qianlong's. He was more adept at enticing and intimidating retail investors. Big Brother is indeed impressive, I am not worthy. Don't flatter me. The plan to hit the lower limit for Chuncheon shares is there, but it depends on the market conditions. I will only do it if the market plunges. Following the plan strictly was Zhu Dingfar's rule. Chen Qianlong was a bit anxious, as if he couldn't continuously hit the lower limit for Chuncheon shares, how could he deliver a blow to Aiken? After some thought, Chen Qianlong came up with an idea. If you start pushing the stock price towards the lower limit at the opening this afternoon, I can allocate 50 million to catch the shares you sell off, helping you lock in your position. In the stock market, locking in a position means buying a certain amount of shares on behalf of the main player and holding them without selling, thereby reducing the pressure on the main player's operations. Lock in 50 million? Har, isn't that a bit low? Zhu Dingfar said dismissively. I'm still stuck in the quagmire of St. Domser, so I can help you lock in up to 70 million. With my assistance in locking in your position, if you manage your funds well, you could easily make 30 to 50 million. Zhu Dingfar's fingers tapped lightly on the table, already calculating in his mind. How to maximize profits is what he is considering now. After a continuous decline, is it more profitable to directly rebound from the decline or to collect more chips at a low level and then rebound? Different strategies require different operational methods, resulting in different profits. After contemplating for more than 10 minutes, Zhu Dingfar looked at the trend of the market. The market has started to fall, changing from a red market to a green market. The rebound trend from last week has basically ended, and a new round of decline is about to begin. This wave is likely to fall below 3,000 points. When Zhu Dingfar said this, he had already made up his mind. He picked up his phone and called his trader, sell a large order of 10,000 lots, push the price down by 3 points. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Dingfar gestured to Chen Qianlong, you can start buying, at a position of -3% to -5%, by 17 million chips. Can I buy at the limit down? Chen Qianlong wanted to buy at an even lower price. If you want me to keep pushing the limit down, you have to do as I say, Zhu Dingfar said firmly. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Qianlong nodded in order to send a song to Aiken. Okay, I'll do as you say, but let's make it clear. You have to bring the stock price back within 15 trading days to let me break even and leave. No problem. After getting Zhu Dingfar's promise, Chen Qianlong contacted Lao Jiao to arrange funds to buy shares in Chuncheon. Soon, Chen Qianlong's funds were in place, and all buy orders were placed on Chuncheon shares. Meanwhile, Zhu Dingfar continued to push the price down with large orders, and soon the 70 million buy orders were all executed. The frenzy of selling with large orders made the retail investors holding Chuncheon shares panic. Many savvy retail investors, seeing the situation was not right, followed suit and sold. This created a downward force, causing the stock price to plummet straight to the limit down. When the stock price hit the limit down, Chen Qianlong showed a happy smile. Aiken, this song, Liang, is for you. Let's see how you still have the face to live stream stock trading, har. With a triumphant laugh, Chen Qianlong entered Aiken's live stream. The plunge of Chuncheon shares hitting the limit down also affected Aiken's mood. Indeed, the system was right, he was just a new investor. Last week's big gains were just luck, and Chuncheon shares made Aiken feel like he was back to his true level of stock trading. Now that the stock I bought has hit the limit down, I can reveal what stock I bought to everyone. Aiken held his phone in front of the camera so that everyone in the live stream could see his trading record. I bought Chuncheon shares this morning, and now the market is plunging. Chuncheon shares have also hit the limit down, resulting in a direct loss of 12%. After Aiken showed his trading record, the barrage of comments that had been scrolling non-stop in the live stream suddenly stopped. Some people watching Aiken's live stream were just there for fun, but the vast majority were there to follow the trend and make money by buying stocks. At this moment, seeing Aiken buy Chuncheon shares and hit the limit down, those who came to follow the trend and make money all fell silent. Seeing that no one was commenting anymore, Aiken couldn't help but sigh at how realistic society is. When you're doing great, people from far away come to flatter you. But when you hit the limit down, you can't even get a word of comfort. You all saw it, I'm not a god, I can't make money every time. This time hitting the limit down should show you my level. The volume of limit down orders for Chuncheon shares is huge, and just now there was a fierce selling of large orders in the market. It's likely that the market makers are running away. The follow-up market situation won't be too good. I advise you not to try to catch the bottom like me. Chuncheon shares may continue to plummet because the bottom may have 18 layers. As Aiken spoke slowly, the barrage in the live stream gradually became more active. The stock held by the lost god in the spring was suffocated, and the idol in my heart collapsed. Suddenly the situation is not good. The wind is tight. The lost god will definitely spit blood this time. Does everyone still remember the original intention of the lost god? This time, the lost god is definitely losing. In order to achieve the original intention, most people have started to see Aiken as a joke. Watching the live broadcast, Chen Qianlong couldn't stop laughing when he saw those sarcastic comments in the barrage. Aiken, when you were hanging me in the live broadcast room, you didn't expect to end up like this. Let me add some more fuel to the fire for you. Soon, Aiken's live broadcast room was filled with special effects barrage. St. Dongzer's major retail investors wish the lost god not to forget his original intention and become a beggar when he loses. With the appearance of the barrage, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became even more lively. Wow, St. Dongzer's main force has come out. The spring stock purchased by the lost god has hit the limit down. Could it be related to him? There's big news. Everyone hurry up and bring out the small stools to watch the show. It is unwise to offend the main force. I think the glory of the lost god ends here. He will definitely be targeted by various main forces in the future. The main force is mysterious and unpredictable in the eyes of retail investors. These retail investors watching the live broadcast all have an inexplicable awe of the main force. They believe that the main force can manipulate the stock market at will, and the rise and fall of stocks are within the control of the main force. At this moment, Chen Qianlong ran to the live broadcast room to show off his power with the barrage, making everyone watching the live broadcast feel that he was there to retaliate against Aiken. Aiken saw the barrage and immediately got angry. St. Dongzer's major retail investor. You are really persistent. I have not forgotten the original intention of losing money, but it is absolutely impossible to become a beggar. There is nothing impossible. The spring stock you bought will at least be halved this week. If you dare, hold on to it and don't sell. The barrage appeared again. Chen Qianlong was using provocative tactics to stimulate Aiken. Otherwise, if Aiken sells at the opening auction tomorrow, the effect of sending a cold song to Aiken will be greatly discounted. It is necessary to publicly provoke Aiken to make him continue to hold the spring stock. Alright, I won't sell the spring stock this week. Let's see how much it can drop. Aiken said firmly. A gentleman's word is hard to chase after. I will pay attention to your actions after posting the barrage. Chen Qianlong laughed and crossed his legs. What a fool. He doesn't know his place. As soon as he's provoked, this time he must be played to death. Why are you so obsessed with a live streamer? Zhu Dingfa said disdainfully. I'm just for my own face. Don't take your own face too seriously, and don't underestimate others' faces too much. Just as Zhu Dingfa was about to launch into a long speech, he noticed a slight change in the market. After the market fell by dozens of points, it seemed to be held back by an invisible force, and the index no longer fell, as if there were market rescue funds supporting it. In the live broadcast room, Aiken also noticed the change in the market. It seems like an invisible hand is supporting the market. Maybe short-term traders can try their luck. I wonder if there are any brave warriors who dare to buy the spring stock at the limit down. Aiken said jokingly. True warriors dare to face the terrifying limit down, but I am not a warrior. The limit down order is very large. It may not be possible to open today. I think it's better to wait and see. Sorry, lost god. Today I can only watch from the sidelines. Most people are practical. They know that Chen Qianlong is retaliating against Aiken, so they dare not follow Aiken's lead. While many people were expressing their intention to watch from the sidelines, a special barrage appeared in the live broadcast room. The lost god is like a flying arrow through the clouds. Thousands of troops are coming to meet him. I will bring my brothers to help the lost god. This barrage was posted by a newly registered level 0 account. Aiken was quite happy to see this barrage. During the low point, there is no need for others to help with practical actions. Just a warm-hearted word can make people feel differently. Thank you, brother named Big C, but you better not bottom fish in spring shares. This is really not the bottom. What I said just now was all a joke. I believed it. If you don't believe me, look at the market. Aiken hurried to check the market of spring shares. Continuous large buy orders appeared, and the limit down orders for spring shares quickly decreased. What's going on? Big C, is this your doing, stirring up a storm? Aiken said in surprise. Suddenly, so many large orders appeared to buy at the limit down, which made Aiken think of Big C who sent the barrage just now. But Big C did not reply. Instead, other viewers watching the live broadcast became excited. Wow, is CultivationProgression summoning the big shots? There must be big shots prying open the limit down board, probably to save CultivationProgression. Both big shots and CultivationProgression are waiting for me. I also want to be a warrior who pries open the board. Some opportunistic people quickly opened their accounts and joined the team to bottom fish and pry open the board. More and more people reacted and joined the team of retail investors prying open the board. Zhu Dingfa, who was watching the market closely, turned pale. Chen Qianlong, I'm going to be screwed by you. I want to withdraw the limit down orders. Chen Qianlong quickly held Zhu Dingfa's hand. You have so many chips in hand. Continue to smash down to lock the limit down. If you withdraw now, the chips you threw out earlier won't come back. It has now become a big game between long and short positions. If the limit down board is not pressed to death, the plan for retail investors to cut losses at a low level will fail, and Zhu Dingfa's chips will not be able to be bought back at a low price. Zhu Dingfa's eyes flickered slightly, feeling indecisive. He didn't know whether to withdraw the order and stop loss in time, or to listen to Chen Qianlong and continue to throw chips to lock the limit down. At this time, you must not hesitate. Those who come into bottom fish are just sacrificial lambs. Let them cut losses at a low level, so we can earn more. Chen Qianlong tried to persuade. I've fallen for your trick. Let's see how strong the opponent is first. After he pries open the board, I'll have people smash down to lock the limit down. Aiken focused intently on the market of spring shares. The original 300,000 limit down orders had now been eaten up to only 100,000. At this rate, the limit down board could be opened in a few minutes. Who is prying open the board? Who is the Big C who said he would help with 1,000 troops? I don't even know any stock market big shots. How could there be kind people helping me? The more I think about it, the more confused I become. Aiken can't figure it out at all. Just when he was puzzled, suddenly a large order of 100,000 shares was traded on the market. As soon as the 100,000 share large buy order appeared, it pushed open the limit down board. I'll be damned. Aiken shouted excitedly, 100,000 share large order prize open the board. Who is the immortal who pried open the board? Big C, please answer. The barrage in the live broadcast room scrolled frantically. Many have seen the scene of prying open the limit down board a few times. But the scene of a 100,000 share large order prying open the board is rare, not seen a few times in a year. 100,000 shares are equivalent to 10 million shares. At the price of over 14 yuan for spring shares, this 100,000 shares represent the person prying open the board buying over 140 million yuan worth of spring shares in an instant. Over 140 million yuan. This is a number that many people dare to dream of. Wow, a 100,000 share large order prize open the board. It refreshes my understanding of prying open the board. This shows that there are big funds bottom fishing. Everyone hurry up and buy. Follow the big funds to save CultivationProgression. Please CultivationProgression hold the line. My 358th Regiment will definitely help out. Second Lieutenant, bring my Italian cannon. Fire at spring shares. The barrage quickly went off track. The stock friends who followed the bottoming out are now very excited, feeling that a miracle will happen soon. Perhaps, could there be another limit up this time? Don't forget to set a flag. Setting a flag will definitely lead to a limit up. Yes, the cause and effect constitution of the lost god must be utilized. Set the flag quickly. Watching the barrage, Aiken became happy. Perhaps it's really worth trying to set a flag. What if the cause and effect constitution is really effective? Ahem. Aiken coughed twice, cleared his throat, then sat up straight and solemnly said, I hope Chunqian shares won't hit the limit down, but keep falling. Damn, the lost god is even more ruthless than a ruthless person. He's just a werewolf. The old Zhuang in Chunqian shares is probably crying. With the entry of well-funded new Zhuang, plus the flag blessing of the lost god, there will definitely be profits in Chunqian shares. The live broadcast room was very lively, but Zhu Dingfa and Chen Qianlong were not in a good mood. Their 100,000 hand large order that pried open the board made both of them feel cold. Prying the board with a 100,000 hand large order, the other party is showing off their financial strength. Zhu Dingfa frowned and said, when speculative funds intervene in a certain stock, they usually conflict with the old Zhuang family in that stock. It's like a lion intruding into another lion's territory. The two lions will fight for territory. Usually, the old zhuang will throw out chips to suppress prices, making speculative funds step back. If the speculative funds are strong, they will show off their muscles with large buy orders, making the old zhuang reluctant to throw out too many chips. Both sides will compete through buying and selling chips, completing the confrontation in a short period of time. Bro, you must not hesitate, Chen Qianlong advised. Zhu Dingfar raised his eyebrows and said fiercely, "Of course I won't hesitate, daring to show off on my territory. I'll make him know how powerful I am." Picking up the landline handset, Zhu Dingfar called the trader on the internal line. "Smash hard after the price rebounds and turns red, smash it back to the limit down." "Boss, is it necessary?" "It's easier to harvest retail investors by following the trend and creating a limit up." "Do I need your advice?" "If you don't want to do it, get lost." After hanging up the phone, Zhu Dingfar tugged at his collar and said, "None of them are reliable. Bro Zhu, have some tea. By suppressing the funds that came in this wave, we can definitely achieve a small target. Whether we make a small profit or not is not important. What's important is, there will be a big positive news coming out in Chunqian shares soon. I can't lose too many chips." The reason why Zhu Dingfar was persuaded by Chen Qianlong is because he had long planned to suppress prices and collect more chips. When the period of vague positive news arrives, he will speculate on the stock price, then sell off with the positive news. It's a very perfect plan. But the sudden appearance of the large order to pry open the board made Zhu Dingfar a bit unsettled. He must quickly defeat this prying board fund, otherwise he won't be able to eat alone in Chunqian shares. With the influx of retail investors led by the prying board fund, the price of Chunqian shares rose to the green market. At this point, Zhu Dingfar's traders also started working, with thousands of large sell orders frequently suppressing the price, causing the stock price to quickly fall back to the limit down price. The stock friends in the live broadcast room started to feel uneasy. "Lost God, quickly explain what's going on. Why did the stock price drop again? The selling pressure is high. It looks like the old zhuang is suppressing it. Could it be a trap? I only entered when it reached the green market. Now I'm down 7 points. It's miserable. Those who bottomed out and chased in are now sensitive and nervous. They all want comfort, hoping someone can tell them not to panic, not to be afraid, and that it will definitely rise later." Aiken analyzed the current market situation with his limited technical theory knowledge. But the current market situation doesn't offer much to analyze. Right now, it's simply a battle between two sets of funds, making it difficult for individual investors to discern any useful information. The market is a bit chaotic at the moment, with strong selling pressure from the bears. I feel that the bulls are temporarily avoiding the pressure from the bears. All we can do now is wait and see if the bulls will launch a counterattack. Those who have already bought in should prepare for the worst-case scenario. After finishing speaking, Aiken thought of the ocean, where the barrage began. "Brother Ocean, are you there? If so, come out and say a few words." Aiken called out to the mysterious ocean, summoning him from afar. "I'm here. The bearish firepower is intense, but don't worry, my reinforcements will arrive at the battlefield in 3 seconds." "Who are you, Brother Ocean? Can you reveal a bit about yourself?" Aiken inquired further. "I can't disclose specific details, but rest assured, I'm here to thank you. I won't let you down." "Thank me?" Aiken was even more puzzled. Who exactly was this mysterious ocean? Why was he thanking Aiken when he hadn't recently done anything particularly helpful to others? "Why are you thanking me? Can you give me a hint?" "Har har, you're my lucky charm. Hold on tight, the stock of Springtime is about to skyrocket." As soon as Ocean's message was sent, the price of Springtime stock began to soar, just like a rocket launch. Springtime stock became the battlefield. The bulls and bears engaged in a fierce battle over Springtime stock. The bears unleashed a barrage of large sell orders, prompting the bulls to respond with a barrage of large buy orders. In this battlefield, individual investors could only watch from the sidelines, unable to participate as cannon fodder. The barrage in Aiken's live chat room diminished, as everyone's attention shifted to the Springtime stock market. The back and forth of large orders was exhilarating to watch. This was a battlefield without gun. Smoke, more thrilling than the most intense war movies. Money was the ammunition here, and the fluctuating stock prices stirred people's emotions. After over 5 minutes of intense battle between the bulls and bears, countless people were on edge, waiting for the outcome of the battle. The bears were the first to falter. After Zhu Dingfa's subordinates had sold nearly half of their chips, they couldn't withstand the unlimited buying power of the bulls. "Boss, we've sold half of our holdings. Should we continue selling?" The trader's words left Zhu Dingfa feeling dizzy. He had spent over half a year accumulating chips in springtime stock, managing to secure 30% of the float. Now that he had sold half of his holdings, it was as if he had squandered half a year's worth of effort. If he continued to sell the remaining chips and they were picked up by the other side, it would be like losing to new capital. The chips he had painstakingly collected over half a year would end up benefiting someone else. Realizing the situation was highly unfavorable, Zhu Dingfa gritted his teeth. Should he continue selling or admit defeat? Years of experience told him that now was the time to follow his heart, to admit defeat. His hand holding the landline receiver trembled slightly, and Zhu Dingfa's gaze gradually became unfocused. The determination he had been holding onto had completely dissipated. Seeing Zhu Dingfa's expression, Chen Qianlong knew he was about to admit defeat. After a brief hesitation, Chen Qianlong, who was already contemplating a devious plan, discreetly took out his phone and messaged Lao Jiao. Chen Qianlong realized that the powerful dragon had entered springtime stock. If he followed the trend and bought some springtime stock, at least he could benefit from it. However, by doing so, he would be betraying Zhu Dingfa. As long as Zhu Dingfa remained unaware, he could make a fortune without damaging their relationship. Upon receiving the message, Lao Jiao immediately acted, mobilizing all available funds to buy springtime stock. Zhu Dingfa looked at the empty market with depleted forces, realizing that he had made a big mistake this time. "Stop selling, use all funds to buy as many chips as possible," Zhu Dingfa said fiercely. This move caused a sudden change in the market of Chunqian shares. The large sell orders suddenly disappeared, turning into large buy orders. The stock price of Chunqian shares surged in a straight line. A few seconds later, Chunqian shares hit the limit up. At the moment of hitting the limit up, Aiken breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like he was back on track. Phew! Watching the bull and bear battle was really exciting. The showdown between the long and short positions was really cool. The recent bull and bear battle made Aiken feel like he was on the battlefield. If he could command billions of funds and engage in such a stock market battle, he would definitely be thrilled. The god of loss is awesome. As long as the god of loss intervenes, there will definitely be gains without losses. Just now it was nerve-wracking, now I can boast confidently. The one who should boast is the god of loss. Without the god of loss setting the flag, Chunqian shares wouldn't have hit the limit up. Relaxed stock friends, looking at their red accounts, began to happily boast and flatter. Aiken glanced at the barrage, then pulled up the recent transaction data of Chunqian shares, preparing to analyze it a bit. "I'm really surprised that Chunqian shares hit the limit up today. The sudden influx of funds seems like the ruthless tactics of speculative funds. So everyone shouldn't be too happy, because short-term speculative funds often buy the limit up today and sell high the next day. Short-term speculative funds are a unique presence in the stock market. They have a cool name, called the Limit Up Death Squad. With strong financial strength, they suddenly intervene in a stock, pushing the price to the limit up, which is the usual tactic of the Limit Up Death Squad. Sometimes there are several Limit Up Death Squads, taking turns to enter the same stock for a relay, creating several, or even dozens of consecutive limit up miracles. Usually, in rapidly rising bull stocks, the shadow of the Limit Up Death Squad is not far away. Aiken speculated that the bullish funds that entered Chunqian shares just now were from a Limit Up Death Squad. But he had no connection with the Limit Up Death Squad. What did the ocean mean by thanking him? This mystery troubled Aiken, but he just couldn't figure out an answer. "Brother Ocean, are you still here? Can we chat privately?" Aiken shouted in the live broadcast room. But Ocean didn't show up. Even if Aiken found Ocean's account and sent him a private message, he didn't get any reply. At the close of trading at 3 o'clock, Aiken ended the broadcast. Today's market was really intense. Supplementing stock knowledge is the most important, otherwise many information on the market will be unclear. Aiken entered the training simulation space, planning to exchange points for knowledge. triggered the replay task and received 880 points, plus the remaining 10 points from before, a total of 890 points. Exchange for 800-word entries for quick learning. Quick learning in progress. A large amount of basic stock knowledge flooded Aiken's mind, making his brain feel a bit overwhelmed. Soon, the quick learning was completed, and he had a complete understanding of many stock trading techniques he had never heard of before. Exchange for 9 hours of simulation space. Aiken spent all his remaining points, exchanging them all for simulation training time to increase his practical experience. While Aiken was enriching his stock knowledge, Chen Qianlong was consoling Zhu Dingfar. Zhu, this time the overlord is too fierce, I think. It's necessary to investigate who did it. There's no need to check. When the dragon and tiger list comes out later, I'll know who's trying to encroach on my territory. Stocks that meet certain conditions of price and turnover fluctuations within the day will enter the dragon and tiger list. Stocks that make it to the list will have data on the top 5 trading departments of that stock released by the exchange. Although the data is post-market, it is still very helpful for analyzing the future trends of the stock. Some short-term players, chasing the trend of funds, will specifically analyze the information on the dragon and tiger list to find stocks that may continue to hit the limit up. Even some well-researched investors can determine from the information disclosed on the list which speculative force is behind it and the characteristics of their operation. In the simulation space, the training subject given by the system left Aiken stunned. Training subject, observation and application of the dragon and tiger list. Aiken has heard of and seen the dragon and tiger list before, but has never fully understood it. Without guidance, it's difficult for most people to extract useful information from the list. Most people just look at the list for entertainment. Could the knowledge I just learned include information about the dragon and tiger list? Aiken closed his eyes and recalled, and indeed, a lot of knowledge about the dragon and tiger list came to mind. The dragon and tiger list usually focuses on the ratio of funds between buyers and sellers. The larger the amount of funds on the buying side, the stronger the buying power, and the higher the probability of a later price increase. However, experts look at the information on the top 5 trading departments disclosed on the list. The trading departments that appear on the list are divided into several categories. XX Securities XX Trading Department represents the daredevil team of limit-up traders, private equity, individual investors with large funds, or a concentration of retail investors. Institution-specific represents professional investment institutions such as public funds. Securities Trading Unit, VIP trading channels used by large investors, which require additional channel fees to the brokerage. Using the securities trading channel for placing orders results in faster transaction speeds, akin to using an accelerator. The last category is the Shanghai Hong Kong Stock Connect and Shenzhen Hong Kong Stock Connect, which are channels used by foreign investors and are significant forces influencing stock price movements. When looking at the dragon and tiger list, the main focus is on the first category. The trading departments where famous speculative forces and daredevil teams are located are the key points of analysis. Aiken went through this pile of knowledge in his mind. Finally, he had some clues on how to interpret the dragon and tiger list. So this is how the dragon and tiger list is interpreted. The main focus is not on the data itself, but on the trading styles of various speculative forces. Many trading departments are not well known and do not have strong financial capabilities, so they are not worth studying. However, those trading departments with abundant funds and a good reputation are worth studying. For example, the trading departments where top-tier speculative forces like Sun Jeweler and Xu Lianghua are located are widely known. Once their trading departments appear on the dragon and tiger list, it's almost certain that they are involved in the battle. Based on their consistent trading styles, one can analyze the price trends after their involvement. For example, Sun Jeweler is good at short-term trading. Stocks he enters at low levels that hit the limit up often experience significant price increases later on. However, if the trading department where Xu Lianghua is located appears on the list, caution is advised. Because he engages in quantitative trading, often hitting the limit up on the first day and then selling high on the second day, the stocks he locks often do not have sustained upward momentum. So this is how the dragon and tiger list is interpreted. With this foundation, combined with candlestick patterns and fundamental conditions, it's really possible to identify potential high-performing stocks. Aiken's summary is not wrong. Analyzing the dragon and tiger list is essentially analyzing the flow of funds. This belongs to the strategy of following the flow of funds. Once you can accurately predict and follow the flow of funds, you can double, or even multiply your investment several times in a short period in the stock market. But this kind of chasing after the flow of funds is actually very difficult to operate. Among those who play this kind of operation, 99 out of 100 will end up losing. Borrowing Uncle Pan's words, I'm afraid you can't handle it, child, because the water here is deep. Let's start training. I want to simulate and try it out, to see if I can grasp the core essence of analyzing the dragon and tiger list. The training officially begins, and Aiken is presented with a candlestick chart of a stock, as well as information from the dragon and tiger list. This simulated information is excerpted from the real world. The system is quite thoughtful. If the dragon and tiger list data is made virtual, the training would be meaningless. Wait, that's not right. Aiken slaps his forehead, thinking of an important issue. He has not memoized the heroic deeds of speculative heroes, the brokerage department of first-line speculators, and the various trading techniques they excel in, among other things. If he doesn't know these core contents, he won't be able to judge the data on the dragon and tiger list. It seems I'll have to look up information later, study the brokerage departments where those speculators are located, and the common trading techniques they use. System, switch training subjects. We'll come back to the dragon and tiger list later. Preparing for the new training subject, please wait. While Aiken is switching training subjects, Aunt Liu is happily looking at her stock account. She took Aiken's words lightly before, but Aunt Liu treated them as gospel. When Chun Qian shares hit the limit down in the spring, she went all in on Chun Qian shares. Aunt Liu, who closed with a 20-centimeter increase, was so happy that she almost grinned from ear to ear. Aiken is really talented. I made so much money today, I have to thank him properly. Aunt Liu has the cunning of a petty bourgeois. Although she is usually stingy, she is willing to spend money to maintain good relationships with those who bring her benefits. And Aiken is the one who brings her benefits. Giving money is too vulgar, and I don't know his preferences for gifts. What should I give him? He's living alone and it's not easy. Making a delicious meal for him to enjoy can give him a sense of home warmth, and it's easier to build a closer relationship with him. Aunt Liu busies herself preparing dishes, her specialties like braised pork and sweet and sour fish. When the fragrant dishes are served, Wang Miamia returns home. Smelling the delicious aroma of the food, Wang Miamia's eyes light up. Braised pork, sweet and sour fish, what a good day it is today. You've made so many delicious dishes, old lady. Don't sneak a bite. These are for entertaining Aiken. What? Wang Miamia jumps up in surprise. Why are you entertaining that useless person? Did he deceive you again? Deceive? Today I listened to Aiken and bought Chun Qian shares, from limit down to limit up, making a 20% profit, Aunt Liu says happily. Profit? Made a profit. Can he really do that? Wang Miamiao is a bit skeptical. Does someone living in a rented house really have the ability to trade stocks? If he does have that ability, why would he stay in a shanty town? What's so unbelievable about it? Let me show you the stock account. Aunt Liu opens the trading software and lets her daughter take a look. Looking at the bright account balance and today's profit figure, Wang Miamia can't bring herself to belittle Aiken anymore. The reality is right in front of her, rendering all words pale and powerless. Be polite to Aiken in the future. Don't bully him again. Who bullied him? He doesn't deserve to be bullied by me. Wang Miamia pouts and says, Mom, you're biased. I feel like you don't love me anymore. Nonsense, go invite Aiken to our house for dinner, Aunt Liu orders. Wang Miamia gets even more upset. I won't invite him. These delicious dishes are all mine. I absolutely can't let him come to our house for dinner. If you make him come to our house for dinner, I'll run away from home. You have quite the temper. Daring to threaten with running away from home. Do you believe that I will immediately stop your credit card and not give you a penny for living expenses? One's own child knows oneself. Aunt Liu directly pinched Wang Miamia's weak spot. If the credit card and living expenses are stopped, Wang Miamia's standard of living will plummet. Clothes, bags, cosmetics, nothing will be affordable. This sentence made Wang Miamia feel deflated. Am I still your biological child? Wang Miamiao asked resentfully. Just because you are my biological child, I used to spoil you, but now you are grown up and should learn how to get along with people. I get along well with my classmates, no need to learn. Aunt Liu rolled her eyes and said with some disdain, your classmates all accommodate you. Just the other day, when you used Aiken as a shield, did you not say you would treat him to a meal as compensation? Wang Miamiao couldn't argue anymore, she did say that. No more to say, go invite Aiken to dinner. Oh. With a drooping head, Wang Miamiao turned and walked upstairs. Aiken was taking a shower in the cramped bathroom. The weather had turned hot, the room had been baking in the sun for most of the day, feeling like a steamer. Even with the fan on full blast, it was no relief. Without air conditioning, taking a shower became the best way to cool down. The cold water slid down Aiken's muscular body, the refreshing feeling making him exclaim with joy. So cool, it's getting hotter, should I install an air conditioner? Summer was approaching. People who rented rooms usually worked during the day and only came back to rest at night. By evening, the room was not as stuffy as during the day. But Aiken was a professional stock trader and had to stay in the room during the day to monitor the market. Unless he went to a mall or cafe to enjoy the air conditioning, staying in the room all day would be unbearable. However, going out to enjoy the air conditioning would somewhat affect his live streaming business. There is no perfect solution in this world, earning money is the only way. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Aiken's thoughts. Who is it? Aiken asked, hurriedly wiping the water off his body with a towel. It's me, open the door. Wang Miamiao shouted arrogantly. What does this little landlady want now? Aiken quickly wiped off the water, put on his shorts, and went to open the door shirtless. When he was in the village, he never cared much about appearances. Many men in the village would go shirtless when it got hot. But Wang Miamiao seemed a bit overwhelmed. Seeing Aiken come out shirtless, Wang Miamiao exclaimed in surprise, covered her eyes with both hands, her face turning red to the neck. You rascal. Although she called Aiken a rascal, in Wang Miamiao's mind, she pictured Aiken's well-defined muscles. Thanks to years of farm work, Aiken had developed a muscular body. And in recent years, living a tough life without much luxury, the lean muscles had not been eroded by excess fat. Who's the rascal? Your words are a bit unreasonable, by the way, you are an unreasonable person. How am I unreasonable? You better go back and put on some clothes. Angered and wanting to argue with Aiken, Wang Miamiao let go of her hands, only to see Aiken's strong physique again. This time she didn't cover her eyes. Since she had already seen it, and women can also be appreciative of the male form. Why are you so prudish? Aiken muttered, turning back to put on a t-shirt. Wang Miamiao stood at the door, curiously peering into the room, where a half-eaten durian mango cake on the table caught her eye. The durian mango cake looked so familiar, it was from her favorite cake shop. Was this a coincidence? No, it definitely wasn't. The keen intuition made Wang Miamiao feel that this durian cake must be related to her own mother. Creak. The fierce friction of the upper and lower teeth ignited anger in Wang Miamiao's heart. HN, who had put on his t-shirt, lazily asked, if you have something to say it quickly. I'm busy analyzing the market. Of course, I have something to thank you for, Wang Miamiao forced a smile. Thank me for what? No need. HN seemed to want to close the door and send the guest away, but Wang Miamiao walked into the room. Is the cake delicious? It was given to me by Aunt Liu, a bit too sweet for me to handle. HN replied truthfully. People from the countryside can't handle high-end stuff. Wang Miamiao said with a smile. A sense of mysterious superiority emanated from her. HN frowned, people from the countryside. Your family was considered rural 20 years ago, looking down on others. You... Wang Miamiao's sense of superiority was instantly shattered. What's wrong with me? Don't be too arrogant, no one is nobler than anyone else. My rural room is not suitable for you, so please leave. HN pushed Wang Miamiao out without indulging her just because she was a beauty. Bang. The door was slammed shut. HN, you just wait for me. Wang Miamiao shouted in frustration, feeling deeply humiliated. No one had ever been rough with her, especially not a boy. But HN had just pushed her out of the room. Inside the room, HN ignored Wang Miamiao's shouting. He was searching for information about famous speculative funds. Memeizing the heroes of speculative funds was the assignment HN had to complete today. Speculative funds are divided into top speculative funds, first-line speculative funds, and quantitative private equity funds. The number of top speculative funds is the smallest, but their financial strength and market experience are very sophisticated. HN carefully studied the information and took notes on paper. A good memory is better than a bad pen, so he planned to copy down the heroes of speculative funds and paste them on the wall. After reading the heroes of speculative funds, HN thought of springtime stock. Today, springtime stock met the selection criteria for the Dragon and Tiger list in terms of price increase, price fluctuation, and turnover rate. The Dragon and Tiger list of springtime stock is a good opportunity to analyze and see if we can find something useful. Finding the Dragon and Tiger list information for springtime stock, HN began to study it carefully. Total inflow of funds on the Dragon and Tiger list is 1.072 billion, total outflow is 0.501 billion, the amount of buying funds is huge. Just the ratio of inflow to outflow funds made HN feel that the situation was not simple. The amount of funds coming in from the long side was too large, completely overwhelming the short side. Let's see who is buying at number 1. What? How come the first buyer is the first branch of Dongtsai Securities? Several branches of Dongtsai Securities have always been known as the stronghold of retail investors. When a branch of Dongtsai Securities appears on the Dragon and Tiger list, it usually means that a large number of retail investors have poured into that stock. And a large influx of retail investors is generally not a good thing. HN's gaze shifted to the second and third buyers on the Dragon and Tiger list. When he saw this, he was stunned. From the first branch of Dongtsai Securities to the fifth branch of Dongtsai Securities, the top 5 buyers on the list were all retail investor strongholds. What's going on? Why are the top 5 buyers all retail investor strongholds? It's not scientific, too unscientific. This was indeed a bit unscientific. Especially since the trading volume of springtime stock today was very high, it would be difficult for retail investors to dominate the trend of springtime stock. There must be large funds leading the charge to push springtime stock from the limit down to the limit up. But the fact that large funds did not appear on the Dragon and Tiger list was strange. When things are abnormal, there must be demons. Let's check the stock market and see if any experts can spot the anomaly. Aiken couldn't figure it out himself, so he didn't dwell on it and instead went to see the analysis of other experts. This is called using a stone from another mountain to polish jade. The stock bar of Chuncheon Corporation was exceptionally lively. This was not only because Chuncheon Corporation hit the daily limit, but also because of Aiken's live broadcast, which added a storytelling element to Chuncheon Corporation. In short, the stock bar was very lively. Soon, Aiken found several posts analyzing the top players on the Dragon and Tiger list. Some analyses were nonsense, but there were also relatively reliable analysis posts. One post that seemed reliable caught Aiken's attention. My view on the Dragon and Tiger list of Chuncheon Corporation, the top 5 on the list are all retail investors, which is very abnormal. Based on my years of analyzing the Dragon and Tiger list, the large funds entering Chuncheon Corporation are very cunning. Aiken read through the entire post word by word. The summary of the content in the post was that large funds were opening accounts at Dongtsai Securities and then using Dongtsai Securities as a front. The purpose of this was to hide themselves and confuse everyone looking at the Dragon and Tiger list. As for the future price trend of Chuncheon Corporation, that expert did not provide an analysis because the situation was too abnormal. This guy makes sense, it must be large funds using the retail investors as a front. Aiken agreed with this analysis. But after agreeing, he felt somewhat disheartened. Knowing all this, what's the use? Zhu Dingfa and Chen Qianlong were also looking at the freshly released Dragon and Tiger list. When they saw the information from the buying brokerage, their eyes widened. Damn! Who's so unethical to use the retail investors as a front? Chen Qianlong slammed the table and cursed. The other party is very cunning, doing this to prevent people from knowing who they are. Zhu Dingfa was more rational. Generally, speculative funds have fixed brokerage firms and do not switch brokers randomly, let alone switch to retail investor-focused brokerage firms. The funds disrupting the situation in Chuntian Corporation were unethical to use the retail investors as a front, indicating that the other party's background might be extraordinary. It was like a covert operation on the battlefield, without a major mission. Why would elite forces bother disguising themselves and infiltrating enemy territory? Brother Jew, the situation seems a bit complicated. I'll go back and ask around to find out who's up to no good. Chen Qianlong made an excuse to leave. Wait, there's some data I haven't looked at yet. Help me analyze it. Zhu Dingfar didn't let Chen Qianlong leave. Analyze. You know my level, I can't even handle the stocks I trade on my own. Chen Qianlong knew what data Zhu Dingfar wanted to see. If he saw that data, his backstabbing actions would be exposed. But the more he wanted to leave, the more suspicious Zhu Dingfar became. It's precisely because your level is lacking that I'm having you look at it with me. Consider it a way to improve your skills. Zhu Dingfar opened the specialized data software. Retail investors typically use free stock trading software, and even if they use paid software, it's usually the most basic level of paid software. Zhu Dingfar used their highest level paid software, with an annual service fee of tens of thousands of yuan. This high-end data software received very comprehensive data information, far beyond what ordinary retail investors could access. After opening the software, Zhu Dingfar began to receive data. These were some high-end data released by the exchange after trading hours, showing the large block trading data for the day. The most important part of this data was that it could display information about the brokerage firms conducting large block trades. Seeing Zhu Dingfar receiving the data, Chen Qianlong inwardly cursed himself for being in trouble. Soon, the data reception was complete, and Zhu Dingfar quickly browsed through it. The large block trades executed during the day mostly came from the brokerage firms listed on the Dragon and Tiger list. But as the closing price approached the limit, a few huge buy orders made Zhu Dingfar's eyes turn red. Chen Qianlong, do you need to explain this to me? The information displayed by those huge buy orders happened to be from the same branch where Chen Qianlong worked. Zhu, calm down, don't get excited, brother, I just wanted to help you out. Think of it as me helping you lock in your position. You bastard, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Zhu Dingfar regretted deeply. How could he have been persuaded by Chen Qianlong like that? If he hadn't helped Chen Qianlong today, he wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. At the opening tomorrow, sell all the Chuntian shares, including the part you locked in for B. This doesn't seem right. If you don't sell, you'll have to bear the consequences. Zhu Dingfar's threat didn't faze Chen Qianlong. For him, making money was the priority, sentiments and principles were just nonsense. I'll bear the consequences. Chen Qianlong left without looking back. Since they had already fallen out, he saw no point in pretending anymore. Zhu Dingfar clenched his fists in anger, unsure how to vent his frustration. Calm down, with so many anomalies today, there must be some key point I overlooked. Zhu Dingfar closed his eyes and quickly remembered a crucial figure, Aiken. Aiken. This anchor has a strong influence on retail investors. Could it be that his live broadcasts attracted a swarm of retail investors? If his influence led to a surge of retail investors, and the buyers on the leaderboard were mostly retail investors, then it would make sense. It's not impossible for ants to defeat an elephant. Retail investors are usually a disorganized group. But if someone could influence them with their charisma, the power they unleash would rival that of big funds. Not to mention the recent story of retail investors from Lighthouse Country banding together to take on Wall Street. With guidance from certain individuals, Lighthouse Country's retail investors aggressively bought shares of GameStation, causing the hedge funds shorting the stock to go bankrupt. This incident shook the global financial world and became a classic example of small investors taking down giants. If Aiken truly has such influence, it's unimaginable. I need to watch replays of all his live broadcasts. Hello everyone, I'm the stock expert. In these recent videos, I've talked a lot about the God of Loss, and I didn't plan on discussing him further. But the God of Loss is too good at stirring up trouble. Today, the stock he bought hit the limit up again, and the post-market leaderboard data is even more miraculous, with the top 5 buyers all being famous retail investor groups. Mrs. Liu was waiting for Wang Miamia to call Aiken for dinner when she stumbled upon the short stock market video by the stock expert. Due to Aiken's popularity and the intriguing story of Chuncheon shares on the leaderboard, the stock expert made a video about Aiken. In the video, the stock expert analyzed the situation surrounding the retail investor groups on the leaderboard. When I saw this leaderboard, I was stunned. From the data, it's clear that Chuncheon shares were pushed to the limit up by retail investors, who are usually disorganized. Only the god of loss could unite retail investors like this. Today, under his leadership, retail investors waged a battle of slaughter on Chuncheon shares, leaving the original market makers in disarray. The god of loss among retail investors. Can he continue leading them to create miracles with Chuncheon shares? Let's wait and see tomorrow. Mrs. Liu finished watching the entire video, feeling a surge of emotions. The retail investors' battle of slaughter was truly legendary. Mrs. Liu had also participated in today's battle of slaughter. Happy, excited, she even felt like she was reaching the peak of her life. It's like the ultimate battle in a game where a group slaughters a top-level boss, and all participants have merit that they can boast about. You're talking too well. Tomorrow it will definitely continue to hit the limit up, continuously hit the limit up. Aunt Liu muttered to herself, as if she could see the continuous limit up K-line chart of Chuncheon stock. The scene was so beautiful. Mom, snap out of it. Why are you so excited about something good? Wang Miamia reached out and waved her hand in front of Aunt Liu's eyes. Oh, I wasn't thinking about anything. Aunt Liu quickly collected her thoughts. Why are you the only one here? Where's Aiken? Don't mention him to me. He looks down on our simple meals at home and doesn't want to come. Wang Miamia blurted out. He really doesn't want to. You didn't see the disdainful look he gave. And also, do you know what he said about the cake I gave him? What did he say? Aunt Liu asked suspiciously. He said the cake was very bad. He threw it in the trash. After one bite, and he told me to tell you not to give him garbage stuff in the future. Do you think he's speaking like a human? Wang Miamia had a knack for stirring up trouble, and she managed to twist things around without any evidence. Aunt Liu, half believing and half doubting, hesitated for a while before asking, are you telling the truth? I'm your own daughter, don't you believe what I say? Well, let's eat first. After thinking for a while, Aunt Liu chose to believe Wang Miamia's words. However, she wasn't angry with Aiken in her heart, but rather felt that Aiken said those things because she had been stingy. Putting herself in his shoes, if she had advised someone to buy stocks that kept hitting the limit up, she would have to give the other person some valuable gifts. Without enough benefits, why would he continue to give you advice? Aunt Liu, with her mind wide open, felt that she had figured it out and planned to prepare some decent gifts for Aiken. If Wang Miamia knew what her mother was thinking, she would definitely regret saying those provocative words. In the stock trading live chat group, Aiken once again became the envy and jealousy of many anchors. The small investors who had been cut by the sickle spoke first. Today, the miracle of the god of losses was staged again, especially when the dragon and tiger list of Chuncheon stock came out. I was greatly shocked. I was also shocked. The top 5 buyers are all from the Winter Wealth Securities branch. It's definitely the retail investors following the god of losses counterattacking the institutions. Kang added, following suit. The god of losses influence is truly unparalleled. With a single call to arms, retail investors gather in response. If this continues, he can control the stock price. I envy the influence of the god of losses. More than 10 years ago, the big brother who led the retail investors to rush the limit up. In 2007, the big brother who led the retail investors was a popular stock trading internet celebrity. Tens of millions of retail investors followed his stock picks and writings every day, buying stocks and hitting the limit up with him. Every stock he mentioned would almost always hit the limit up due to the frenzy of retail investors. However, the big brother was later exposed for running a paid group to recommend stocks and ended up in jail for scamming investors. It's a pity that the god of losses doesn't run a paid group. If he did, he could probably make millions immediately. Running a paid group can easily lead to legal trouble. It's more suitable to run a class and recruit students. As long as the god of losses starts a class, no matter how expensive the tuition is, I'll sign up. The model of running a class and recruiting students is good. Mention the god of losses to discuss it. We can take advantage of the situation. I want to be the god of losses top disciple. The anchors in the group were quite clever. In the live streaming world, it's not uncommon to become someone's disciple. After becoming a disciple, you can use the title of the master, ride on the popularity of the master, do live streams with the master, and so on, to quickly increase your visibility and popularity. With fame and popularity, the speed of making money is even faster. Not to mention that by following Master Aiken, you can also make money by buying stocks, killing two birds with one stone. Under the crazy mentions of the anchors, Aiken climbed up and looked through the group chat records. After reading the chat content, Aiken was stunned. What are these group friends doing? Why do they want to worship themselves as masters? They don't know anything themselves, what can they teach them? And being a role model is such a serious matter, Aiken feels it's not suitable for himself. Thank you all for your kindness. I am still a newcomer, I don't know anything, I can't teach you anything. You're too modest, you don't need to teach us anything, just buy stocks with us and do live broadcasts with us. Just give us the information on which stocks to buy in advance, I'm willing to pay a 10,000 apprentice fee. I'll pay 11,000 as an apprentice fee, let me be the senior disciple. The senior disciple is mine, I'll pay 12,000. The young anchors pleaded one after another. Some even started bidding and competing for the title of senior disciple. Aiken was speechless. Stop fighting, I'm not going to start a class and take on apprentices. Please, we can negotiate the apprentice fee, just give us the opportunity to worship under the guidance of the master. I'm willing to be a lackey under the master must accept me. Are you guys out of your minds, wanting to worship a trash as a master? A friend in the group couldn't stop mocking. Aiken, dare you compare with me and see whose stock trading skills are better? Seeing the friend challenging Aiken, the others who were clamoring to worship Aiken fell silent. The friend challenging Aiken was a senior in the stock trading live broadcast industry. And his stock trading skills were quite high, reportedly participating in a national stock trading competition and achieving 10th place. This achievement was definitely impressive. But in this restless era, everyone only recognizes the first place, not even the second. So the friend who achieved 10th place couldn't leverage this ranking to gain benefits. Watching the screen on his phone, the friend challenging Aiken smirked. He was confident that Aiken would accept his challenge. With his status, he couldn't shamelessly ask Aiken to be his master like the young anchors in the group. But he was envious and jealous of doing nothing and watching. Plus, with the recent market adjustment, the friend challenging Aiken's income was hurt, so he thought of riding on Aiken's popularity. How to ride on this popularity? With a slight thought, the friend challenging Aiken came up with the classic way of creating controversy. That is to create conflicts. The entertainment industry and the internet celebrity circle often use such methods to create hot topics. Having figured out a way, the friend challenging Aiken mocked Aiken in the group and issued a challenge. However, after the challenge message was sent in the group, Aiken did not respond at all. This was a bit different from what the friend challenging Aiken had imagined. Aiken, why aren't you saying anything? Are you afraid to accept my challenge? If you dare not accept my challenge, then admit in the live broadcast that my stock trading skills are better than yours. The friend challenging Aiken added fuel to the fire, trying to provoke Aiken. Aiken looked at the screen, scratching his head and muttered, "What's wrong with this person? I didn't steal your rice, nor your wife, why do you want to challenge me?" Whether to accept the challenge was a question. It's okay if you win the challenge, but if you lose, it would be too embarrassing. Just as Aiken was hesitating, a system message appeared in front of him. Trigger random task. Accept the challenge. Young man, where there are people, there is a world, and stock trading is also a world. If you are looked down upon in this world, you have to fight back and educate the challenger with strength, according to your performance in the challenge. There will be corresponding rewards. The system also joined in the fun. Archen had nothing to hesitate about this time. Just for the sake of earning points, he had to accept the challenge. And he had to perform even better during the challenge. I accept your challenge. Archen sent a voice message to the group. This voice message was like pouring cold water into a boiling oil pan, immediately causing the group members to boil with excitement. Wow, CultivationProgression really accepted the challenge. This is going to be interesting. More than interesting, I think we can even start a betting pool. Are you interested in participating? The odds for the betting pool are hard to determine. Zhang Buting is an experienced player, while CultivationProgression is a rising star. I think their skills are evenly matched. Many people in the group knew Zhang Buting's background and had witnessed his glorious moments. In terms of historical performance and overall return since investing in stocks, our Chen was lagging behind Zhang Buting by several orders of magnitude. Many people found it difficult to predict who would win between our Chen and Zhang Buting. Great. Let's connect via voice chat tomorrow morning. During the chat, I will invite the audience to witness, and I will also announce the details of the competition at that time. Zhang Buting was being cautious and did not immediately reveal the details of the competition. Yan Shoror, who had been following the developments, spoke up at this point. Zhang Buting, your approach seems a bit unfair. Are you taking advantage of Kuaishan's honesty? Chairman, what do you mean by that? This is a mutual agreement between us. Zhang Buting pretended not to understand the implications. The challenge may be mutual, but rules still need to be followed. The details of the competition should be announced now. Otherwise, tomorrow morning, our Chen will announce the details during the voice chat. I think the chairman is right. If the details of the competition are only revealed tomorrow morning, it would be unfair to Kuaishan. The chairman's point is very valid. Many people in the group supported Yang Shoror's opinion. Zhang Buting, who had no choice, had to comply with everyone's wishes. Let's compare the stocks we hold and see whose stock can hit the limit consecutively. The first one whose stock hits the limit and cannot be traded further will lose. The loser must publicly acknowledge the winner during the live broadcast. Zhang Buting's comparison surprised everyone in the group. They had seen comparisons based on price increases, profits, and even stock prices, but they had never seen a comparison based on consecutive limit ups. 1 or 2 limit ups were easy to achieve, but 3 to 5 limit ups were hard to come by, and any more would be considered extraordinary. Moreover, stocks that hit the limit were usually locked at the limit in the early stages, making it difficult to buy in. This comparison is tricky. Kuaishan stock, Chunqian shares, did not perform well on the trading board today. It will be very challenging for him to attract retail investors to hit the limit tomorrow. Zhang Buting is too cunning. By setting this challenge, he has made it extremely difficult for Kuaishan. If retail investors buy stocks that hit the limit, there is a high probability that they will drop the next day. I've made up my mind. I bet on Zhang Buting to win. Is there anyone willing to bet against me? I also bet on Zhang Buting to win. This comparison is too advantageous for him. Many people chose to bet on Zhang Buting to win because of the rules and because most people were not optimistic about Chunqian shares. The mysterious trading board of Chunqian shares made them believe that it would be difficult for the stock to hit the limit the next day. Seeing that the group members were betting on themselves to win, Zhang Buting felt delighted and casually sent a big red envelope in the group. It seems the eyes of the masses are sharp. R. Chen, see you tomorrow morning. Don't be afraid to go live then, Zhang Buting teased our Chen again. I'm betting against you, our Chen said before leaving the group chat. He didn't plan to waste time in the group, it would be better to spend that time learning something new. After our Chen went offline, many people in the group mentioned Zhang Buting, asking about the stock he held. Zhang Buting directly shared a screenshot of his holdings, showing that he had invested all his funds in Huayan Construction. Huayan Construction had hit the limit for 3 consecutive days, showing a very strong trend. Moreover, the top-tier speculative funds had gathered on today's trading board, making the situation even more promising. This is also the confidence that Zhang Buting dares to compete with Aiken. The stocks that retail investors focus on are not in the same league as the strong stocks where top-tier speculative funds gather. You all should learn. If you can understand the dragon and tiger list of Huayan Construction, it's like entering the door of chasing the limit up. Zhang Buting said proudly. People in the group quickly started studying the dragon and tiger list of Huayan Construction, and soon someone exclaimed, "Oh my god, the top 5 speculative funds are gathering at Huayan Construction. This stock is going to defy the odds. It looks like the god of loss is really in trouble. Could the elder brother upstairs please explain in detail who they are? I don't really understand these brokerage firms and can't tell which speculative fund they represent. Please explain in detail, elder brother upstairs." The dragon and tiger list of Huayan Construction is truly dazzling. In pretentious terms, those who understand, understand. Zhang Buting deliberately pointed out the dragon and tiger list of Huayan Construction to show off. Indeed, there were people in the group who could understand this list. Those who understood exclaimed, making those who didn't understand even more curious. Just the phrase, "the top 5 speculative funds are gathering," was enough to pique the curiosity of many. From the position screenshot, Zhong Buting entered Huayan Construction today to chase the limit up. This courage is truly impressive. This dragon and tiger list is the pass for monster stocks. Huayan Construction is likely to become a monster. There are 2 or 3 consecutive limit up moves behind. No wonder Zhong Buting dares to bet against the god of loss. Brothers, what are you talking about? I still can't understand the dragon and tiger list of Huayan Construction. A few people who understood were discussing enthusiastically, while those who didn't understand looked confused. Seeing the atmosphere heating up, Zhong Buting spoke again. Some friends in the group said they couldn't understand the dragon and tiger list of Huayan Construction, so I will briefly explain it here. First, look at the buying position 1, which is the seat of the famous limit up daredevil veteran. White Knight. Under Zhong Buting's explanation, those who didn't understand before finally knew how powerful the dragon and tiger list of Huayan Construction was today. In addition to the White Knight in the first position, there is the stock market legend Master Zhong in the second position. It is said that Master Zhong started with 50,000 yuan and amassed billions through stock trading. During his peak, Master Zhong once spent 10 billion on a stock and engaged in a battle with institutional funds. The third position is held by the so-called largest fund in terms of scale, Chief Chen. The fourth position is held by the most visionary fund, Boss Sunday. The fifth position is held by Zhao, known as the pioneer of limit up moves. Any of these 5 big shots could easily lock a mid-cap stock at the limit up. At this moment, with these 5 people gathered on one stock, it inevitably sparked some beautiful fantasies. Under Zhong Buting's pretentious explanation, the onlookers in the group were all excited. What good news does this stock have that attracts so many big shots? Why ask about good news? Just based on so many big shots gathering, tomorrow's opening. No, the opening auction will be the time to buy. Waiting for the opening auction is like waiting for cold dishes to cool down. I'll place an order in the queue at midnight tonight. Many people were getting excited. The gathering of the top 5 speculative fund big shots on one stock is definitely an opportunity, a big one at that. Many even predicted that Huayan Construction would hit the limit up directly tomorrow. They were all discussing how amazing Huayan Construction was, completely forgetting about Aiken. At this time, Aiken was not idle either. He continued to search for knowledge about speculative funds on a certain search engine. However, he didn't find much useful information, but there were plenty of stories about how various speculative funds became wealthy. Each of those speculative fund big shots had almost mythical stories of wealth accumulation. Just reading about them made one's blood boil. When can I also become a big player in the stock market? By then, I want to be able to make any stock hit the limit up. A scene of himself becoming a big shot and dominating the stock market flashed through Aiken's mind. It would be so cool if that day really came. The jingling of his phone shattered Aiken's fantasy. As soon as he answered the call, Aiken heard Yarn Shoror's anxious voice. Coation. You were too hasty this time. Hasty about what? What did I do wrong? You were really hasty in trying to compete with the unstoppable rise. Didn't you see the screenshot I just sent you? Yarn Shoror sent Aiken the interpretation of the unstoppable rise on the dragon and tiger list. But Aiken was still immersed in his fantasy and hadn't had a chance to look at those screenshots. I haven't seen it yet. What's on the screenshot? Take a look for yourself. I think you need to find a way to avoid tomorrow's competition, otherwise your popularity will be at stake. At this point, Yarn Shoror was even more anxious than Aiken. If Aiken lost the competition and his popularity plummeted, Yarn Shoror figured he wouldn't be needed by Chen Qianlong anymore. So he had to help Aiken stabilize this situation. Why was it so difficult for him to cling to a big shot? He was more stressed than selling contraband. Since I agreed to this competition, I definitely won't back out. Let's just face it head on. Aiken was indifferent. He never thought about how losing the match would affect his popularity. Even if he knew the impact would be significant, he would still choose to continue. Everything was for completing the system's task. But Yarn Shoror was getting a bit of a headache from frustration. Why don't you listen to advice? Losing the match won't do you any good. I never thought about any benefits. That's it, I have things to do. After ending the call, Aiken found the screenshots sent by Yarn Shoror. After carefully reviewing the content on the screenshots, Aiken squinted his eyes and pondered. So many top-tier players are gathered in Huaiyang Construction. It seems a bit unusual no matter how you look at it. Aiken had just studied a lot of Dragon and Tiger list data. It was almost unheard of for 5 top-tier players to gather in one stock. At most, there would be 2 top-tier players, along with 2 or 3 first-tier players on the list. It is said that when there are too many Dragon Kings, the water cannot be controlled. With so many top-tier players gathered together, perhaps something not so good will happen. With this in mind, Aiken felt a sudden sense of clarity. There is a saying in the stock market, when all the good news is out, it's bad news, and when all the bad news is out, it's good news. This statement speaks to the transition between good and bad, with a hint of the philosophy that fortune depends on misfortune, and misfortune depends on fortune. Good things cannot last forever, and bad things cannot last forever. Once both good and bad reach their peak, it often means a trend reversal is about to happen. Therefore, in critical moments in the stock market, one must have a contrarian mindset. Don't get carried away by the appearance of good news. Many times, before good news emerges, there are already people speculating on expectations. Once the good news is realized, those who speculated on expectations will hand over their chips to those who came for the good news. Most of those who came for the good news will end up as high-level stand-in buyers. According to common sense, those who see Huaiyang Construction on the Dragon and Tiger list will definitely be enthusiastic and believe that there will be a big market ahead. With such a big show of force from the speculative capital, directly exposing themselves on the Dragon and Tiger list, it's completely illogical. Aiken started using his brain to analyze. The Dragon and Tiger list reveals what has already happened. But no one knows how these funds will operate tomorrow. So simply judging whether the stock price will rise based on the strength of the speculative capital on the list feels a bit like building castles in the air. Those people are looking at the Dragon and Tiger list in the wrong way. There is an information gap between retail investors and speculative funds. If intentionally creating a Dragon and Tiger list where 5 top speculative funds gather to lure retail investors, the most likely thing to happen is to trap people. Information gap is the biggest difference between retail investors and large funds. This gap is like the difference between an ordinary person in a casino and a card-counting expert. While ordinary people can only see their own cards to decide whether to bet, experts have already observed the game on the table through card counting and analysis. Even among large funds, there is an information gap. Top institutions have access to information and receive it much faster than ordinary public funds and private funds. Public and private funds with research capabilities are ahead of speculative funds in terms of information. Retail investors have the worst information acquisition and analysis capabilities, making them a group that is often late to react and get harvested. Therefore, using reverse thinking to predict the intentions of the main players has become a form of self-cultivation for many inexperienced investors. By a stroke of luck, Aiken came up with the idea of reverse thinking and judging the intentions of the main players. This marked a significant improvement in his mindset. Speculative funds play the art of war. In many stocks, the main players control the extent of the daily limit increase to avoid appearing on the Dragon and Tiger list. Aiken's brain started working at high speed. Many trading funds are reluctant to appear on the Dragon and Tiger list to avoid exposure, so they use means within the rules to control the extent of the daily limit increase and avoid being listed. Speculative funds, on the other hand, like to appear on the Dragon and Tiger list, which leads to many people analyzing the speculative funds listed and following their actions. Sunbin plays by increasing troops and reducing provisions, while Zhuge Liang plays by reducing troops and increasing provisions. The same thing can have different ways of playing, resulting in completely different effects. The Dragon and Tiger list is mainly used by speculative funds to attract followers. To make money by following the actions of speculative funds, it is more important to focus on the stocks themselves. As Aiken's thoughts grew, he felt like his brain was not enough. This way of thinking is a bit slow, and I'm not sure if the direction is right. Why not try using the sharpness card? After experiencing the effectiveness of the sharpness card last time, the feeling of a burst of inspiration really made Aiken feel invigorated. At this moment, Aiken, at the enlightenment level, needed external assistance to break through the bottleneck of his thinking. The sharpness card was undoubtedly the most suitable item to use at this time. System, I want to use the sharpness card. Sharpness card in use. countdown begins, a cool sensation exploded in his brain, and inspiration gushed out like a spring. As Aiken looked through the Dragon and Tiger list data from the past 2 years and compared the stock's historical price movements, his eyes lit up more and more. His thoughts became clearer and clearer. Speculative trading also requires a hot topic. Only stocks with a hot enough theme and an exciting story can continue to hit the daily limit under the guidance of speculative funds. The so-called timing, location, and people are also needed in stock market speculation. Timing refers to the overall market environment, location refers to the intensity of the stock's own hotspot being speculated, and people refer to the extent of retail investors following the trend. Stocks that combine these three factors will inevitably be heavily speculated by speculative funds. Stocks with the right location and people can potentially double in value in a short period of time. However, stocks with only people following them will enter a phase of adjustment and oscillation after 2 or 3 consecutive daily limits. In essence, stock trading is somewhat similar to warfare. Stock trading is a battle conducted on the battlefield of stocks, with funds as the soldiers, a war without gunpowder. Timing, location, and people. It seems like I need to buy a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War. Remember, Sun Tzu's Art of War says, many calculations lead to victory, and few calculations lead to defeat, how much more no calculation at all. This is very enlightening for stock selection and analyzing future trends. This king card was not used in vain. Aiken broke through the bottleneck of thinking and rose to a higher dimension. Too many stock investors only focus on the rise and fall of stock prices, echoing others' opinions about the future of stocks, lacking independent thinking spirit. They also lack the concept of correct thinking. People without the spirit of independent thinking are completely at the mercy of the stock market. Unless they make a quick profit and leave, otherwise if they continue to play, they will use their luck to earn money and lose it back with their strength. Finally, I understand a bit, achoo. So sleepy. The time of the keen card has come, drowsiness swept over like a tide. Aiken, whose brain was too tired to hold on, lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Slept until dawn. Upon waking up, Aiken, a brave man, carefully recalled yesterday's thoughts. A good memory is better than a bad pen. I have to write down all the thoughts from yesterday and slowly refine them in the future. Finding a notebook, Aiken took a pen and began to record. He wrote several pages before finally recording all the insights he had pondered over yesterday. While he was washing up, Aunt Liu knocked on the door. Who is it? Wait a moment. After opening the door and seeing Aunt Liu outside, Aiken was slightly stunned. Aunt Liu, do you need something? I brought breakfast for you. Aunt Liu held a thermos in her left hand, and in her right hand she carried buns, fried dough sticks, vegetable buns, and tea eggs. She didn't know what Aiken liked to eat, so she prepared various breakfast items. Seeing the pile of breakfast that Aunt Liu was carrying, Aiken's stomach growled a bit. He was indeed a little hungry. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. Aunt Liu entered Aiken's room without hesitation and placed the breakfast on the table. How can I accept this? I can go out to eat by myself. The food sold on the roadside is not tasty and not hygienic. From now on I will bring you all 3 meals a day. Aiken waved his hands repeatedly. No need, no need, how can I trouble you like this? Don't be polite with Aunt. It's not quite appropriate for you to stay in this room. The guest room on the first floor has just been cleaned. Why don't you move there? It has air conditioning and is convenient for bathing. Aunt Liu's enthusiasm was overwhelming, offering meals and changing rooms, making Aiken a bit overwhelmed. It's not necessary, really not necessary. Don't be polite with Aunt. I won't charge you for the room in the future, just focus on trading stocks. Aunt Liu took out a big red envelope and placed it in front of Aiken. I made money buying the stocks you recommended these days. This is a little token of appreciation from Aunt. The red envelope was quite thick, probably containing 10,000 yuan. Aiken looked at the red envelope with some temptation, but he also knew that accepting this red envelope was not that simple. I can't accept the red envelope. Why not? As long as you continue to trade stocks with Aunt in the future, I will give you a red envelope for every profit you make. It's not like that. If the stocks I recommend to you fall, and you lose money. Aiken didn't finish the rest of his sentence. It's easy to talk about making money in stocks, but if you lose, many people will blame the person who recommended the stocks. Aiken didn't want to get involved in such consequences. How could you lose? You can buy stocks that hit the daily limit every day. You definitely won't lose. Aunt Liu already had a mysterious confidence in Aiken. You can eat the food, change the room, but I really can't accept this red envelope. You can eat the sugar coating, but you have to spit out the cannonball. That 10,000 yuan red envelope was a cannonball in Aiken's eyes. One must have a sense of propriety in dealing with others. Being too ruthless is not good, being too greedy is also not good. Only by grasping the right balance can one truly enjoy a peaceful life. Seeing Aiken persistently refusing the red envelope, Aunt Liu pondered for a moment and then put the red envelope away. Since you don't want it now, Auntie will keep it for you, and in the future, when you get married, I will give you a big red envelope. Ahem. Upon hearing the word marriage, Aiken choked a bit. He didn't have a girlfriend now, so who would he marry? Besides, marriage is so expensive. Without a few $100,000 in hand, he didn't have the confidence to get married. By the way, you still don't have a girlfriend. Last time you said you wanted me to introduce a girlfriend to you. No, Auntie Liu, please don't introduce me to anyone. I don't have time for love now, I need to focus on my career. Focusing on your career is good. Only by focusing on your career can you achieve great success. In the future, you can focus on stock trading, and Auntie will handle everything else for you. Auntie Liu had made up her mind to hold onto Aiken's thigh, and she even had thoughts of matchmaking her daughter with Aiken. If she could make Aiken her son-in-law, she could soar to great heights relying on stock trading. What's more, Aiken hasn't taken off yet, so there's still a chance for her daughter to win his heart. When Aiken becomes successful in the future, there will be no shortage of women around him, and it will be impossible to make him her son-in-law. With this in mind, Auntie Liu couldn't sit still. Aiken, take your time eating. Auntie has some things to do, so I'll leave first. Auntie Liu hurriedly left Aiken's room, her mind full of thoughts on how to persuade Wang Miao to go on a blind date with Aiken. At 9 o'clock, the show, Rising Nonstop, was already live. In the live broadcast room, Rising Nonstop was riding on Aiken's popularity, spreading the news of their upcoming battle with Aiken. Some of his old fans spared no effort to support Rising Nonstop in various ways. To boost his own popularity, Rising Nonstop even spent money to invite some financial influencers and well-known anchors to attract more viewers. Seeing the booming popularity, Rising Nonstop nodded in satisfaction. The planning was not in vain, as the surge in popularity was substantial. If he could defeat Aiken, he could become the new god of stock trading live broadcasts and even start a paid group to exploit the market. Hello, everyone, I am your old friend Rising Nonstop. Those who are familiar with me should know that I am a momentum trader chasing after funds. Let me show you my trading record over the past 3 years. Rising Nonstop released his trading records from the past 3 years, including many successful trades in hot stocks. In these 3 years, the stock market experienced a structural bull market. Although the overall index didn't rise much, many sector stocks saw tenfold or even 20-fold increases. Taking advantage of this structural bull market, Rising Nonstop also achieved a 7-fold return over 3 years. Unfortunately, the recent market downturn at the beginning of this year directly halved his hard-earned profits from the past 3 years. Sneaky Rising Nonstop didn't include the data from this year in the historical trading records he presented. These are my real trading records from the past 3 years. You can see that I participated in the rise of battery leader Nind, the main uptrend of liquor stocks, and even the surge of soy sauce leader. In front of the camera, Rising Nonstop was like a street vendor selling miracle pills under a bridge. His self-promotion was so exaggerated that it was almost unbelievable. But many people fell for it and were brainwashed by his passionate words. He looks very impressive. He seems to have bought the limit up board many times in his trading records. I used to follow him. He even participated in a national stock trading competition and achieved a good ranking. He is an experienced veteran. I guess he saw that Kuation has been too high profile recently, so he came out to show Kuation who's boss. In the live broadcast room, many of Rising Nonstop's arranged people were constantly setting the tone in the barrage. In the chat group of the live broadcast guild, many people were watching Rising Nonstop's live broadcast. The rhythm of continuous rise is well grasped, starting off with historical trading records to impress. This move is really beautiful. More than just beautiful, I see it as very powerful. If it can surpass winning, the continuous rise will be stepping on the body of the god of losses to ascend to godhood. The god of losses is still too young. The continuous rise dared to challenge him. It must have been well prepared. The god of losses should have refused the challenge at that time. The people in the group overwhelmingly support the continuous rise. Even because everyone bet on the continuous rise to win, the gambling couldn't continue. Yang Shuro was also watching the live broadcast of the continuous rise. The more he watched, the more he felt that Chen was in trouble. Should we contact Manager Chen and tell him about the challenge between Chen and the continuous rise? After some hesitation, Yang Shuro still messaged Manager Chen Qianlong. When Chen Qianlong received the message, he was with his advisor Lao Jiao, discussing how to operate in the spring share in the spring. After looking at the message, Chen Qianlong's eyes flickered, then he let Lao Jiao see the message sent by Yang Shuro. Lao Jiao, what do you think? This doesn't seem like a good thing. If spring share cannot hit the limit, Chen will lose. If he loses, it will definitely have a big impact on the sentiment of retail investors, and they might even crazily sell off spring share. Lao Jiao was already worried about too many retail investors. According to the information on the Dragon and Tiger list of spring share, yesterday there were definitely countless retail investors who rushed in to hit the limit under Chen's call. These retail investors might run away today. So now it's about who can run faster. Whoever runs first can take the profit. I still insist on the previous suggestion, raise the price at the opening and sell. We also need to operate St. Domzer. We don't have the energy to fight on two fronts. You're right, making a profit and leaving is the best, but we must raise the price, preferably hitting the limit and then smashing it down. Greedy Chen Qianlong was thinking about harvesting more leaks. Raise 5 points at the opening auction, then push the stock price up at the opening, sell when it reaches the limit price. Chen Qianlong made the final decision. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Lao Jiao took Chen Qianlong's orders and went to the trading room to instruct the traders to prepare. Chen Qianlong crossed his legs and replied to Yang Shuro's message. I'm just waiting to see Chen embarrassed. Spring share will definitely keep rising today. Find a way to control the situation and humiliate Chen. Yang Shuro was surprised. Do I still need to maintain a good relationship with him? Maintaining a good relationship with him is to keep an eye on him and find the opportunity to humiliate him. The opportunity has now presented itself. So, about following your instructions. If you can find a way to make Chen so humiliated that he commits suicide, you can come to work at my company tomorrow and I'll give you a director position. Chen Qianlong shook his raised leg and said. Yang Shuro hesitated. Manager Chen, are you joking? I don't have the ability to make Chen commit suicide. Har har. Chen Qianlong burst into laughter. Making Chen commit suicide was just a joke, as long as Chen is humiliated across the internet. I want to see Chen being despised by thousands online. Do your best. I'll try my best. Just making Chen despised by thousands, Yang Shuro felt he could try his best. No pain, no gain. As long as we hype up the continuous rise enough, we can make Chen fall hard enough. With a plan in mind, Yang Shuro started contacting veteran stock trading live broadcast anchors, asking them to promote the continuous rise. Following Yang Shuro's arrangements, those veteran anchors went live one after another, and even interacted with the continuous rise. The live broadcast room of the continuous rise became even more lively. The rise is unstoppable, so many veteran stock trading anchors are here to join in, but can you please chat more about stocks, big shots? It's not advisable to engage in mutual praise for business. It's more important to discuss practical matters. Can you big shots analyze the future trend of Huayan construction? Many people watching the live broadcast are requesting analysis of the future trend of Huayan construction from the rise and those veteran stock trading anchors. These requesters are basically holding the idea of following the trend to buy into Huayan construction. Since everyone strongly requests it, let's analyze Huayan construction, but it's not interesting to promote the stocks I bought myself. So let's invite a few senior predecessors to analyze. The rise did not continue self-promotion, but invited others to do so. Self-promotion is quite low level. If others promote you, it elevates the level significantly. After learning that the rise bought into Huayan construction, I analyzed this stock overnight and was greatly surprised after the analysis. Let's first look at the K-line chart of Huayan construction, which has been in a trend of oscillation for a year and a half. There is a saying in the stock market that goes, the longer the sideways movement, the higher the vertical movement. You can understand this. The main players have spent so much time patiently collecting chips. Once it breaks out, the explosive power will be absolutely amazing. Yesterday, the top 5 major funds gathered in Huayan Construction, marking the beginning of the explosion. Several veteran stock trading anchors talked about Huayan Construction from the K-line to the fundamentals, and then from the fundamentals to the flow of funds. In short, they promoted Huayan Construction vigorously from various aspects. At 9:25, the opening auction ended. Yarn Shoror, who controlled the pace of the live broadcast, said, "The opening auction has ended, let's first look at the situation of the opening auction." Huayan Construction had already hit the limit during the opening auction, and now there is a large volume of limit-up orders, showing a very strong trend. Let's also look at the spring stock that Coation bought. Spring stock opened 5% higher, which is also considered relatively strong. The strength of opening 5% higher cannot be compared to the strength of directly hitting the limit up. Hitting the limit up directly can be said to be the most powerful performance. Damn! Huayan Construction is really strong. Fortunately, I chased in during the opening auction, and now I can enjoy a happy life with multiple limit ups. How can it hit the limit up at the opening? I haven't bought in yet. Huayan Construction, please open the door and let me in. Beep beep, I was stupid this morning. I bought spring stock during the opening auction, and now I regret it. Those who chased in during the opening auction for Huayan Construction are now secretly pleased. Those who didn't buy in are full of regret. And those who bought spring stock during the opening auction are deeply regretful. Har har, congratulations to the brothers who followed me in buying Huayan Construction. In the next few days, you will enjoy the beauty of the stock market, Rai said proudly. At this time, Aiken also joined the live broadcast. As soon as he appeared, he received an invitation to join the conversation. Entering the conversation mode, Aiken smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I am Aiken. Everyone is fine, except for those who followed you in buying spring stock. They seem to be not doing too well." Rise attacked aggressively. "I bought Huayan Construction and it opened directly at the limit up. Your spring stock. Hee, it's a joke." Aiken also looked at the situation during the opening auction. Indeed, the performance of Huayan Construction was more robust. Those who hit the limit up first may not have the last laugh. I thought about it for a long time yesterday and still believe that the Dragon Tiger list of Huayan Construction is not as simple as it seems, Aiken said calmly. It's not simple, do you still need to say that? With the top 5 major funds gathering, Huayan Construction is definitely the embryo of a big bull stock. I didn't mean that. Although the top 5 funds gathered on its Dragon Tiger list, if you look closely, you will find a problem, a big problem, Aiken teased. After saying there were major issues, he stopped talking and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Stop being so mysterious, Huayan Construction has no problems. Zhang Buting immediately began to refute. Hee, let's see about that. Aiken didn't argue with him, focusing on the market instead. At 9:30, the stock market opened. Huayan Construction was firmly locked at the limit up, with the intraday chart showing a straight line. Meanwhile, Chunqian shares quickly rose from 5%. For minutes later, Chunqian shares had risen by 9%. As Chunqian shares approached the limit up price, Zhang Buting's face turned ugly. Don't hit the limit up, push it down, it must go down. Zhang Buting muttered quietly. Large funds seemed to hear his muttering, and when Chunqian shares hit the limit up price, sell orders rained down like a storm. This was Chen Qianlong unloading his shares. Sell orders poured out as if they were free, ruthlessly pushing the stock price down. In less than 2 minutes, Chunqian shares gains were wiped out. Damn, the god of losses Chunqian shares are really awesome. This straight line dive is on par with the national diving team. Zhang Buting mocked with a smirk. The barrage in the live broadcast room flew, with many people joining in to criticize. This trend could compete in the diving championship, definitely has the strength to win the championship. Follow the god of losses to buy Chunqian shares, come out and see which fools followed the god of losses. Heartbroken for those who bought Chunqian shares, the god of losses is the god of iron losses, anyone who buys stocks with him will lose everything. Setting the tone, leading the rhythm towards the destruction of Aiken, pushing retail investors who bought Chuncheon shares into despair. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Buting said, "God of losses, don't you have something to say? The people who followed you in buying stocks are now in deep trouble." "An arrow through the clouds," Aiken said coldly. "What? Are you kidding me? An arrow through the clouds? Do you really think there will be thousands of troops coming to meet you?" Zhang Buting sneered. At that moment, special effects barrage appeared in the live broadcast room. "Thousands of troops come to meet, God of losses, we are here." The special effects barrage stunned everyone. No one expected that Aiken's casual remark would actually get a response. This familiar scene made Aiken feel somewhat familiar. Looking at the person who sent the barrage, it was indeed Darhai. "Darhai, who are you?" Aiken asked in the live broadcast. "I am your loyal fan, the God of losses, leading thousands of troops to charge. Let's chat later," Darhai replied. After Darhai's reply, the market of Chuncheon shares suddenly changed dramatically. The stock price, which had been falling in a straight line, suddenly began to rebound. The bull-bear battle that took place in Chuncheon shares yesterday was replayed today. However, the parties involved in the battle changed, with the short sellers smashing the market, changing from Zhu Dingfar to Chen Qianlong. Seeing someone taking over Chuncheon shares, Chen Qianlong frowned. How come someone else is coming out to take over? Did Aiken instigate the retail investors again? That's not possible. Chen Qianlong muttered as he opened the live streaming app. He had been busy directing his traders earlier, so he hadn't had time to watch the live stream and didn't see the conversation between Aiken and Darhai. After entering Aiken's live broadcast room, the screen was filled with a dense barrage of comments. "God of losses is awesome. An arrow through the clouds really brought thousands of troops to meet. Chuncheon shares are rising in a straight line. This trend is going to crush all the short sellers. Family members who haven't boarded yet, hurry up, it's almost too late." Retail investors who were pessimistic just a second ago started cheering and celebrating as the stock price rebounded after rising. The fluctuation of the stock price constantly influenced their emotions. Many retail investors fall into the pattern of chasing highs and selling lows because they are too concerned about the fluctuations in stock prices, letting emotions hijack their rationality. As stock prices rise, optimistic emotions take over the mind, and retail investors begin to anticipate hitting the limit up. The God of Loss is amazing. I'm sure the God of Loss knows the main players. This wave is definitely going to hit the limit up board. That rich lady said she's a fan of the God of Loss. It seems a powerful force is helping the God of Loss. The main players are targeting the God of Loss. I guess the main player is a rich woman, and she has her eyes on the God of Loss. Did everyone forget about the God of Loss borrowing $1 million yuan at the beginning? I think the one who lent money to the God of Loss is this rich lady named Darhai. The barrage style went crooked again. Everyone's focus shifted from Chuncheon shares to discussing the love story between Aiken and the rich lady. Chen Qianlong was puzzled and wanted to send a barrage to ask what was going on with Aiken. Why does this guy always go off script? Chen Qianlong shook his head. "Lao Gao, how are the sales of Chuncheon shares going?" 70% has been sold. Let's pause for now, wait for this capital to push the price up before selling. Okay. Lao Gao instructed the trader to temporarily stop selling. At this time, someone came to support the market, which was a good thing for Chen Qianlong as it could raise the price and earn more. Lao Gao, do you think big funds are getting involved in Chuncheon shares? I don't think so. You saw the trading list yesterday. The retail investors' concentration camp sealed the limit up board. It's unlikely to be big funds. You're right, but I still find it strange. Chen Qianlong rubbed his chin, feeling more and more uneasy. But where was the unease coming from? He couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, Zhu Dingfar was also watching Aiken's live broadcast. As the old Zhuang of Chuncheon shares, when he heard Aiken mention a cloud-piercing arrow, he realized things were not simple. The violent surge in stock prices that followed made Zhu Dingfar realize that there was a powerful and mysterious fund behind Aiken. This fund is playing at a high level, much more advanced than posting in stock forums and spreading rumors to deceive retail investors. Zhu Dingfar felt he had seen through everything. He believed that Aiken was the god of retail investors set up by the mysterious fund, allowing Aiken to deceive retail investors to participate in speculation and boost the popularity of Chuncheon shares. I lost too many chips yesterday. Continuing to manipulate Chunqian shares is impossible. It's better to cooperate with this suddenly emerging mysterious fund. Without enough chips in hand, Juding could no longer scare off this mysterious fund by dumping stocks. So cooperating with the other party, raising the stock price, and then unloading was the best choice for him. Buy Chunqian shares with all our might, buy up to the limit up. Zhu Dingfar decisively gave the order. With Zhu Dingfar's funds joining in, the price of Chunqian shares soared even faster. Massive buy orders appeared frequently, and the stock price quickly surged towards the limit up. Lao Jiao, who was watching the market, ordered all traders to sell when the stock price hit the limit up. Over 30 million chips were thrown out at once. However, the amount of funds sealing the limit up was larger, steadily catching all the sell orders. After calculating the profits, Lao Jiao happily reported to Chen Qianlong, all the Chunqian shares in Chen's portfolio have been sold. From yesterday to today, we made a total profit of 14%, earning over 12 million. Well done. What do you think of the limit up on Chunqian shares? The funds behind the limit up don't seem like they are from retail investors. Chen Qianlong pointed to the Chunqian shares market. From the market, the funds that took over and directly hit the limit up board were very decisive, completely different from the appearance of retail investors pushing up the stock. I think there may be funds fueling the fire, but it definitely won't go far. Tomorrow should see profit taking and a correction. Makes sense. You keep focusing on your operations. It's a pity you didn't bring down Chunqian shares, now our Chen can show off again. Even though he made over 10 million in 2 days, not being able to make our Chen the target of public criticism still left Chen Qianlong feeling a bit unhappy. Also feeling unhappy was Zhang Buting. At the moment when Chunqian shares hit the limit up, he was so angry that he almost bit his teeth to pieces. How can Chunqian shares hit the limit up? They were clearly brought down. Zhang Buting shouted in frustration. Hee, why can't they hit the limit up? Our Chen retorted. What about me? Can only the stocks you buy hit the limit up, while others can't? Don't be too selfish. Zhang Buting's face turned red and his neck thickened as he was being challenged, wanting to argue back at our Chen but not knowing how. Logically speaking, he was in the wrong. Strongly support the god of loss. Zhang Buting has been feeling uncomfortable with Zhang Buting for quite some time. Today, he has been belittling the god of loss all along. Just a petty person, seeing how he was pretending to be a god just now his true colors are exposed. Under the god of loss's command, let's all together criticize this guy who looks down on the god of loss. Seeing that a heated argument was about to break out in the live broadcast room, our Chen calmly said, let's not argue. Let's continue where we left off and talk about a major issue I discovered while studying the Dragon and Tiger list of Huayan construction. What issue could there be with the Dragon and Tiger list of Huayan construction? Stop beating around the bush. Zhang Buting immediately got defensive. Don't get worked up, listen to me slowly, maybe you'll benefit from it. Our Chen remained calm. HMPH. Let's see what nonsense you can come up with. Then listen carefully. Although the speculative funds on the Dragon and Tiger list of Huayan construction may seem impressive, upon closer inspection, you'll notice a problem. After pulling up yesterday's Dragon and Tiger list of Huayan construction, our Chen pointed at the data and knocked twice. Look at the total amount bought by the top 5 buyers, it adds up to just over 90 million, with each brokerage buying less than 20 million. Now look at the total turnover of Huayan construction yesterday, it was over $1 billion in turnover. The total buying amount of the top 5 top-tier speculative funds on the list is less than 1/10 of the turnover. Listening carefully to our Chen's explanation, Zhang Buting furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this. This was something Zhang Buting had not paid attention to before. At this moment, after being pointed out by our Chen, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The amount of funds needed to hit the limit up was less than 1/10 of the total turnover, indicating a hidden agenda. It also meant that the main force pushing up the price was not these 5 top-tier speculative funds on the list. In the stock market, it is common for speculative funds to help market makers hit the limit up. Market makers boost the stock price by spreading accounts across different brokerages, and at the critical moment of hitting the limit up, they mobilize intensive funds through speculative funds to lock the stock price at the limit up. This approach serves 2 purposes: to conceal the market maker's information and to attract the attention of some retail investors using the speculative fund's reputation. By now, those who understand might have some insight. These 5 top-tier speculative funds are just helping the market maker of Huayan Construction hit the limit up, while also attracting the attention of retail investors. You are talking nonsense. Zhang Buting roared ferociously. Although he felt that Chen made some sense, Zhang Buting couldn't agree with him at this moment. After all, they were still in competition, in an adversarial relationship. For the sake of his own face and reputation, Zhang Buting decided to stick to his guns. According to your analysis, Huayan Construction shouldn't have hit the limit up at all, but it opened directly at the limit up. The number of limit orders is huge, it definitely won't open today, and it will continue to hit the limit up tomorrow. Hee hee. Aiken chuckled and looked at the trading screen of Huayan Construction. At that moment, the number of sealed orders on Huayan Construction suddenly decreased by 40,000 hands. After a few seconds, the previously reduced 40,000 hands were added back. If one did not see the change in sealed order volume in those few seconds, they would think that the sealed orders for the daily limit increase had never changed. This situation of sealed orders decreasing and then increasing had occurred several times on Huayan Construction. Usually, the purpose of doing this is to cancel the large funds in the front, moving the follow-up retail investors' orders to the front. This is not a good sign. What are you laughing at? Have you run out of things to say? The strong upward trend continued. I'm laughing at your ignorance. Huayan Construction will soon hit the daily limit increase. Your mother's fart. Can't you see such a large volume of sealed orders? It's simply impossible. Am I seeing things? The strong upward trend, spitting wildly, suddenly saw an anomaly on the trading screen of Huayan Construction. The originally over 30,000 sealed orders suddenly withdrew more than 20,000 hands, leaving less than 100,000 hands for the daily limit increase. At the same time, a large sell order of 100,000 hands came crashing down. The previously tightly sealed daily limit board was smashed open as if it were made of paper. What's going on here? The strong upward trend cursed, sweat already appearing on his forehead. I was right, the daily limit has been broken. Aiken said with a smile. The strong upward trend was no longer interested in arguing with Aiken, his eyes fixed on the trading screen, his mind racing. What should he do? Sell for profit and leave? But he had made a bet with Aiken and spent a lot to build momentum. If he sold and left now, it would be like surrendering. As the strong upward trend's mind was in chaos, the barrage in the live broadcast room started flying wildly again. The god of losses has risen to the sky. It's truly a case of speaking things into existence, saying the daily limit will be hit, and it really did. I wonder how big the psychological shadow of the strong upward trend is. He looks like he's about to cry. It's really a case of no do, no lead. Provoking the god of losses will surely not end well. Those supporting Aiken were mocking and looking down on the strong upward trend. And those who followed the strong upward trend and bought Huayan Construction were now on edge. I followed the trend and bought Huayan Construction. Now I'm so scared. I'm done for. I placed an order for the daily limit increase. Just as I was about to cancel it, I found it had already been executed. What should I do now? Waiting online, very urgent. I also fell for the daily limit board trap. Now I feel like I'm on the verge of a mental breakdown. Strong upward trend. You owe us an explanation. At this moment, the strong upward trend had no time to look at the barrage. He was still focused on analyzing the trading screen. The trading screen of Huayan Construction was indeed strange. Unlike other stocks that hit the daily limit increase, the price was fluctuating around 9%. This unusual scene was considered a sign of strength by him. The relieved strong upward trend finally had time to look at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Don't panic, my brothers, this breaking of the board looks dangerous, but according to my analysis, it's just a trick by the main players to shake out weak hands. The daily limit will be hit again soon. Are you sure it will hit the limit again? I hope what he's saying is true. As long as it hits the limit again, I'll run as soon as the market opens tomorrow. I'm also planning to run as soon as the market opens tomorrow, never following the trend again. You must believe me, the daily limit will be hit soon. This is just a trick to shake out weak hands, indicating that the stock price will be very strong in the future, the strong upward trend said loudly. At this moment, the strong upward trend seemed more like he was cheering himself on. Your idea is a bit risky. This is clearly the big players unloading. Yesterday, the top 5 major institutional investors gathered on the Dragon and Tiger list to attract the attention of short-term traders like you. Today, directly pushing the stock price to create a strong trend, then secretly withdrawing orders to suppress the market, dumping chips to retail investors at high levels. It's not about washing the market now, just to attract another group of short-term followers. Our Chen slowly expressed his analysis. Every word he said felt like a heavy hammer pounding relentlessly on the heart that couldn't stop rising. Feeling a sharp pain in the heart, the right hand tightly covered the chest. You are fear-mongering, don't think I will believe your nonsense. You are really stubborn. There is a saying that good advice is hard to save a damn ghost. You will regret it later. The stock price of Huayan Construction fluctuated for more than 10 minutes and once again hit the limit up price. Limit up, limit up. The one who couldn't stop rising clenched his fist and shouted wildly, looking more like a football fan shouting for a goal. In his shouting, the sell orders at the limit up price were gradually eaten away. Huayan Construction finally hit the limit up again, but this time the number of limit up orders was very small, only over 7,000 lots. Compared to the over 300,000 lots just now, it was incomparable. But the one who couldn't stop rising didn't notice this. He was still immersed in the joy of hitting the limit up for the second time. I said it would hit the limit up again. Now do you believe what I said? This is just a market washout. Tomorrow it will still hit the limit up, and Huayan Construction will have many more limit UPS. The investors who followed to buy Huayan Construction also breathed a sigh of relief. The tension just now, the anxiety, seemed to dissipate like smoke blown away by the wind. However, our Chen shook his head, very pessimistic about the future performance of Huayan Construction. He even felt that Huayan Construction might not even hit the limit up by the end of the trading day. Seeing our Chen shaking his head, the one who couldn't stop rising became furious. Why are you shaking your head? My judgment has been proven correct. You better worry about your Chunqian shares. There's nothing to worry about with Chunqian shares. Although yesterday's top 10 list was dominated by retail investors, I can assure you that there are institutional funds disguised as retail investors. Institutional funds need disguises. Bar. The one who couldn't stop rising spat fiercely, expressing his disdain for our Chen. I've never heard of institutional funds needing disguises. Anyone who disguises themselves must have ulterior motives. Institutional funds disguising themselves is not uncommon. It's just that many retail investors don't understand the inside story. There have been a few speculative funds that have put on the cloak of institutional seats, posing as institutions on the top 10 list to deceive others. Conversely, there can naturally be large funds wearing the cloak of retail investors to confuse them. In the stock market, many large funds will stop at nothing to pocket other people's money. You're right, wearing a disguise indeed has ulterior motives. Just like the convergence of the top 5 speculative funds in Huayan Construction, there are also hidden motives. Stop bringing up Huayan Construction. From now on, I won't allow you to mention Huayan Construction. The one who couldn't stop rising was a bit scared, feeling that our Chen's jinx was affecting the trend of Huayan Construction. If he jinxed it again. Just as he was thinking this, the limit up board of Huayan Construction was opened again. In an instant, the one who couldn't stop rising broke down. Damn, why are there still people dumping stocks? The limit up board was broken by several thousand lot sell orders, but after breaking it, the sellers stopped. The stock price fluctuated back and forth below the limit up board by 1 or 2 cents, occasionally touching the limit up price. But whenever it touched the limit up price, it would be pushed down by sell orders, unable to hold the limit up. This strange scene continued for more than 10 minutes, making those who bought Huayan Construction anxious. This is messing with the wool. Clearly it could hit the limit with a little effort, but it has to dawdle in key areas. It feels like the foreplay is not in place. I don't know what the main force wants to do. Is this washing the plate on the board? Why does it feel like it's going to be washed bold soon? The anxious emotions also spread in the heart that cannot stop rising. It is really too bizarre for Huayan Construction's trend. It's so bizarre that even the unstoppable rise is a bit indecisive. Could what Aiken said be true? If it is true as Aiken said, the main force is for shipping on the board times the unstoppable rise. Dare not think further. Don't panic, this is definitely washing the plate on the board. A reinforced version of operation. The more the unstoppable rise said, the more guilty it felt, almost not knowing how to continue the story. Reinforced version of operation, har har har, it's hilarious. Aiken laughed until tears came out. don't you understand what it means when things are abnormally reversed? The current situation of Huayan construction is very abnormal. If you insist on turning a blind eye to these abnormal points, you may have to wait for a big loss. Kuation, say a few more words. I also find this situation very abnormal. I just can't understand what it means. Although I bought Huayan construction after listening to the unstoppable rise, now I am more willing to believe what Kuation said. Please Kuation, give more guidance. How should I operate after buying today? Many fans of the unstoppable rise, at this moment, do not believe the unstoppable rise's words, and turn to Aiken for advice. Seeing this scene, the unstoppable rise's face turned very ugly. It felt like being publicly slapped by Aiken. It even felt more painful than actually being slapped. Why are you all asking him? Don't listen to his nonsense. This is washing the plate on the board. The unstoppable rise roared like crazy. But the more he did this, the fewer people believed him. Losing control, losing control. Aiken reminded with a smile. What master? If you want a master, go to the nunnery. I mean you're losing control, you're live streaming, stay calm, don't be so noisy. Damn it. Cough, I'm just a little excited. The unstoppable rise closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to adjust his emotions. He really lost control just now, and if he continued like this, he might lose followers like crazy. He must calm down and use facts to prove his strength. At this time, Aiken continued to analyze. In my opinion, this is not washing the plate on the board, but the manipulator is definitely selling. If you look closely at the trading volume, you will be surprised. Everyone looked at the trading volume of Huayan construction. In just half a day, the trading volume had already exceeded the entire previous day, and the turnover rate was close to 20%. Turnover rate refers to the frequency at which stocks are bought and sold, which is a relatively important data for stock trading. A high turnover rate indicates that the stock is very active in trading, and also means that many chips are being traded. The so-called huge volume sees a high price. When the turnover rate or trading volume reaches its peak, the stock price will also reach its peak accordingly. Once a strong stock in an uptrend experiences an extremely high turnover rate, one must be extra careful. With such a high turnover rate, it further proves my judgment. This is selling, not washing the plate. Washing the plate does not require such a high turnover rate and trading volume. Aiken's words woke up many confused people. And just at this moment, as if to verify Aiken's words, the stock price of Huayan construction began to plummet. A large number of sell orders emerged, smashing the stock price down fiercely. Oh, it seems I said too much, making the main force not play small tricks, but directly revealing the ruthless fangs of harvesting the leaks. The manipulator of Huayan construction, the little crocodile, was happily watching Aiken's live broadcast. The reason why the crocodile is called a crocodile is because of its fierce trading style, which can even be described as a ruthless trading method. Stocks manipulated by him will experience a cliff-like drop during the selling phase, causing retail investors involved to feel helpless and desperate. This kid is good, he actually deduced my plan with limited information. Since he has exposed it all, I think there's no need to continue the act, let's just crash the market. Alright, get ready for a high dive, entering the water with a graceful posture. The trader said playfully while operating. There is only one trader working for the crocodile. For other speculative funds, there would be at least 3 or more traders to place orders. However, the crocodile uses the latest order placement system. With just one trader inputting the corresponding numbers, the system can automatically manage trading for up to 10,000 accounts simultaneously. For example, if you want to continuously sell 100,000 shares within a price range at a certain frequency, once the data is set, the system will automatically place the order. Moreover, all orders can be split, dispersing 100,000 shares into several smaller orders, such as tens or hundreds of shares, for selling. With this system, it is possible to break down large orders into smaller ones, completely forming a retail-oriented buying and selling operation. This helps avoid detection of large fund flows by software due to the volume of trades. This system is very advanced and has great utility for large funds. By controlling the quantity and frequency of large, medium, and small buy and sell orders, a certain level of inducement or deception can be achieved. After setting the data, the trader pressed the enter key. Thousands of linked accounts in the trading system were activated simultaneously. Orders of various sizes fell like raindrops, causing the stock price of Huayan Construction to plummet. Because the sell orders were split into smaller ones, there was no dramatic scene of thousands or tens of thousands of shares being dumped, creating an illusion for many people. Some even felt that the selling pressure was not intense, and some thought it was just scaring retail investors into selling their shares. During the decline of Huayan Construction, many retail investors who were misled by the illusion actively bought in. They were deceived by the illusion, thinking they had a chance to turn a profit. Boss, you played this one beautifully. Let's get the top 5 major speculative funds to help us stage this drama. The naive retail investors rushing in now will have nowhere to cry later. The sheep, they have to be a bit foolish. The dumber they are, the more we make. The boss is wise. That live broadcaster just exposed our big plan. He's a bit too talkative. If we can keep fluctuating near the limit price, we'll make even more. Traders earn commissions. The more sheep they harvest, the higher their commissions. Action exposing the crocodile's plan led to an early market crash, which made the trader a bit unhappy. That's about enough. Nitpicking is a big taboo in our line of work, especially for those with numerical OCD. Numerical OCD is not uncommon in the stock market, especially with speculative stocks. Some leading figures with numerical OCD tend to use auspicious numbers or logarithmic numbers at recent highs or lows on the candlestick chart. For example, they might insist on using numbers like 88 or 66 after the decimal point, or numbers like 13 or 14. 14, once the stock they hold reaches a recent high or low that forms a logarithmic number, it requires closer observation. If it doesn't break through this number within 3 days, it often means the market maker is up to something. The crocodile looks down on colleagues with numerical OCD, considering them to be completely unnecessary. The market crash on Huayan Construction continues. The trader has excellent control over the rhythm of smashing the market. Every time they smash, they take a break, and even casually adjust the price, giving the impression of a rebound. This illusion easily confuses retail investors, making them think there is meat to be had by rushing in. Some impulsive retail investors, when excited, will rush in shouting. Aiken, who has been watching the market, pointed to the K-line chart of Huayan Construction and drew a downward slanting line on the chart. Do you see, although Huayan Construction has rebounded several times during the decline, all rebounds have not broken through the downward pressure channel, so the stock price will continue to fall, and may even accelerate its decline. Pressure lines are commonly used drawing methods in stock technical analysis, corresponding to support lines. Drawing lines helps to have a more intuitive understanding of stock price movements. Moreover, drawing lines is simple and easy to learn, considered a basic course for stock trading beginners. Cultivation has opened a golden finger, just casually drawing like this, giving me a feeling of enlightenment. This pressure line is really beautifully drawn. Cultivation definitely has real talent and skill, much better than some pretentious people. That pretentious mouthpiece looks like they are about to cry. The mouthpiece refers to the unstoppable rise. At this moment, the face of the unstoppable rise is very ugly, and the 10 fingers are tightly intertwined. It's over. Really messed up. Trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. All preparations have become Aiken's wedding dress. The audience attracted by spending money to create momentum has now become Aiken's fans. And the number of fans of the unstoppable rise is plummeting, losing a third of its fans in just over half an hour. I feel a bit uncomfortable, so I'll end the broadcast first. The unstoppable rise said with a choked voice. He can't afford to lose. He thinks running away from the broadcast is the best choice now. You're going to end the broadcast now. Our competition isn't over yet. How are we going to settle the bet? Aiken asked. Oh, let's talk about that later. I really feel uncomfortable. After saying this, the unstoppable rise forcefully went offline, not daring to stay in the live broadcast room for even a second longer. If he were to follow the agreement to become Aiken's apprentice, the unstoppable rise felt he would die on the spot. After exiting the live broadcast room, the unstoppable rise stared blankly at the market. How could this happen? Clearly with the convergence of the 5 major funds, how could the stock plummet? How can Aiken see the problem? No, why am I thinking about this now? I should sell quickly. The lost and confused unstoppable rise only now thought of the most crucial issue, which was to quickly sell the Huayan Construction in his portfolio. By the time he anxiously opened the trading software, it was already too late. Because Aiken analyzed that Huayan Construction would accelerate its decline, Xiao Eriu instructed the trader to accelerate the market crash. The trader, who had been controlling the rhythm, now disregarded everything and started smashing the market frantically. Huayan Construction's market quickly formed a straight downward line and was soon hit with a limit down. As the unstoppable rise entered the trading password, Huayan Construction had already hit the limit down. How could it hit the limit down? The K-line has formed a dark cloud cover pattern. Huayan Construction is likely to hit the limit down tomorrow. This loss is too big, not only losing money in the account, but also losing all the live popularity. What the hell is this? The unstoppable rise truly regretted challenging Aiken. This is really a disaster. My reputation is completely ruined. I won't be able to survive in the live broadcast circle in the future. Ding ding ding. The phone kept beeping with notifications. In the Stock Trading Guild chat group, many people were mentioning the unstoppable rise. Unstoppable rise, come out quickly to fulfill your promise. If you lose, you have to publicly apprentice yourself to the god of loss in the live broadcast room. Your forced offline behavior lacks professional ethics. Do you still want to survive in the live broadcast circle? Quickly come out and make a statement. If you don't want to apprentice yourself to the god of loss publicly, you can negotiate with the god of loss in the group. The anchors in the group are all eager to make a scene. They also want to make their presence felt in front of Aiken, preferably gaining some popularity. Seeing their own at messages, they feel like smashing their phones. This is truly a case of everyone pushing the blame onto others. Back in the day when I was famous. Well, let's not dwell on past glories. Anyway, it's impossible to survive in the stock live streaming circle. Jean Buting made up his mind to leave the circle. After all, he had lost all face and substance. By not fulfilling the bet to leave the circle, Jean Buting was stubbornly trying to hold onto his last bit of pride. I'm leaving the circle, so don't at me anymore. As for fulfilling the bet, forget about it for the rest of my life. I will never bow down to Aiken. The voice message was sent to the group, and Jean Buting was ready to leave the group directly. However, his finger hesitated over the option to leave the group, feeling a bit reluctant to do so. Just as he was hesitating, a series of notification sounds rang out. So annoying, why are these people still adding me? Maybe I should take a look and see what they are all saying. Driven by 7 parts curiosity and 3 parts unwillingness, Jean Buting did not leave the group but opened the messages in the group. Jean Buting, are you out of your mind? So many of us want to apprentice under coercion, and you have the chance to do it publicly. Yet you don't cherish it. There are so many benefits to apprenticing under coercion. Jean Buting, you shouldn't care too much about your face. Now, only those who are shameless can make money. You should think about it carefully. I'm even willing to apprentice under coercion in place of Jean Buting. I really hope coercion will give us the opportunity to apprentice. These messages kept coming one after another, buzzing in Jean Buting's mind. After listening to 1 or 2, Jean Buting felt very repulsed, thinking that the group members were just talking without considering the consequences. After listening to 2 or 3 more, his mindset began to change slightly. He felt that what they were saying seemed to make some sense. Yesterday, all these people in the group were crying and shouting to apprentice under Aiken, while he was the only one going against the tide. Could he be wrong? Could he be making mistake after mistake? Continuing on the wrong path would only lead to a more miserable fate. I should really think about what the group members are saying. Actually, face isn't that important, everything is about making money. Jean Buting was starting to feel a bit brainwashed. The more he reflected, the more he felt that what the group members were saying was right, and there were indeed many benefits to apprenticing under Aiken. As long as he let go of his pride, he could have the opportunity to gain traffic and make money. Thank you, my friends, for your advice. I think what you're saying makes sense, but I still need to consider some details. I will give coercion and all of you a reply tomorrow. After sending the message, Jean Buting slumped on the sofa, feeling a sense of relief. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Perhaps this embarrassing moment is the turning point in my life. Speaking of it, coercion does have real skills. It's not embarrassing to apprentice under him. Jean Buting had entered a self-brainwashing mode, thinking about how to fulfill the bet satisfactorily tomorrow. 4 p.m. Finance University classroom. Professor He walked to the platform with his laptop and connected to the projector. I've talked a lot about securities theory to you all. This course cannot be just theoretical, it must involve practical operations for you to truly understand. I am a typical example myself. I understand a lot of securities theory, but after entering the stock market for actual operations, I have been losing money all along. This professor, he is no ordinary person, with a wealth of knowledge in securities theory. He was involved in selecting and translating the earliest series of technical analysis theories on the stock market in China. He is considered a well-known figure in the field of securities theory. Professor He, who had been studying theory for half a lifetime, entered the market during the hot stock market years a few years ago. He felt that with the securities theory he mastered, entering the stock market for trading was as easy as pie making money was. Absolutely guaranteed. But reality was exceptionally cruel. Before making much money from trading stocks, Professor He encountered an epic market crash, during which the phenomenon of thousands of stocks hitting the limit down was frequently staged. After the crash, his account kept losing money, and he never recovered since then. I am a failure case, a cautionary tale for you all. The next course will be to apply the securities theory in practice. Each of you will need to open a simulated trading account for stock trading. The gains and losses from stock trading will be part of your regular grades, which will be included in the final grades. So, I hope you will take the simulated trading seriously. Wang Miao, who was sitting in the third row listening attentively, widened her eyes after hearing Professor His words. Stock trading? And it will count towards the regular grades. Wang Miao, who had never had a good impression of stock trading, suddenly felt it was difficult for her. Regardless, she decided to randomly buy a few stocks in the simulation account and leave it to luck for their ups and downs by the end of the term. Wang Miao was ready to take it easy and rely on luck to complete the simulated stock trading course. Professor, how much capital is in the simulation account? I think it's not exciting enough if the capital is too little. It would be best to operate with 10 million. I think using a simulation account is too unrealistic, lacking the tension of actual trading. It's better for each person to open an account and put some of their own money in for stock trading. Yes, using our own money for stock trading is more authentic and has more learning value. Several rich second-generation students in the class wanted to open real accounts to play, feeling that the simulation account was not interesting enough. Indeed, real trading is more meaningful. After class, you can have a meeting to discuss this. For now, let's watch a video. It's a very interesting one. Professor He operated on his laptop and started playing the video on the projection screen. The person appearing in the video was Aiken, and it was a replay of a live broadcast. Him. How could it be him? Wang Miao exclaimed in surprise. Professor He looked at her in surprise. Wang Miao, do you know the lost god in the video? Hearing Wang Miao's exclamation, Professor He felt a little hopeful. If this student knew Aiken, then he could meet the real Aiken and have a chat with him. When asked by Professor He, Wang Miao panicked. How should she answer? Should she say Aiken is a tenant in her house? No, she absolutely couldn't say she knew Aiken. I don't know him. I was just distracted earlier, thinking of someone else, so. Wang Miao said, blushing. The surrounding students immediately started teasing, especially some of the boys. Could it be that Miao is in love? I'm so sad, the spring she longs for is not me. Who has entered Wang Miao's heart? I want to challenge that guy. Don't make wild guesses, I'm not in love. Wang Miao defended loudly. Thud. Professor He knocked on the table, stopped talking and watched this video carefully to understand the reverse thinking in the stock market. The classroom quieted down, and everyone started watching Aiken's live broadcast replay. The girl sitting next to Wang Miao asked softly, Miao, what just happened? This girl and Wang Miao shared a dorm room, and their relationship was quite good. Wang Miao, biting her lip lightly, shook her head slightly without explaining what had just happened. This matter couldn't be explained clearly and might lead to more misunderstandings. It was better not to respond at all. Absent-mindedly, Wang Miao watched Aiken talking confidently on the screen, grinding her teeth hard, feeling a deep sense of hatred. The video played for about half a class period, and after it ended, Professor He turned off the projection. Everyone has not traded stocks in real combat, so they can't really understand what the lost god said about reverse thinking, but I have a deep understanding. After experiencing their ups and downs in the stock market for a few years, Professor He finally realized the importance of reverse thinking. Over the past few years, Professor He has gained a lot of insights in the stock market. However, understanding is easy, but applying the knowledge flexibly is very difficult. Therefore, Professor He is very impressed with Aiken's practical application ability. He even wanted to contact Aiken to have him talk to the students about the essentials of stock market combat. Reverse thinking is crucial in the stock market. The lost god said it very well. Data like the dragon and tiger list is outdated and inherently misleading and manipulative. Therefore, when looking at this outdated data, one must think in reverse. Professor He explained the theory with practical examples. The students listened attentively, except for Wang Miao, who seemed distracted. Every time Professor He mentioned the lost god, Wang Miao would grit her teeth fiercely. It's really infuriating. What's wrong with the professor? Why does he praise Aiken so much? Student Wang Miao. When Wang Miao was distracted, Professor He called her name. Huh? What is your understanding of the reverse thinking that the lost god mentioned? Professor He and the whole class focused their attention on Wang Miao. What I understand is. Wang Miao stuttered, while in her heart she was cursing Aiken fiercely. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have embarrassed herself in front of the whole class. She was at least a good student and couldn't leave a bad impression on the teacher. With determination, Wang Miao spoke up. Professor, I think what he said is nonsense. Oh. Professor He asked with a smile, having your own independent thinking and not following the crowd is good, but since you say it's nonsense, then please elaborate on your thoughts. My thoughts. He's just a charlatan who talks nonsense. He must be just parroting what he's learned, not showing real skills. Wang Miao said angrily. He's a charlatan. You don't even know him, how can you be sure he's a charlatan? Professor He looked meaningfully at Wang Miao. Either Wang Miao was lying about not knowing Aiken, or she was now talking nonsense. Oh no. Realizing she had exposed herself, Wang Miao panicked. What should she do now? Should she admit to knowing Aiken? Her mind was in chaos. I watched his previous live broadcasts. He used to lose a lot in stock trading, that's why I said he's a charlatan. Thinking quickly, Wang Miao finally found a decent excuse. He did indeed suffer heavy losses before, but one can become a god after a sudden enlightenment. Now the lost god has a very high level of stock trading skills. In the current unfavorable market conditions, he can double his profits in just over a week, which is extremely impressive. Professor He greatly admired Aiken's actual trading performance. It's not easy to double profits in a short time, especially in a market with poor conditions. Not to mention the recent market conditions have been very unfavorable. In such a situation, being able to quickly double profits is simply beyond human capability. So don't judge people with old perspectives, but with dynamic perspectives, as everyone knows, the story of seeing with new eyes after 3 days of separation. Stock trading is the same. You can't measure a company's future with past financial reports and operating levels. You must use a dynamic perspective to look at it. Hearing Professor His elaborate praise of Aiken, Wang Miao clenched her fists in anger. Damn it! How many benefits has Aiken given to Professor He? When the bell for the end of class rang, Wang Miao's mood had not yet calmed down. Our Chen, who was about to go out to the mall to enjoy the air conditioning in the scorching room, was interrupted by a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Our Chen, Auntie is here to help you move your things. Huh? Help me move what? Our Chen opened the door and asked in confusion. You really forgetful. I told you this morning to move to the guest room on the first floor. It has air conditioning and is cool in the summer. Oh, I forgot. Let's move now. Our Chen readily agreed to move downstairs. Who would choose to live in the cramped top floor pigeon loft when there's an air-conditioned room available? With Auntie Liu's help, clothes, bedding, and other items were packed up and moved to the guest room on the first floor. The guest room was next to Wang Miao's room, and since Auntie Liu's family rarely had relatives visiting, it had been vacant. After settling into the guest room, our Chen happily looked at the air conditioner. With this, he could comfortably get through the summer. Auntie Liu, how is the rent for this house calculated, and how much is it different from the original rent? I'll compensate you. Are you trying to offend Auntie? As long as you help Auntie with stock trading, you can live here for free and have free meals. Huh? Then thank you, Auntie Liu. Thinking that he was not yet wealthy, our Chen still agreed to Auntie Liu's warm offer. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner cooked by Auntie Liu, our Chen returned to his room and lay on the bed. Feeling the cool breeze from the air conditioner and rubbing his round belly, he finally felt a sense of happiness. After struggling in the city for so long, our Chen felt happy for the first time. Although he could earn some money delivering takeout in the past, he was always looked down upon wherever he went. Even the security guards at the gates looked down on delivery drivers. The feeling of being despised made our Chen feel lacking in self-esteem. The past is not worth mentioning. The days I used to live were really tough. Now I can finally stand up straight. Ding. His phone received a repayment reminder message. As the repayment deadline approached, he would have to face the monthly repayments for his credit card and small loans in the next few days. The money in the bank account is almost not mine anymore. Why am I so reluctant? Why should I return the money that I borrowed based on my abilities? When it came to the money in his pocket that had to be returned, he always felt a bit reluctant. Our Chen also knew that defaulting on debts was not an option. If he didn't repay, not only would he be reported to the credit system as a defaulter, but he would also be harassed by debt collectors. If his family and friends found out that he owed money and didn't repay, he would definitely lose face in the future. I still need to work hard to earn money. There is still a long way to go before completely paying off the debts. I hope this system task can be completed successfully this time and I can receive a big reward. By the way, it seems that the random task has not yet rewarded me. Technically, I won the rising non-stop. Our Chen remembered the system's random task. The stock market had closed, and his purchase of Huayan construction under the rising non-stop strategy had collapsed, which could be considered a big victory for our Chen. Hint, the task is still in progress. The system's response left our Chen puzzled. If rising non-stop had already failed, why was the task still in progress? Did he have to fulfill the bet to complete it? Thinking about how rising non-stop had been forcibly taken offline during the live broadcast, our Chen felt that fulfilling the bet would be quite challenging. Isn't it enough that I've won? It should be considered as completing the task. Do I really have to make him fulfill the bet and become my disciple? My skills are not at the level to take on disciples yet. Moreover, our Chen didn't think highly of the character of rising non-stop. Taking on a disciple with bad character would require constant vigilance against betrayal. He must fulfill the bet, but you don't have to take him as a disciple. Will it affect the task reward if I don't take him as a disciple? Our Chen asked further. If it would affect the task reward, our Chen would have to think carefully. To get more system rewards, accepting a disciple with bad character seems acceptable. At worst, after taking in the disciple, you can teach him nothing, wait a few days to find his mistakes, and then expel him from the sect. Does not affect mission rewards. Phew, at least there's some humanity. Aiken breathed a sigh of relief. It's best not to take in disciples if possible. The next thing to consider is how to make Zhang Buting fulfill the gambling agreement. Headache, should I ask the guild leader for help? In Aiken's mind, the guild leader Yang Shoror has already been labeled as a good person. When encountering difficulties, asking the guild leader is never wrong. He called Yang Shoror directly. Hey, Yang Ji. Aiken, do you have something? Yang Shoror said somewhat nervously. He thought Aiken was coming to question him. During the previous voice chat, he had been setting the tone for Zhang Buting. There's something I want to talk to you about. It's about Zhang Buting. Oh. His matter, can you wait a moment? Yang Shoror used delaying tactics, his mind quickly turning to figure out how to get through this. At this moment, Yang Shoror had cursed Chen Qianlong 100 times in his heart. It was because of Chen Qianlong's unreliability that Yang Shoror found himself in the current dilemma. And just half an hour ago, Chen Qianlong had sent another message, asking Yang Shoror to find out about the fan named Darhai who appeared in Aiken's live broadcast room. Scratching his head vigorously, Yang Shoror decided to play the victim first and see if he could get away with it. Aiken, I did something wrong with Zhang Buting. I was a bit biased towards him during the voice chat. but it was all for the sake of the live broadcast effect. That's not what I wanted to talk about. What? Yang Shuror felt a bit uneasy, anxious and with his mind racing. He couldn't come up with a strategy that hit the core issue. What did Aiken want to talk about? How should he respond next? Why is life so difficult? Taking a deep breath, after adjusting his mindset, Yang Shuror cautiously asked, "So Aiken, what did you want to talk about?" "It's about the competition with Zhang Buting. He said that whoever loses has to publicly apprentice to the winner, but now he's forcefully logging off and refusing to fulfill the gambling agreement. What's going on?" "Oh, is that all? Leave it to me, I'll make sure he publicly apprentices to you in the live broadcast room tomorrow." As long as Aiken didn't suspect him, Yang Shuror would do his best to fulfill any request he made. Even if Aiken asked him to strike a shameful pose. "Then I'll trouble the guild leader," Aiken said happily. Indeed, the guild leader was a good person. Handing over the headache-inducing matter to the guild leader for handling was definitely easy and convenient. "No trouble at all, not at all. By the way, I wanted to ask you about that Darhai in your live broadcast room. Who is he exactly?" "Darhai is mysterious, I don't know who he is either. He didn't reply to my private messages." Aiken really didn't know who Darhai was. These past few days, Aiken had sent him several private messages but hadn't received any replies. This made Aiken feel that Darhai was not simple, and he even suspected that Darhai was the market maker of Chuntian Holdings, interacting with him in the live broadcast just to attract retail investors to follow suit. Although he had his suspicions, he had no evidence. "You really don't know?" Yang Shuror was somewhat skeptical. "I really don't know. If you don't believe me, I can screenshot the messages I sent him and show you. He really didn't reply to me." "I believe Aiken, I just find his appearance a bit strange. If he shows up in the live broadcast room again, you should be more cautious." "I'll be cautious, I'll wait for your message about the gambling agreement." After saying that, Aiken hung up the phone. Yang Shuror squinted his eyes and pondered for a moment, then he contacted Zhang Buting. After chatting with Zhang Buting for a few moments, he brought up the matter of the bet. Zhang Buting, who had already figured it out, smiled and said, "President, don't worry. I have figured it out. As a man of integrity, I must keep my promise. I will fulfill the bet tomorrow, and I hope the President can be a witness at that time. It's good that you figured it out. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, I will arrange for you and Aiken to connect via voice chat. You will directly pay respects to the master in the live broadcast room." At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Buting put on a suit and tie, standing in front of the mirror spraying gel on his hair. Having resolved to treat today's apprenticeship as a major event, Zhang Buting made sure to groom himself well. He aimed to look handsome and charming, or at least dignified. Reputation is also a kind of fame. Many internet celebrities become popular by stirring up scandals. To make money, one must not be concerned about dignity. I need to learn this spirit as well. Making money is difficult, making a lot of money is even harder. Making money while maintaining one's reputation is the hardest of all. Many well-known bosses have to humble themselves to earn money, let alone ordinary people. Therefore, those who are overly concerned about their reputation often suffer. Once they let go of their pride, it may become easier to make money. After styling his hair, Zhang Buting looked at himself in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Paying respects to the master is not a big deal. With the fame of the God of Loss, I might gain tens of thousands of followers. With the beautiful fantasy of gaining tens of thousands of followers in mind, Zhang Buting sat in front of the camera, waiting for Yang Shuror's voice chat notification. A few minutes later, he received the notification and took a deep breath before entering the live broadcast room for their voice chat. Yesterday, 2 elite stock trading live broadcast hosts from our guild had a competition. I'm sure many viewers of the live broadcast are aware. Today is the day for the loser to fulfill the bet. Yang Shuror, as the president, presided over the event, with Aiken and Zhang Buting on the left and right sides of the screen, respectively. Zhang Buting, dressed in a suit, looked very serious, while Aiken, dressed casually, had a smile on his face. Aiken was not happy about taking on an apprentice but was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the system rewards. As for taking on an apprentice, he would never take Zhang Buting as his apprentice. Now, I'll hand over the microphone to Xing Buting to begin paying respects to their master. Xing Buting, feeling a bit nervous, said, "Hello, everyone. I am Xing Buting, real name Zhao Jun. First of all, I want to apologize to their god of loss. I shouldn't have doubted his abilities or challenged him. Our bet was that I would lose, and this failure has made me realize my own level of skill. I am far behind their god of loss, so... Aiken coughed twice and said somewhat dissatisfied, "This is not your self-reflection session. Don't say these useless things." Zhao Jun's self-reflection was considered nonsense by Aiken. What Aiken wanted to hear was Zhao Jun saying he wanted to pay respects to their master. As long as he said that, he could smoothly complete the task and receive the reward. The audience also joined in the excitement. Stop the nonsense if you want to pay respects. We're not here to listen to your self-reflection session. If you don't want to pay respects, then leave. Give me the opportunity to pay respects to their god of loss. Will their god of loss take on apprentices? My whole family is willing to be his disciples. Glancing at the barrage of comments in the live chat, Zhao Jun's eyes twitched slightly. Couldn't they give him some time to ease into the topic? Don't they understand the importance of foreplay? However, Zhao Jun could only sigh inwardly. I'm sorry, my insights were a bit profound. Let's get to the point now and fulfill the bet I should fulfill. Zhao Jun stood up, adjusted his clothes, and his expression became extremely serious. I asked the president, their 18-year-old beast, and all friends watching the live broadcast to bear witness. Here, I, Zhao Jun, formally pay respects to their god of loss as my master and earnestly request their god of loss to accept me as his apprentice. After speaking, Zhao Jun bent his knees and knelt down straight. In traditional apprenticeship ceremonies, one would kneel and offer tea as a sign of respect. However, times have changed. Nowadays, a bow is considered sufficient etiquette for apprenticeship, and the practice of kneeling and offering tea is rare. Moreover, kneeling in a live broadcast, especially in front of numerous viewers, can be quite embarrassing. Zhao Jun felt a sense of shame in his heart, but he gritted his teeth tightly, trying to keep a straight face and not show any emotion. Since the moment he decided to seek apprenticeship, he had set aside his pride. With nothing to lose, he decided to make a big impact by kneeling. The barrage of comments flew in, with many people thinking that Zhao Jun was taking advantage of the situation. Kneeling to seek apprenticeship was not considered shameful. This single kneel shows sincerity. Now, let our master Kuation speak and hear what expectations he has for his disciple. Yang Shuro spoke at the right moment, handling the hosting duties skillfully. Firstly, I want to say that his act of seeking apprenticeship is just a formality, fulfilling his obligation. Secondly, I have the right to refuse, and now I want to say that I refuse to accept Zhao Jun as my disciple. With that statement, the viewers watching the live broadcast became excited. What a scandal! The audience reacted as if they had hit the jackpot, excitedly discussing the turn of events. The viewers overwhelmingly supported Aiken. The impression left by Zhang Buting yesterday was too negative. Zhang Buting, disheveled in the wind, stared blankly at the screen, unable to believe what he had just heard. Why wouldn't they accept him as a disciple? He had come to fulfill the agreement, even knelt down, and now they were rejecting him. This was clearly a game. Aiken, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to play me? Zhao Jun jumped up from the ground, shouting loudly. Look at yourself now, do you show any respect for your teacher? I just wanted to test you, but I didn't expect you to fail the test so miserably. Aiken shook his head and said. This. Zhao Jun was speechless, not knowing what to say. How could there be so many tricks? Couldn't people be more sincere with each other? Couldn't they treat each other honestly? The audience was also amazed by Aiken's actions. Watching the comments analyzing the purpose of the test, Aiken almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was just an excuse for rejection, and they were over-analyzing it. Zhao Jun's heart was bleeding at this moment. Why had he been so impulsive and unable to control his emotions? If only he could have remained calm, he might have been able to pass the test and become an apprentice. No. He absolutely could not accept this rejection. Kneeling down, I must succeed in paying respects to the master, otherwise I will lose everything. Unwilling Zhao Jun, facing the camera, said, I was wrong, I was impulsive just now. can you give me another chance to pay respects to you? No. Chen refused without hesitation. He had no intention of taking on disciples, especially someone as fickle as Zhao Jun. Such a person is like a venomous snake, ready to harm others at any time. Don't reject so quickly. I really am sincere in wanting to pay respects to you as my master. I was just emotional and misspoke just now. It was all a slip of the tongue. I'm sorry, I really can't take you as my disciple. You should find another master. The call ends here. Chen exited the call, leaving Zhao Jun with no illusions. Watching Chen's figure disappear from the screen, Zhao Jun sat down in disappointment. Today is really embarrassing and humiliating. President, can you talk to the lost god for me? I really know I was wrong. Zhao Jun pleaded. Sigh. Yang Shoror sighed. Chen's tactics and resolute rejection were unexpected by Yang Shoror. Yang Shoror even felt that in these few days, Chen's methods and demeanor had changed significantly. Perhaps this is the confidence after success. Pause the live broadcast first, rest well, I will communicate with the lost god about this. Okay, thank you, President. After Zhao Jun finished the broadcast, Yang Shoror contacted Chen. He asked why Chen refused Zhao Jun as a disciple. Yan, I refused him because of my own reasons. My abilities and skills are not enough to be a teacher, so I can't take him as my disciple. Are you serious? I think what you said is easy to be criticized. Yang Shoror weakly retorted. Someone who can catch the daily limit up board every day actually said that his abilities and skills are not enough to be a teacher. If those big VS, financial influencers, and self-proclaimed stock trading masters heard this, they might all beat up Chen together. Don't bring such rules that disrupt the industry, pretending to be experts to deceive others. Anyway, that's what I think, don't speak for Lost God anymore. Okay, you continue the live broadcast, and about Da Hai, you better clarify his identity. Got it. Chen ended the call with Yang Shoror, waiting for the system reward to come. Random task completed, task settlement in progress. Task completion evaluation, excellent, task reward, Tongue Blossom Lotus card X1, is that the reward? Chen asked in surprise. This reward is too shabby. No points, just an excellent evaluation. And only one skill card as a reward. Chen even felt that this reward was almost the same as nothing. This task is rated as the lowest level, so this is all the reward you get. Sigh. I got excited for nothing, I thought I could earn some points again, but the bigger the expectation, the bigger the disappointment. Soon Chen accepted reality. At least he could get a skill card. Although the skill of Tongue Blossom Lotus sounds a bit unconventional, since it's given by the system, it must have some special effects. Tongue Blossom Lotus card, disposable item, effective for 45 minutes. When used, significantly enhances the host's language organization ability, language logic ability, and adds a 1% enlightenment effect. It seems that the effect of this skill card is quite impressive. Especially the 1% enlightenment effect, it gives a mysterious feeling. What is the enlightenment effect? When you use the Tongue Blossom Lotus skill card and talk about the way of investment, the listener will have a 1% probability of enlightenment. Sounds powerful. If someone gains enlightenment, what benefits does it bring to me? Chen asked further. The effect of sudden enlightenment is quite impressive, but the benefits of enlightenment are enjoyed by others. For Aiken, it seems that there are not many benefits other than being able to show off. That's why he asked again, to see if there are any other benefits for himself. However, the system's response left him a bit disappointed. The host can gain the admiration of the enlightened ones, times, are you even more unreliable? Can admiration be eaten as a meal? Can it be spent as money? Forget it, there's no point in telling the system these things, let's just focus on the task at hand. Aiken adjusted his mood and continued his live stock trading business. Hello, everyone, I was delayed in starting the broadcast earlier due to some personal matters. Let's first take a look at the market. The overall market is showing a slight downward trend, with most stocks holding steady without any spectacular collective sell-off. The trend of Chunqian shares is also stable, with a slight increase followed by sideways fluctuations. However, those who followed Aiken to buy Chunqian shares in the live broadcast room seemed a bit dissatisfied with the slight increase. They all want to make a big profit in one go. Following Aiken's lead in buying stocks is also to be able to hit the daily limit up every day. The god of loss has finally arrived. Please quickly cast a spell and make Chuncheon shares hit the limit up. Yes, please quickly apply the law of causality, urgently as if by decree. We are all waiting to hit the limit up and make money. Only with the limit up can we go out and have fun. Looking at the barrage on the screen, Aiken didn't know what to say. Am I being treated as a trading machine? Although I also want to hit the limit up every day, that's completely unrealistic. The limit up is not up to me to decide. If you make a profit, sell it, that's for sure. As for the future trend of Chuncheon shares, I still can't see clearly. Aiken carefully studied the K-line chart of Chuncheon shares. This time he was looking at the 5-minute K-line. The analysis of short-term level K-lines can better analyze the intraday price movements. However, because Chuncheon shares hit the limit up for 2 consecutive days, the analysis of the 5-minute K-line has become more complicated. The analysis and judgment of short-term trends by the limit up and down will create significant interference factors. After pondering over the K-line chart for a while, Aiken vaguely felt that the post-opening trend was a bit strange. The 5-minute K-line is showing a divergent trend. Theoretically, there should be a minor adjustment. Should I make a move? Making a move is a common term in the stock market, referring to making a price difference on the same stock within the same day, divided into positive and negative moves. A positive move is buying low and selling high, while a negative move is selling high and buying low. At this moment, what Aiken wants to do is a negative move, selling part of the Chuncheon shares he holds, and buying them back after the stock price adjusts. This can effectively reduce the cost of the stock and earn the price difference, theoretically a very good way to make money. However, due to the probability factor of successful moves, many people end up losing money. Making a move is like a gambler entering a casino. Even if the gambling skills are superb, it is difficult to win all the time. As the number of bets increases, the probability of losing also increases. The vast majority of retail investors do not have the technical skills and abilities to time their trades, and their success rate in making moves is even less than 30%. Even for retail investors with strong timing skills and abilities, the success rate in making moves is unlikely to exceed 50%. For large funds, making moves is relatively easier. Because with enough funds and chips, they can control the rise and fall of stock prices in a short period of time. In other words, large funds can cheat by using the advantage of a large amount of capital. Should he make a move? Aiken hesitated. If the move is successful, it's fine, but if it goes wrong, there are generally 2 consequences. One is being completely left behind, watching the stock price rise rapidly and sighing. The other is buying back at a higher price, leading to an increase in holding costs. Let's try to do a T operation. Consider it as increasing your operational experience. Aiken made up his mind. It's necessary to learn new positions that haven't been tried before in order to satisfy curiosity. If a certain position turns out to be particularly suitable but is not attempted due to fear, it will ultimately be a loss for oneself. Aiken quickly filled in the selling price and quantity on the selling interface, then clicked the sell button. After the transaction, Aiken said in the live broadcast room, I just sold half of my shares in springtime because I believe it may undergo a correction, so I'm preparing to do a T operation. Please don't follow my lead. After speaking, Aiken aimed the transaction record at the camera for everyone to see his actions. What's going on? The lost god actually sold. Is this a betrayal? Doing a T at this time, why do I feel like something is not right? If the lost god is withdrawing, I should leave first to avoid being trapped. Brothers, let's orderly retreat, don't trample each other, I'll take the first step. The viewers of the live broadcast reacted quite intensely. Their focus was not on Aiken's plan to do a T operation, but on seeing Aiken sell, which led them to follow suit in a frenzy. This is a clear example of herd mentality. Due to their lack of research on springtime shares and uncertainty, many people felt nervous and panicked when Aiken sold. Ju Dingfar was also watching Aiken's live broadcast. Seeing Aiken's T operation, Ju Dingfar opened the 5-minute candlestick chart of springtime shares. This kid is good. The 5-minute candlestick chart does indicate a need for adjustment. Coupled with his influence, the stock price should be pushed down by retail investors. Boss, should we also push down with the trend to scare off more retail investors? Not in a hurry, Ju Dingfar shook his head. If springtime shares were still solely controlled by him, he would definitely follow the trend and harvest some retail investors. But now it's no longer the time when he was the sole controller. The appearance of the new player, Overlord, made Judingfar quite wary. His strategy was to wait and see, not to reveal his intentions until the opponent made a move. At this time, maintaining silence was the best approach. A wave of sell orders appeared on the market, but the buying pressure was insufficient, causing the price of springtime shares to rapidly decline. As a result, more retail investors panicked due to the price drop and joined the selling frenzy. More and more retail investors are selling. The influence of the Lost God is really significant, able to influence the stock price in a short time. Judingfar couldn't help but admire Aiken. In stock forums and other places, many influential figures frequently express opinions and recommend stocks in order to have a high impact. Then, they use their personal influence to affect stock prices. However, those who can truly influence stock prices in a short time are few and far between. Yet, this newcomer Aiken, who hasn't been in the stock market for long, managed to do so. It must be said that Aiken has created a miracle. Boss, the market seems abnormal. The stock price has dropped by 5% rapidly, but there is no sign of large funds stepping in to buy, the trader reported the situation. After staring at the market for a moment, Judingfar furrowed his brow. Indeed, there was no trace of large funds taking over the selling pressure on the market. What exactly is the intention of the new player Overlord's funds? Judingfar couldn't figure it out, thinking that perhaps he could find some answers from Aiken's live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, more and more retail investors claimed to have sold their springtime shares. However, some who had bought in near the limit up yesterday, as well as those who had chased after it this morning, found themselves trapped. These trapped retail investors began to sell in a panic. Yesterday, those who chased after the limit up are asking the god of losses to save their children, and to push the stock price back up. Once they recover their principal, they won't play anymore. I bought in this morning, Lost God, you can't deceive people like this. Begging the Lost God to push up the stock price, I don't want to be trapped. Aiken was also quite helpless. It's impossible to reason with those who followed in late. I just wanted to make a quick profit, please don't copy my moves, it makes it difficult for me. Maybe I won't live stream my real-time operations in the future. Don't stop live streaming your real-time operations. Those who chased in at high prices are brainless, I'll help you criticize them. Those brainless followers are always the ones who end up as scapegoats. They don't deserve to copy the Lost God's moves. Lost God, don't be mad at them. Those who copy the Lost God's moves should give him some small gifts. I'll send a rocket to show respect to the Lost God first. The number of viewers who exited with profits was higher, and many of them sent small gifts to Aiken. Watching the continuous special effects of the gifts, Aiken smiled and shook his head. Thank you for the gifts, but I think you should copy my moves less. In stock trading, you can only rely on yourself. You have to take responsibility for your own money. If you're too lazy to analyze and research stocks, and just want to make money by copying others, there will be a day when you'll lose. Aiken's heartfelt words fell on deaf ears for many. Laziness is human nature. The vast majority of people are too lazy to put effort into studying stock technicals and fundamentals. The Lost God makes sense, but I can't learn it myself, so I can only copy the Lost God's moves. Hope the Lost God learns well every day, let us follow his moves and make some money. Don't forget those who helped you, brothers, send more gifts to the Lost God. The Lost God can help everyone make money, so put in the effort you use to send gifts to female streamers. Another wave of intense gift effects came. From small lollipops to big rockets, they kept flashing on the screen. After this wave of gifts, the amount of tips Aiken received exceeded 100,000, making many colleagues envious and jealous. The Lost God is amazing. To receive over 100,000 in gifts from live stock trading, it really changes my perception of stock trading streamers' income. In a school dormitory, a pretty girl named Sun Ning was watching Aiken's live stream on her phone. Sun Ning was a finance major and also Wang Miamia's roommate. Wang Miamia frowned. Sun Ning, why are you watching his live stream? It's not practical at all. You'd be better off reading more stock trading books. Professor, he praises him, so he must be skilled. When it comes to practical stock trading, I can only rely on copying the Lost God's moves. Sun Ning glanced at her newly opened stock account, feeling her heart rate accelerate suddenly. Investing real money in the stock market for trading is a completely different feeling from using a virtual account. With a virtual account, regardless of gains or losses, your money remains intact, and there's no psychological burden no matter how you operate. But when you open a real account and invest real money in stock trading, your mindset changes completely. If it goes down, the losses are all your own money, and it will definitely hurt. Under the influence of a few rich second-generation students in the class, most students from relatively well-off families asked for 3,000 to 5,000 yuan from their families to open stock accounts. They used real money to trade in the stock market to hone their trading skills. Except for a few students from financially difficult backgrounds, only Wang Miamiao did not open a stock account. It's not that Wang Miamiao didn't want to, but she was embarrassed to ask her mother for money. She had been so against her mother trading stocks before, and if she asked for money now for stock trading, she was afraid her mother would laugh at her. Plus, she was afraid of losing money in stock trading. Instead of losing money in the stock market, it's better to spend it on yourself, buying some nice clothes and bags. Miao Miao, is the god of loss stealing your food or your people? Why do you look down on him so much? Sun Ning curiously asked. What are you talking about? How could he steal things from my house? I just don't like him. I feel like he's not a good person. Your thinking is flawed. The god of loss is handsome and can make money. He could easily be the heartthrob of our class, but unfortunately, he's not in our class. Speaking of it, Aiken can be considered handsome. It's just that he doesn't pay much attention to his appearance. If he dressed up nicely, he would definitely be a tough and handsome guy. You should go see an eye doctor. Live broadcasts always have beauty filters. His real appearance might be completely different. Anyway, the god of loss is a male god in my heart. By the way, you really don't trade stocks with a real account. Simulated trading is meaningless, you won't learn anything real. Sun Ning was most curious about Wang Miamiao's refusal to trade stocks with a real account. In theory, Wang Miamiao's family is well off, so she should actively trade with a real account. With her head buried in her arms, Wang Miamiao was feeling conflicted. If I don't trade well, I'll lose money. I don't want to burden my family. Wang Miamiao muttered. Why are you so silly? Just follow the god of loss and you'll be fine. As long as you follow his trades, you won't lose. Sun Ning said confidently. This was also the sentiment of many students in the class. After Professor He praised Aiken's stock trading skills in class, these students had a common understanding. That is, copy Aiken's homework to make their own money. They could also complete Professor His assignments satisfactorily and get good grades. It was a win-win situation. Didn't you hear what he said in the live broadcast? You don't even take responsibility for your own money, expecting to make money by following the crowd in stock trading. Isn't that a joke? The god of loss just doesn't want too many people following him. The more followers, the easier it is for the big players to manipulate the market. But this also proves the god of loss's high level. Otherwise, with so many stock trading anchors, why does everyone just copy his homework? Sun Ning had her own interpretation of Aiken's words. But her understanding was completely off track. Wang Miamia pursed her lips, thinking that she would rather not have the usual grades than copy Aiken's homework. She, Wang Miamia, would never copy Aiken's homework. At that moment, Aiken's voice came from Sun Ning's phone. I feel that the stock price of Chunqian has temporarily dropped to a good level. The positions I sold earlier can now be bought back. Looking at the market, Chunqian's stock had already dropped by 7%, not far from the limit down. However, when it dropped to around 7%, the stock price started to stabilize and fluctuate, without further deepening. Aiken operated in front of the camera, buying back all the positions he had sold earlier in Chunqian. I have already bought back the positions I sold earlier, but I'm not very sure about the future trend of Chunqian. Currently, there is still a risk of limit down. The way the god of loss handled this trade is amazing, but is it really safe to follow him at this point? I'm a bit hesitant. It seems to be still in a downtrend, and it might be difficult to rise back in the short term. It rose a lot before, today's profit taking is normal. I think it might retest the 20-day moving average to stop the decline. I agree with the analysis of retesting the 20-day moving average. After confirming the retest, I will buy Chunqian stock again. There were many technical stock traders' analyses in the barrage. Whether these technical stock traders were skilled or not, no one knew. But their ability to copy and paste was solid. They would talk about retesting the X-day moving average, the KDJ indicator reaching a high level of dullness, and significant increase in trading volume, and so on. These words all sound quite professional, but when it comes to actual application, they cannot be integrated. Often it's like the three axes of Cheng Yao Jin, only looking at a few technical charts and indicators, and then judging the trend of rise and fall. This is actually an irresponsible way of analysis. Correct analysis should be conducted from the four major directions of time, space, volume, and price. Time refers to time. Space refers to space. Volume refers to trading volume or turnover rate. Price refers to stock price or index level. Time, space, volume, and price constitute the core of technical analysis. Among them, volume determines price, time determines space, and time and space determine volume and price, which is a very complex analysis method. There are few people who play technical analysis and can master the analysis of volume and price. Those who can touch the essence of time and space are even rarer. Aiken looked at the analysis on the barrage and then explained, "The operation I bought back is based on the appearance of a buying point in the 5-minute candlestick pattern. If analyzed from a larger time frame, we are indeed still in a downtrend. When trading stocks, predictive analysis is just a speculation that needs to be verified based on actual trends. If the verification finds that your prediction was wrong, you need to decisively cut losses. This is a speculative attempt based on my own trading rules. I do not recommend following suit. I am prepared to cut losses at any time. The god of loss has finally bought in, now I can copy the homework." Seeing Aiken buy back the shares of Chunqian that he had just sold, Sun Ning eagerly opened the trading software, ready to buy along. Copying homework emphasizes timeliness. You must follow up with buying and selling operations. If you are late, you may miss out. Seeing her roommate really going to follow Aiken, Wang Miamia felt very uncomfortable. How come everyone around her is being deceived by Aiken? No, she must persuade Sun Ning not to get deeper into Aiken's pit. "Sun Ning, you better not follow suit. Aiken himself said it was just a speculative operation, not recommended for others to follow. I just analyzed it for you. What you should be doing now is following the footsteps of the god of loss." Sun Ning simply did not listen to persuasion. Her fingers swiftly placed the order on the screen to buy. After buying, Sun Ning took a screenshot and directly posted it in the class group, boasting that she had bought Chunqian following the god of loss. Many classmates were shocked by Sun Ning's screenshot. "Sun, you got it. I haven't had a chance to watch the god of loss's live stream yet. I'll follow suit when I wake up. Missed the god of loss's buy-in. Is it still okay to follow now? What if we buy at the peak?" The stock market situation changes in an instant. Chunqian has been falling in the morning session. The market performance doesn't look good. I think it's better to play it safe. These classmates are just armchair strategists. Many of them can't even get their armchair strategies right. Especially after Chunqian just experienced a downturn, many of them were deeply shocked by the sharp decline. That's how beginners are. When they encounter a big rise, they will charge in without any psychological burden, thinking that since it's rising now, it will definitely continue to rise. But when faced with a big drop, beginners will be very nervous, believing that after a big drop, there will definitely be more drops. So chasing highs and selling lows is the basic operation for beginners. The rise will give them strong confidence, while the fall will give them endless fear. They are driven by emotions to engage in passionate trading. Why are you all hesitating now? Didn't we all agree to copy the god of loss's homework? Now you all dare not copy. Sun Ning sent a voice message to the group. At this moment, Sun Ning felt a little regret in her heart. Why am I so impulsive? I bought it without asking in the class group first. If this is really a loss. After taking a look at the stock price of Chunqian, the price was pulled up by less than 1% after buying in with Aiken. It seems like someone copied Aiken's homework. But unfortunately, this surge did not last. The stock price was quickly suppressed, even falling below the small platform that had been fluctuating at -7% before. When Chunqian's stock price dropped to -9%, Sun Ning almost cried. How could this happen? Isn't copying the lost god's homework supposed to make you hit the limit up? You didn't listen to my advice, and now you regret it, right? Wang Miamiao said smugly. She was also looking at the stock price of Chunqian. Although she didn't understand much, she could still see that the stock price was being hammered down towards the limit price. Miamiao, you still have the heart to make fun of me now. I invested 100,000, and in the blink of an eye, I lost over 2,000. That's why trading stocks is risky. You need to be cautious when entering the market. Now do you understand why I don't trade stocks with real money? Sigh. Sun Ning felt even more sad, feeling like Wang Miamiao was talking her to death. In the class group, students from the finance class were also paying attention to Aiken's live broadcast on the stock price of Chunqian, engaging in intense discussions. Now only Sun Ning from our class entered. I think the rest of us shouldn't be impulsive. Let's wait for the right opportunity to enter and rescue Sun Ning. I strongly agree, even the lost god can make mistakes, and this wave of operations is problematic. Let's have our class's hidden dragon analyze it. I am the hidden dragon, let me analyze it. Selling at a high price was not wrong, but buying back at a low price was a bit hasty. This is clearly a downward trend. Listening to the discussions in the class group, Sun Ning felt like jumping out of bed and killing herself. Following the trend had become a negative example. There was no one else to blame. I feel so bad today, Miamiao, please comfort me. Ha! Ha ha! In the previous second, Sun Ning seemed weak and out of breath, but in the next second, she sat up from the bed like a cop. Miamiao, did you see that? There are big buy orders for Chunqian. Thousands of large orders appeared on the market, forcefully pushing up the stock price of Chunqian. Continuous large orders quickly lifted the stock price, and in just a minute, Chunqian's stock price went from -9% to the green. Because the rise was so fast, there was no time for people to follow and buy in. Those who wanted to follow the trend and enter couldn't succeed because the stock price rose too quickly. During rapid surges like this, it often happens that the price rises too fast, and no matter how you place your order, you can't catch up. Unless you place an order at a much higher price than the current price, there is a possibility of catching up. Wow! It's rising so fast, is this the magic of the lost god? Sun Ning was excited and filled with admiration. She truly admired Aiken. Just now, she became the negative example of the whole class, causing great damage to Sun Ning's heart. At this moment, the stock price suddenly turned green, allowing Sun Ning to turn the tables. She knew that she could turn things around not because of her own abilities, but because she followed Aiken. Miamiao, did you see that? It's rising straight up. I want to see how much money I've made in my account. With trembling hands due to excitement, Sun Ning entered the wrong password twice in a row. On the third try, she finally entered the correct password and opened the trading software. Looking at the position information, Chunqian's stock brought her a profit of nearly 10,000 yuan. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Sun Ning turned her phone screen towards Wang Miamiao. Can you help me check? I've made over 9,000, right? I didn't see it wrong, this isn't an illusion, right? Times, looking at the bright red profit figures, Wang Miamiao felt very dazzling, even feeling a slight pain on her face. How could this be? The stock price was almost hitting the limit down just now. How could it be raised so quickly? Could Achin really have magic? Is there magic? Par. What am I thinking? Achin wouldn't need to rent a room in my house if he really had the ability. Miamiao, say something, tell me these profit figures are not my illusion. Wang Miamiao, who had come to her senses, forced out a smile. Congratulations, you really made money. Yeah. Stock trading is so exciting. I'll take a screenshot and show off in the class group first. Just now, Hao said she was inside. Now Sun Ning was so proud. The rise in stock price gave her strength and the motivation to show off. She sent the profit screenshot to the class group. The previously chatty dragon and Phoenix youngsters in the class fell silent. In fact, when the stock of Chunqian surged violently in the spring, they were already ashamed and stopped talking. Following the god of loss has meat to eat. Now I declare that the god of loss is the eternal god in my heart, the eternal male god. Sun Ning's voice message was sent to the group. Those who had just criticized Sun Ning for following too quickly and said Achin's buying operation was problematic now felt a stinging sensation on their cheeks. They were being slapped in the face, literally. Why is everyone silent now? Just now, who said the god of loss is not a god but a human? Who said the god of loss's operation is problematic? Come out and speak up. Sun Ning, who was in power, continued to slap the Dragon and Phoenix youngsters in the class. Those self-proclaimed financial geniuses who thought they could dominate the stock market as soon as they entered were now silently rubbing their faces. Congratulations to Sun Ning, this time following the god of loss has earned a big profit. Unfortunately, other classmates were a bit too cautious and didn't follow the operation in time. I was too hasty just now, saying the god of loss's operation was wrong was my short-sightedness. I didn't see the brilliance of the god of loss. I will learn more from the god of loss's live broadcasts in the future. Next time, I will definitely blindly copy the god of loss's homework. It's a pity I didn't keep up this time. The truth is the best proof. These arrogant top students now realize that their level is completely inadequate. Many of them have reflected on themselves, thinking about the basis for Achen's buying decision just now. Sun Ning's smile gradually turned into a smirk. The comments from classmates in the group made her feel very comfortable, even giving her a sense of joy like an elder seeing the younger generation grow. The students in our class are quite self-aware. As long as they learn well from the god of loss, they will definitely gain something in stock trading. Wang Miamia looked at Sun Ning speechlessly, feeling like she was hinting at something to herself. The extremely happy Sun Ning held her phone and sent a few small gifts to Achen in the live broadcast room. Thank you for the gifts from the fans. The rapid surge of Chunqian's stock this time has exceeded my expectations. Achen analyzed the market in the live broadcast room. The rapid surge just now, with a speed of increase beyond belief, indeed exceeded Achen's expectations. In fact, the situation that occurred was related to the fact that there were two large funds in Chunqian fighting each other. When large funds appeared on the market to collect sell orders, Zhu Dingfar began a strategy of attacking when the enemy moved and causing chaos. He ordered his subordinates to grab funds, trying to snatch food from the opponent's hands. The opponent's funds were not to be outdone, more funds came out to grab. In the crazy competition between the two large funds, the stock price of Chunqian quickly rose, bringing the price back up in minutes. After the stock price rose to the positive territory, the two sides seemed to have an unspoken agreement and poised together. Without the large orders sweeping the market, the price of Chunqian gradually stabilized. The large orders have stopped rushing to raise funds, and the rise in stock prices still has a long way to go. Next, it depends on whether the stock price can hold up, and it is not ruled out that there may be a second decline. Many times, when there is a dense presence of large orders in the market, the stock price quickly rises to attract trend followers. After the trend followers rush in, large funds will sell off, slowly selling chips to the retail investors who are following the trend. At present, Aiken cannot see the intentions of large funds. Is it to raise funds and push up stock prices, or is it because not much was sold after the previous drop, and now the stock price is being raised again for another round of selling? These two different possibilities will lead to completely different trends in the future stock price. However, from the analysis of the 5-minute candlestick chart, I don't think there is a high risk of a second decline, and the stock price should continue to rise in the future. Aiken's analysis sounds like it's for viewers watching the live broadcast, but in reality, he is talking to himself. When analyzing, stating the results can be directly recorded by the live platform. After the broadcast, watching the replay of the live broadcast, pondering whether there were any errors or omissions in the analysis during the trading session, and if there were any mistakes, figuring out where they originated from. Just like practicing a skill requires diligent practice to become proficient, studying and pondering more always has its benefits. Zhu Dingfar squinted at Aiken's live broadcast, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. How many chips did you just grab? I only grabbed more than 100,000 lots, and I estimate the other side grabbed around 200,000 lots of chips. Did you buy the max level account as I instructed? The max level account refers to a level 60 account on the live platform. By spending a certain amount on the live platform, you will have a corresponding account level. Having his subordinate buy a max level account, Zhu Dingfar is preparing to use this account to interact with Aiken in the live stream. It's bought, I'll log in right now. After logging in with the account, the subordinate placed the tablet in front of Zhu Dingfar. Zhu Dingfar entered Aiken's live stream. The special effects of a racing car flashed in the live stream. This is the first time in over a month since Aiken started broadcasting that a viewer with special effects has entered the live stream. After entering the live stream, Judingfar didn't say a word and first sent out a rocket. Wow, this is the style of a big shot, sending rockets without saying a word. Could it be the main force of Chuntian's stock coming? Quick, protect our main attacker. Absolutely cannot let the lost god be harmed. The viewers watching the live stream were saying all sorts of things, curious about the background of this new max level big shot who just entered. Thank you for the gift from Kidney Not Deficient. The account that Judingfar sent the gift from at this moment is named Kidney Not Deficient. It has to be said that this name is a bit vulgar. Judingfar's cheeks twitched fiercely as he glared at his subordinate. Don't you know to change your username? Does Kidney Not Deficient sound appropriate? Should I change it now? The subordinate asked weakly. This was indeed a real oversight. But the bigger reason Judingfar was angry was that he himself had kidney deficiency. It feels a bit harsh to be called kidney not deficient when you actually have kidney deficiency. What's the point of changing it now? If I change the name, he won't recognize me, and I'll have to resend gifts. After scolding his subordinate, Judingfar sent a special effect barrage in the live stream. May I ask the Lost God, will there be a scene of 1,000 troops and horses coming to meet today? In the previous 2 live streams of Aiken, whenever there was a scene of 1,000 troops and horses coming to meet, the stocks in Aiken's portfolio would hit the limit up. Now that Judingfar said this, it was both a test for Aiken and a way to see if it would bring out that mysterious sea. This big brother looks like he knows what he's doing. As long as Coation shows a cloud-piercing arrow, there will definitely be thousands of troops and horses coming to seal the limit up. How could I forget about this? Coation, quickly say a cloud-piercing arrow. After that, Chuntian shares will hit the limit up, begging Coation for a cloud-piercing arrow. The kids are waiting for Chuntian shares to hit the limit up and have a warm meal. The barrage in the live broadcast room is flying, all asking Aiken to say, cloud-piercing arrow. Again. Will it work if cloud-piercing arrow is said again and thousands of troops and horses come to meet? Aiken doesn't know, and he doesn't want to know either. Stock trading ultimately depends on oneself. And Aiken also has some concerns about Da High's identity and purpose. This is unnecessary, and it's not a good idea to do that. Aiken shook his head. What's wrong with that? Thousands of troops and horses coming to meet, everyone can get rich together. Judingfar continued to send barrage messages. He was hoping to use Aiken to lure out Da High. I know everyone wants to make quick money, but there is a saying in fortune-telling called sudden fortune, sudden ruin, which everyone should think about. Sudden fortune, sudden ruin refers to the fact that after suddenly receiving a windfall, many people will quickly squander it and return to the path of a destitute life. Because money that comes too quickly is often not cherished. In addition, once poor people suddenly have money, they like to spend extravagantly without considering how to make more reasonable use of the sudden windfall. Statistics have shown that many people who win first prize in the lottery will squander their winnings within 3 to 5 years. It's the same in the stock market. Many people hit the jackpot, make 10 times or 20 times the profit, and then become arrogant, thinking they are the new stock market gods. Such people will soon be educated by the market. They will use their luck to make money and then lose it with their own abilities. A life of sudden fortune and sudden ruin is not what I want. I want to accumulate wealth slowly, rely on my own efforts, and step by step towards the peak of life, Aiken said earnestly. Judingfar fell silent. He thought of his past. The success of his youth, the great failure after becoming arrogant, and the difficult process of starting over. If he had the clear understanding that Aiken has when he was young, walking steadily step by step, perhaps he wouldn't have experienced so many hardships. What a great thing to say. If I could have been friends with him when I was young, someone with such clear abilities and humility is truly rare. Judingfar began to admire Aiken a bit. He no longer planned to use Aiken to lure out Da High. If I could meet Coation, we would definitely become friends for life. Just based on the phrase, step by step, I should send him a few rockets. A rocket was sent 10 times in a row. Thank you, Coation, for guiding the way. One should take life step by step. There are no shortcuts in life. Thanks for the gift, Kidney Not Coation. Making money should not be rushed, especially in the stock market. Let's continue to focus on the market situation. Aiken continued to analyze the market trend. Professor He, who had been silently watching the live broadcast, nodded in satisfaction. Cultivation not only has the ability but also has good character. It seems like we can invite him to give a lecture to the students. Originally, Professor He was a bit worried about Aiken's character. If someone with a bad character were to give a lecture to the students, it might cause some trouble. For example, starting a relationship with female students and then abandoning them, or deceiving for money and sex. After listening to Aiken's words just now, he felt that Aiken, who could say such things, definitely had a good character. I'll send him a private message to contact him. After sending his phone number in a private message to Aiken, Professor He continued to watch the live broadcast. As the closing time approached, the market was still slightly down. And Chunqian's stock didn't have any more anomalies, maintaining a small price fluctuation. Neither rising significantly nor falling sharply. After the market closed, Aiken ended the live broadcast and casually opened his private messages to take a look. These days, there were simply too many private messages contacting him. Some fans sent private messages, some wanted to exchange contact information, some were willing to pay to become Aiken's apprentice, some female fans flirted with Aiken, and some wanted to meet Aiken to talk about life. There were even some small investors in Ponzi schemes contacting Aiken to discuss business. Even securities firms contacted Aiken to help with account opening advertisements. Aiken ignored all these messages, deleting them with just a glance. However, this time, while clearing his private messages, a message from Professor He made Aiken hesitate. I am Professor He Jingguan from the School of Finance and Economics. After watching your video, I would like to discuss securities investment theory with you. Here is my contact number. A professor from the School of Finance and Economics wants to discuss securities investment theory with me. Is this a new scam tactic or a customized scam for me? Aiken completely did not believe Professor He's private message. In Aiken's mind, a professor from the School of Finance and Economics was an expert high above. Would an expert high above discuss martial arts secrets with a low-level warrior? That was absolutely impossible. Let me check online first to see if there is a Professor He Jingguan at the School of Finance and Economics. A quick search on a search engine revealed information about He Jingguan. The introduction mentioned, Professor He Jingguan has made significant contributions to the development of securities theory in our country. Wow, I must be dreaming. These scammers are really audacious, impersonating a professor with such a big name. The introduction of He Jingguan was very impressive, and his status was very high. Making significant contributions to the development of securities theory in the country definitely placed him in the category of industry giants. Would such a giant chat privately with a small live streamer like himself? There were so many predecessors who had become rich and successful in the stock market. Why would Professor He not talk to them but choose to chat with a newcomer like himself? It just didn't make sense. I haven't even paid off my debts, and you scammers want to trick me. I want to see how you will try to deceive me. Fueled by a rebellious spirit, Aiken decided to venture into the lion's den alone, catch evidence of the scammers' fraud, and make them face legal consequences. Let's record the phone call and make sure to keep all the evidence. After preparing, Aiken dialed the contact information left by Professor He in the private message. Hello, are you Professor He Jingguan? Yes, I am He Jingguan. May I ask who is calling? I am Aiken, the losing god of livestock trading. I saw the private message you left me, saying you wanted to chat with me. Oh, so you are the losing god? He Jingguan's tone suddenly became excited. I have watched several of your live streams and think your stock trading skills are very good, and your character is also very good. I don't have much skill. In the stock trading industry, I'm just a beginner. After a modest remark, Aiken felt that chatting like this was a waste of time and decided to get straight to the point. Professor He, what specific topics about securities investment theory do you want to discuss with me, and should we talk about them over the phone? No, it's not clear over the phone. Let's meet in person. Do you have time? It shouldn't be a phone scam, so why would he dare to meet in person offline? It seemed that there was more to this than meets the eye. Meeting in person is fine, Aiken agreed without hesitation. With only single-digit savings in his bank account, he wasn't worried about being brainwashed or scammed. I suggest we meet on Saturday morning in my office at the school. Aiken sneered, all right, let's meet on Saturday morning. Just send me the specific address. After hanging up the phone, Aiken searched for commercial fraud cases on a certain search engine. In commercial scams, scammers often impersonate leaders of large companies to gain trust. Moreover, to appear more convincing, they would exploit loopholes in the high-level offices of large companies and meet with the victims for discussions. When the victims see such a setup, they naturally believe the scammer's words and fall for it. Choosing a time when students are not in class and teachers are not at school on holidays to meet in the school office, this loophole seems quite big. It looks like the scammer is not very skilled. Aiken concluded that he was being scammed. However, being single, he was not afraid of being deceived. If someone can swindle more than a penny from me, then I lose. Wang Miamia was very annoyed. The class group was discussing Aiken's miraculous trading operations today. And Sun Ning, her roommate and best friend, had become a die-hard fan of Aiken, unable to stop talking about him. But Wang Miamia refused to hear the words, losing God. Sun Ning, can you stop saying that losing God? Why can't I say it? Losing God is so handsome, with such high stock trading skills. If only I knew which city he was in, I would definitely pursue him. Har har, are you infatuated or delusional? Wang Miamia's face was full of disdain. Sun Ning pulled a chair over to face Wang Miamia directly, staring at her intently. After a few seconds of eye contact, Wang Miamia awkwardly looked away. Your avoidance of eye contact shows guilt. Shouldn't you explain? Explain what? Wang Miamia pouted. Of course, explain why you want to slander the losing God. What did my losing God do to offend you? You're losing God. Are you sick? Go see a psychiatrist. Wang Miamia picked up her bag and left, feeling like she couldn't stay in the dorm room anymore. Having such an infatuated roommate, who was also a die-hard fan of Aiken, was unbearable for Wang Miamia. She might as well go home. Although her mother would also nag about Aiken at home. But as long as she returned to her room and closed the door, the world would be peaceful. Passing by the guest room at home, Wang Miamia frowned. The light in the guest room was on. Did someone visit the house? But why didn't her mother inform her about guests coming over? Feeling increasingly uneasy, Wang Miamia headed straight to the living room. Aunt Liu was lying on the sofa in the living room, with a face mask on, humming a tune. Seeing her mother so relaxed, not at all like there were guests at home, Wang Miamia became even more puzzled. Mom. Oh, our little princess is back. What do you want to eat? Mom will make it for you. Aunt Liu was about to sit up but was stopped by Wang Miamia. When I came back, I saw the light on in the guest room. Could it be a burglar? What burglar? It's hot these days, the guest room has air conditioning, so I had Aiken move in there. You let him stay next to me. Wang Miamia's head was about to explode. Letting a man, especially one she didn't like, stay next to her. What was wrong with the world? It felt like the whole world was against Aiken and her. Mom, why didn't you discuss it with me? Having a grown man stay next to me affects my reputation. His staying next door, not in the same room. How does that affect your reputation? I think you just have a bias against him. Drop your bias and try to be friends with Aiken, you'll see how good he is. Aunt Liu rolled her eyes, thinking about how to persuade her daughter. Only by letting her daughter drop her prejudices could she bring her and Aiken together. Sit down, Mom will show you the stock account first. These days, following Aiken to buy stocks has earned quite a bit. We are almost making back the losses. Stocks again. Making money from trading stocks again. Following Aiken again. Wang Miamia felt like Aiken was like a curse. No matter where she went, she couldn't shake him off. When there's profit, there's also loss. Don't just see the thief eating meat and forget that the thief will get beaten. Wang Miamia said grumpily. You can't just hope that I do well. If I make money, I can give you more pocket money, right? I'll go. Cook, you call Aiken to come eat, be polite to him. I don't. Originally, Wang Miamia wanted to say she disagreed, but then she thought of a better way. Instead of arguing with Aiken and her mother, it's better to take a roundabout approach. What don't you? Nothing, I'll go call Aiken now. Wang Miamia immediately put on a smile. Leaving the living room, Wang Miamia didn't go directly to find Aiken, but pondered on how to take a roundabout route. She needed to infiltrate first, prove that Aiken wasn't a stock trading genius. She felt that only by shattering Aiken's aura of being a stock trading genius could she break free from the curse of Aiken around her. I'm going all out. If I don't use some tricks, I don't believe I can't find his problem. With her decision made, Wang Miao headed towards the guest room. Knock, knock. After 2 knocks, Wang Miao used an extremely sweet and gentle voice to say, Aiken, my mom invites you to have dinner at our place. Hiss. The sweet voice with 3 plus signs made Aiken shiver all over, goosebumps almost rising. Why is this voice so sweet? Has the landlady gone crazy? Aiken rubbed his cheek, feeling a bad premonition. Wang Miao had never shown him a good face before, and the only time she did, it was to use him as a shield. There must be something going on, absolutely. Brother Kuei, please open the door quickly. Wang Miao used a clipped tone. Coming. Coming, just wait a moment. Aiken, who was only wearing boxers inside the room, quickly put on a shirt, then opened the door a crack. Landlady, I won't come to your place for dinner, please thank Aunt Liu for me. Why not come to my place for dinner? Is it because you don't like my food, or you don't like my mom's cooking? Wang Miao's voice finally returned to normal, but her tone was not very good. Aunt Liu's cooking is very good, it's me. Sai, don't pull me. Before Aiken could finish, Wang Miao had already grabbed his arm and was pulling him outside. Stop dilly-dallying, as a grown man, if you don't come to my place for dinner, I'll shout harassment. Such a pretty girl, why do you like to threaten people with harassment? Aiken said unkindly. It's because you're not cooperating. My mom asked me to invite you for dinner, and you're not giving us face. Do you think you're great just because you're good at trading stocks? Why would I think I'm great? It's just that you haven't shown sincerity in inviting me. Aiken raised his head, looking like he needed a sincere invitation. Giving Aiken a fierce look, Wang Miao was about to lose her temper when she suddenly calmed down. Endure. She must endure this anger. A small sacrifice for a greater plan. When she proves that Aiken is not a stock trading genius, she can repay Aiken for all the anger she's endured now. The tense face filled with anger suddenly revealed a sweet smile. Wang Miao seemed to be playing a game of changing faces. Holding Aiken's arms with both hands and shaking them twice, Wang Miao used a sweet, cloying tone to say, Brother Kuei, I sincerely invite you to have dinner at my place. The cloying tone made Aiken a bit unable to resist. Can you be more normal? Can you stop being so sweet? What's wrong? Don't you like it when I'm like this? Don't all you boys like sweet and cute voices? I like it, but your personality seems not suitable for that kind of voice. In Aiken's impression, Wang Miao is a hot-tempered and straightforward girl. How could a straightforward girl act cute and charming? She should just resort to violence at the slightest provocation. What do you mean? Wang Miao gritted her teeth. Nothing, Aunt Liu must be working hard cooking alone, I'll go help her. Aiken didn't dare to let Wang Miao show any sincerity. If she continued with that cutesy voice, Aiken feared he would nosebleed. After all, this stunning beauty emitting a genuine cutesy voice beside him had an absolute charm on single men. Watching Aiken rush to the kitchen, Wang Miao touched her chin with her right hand and rolled her eyes. This guy is quite easy to deal with, it seems even the toughest guys can't resist softness. A bit of tenderness can make him unable to resist. With a proud lift of her chin, Wang Miao bounced back to the living room, waiting to eat delicious food. Aiken entered the kitchen. Aunt Liu smiled and glanced at him. Why did you run to the kitchen? You don't need to help here, go to the living room and chat more with Miao, you young people have common language. I'd better help you here, the landlord's sudden change made me a little scared. Aiken had little experience dealing with women and didn't know how to handle the suddenly gentle and charming Wang Miao. And now Aiken didn't have much money in his pocket. If something happened with a woman, he couldn't even afford to go out and book a room. A man without money loses his backbone. Whether it's flirting with women or being flirted with, a man without money lacks confidence. Scared? Did Miao bully you? Aunt will go criticize her. Liu Aunt, who was cutting vegetables, grabbed a knife and was about to go out. Aiken quickly stopped her. She didn't bully me, it's just that the landlord suddenly started speaking in a cute voice, giving me goosebumps. You silly child, har har har. Aunt Liu burst into laughter. Miao is just being cute to you, don't you understand? Really? The landlord has never been Nice to me. You really don't understand women's hearts. Let me tell you, first-class men attract women with charm, second-class men attract women by pleasing them, third-class men get close to women by being persistent. Charismatic men can easily attract women's attention, and various women will take the initiative to get close to them. Other men use various methods, even groveling, to please women, claiming to move the goddess with sincerity. What exactly is a man's charm? Looks, temperament, money, power, these are all part of a man's charm. But there are very few men who possess these charms, most are just ordinary men. Achan also considered himself an ordinary man. He didn't think he had anything that would make a woman throw herself into his arms and call him husband. So, after calmly analyzing, he felt that Wang Miamia's sudden change was definitely unusual. Yes, stock traders need to keep a cool head and conduct detailed logical analysis. Achan unconsciously applied the stock trading model to analyze Wang Miamia's behavior. Wang Miamia's sudden affectation seemed like the main force's trial operation in the stock market. That's right. This is a trial operation, Wang Miamia's reconnaissance. But why did she suddenly do this reconnaissance? Is it for her body? Or for her money? It doesn't seem like either. Just as Achan was pondering Wang Miamia's intentions, a flash of insight struck him. Wang Miamia is from the finance department of the University of Finance and Economics. The scammer who contacted him today pretended to be a professor from the University of Finance and Economics. Could there be a connection between these two? Did Wang Miamia join the scam gang, or did she plan some prank to play on herself? With a clear mind, Achan has already thought of many possibilities. Since Wang Miamia has already conducted reconnaissance, Achan is prepared to counteract and test Wang Miamia in reverse. See what tricks she is up to. Then I won't be in the kitchen getting in the way, I'll go to the living room and chat with Miamiao. Go ahead, my Miamiao is actually very gentle, you'll see when you get to know her more. Aunt Liu is eager for Achan and Wang Miamiao to spark a love affair, then she would truly have found a golden son-in-law. In the living room, Wang Miamia was lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed, holding her phone and watching short videos. Achan walked over and sat opposite Wang Miamia boldly. Landlady, does your school have a securities theory class? Yes, Professor He who teaches us securities theory is really amazing. Is Professor He named He Jingguan? How did you know? Wang Miamia put down her phone, tilted her head and looked at Achan. Are you planning to come to our school to learn from him? Ho! Achan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, not to learn from him. It's this Professor He of yours who wants to discuss securities theory with me. Har har, you crack me up, can't you stop boasting? Wang Miamia laughed until her stomach hurt, feeling that Achan was trying so hard to impress her that he was about to exaggerate everything. These men, you just can't give them any face. Once you give them a little face, they all want to show off like peacocks. Although Professor He has praised. Cough cough, anyway, I don't believe Professor He would discuss securities theory with you, and do you even understand what securities theory is? Achan really didn't understand what securities investment theory was. Even basic stock trading knowledge, he quickly learned through a point system. And the stock trading knowledge he learned was not systematic at all. Not to mention rising to the level of theory. Although securities investment theory sounds high and mighty, at the end of the day, isn't it just about stock trading? Do you think securities investment is just about stock trading? Let me tell you, securities investment theory involves knowledge from various fields such as economics, finance, financial accounting, statistics, psychology, and more. It's not just about stock trading. Wang Miamia spoke rapidly like a machine gun, finishing this long passage in one breath. After speaking, she took a deep breath, and her prominent curves shook violently twice. Achan was almost drooling as he watched. This securities theory has such a big fluctuation. Cough cough, it's really profound content. You jerk, where are you looking with your eyes? An angry Wang Miamia picked up a pillow and threw it at Achan. But the pillow was soft and had no impact when thrown. Achan raised his hand to catch the pillow that was thrown at him, then grabbed it a few times. This pillow is really big and soft. Pervert, big pervert. Wang Miamia was so angry that smoke was almost coming out of her 7 orifices. She had never seen such shameless behavior from anyone before. How am I a pervert? Clearly, it's your impure thoughts. Achan said confidently. Well, he only took a quick glance, so there was still a long way to go before he could be considered a pervert. But being able to feast his eyes was quite an advantage. Single guys are easily satisfied like that. Dare you say I have impure thoughts? Aiken, you. Before Wang Miao could explode, Aunt Liu entered the living room with dishes. Seeing her daughter being unfriendly to Aiken, Aunt Liu hurried over. Miao, what's with this attitude? Can't you be a bit more ladylike? I've never learned how to be a lady since I was young. All you taught me was how to argue with people. Wang Miao said irritably. Aunt Liu was quite fierce when she was young, often getting into arguments with people, which was considered normal for women in the village. Growing up in such an environment, Wang Miao naturally learned to be sharp-tongued and never back down in an argument. How can you speak like that in front of others? Chat nicely with Aiken and don't make us a laughingstock. I got it, you go cook. I will definitely act like a lady, I won't embarrass you. After coaxing her mother away, Wang Miao glared at Aiken. I didn't expect you to be so good at fooling my mom, she's almost becoming your mom. Don't say that, I never steal someone else's mother. Aiken remained calm. Creak. Wang Miao gritted her teeth, wanting to bite Aiken. On Wednesday and Thursday, the stock of Chunqian Company experienced a slight decline. After the market opened on Friday, Chunqian Company continued its downward trend. Sun Ning, holding her phone, watched the stock's performance with a sense of unease. The profits from the previous rise were almost gone these days. If the stock price continued to fall, she would not only fail to make money but also incur losses. Sun Xiaoxue, why the long face today? Wang Miao asked with a smile. Do you not know why I'm upset? Are you here to mock me? How could I be here to mock you? I just want to enlighten you again. Aiken is not a stock god, not even a stock expert. Sun Ning lay on the bed, burying her face in a cup. In the past, she would have argued with Wang Miao, but now she had no energy left. The stock of Chunqian Company was performing poorly, with small declines every day. A day or two could be considered a minor adjustment, but after 3 or 4 days, many people started to panic and have wild thoughts. Will the stock price continue to fall? How long will it fall? How low will it go? Looking at other stocks rising and hitting the limit, people felt a strong sense of loss and frustration. Why were other stocks doing so well while theirs were not? At this moment, the rising stocks seemed like seductive temptations on the roadside. Regardless of their actual beauty, their alluring appearance and cool style could stir up people's hearts. On the other hand, the stocks that were not rising felt like an old, unattractive wife at home, becoming more and more annoying to look at. With such thoughts in mind, impulsive actions were highly likely. For example, investing money in the seductive stocks and completely abandoning the unattractive ones at home. In stock market terms, this was known as chasing highs and killing lows. The most common mistake made by novice stock traders was chasing highs and killing lows. Sun Ning was now standing on the edge of this behavior. She wanted to sell Chunqian Company stock, secure the remaining profits, and then invest in a strong stock to make a big profit. However, the securities investment theory she had learned told her not to chase highs and kill lows. Value investing required buying and holding for the long term, growing with the company. Should she choose the seductive temptations or stick with the unattractive stocks at home? Sun Ning was torn. Are you trying to be a coward by hiding under the covers? Wang Miao patted Sun Ning's head. I'm so troubled, I don't know if I should follow Professor his advice on value investing or sell and chase other strong stocks. Are you stupid? The premise of value investing is that the company has value, but the fundamentals of Chunqian Company are garbage, it has no value at all. Wow. What you said actually makes sense. When Sun Ning bought shares of Springtime without researching the fundamentals, he was simply following the trend. This was purely a speculative behavior. Only those who trade stocks to become shareholders would use value investing theory to explain speculative behavior. I'm really lost in my own thoughts. I'm into speculation, so why am I trying to apply value investing theory? I've made up my mind. Are you deciding to sell? Wang Miao asked with a mischievous smile. With just a few words, this young lady made our Chen's fans turn away. This move was really powerful. Before Wang Miao could even feel pleased with herself, Sun Ning's words caught her off guard. No, I've decided to watch how the lost god operates first. Why are you still holding on? Springtime shares have already plummeted. If you don't sell now, you'll end up losing money. But I still want to see how the lost god operates first. Sun Ning still held onto some fantasies about Archen. Sun Ning opened the live streaming app and entered Archen's live stream. As soon as he entered the live stream, the screen was filled with a flurry of bullet comments. Lost god, springtime shares have been falling these days. When will it stop? I can't hold on anymore. Seeing other stocks hitting the limit up consecutively, I really want to sell springtime shares and chase the rise. I feel the same. Yesterday, the stock I was bullish on, Zhongtong Bus, hit the limit up again. Now I regret not chasing it. Similar bullet comments kept floating on the screen. Even those who had faith in Archen and were patient were starting to feel impatient. That's how stock traders are. They all wish they could buy and see the price rise immediately, preferably hitting the limit up every day. And once they sell, they wish the stock price would plummet. The more it falls, the more it proves that their selling decision was correct and wise. It can be said that human greed and vanity are magnified to the extreme in the stock market. Har har, this is so entertaining. Wang Miamia watched the bullet comments, happily munching on melon seeds, ready to see Archen's embarrassed. Look during the live stream. What's so entertaining? You're just reveling in others' misfortune, Sun Ning said sadly. Hurry up and sell. Stop believing in that lost god. I've always said he's just a person, not a god. His previous success was just luck. Let me watch a bit more. If it falls to the cost line, I'll clear my position. Sun Ning was not yet decisive like an experienced investor. In the stock market, newcomers are always enthusiastic when buying but hesitant when selling. Because newcomers still have fantasies. They always imagine that the stock price will rise in the next moment. After being ravaged by the stock market, newcomers learn to cut losses quickly. In the live stream, Archen was not disturbed by the bullet comments. He didn't even look at the content of those comments. He was diligently analyzing the K-line of springtime shares. From the 5-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute K-lines to the daily K-line, weekly K-line, he carefully examined them all. Accompanying the K-line were the price moving averages. Moving average theory is one of the most classic theories in the stock market. The daily K-line is following a classic pattern, a slight decline after a rapid rise, and it's also waiting for the 5-day moving average to rise. Price moving averages are more commonly used in K-line charts above the daily level, such as weekly K-lines, monthly K-lines, quarterly K-lines, etc. During the recent market downturn, some technical experts analyzed the annual K-line of the market. After a thorough analysis, they concluded that the 20-year moving average is the national fortune line of the stock market. Since the opening of the domestic stock market, the 20-year moving average has never been broken. Therefore, in this round of adjustment, the market is likely to fall to the 20-year moving average at most. Surprisingly, the lowest point of the composite index adjustment was right on the 20-year moving average, and then it rebounded from there. This shows the importance of price moving averages in stock trend analysis. The core of the price moving average line is to form the stock cost average line by averaging the closing prices in the short, medium, and long term. These price average lines can reveal the trend trajectory of stock operation to some extent. After analyzing, Aiken has made some judgments about the future trend of Chunqian shares. Brother Meng, as I said before, trading stocks relies on your own research and analysis. You can't always rely on others to trade stocks. Just like taking an exam, you may do well a few times by cheating, but in the long run, there will always be a time when you get caught. There are no forever gods in the stock market. I am just a small investor. Don't underestimate the god of losses. Quickly call for a breakthrough arrow. Just waiting for reinforcements to come and save us, the god of losses should call for support quickly. If we don't call for support soon, I really can't hold onto Chunqian shares. Stock investors watching the live broadcast are urging Aiken to launch another breakthrough arrow and have reinforcements come. This way, everyone's profits can soar. But Aiken shook his head and said to himself, it's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, not long before the market closes. I'll summarize this week's operations in advance. I bought Chunqian shares on Monday. The market was a bit strange that day. The stock price, which was originally stable, suddenly dropped to the limit, and then there was a mysterious force manipulating the market. When Aiken reviewed his operations for the week, many people lost hope in him because they couldn't see any hope for Chuncheon shares to rise. It seems that the god of losses won't call for reinforcements. I've decided to sell Chuncheon shares and go out to make some quick profits. This plan is brilliant. Let's go make some quick profits first. When the god of losses is ready to call for reinforcements, we'll buy back Chuncheon shares. Your actions are too slow. I've already sold. If you don't sell quickly, you might not get a good price. Oh my god, Chuncheon shares have dropped a lot. Those who haven't sold yet should sell quickly. In just a few minutes, many retail investors sold their Chuncheon shares, causing the price to plummet rapidly. The legendary scenario of many kills many was staged. Many kills many refers to a situation where long positions sell off, causing a stampede and leading to a price decline. There is a long-standing saying in the stock market, the opponent of the bulls is always the bulls, the bears are the friends. This is determined by the essence of the stock market. Because the stock market itself does not create wealth, it is just a market for redistributing wealth. The rise in stock prices is like a game of passing the parcel, and the person who ends up with the parcel is destined to face huge losses. Only by selling first and leaving can you protect the profits you have made. Therefore, the bulls will eventually sell their stocks and become bears, while the bearish investors holding cash will eventually buy stocks and become bulls. This is a philosophical concept of the continuous transformation of yin and yang. As the stock price falls, more and more retail investors start selling, and the stock price quickly approaches Sun Ning's cost line. Panicked, Sun Ning hastily opened the trading program and started selling. I'm panicking now. I told you to sell but you didn't. Do you regret it now? Wang Miao is not afraid of trouble. Stop talking. I regret it so much. Regret not listening to your wise words. Now it's going down, right? Sun Ning decisively clicked the sell button. After seeing her sell order executed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, why is trading stocks so nerve-wracking? Luckily the sell order went through. Now you know the god of losses is unreliable. Don't follow him in trading stocks in the future. Wang Miao said slowly. Yeah, I'll listen to you from now on. This time I've learned from the experience. After selling and feeling relieved, Wang Miao clicked into Aiken's live broadcast room again. Aiken's serious face appeared on the screen. I analyzed that the adjustment of Chuncheon shares is about to be completed. After retracing to the 5-day moving average, a new round of uptrend will begin. I can't believe it. Sun Ning tightly grabbed Wang Miao's arm. The equation said that Chuncheon shares will start a new round of uptrend, but I just sold them. Sun Ning was really anxious. If it rises right after selling, it would be a real tragedy. Many retail investors would exclaim, is the main force monitoring me? Because when they hold stocks, the price remains stable like an old dog, fluctuating slightly every day. Whether holding for a week or a month, the stock price won't rise much, and may even incur losses. But once they can't resist selling, the stock price will quickly soar, leaving them regretful. This strange phenomenon has never had a reliable explanation, but many people have experienced it. In fact, this is related to the stage goals of the main force in trading. When the main force needs to absorb funds, the stock price will trade sideways for a long time. It's like a falconer training a hawk, and retail investors are the hawks being trained. The main force uses patience and time to make retail investors give up the fantasy of rising stock prices, prompting them to sell their chips and chase other stocks that are rising. Once the main force has absorbed enough funds, the stock price will quickly rise, moving away from the cost zone where they built their positions. Apart from absorbing funds, there is also a need for retail investors to surrender their chips during a shakeout. The purpose of a shakeout is to make profitable retail investors exit, allowing new investors to take over at higher costs, thereby increasing the overall holding cost of retail investors. Increasing the holding cost of retail investors helps alleviate upward pressure and also serves to lock in chips in the short term. However, the tactics used during a shakeout are much more intense than during fund absorption. Most shakeouts are completed through continuous small declines or large sell-offs. The current situation of Chuncheon shares is characterized by rapid declines following continuous small declines, scaring off many retail investors. Aiken closely watched the detailed trading volume on the screen. From the trading volume, many chips were thrown out by retail investors today, and the stock price was pushed down by their selling. The strange thing is that there is no sign of large Funds supporting the market. The market of Chunqian shares today is strange, as there is no sign of large fund operations. Generally, stocks with fund operations during intraday trading will see large funds conducting self-buying and selling operations. This helps guide the stock price trend and also allows them to scalp retail investors to reduce costs. However, in the case of Chunqian shares today, there is no trace of large fund operations, and the trades are all fragmented. When things are abnormal, there must be demons. Perhaps the main funds are breaking down their operations into fragments to passively acquire chips. Upon hearing Aiken's analysis, Zhu Dingfa, who was watching the live broadcast, slammed the table. This guy has sharp eyes. He actually figured out that we are breaking down operations into fragments to absorb funds. It's a pity that I listened to Chen Qianlong's slander before. Zhu Dingfa gritted his teeth fiercely, feeling extremely resentful towards Chen Qianlong's betrayal. Zhu Dingfa also felt regret. Regret for not recognizing Aiken's abilities earlier. If he had recognized Aiken's abilities earlier and cooperated with him, they would have been unstoppable in dominating Chunqian shares. Unfortunately, regrets are of no use. After being robbed of chips by Guo Jianlong earlier, he no longer had the ability to independently dominate Chunqian shares. Boss, since Aiken has exposed us, should we directly sweep the market with large orders? The efficiency of passively acquiring chips with fragmented orders is too low. No need. Isn't that Guo Jianlong also breaking down operations into fragments? Let's stick to the old strategy. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I'll act chaotically. Unable to determine Guo Jianlong's exact strategy, Zhu Dingfa has always used a follow-up strategy. Zhu Dingfa glanced at the barrage. Many people in the barrage were saying that Kuation was no longer working, and they would not copy Kuation's homework in the future. Some people also said that the stock price kept rising and had hit the limit up today. The bet between Zhang Buting and Aiken a few days ago was well known on the live platform. Now Zhang Buting has emerged again, and many people, out of curiosity, have flooded into Zhang Buting's live broadcast room. Zhu Dingfa was also curious and switched to Zhang Buting's live broadcast room. Zhang Buting was showing off in the live broadcast room. He was preparing to take advantage of the spring stocks downturn to give Aiken a hard time. Brothers, today I caught the limit up demon stock Zhongtong bus. I was previously embarrassed by that Kuation thing, now I want to prove myself. Actually, I was wronged in that loss, it was just bad luck that the Kuation thing won. If we really compete in strength, I am more than 10,000 times stronger than him. Now is the time for me to prove my strength, everyone can witness it, help me count how. Many limit-up stocks are behind Zhongtong bus. Zhang Buting's words were full of arrogance. Moreover, the implication in his words was to belittle Aiken. Having lost face to Aiken, Zhang Buting was ready to fall and rise again. The lost face must be regained from Aiken. Zhongtong bus. Zhu Dingfa shook his head. This stock was recently very popular, hitting the limit up board every trading day for the past 11 days. Dare to buy in on the 11th limit up board today, it can only be said that Zhang Buting is a real gambler. Anyone with a bit of sense would not dare to chase after it at this time. This is a stock manipulated by speculative funds, completely entering the stage of foolish speculation, just like taking chestnuts out of the fire. With his rich experience, Zhu Dingfa could see that the stock was currently very risky. It was easy to attract the attention of regulatory authorities after exceeding 10 consecutive limit ups. There would definitely be inquiries later, and if it continued to rise abnormally, it would be subject to a special trading suspension by the exchange. Stocks that resume trading after a special suspension would find it difficult to continue their abnormal rise. This gambler dares to boast against Kuation. His level is miles behind Kuation. Kuation's live broadcast is more interesting. Zhu Dingfa switched back to Aiken's live broadcast room. At this time, the popularity in Aiken's live broadcast room had dropped significantly, with most people running to watch Zhang Buting. Wang Miamiao, who was also watching the live broadcast, pointed to the viewer count in the live broadcast room. Do you see it? The eyes of the masses are sharp, everyone can see that Aiken is all talk and no action, everyone has run away to cling to other masters, so don't have any illusions about him. Will Chunqian stock really not rise again as Kuation said? Will there be another wave of new increases? Sun Ning was still a bit hopeful. Wang Miamia rolled her eyes. You are so naive. I'm not naive, I just think Professor he said coation is powerful, so I believe in him. Ho! Aiken's surprised voice came from the phone. Aiken, who was analyzing the market, noticed something unusual in the stock market. Aiken's attention was on the trading volume of Chuncheon stock. Trading volume refers to the total number of stocks that have been effectively traded within a certain period of time. When looking at the daily chart, the trading volume is the total effective trading volume within a day, and when looking at the weekly chart, it is the total effective trading volume within a week. Corresponding to the trading volume is the trading value. The difference between the two is that the trading value refers to the total amount of money traded in stocks, calculated by multiplying the stock trading price by the trading volume, resulting in a data value. These two are often confused, but they actually serve different purposes. Today, the trading volume of Chuncheon shares has significantly decreased, reaching an extreme low. Typically, low volume precedes a price change, and the current decrease in volume also indicates a potential price reversal, Chen analyzed seriously. However, not many people were paying serious attention to his analysis anymore. A considerable number had already sold their Chuncheon shares, and only a few remained holding onto them. At this moment, Chen received an invitation to join a live broadcast from Xing Biuting, who was known for his continuous stock price increases. The live broadcast room was bustling with excitement. Xing Biuting had just hit the jackpot with the recent hot stock, Zhongtong Kuche, and his ego was once again inflated. Coupled with the rejection of Chen's mentorship, this time Xing Biuting's invitation was specifically aimed at humiliating Chen. Here comes another invitation to join the live broadcast. Does he think he's invincible? Chen casually accepted the invitation to join the live broadcast. Xing Biuting's face appeared on the screen, looking smug, arrogant, and extremely conceited. Har har, didn't expect to meet again so soon. I heard many of your fans have abandoned you and are now in my live broadcast room cheering me on, Xing Biuting taunted. Is that the only reason you invited me to join? Of course not. I want to tell you that your previous victory over me was just luck. Now, I've caught the big fish, Zhongtong Kuche. Chen scratched his head, then shook it, displaying a look of disdain mixed with contempt on his face. Although Chen didn't say a word, his expression of disdain and contempt infuriated Xing Biuting. What kind of expression was that? Who was he looking down on with that expression? Do you dare to compete with me again? Or are you going to use the same method as last time? Xing Biuting challenged loudly. This time, he was full of confidence, believing that holding onto Zhongtong Kuche, the ace in the hole, was enough to crush the weak Chuncheon shares. Let's compete. I have confidence in Chuncheon shares, Chen agreed without hesitation. 99% of the people had no hope for Chen in this competition. How could a stock that had been declining for the past few days compete with a continuously rising hot stock? Wang Miao Miao sneered, see, this loser god has no brains. He's just asking for trouble by competing at this time. He's just trying to save face. Men don't like to admit defeat. He's just being forced into this situation, Sun Ning explained on Chen's behalf. Why is he so stubborn? Could it be that you've really taken a liking to him? If this were a few days ago, I would have said. He was my idol, but now. The stock price has made me rethink everything. In the stock market, the stock price is what can truly change one's perspective. When prices rise significantly, even stocks considered worthless can become highly sought after. Conversely, when prices plummet, even blue-chip stocks can be criticized by investors. Those popular online influencers who recommend stocks are praised when their picks rise, as if they were saviors. However, if their recommended stocks fall, they become targets of criticism and condemnation. In the stock market, self-interest reigns supreme. Everything is just that realistic. Chen was facing a similar situation. Due to the lackluster performance of Chuncheon shares in recent days, no one was treating him like a god anymore. It was 2:50 p.m., just 10 minutes before the market closed. Chuncheon shares were currently down by 5.2%, and when combined with the slight declines from the previous days, it could be said that the stock had not seen any gains for the week. The market is about to close. My Zhongtong bus is firmly locked at the limit up, while looking at the spring shareholdings held by our great coation, it's dropping so much that even my mother wouldn't recognize it. Their continuous rise in the wheat mocked Aiken for more than 10 minutes with sarcastic words. Aiken ignored him, not even bothering to spit at him. Immersed in market analysis, Aiken had a strong premonition. He felt that the time for Spring shareholdings to turn around was approaching. In these more than 10 minutes, he used all the knowledge he had to conduct a comprehensive analysis of Spring shareholdings. The analysis all pointed to one possibility, that Spring shareholdings would turn around. It's about to turn around, the moment for Spring shareholdings to take off is coming. HMPH, par. Sneering, coughing, and spitting fiercely. Their continuous rise did these actions effortlessly. At the same time, through these actions, he expressed his infinite disdain for Aiken. Turn around and take off. Are you drunk or out of your mind? Based on the current trend of Spring shareholdings, it's impossible for it to turn around and take off. Their continuous rise fiercely criticized Aiken. Just as he was getting high on his rant, Judingfar sent a rocket to Aiken in the live broadcast room. Immediately followed by special effects barrage. Coation, quickly say a piercing cloud phrase, I also want to bring 1,000 troops to meet you. Everyone watching the live broadcast held their breath, waiting to witness a miracle. Their continuous rise was not feeling good at all. Who's playing tricks? Last time he was defeated by a piercing cloud arrow, could he be in for the same loss this time? Damn piercing cloud arrow, are you all here to joke around? Do you really think that saying a word and giving a signal can make the stock price skyrocket? The continuous rise angrily shouted. Aiken smiled and said, thank you for the donation, Coation, but I'm not going to mention their piercing cloud arrow again. When trading stocks, it's important to focus on technical analysis. Without this sentence, it feels lacking in ceremony. How about you change it and say something like, doing justice for heaven? Judingfar was persistent. He also wanted to learn from their master and create a ceremonial prelude. I was just about to say, good luck in starting work, brother, don't tease me, let's continue to focus on market analysis seriously. Good luck in starting work it is, let's get started with good luck in starting work. Judingfar, looking like a child, turned to his subordinates and ordered, big orders to push up, hit the limit up. Ho! His subordinates looked surprised at Judingfar, didn't you say we wouldn't move unless the enemy moves? Judingfar's change of heart was a bit too fast. An hour ago, he said not to move unless the enemy moves, but now that the opponent is quiet, Judingfar wants to make a move. This old man wants to be a little crazy, it's not good to wait like this, might as well stir things up first. And the retail investors have almost all sold off, the goal of washing the plate has been achieved, so let's push up while we can, and also leave a good impression on Coation. His subordinates' minds were buzzing. How could a big player like him need a small anchor to owe him a favor? This situation seemed too strange no matter how they thought about it. Owe him a favor? He doesn't deserve it at all. Don't underestimate a poor young man. Although Coation may not have much capital now, I can guarantee that his future achievements will be remarkable. Judingfar indeed saw potential in Aiken. It was because of the strong potential Aiken displayed that he had a sense of cherishing talent. Helping Aiken boost the stock price to the limit up was definitely a win-win situation. Well, not just a win-win, Judingfar was also making a profit. His subordinates were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. To be supported by Judingfar in such a way was a great opportunity. They followed Judingfar around, busy with everything, but they had never been valued like this before. The subordinate who felt psychologically unbalanced asked weakly, Boss, do you think Coation can achieve great success in the future? Him? At worst, he will achieve the level of Fang Juxiar. Hiss. The group of subordinates collectively gasped. Who is Fang Juxiar? He is a quite powerful new generation player in the stock market. It is said that he started with tens of thousands of yuan, achieved tens of millions in capital in 3 years, and then reached billions in assets in 2 years, thus entering the ranks of stock market players. Today, Fang Juxiar can mobilize funds of up to 4 to 5 billion, already ranking among the top stock market players. And he achieved this level of success in less than 10 years. Starting from scratch in less than 10 years, possessing tens of billions in capital, this rising speed is truly astonishing. If Coation can rise like Fang Juxiar. Damn. Brothers, let's get to work quickly and push up the stock price of Chuntian. Watching the live broadcast, Sun Ning nudged Wang Miamia's arm, pointing to the barrage sent by Zhu Dingfar wishing for good luck in their work. The more I look at it, the more I feel something is wrong. I really want to buy back the Chunqian shares that I sold. Are you stupid? Just got out of the fire pit and now you want to jump back in. They are just hyping each other up in business, don't believe it to be true. Wang Miamia was speaking fervently when she suddenly remembered that her own mother had also bought Chunqian shares with Aiken. This realization made Wang Miamiao anxious. If her mother lost money on Chunqian shares, it would be their family's money at stake. Anxious, Wang Miamia picked up her phone and called her mother. Mom, did you buy Chunqian shares? Yes, I did. I'm worried about it. The Chunqian shares are not doing well now, and I don't know whether to sell or not. Aunt Liu is currently in a dilemma. Watching the stock price fall, profits shrinking continuously, she felt uneasy. But if she were to sell, she had confidence in Aiken and held onto the hope that the stock price would rise. Sell, sell, sell quickly. If you don't sell now, it will be too late. Wang Miamia urged anxiously. But Aiken hasn't said to sell yet. Listen to me, our teacher just analyzed Chunqian shares and said this stock is finished, there will be even more drastic drops ahead. This offhand fabricated remark startled Aunt Liu. Did your teacher really say that? Of course, it's true. Hurry up and sell now, don't make me worry anymore. I'm starting to look like an old lady worrying about my daughter. After hanging up the phone, Aunt Liu hesitated for a moment. She glanced at Aiken's room, wanting to go and ask him if he wanted to sell. But then she looked at the time. There were less than 10 minutes left until the market closed. If she went to ask Aiken about selling, it would take some time, and she might not be able to sell before the market closed. This is really difficult for me. Let's just listen to my daughter. After all, Wang Miamia was her own daughter, flesh and blood that fell from her own body. She wouldn't deceive her mother. Trusting her daughter, Aunt Liu opened the trading app and sold all the Chunqian shares she held. After selling, Aunt Liu sighed softly, I didn't earn much money this week again. Why is stock trading so difficult? Just as she finished sighing, she froze. Her eyes stared at the real-time chart of Chunqian shares, anger rising in her heart. Angry Aunt Liu looked like she was about to breathe fire. If she had a cosmos power, it would have exploded at that moment. Because after she sold, the price of Chunqian shares began to soar rapidly. Thousands of buy orders suddenly surged, with continuous transactions as if money was no object. Within a minute, the stock price skyrocketed. In just 3 to 4 minutes, Chunqian shares had gone from a -5% decline to a +9% increase. The dumbfounded and furious ones were not only Aunt Liu, but also Sun Ning. Watching the stock price surge towards the daily limit, Sun Ning reached out and pinched Wang Miamia's waist hard. "Arr!" Wang Miamia jumped up in pain, glaring angrily at Sun Ning. "What are you doing? Why are you pinching me?" "I'm trying to see if I'm dreaming, to check if it's an illusion." "Then why don't you pinch yourself? Why pinch me?" "Huh? What is this?" Before Wang Miamia could finish venting her frustration, Sun Ning already held up her phone in front of her. "This is Chunqian shares, skyrocketing. It hit the limit up. My Chunqian shares, all the profits gone just like that. I'm so miserable." Sun Ning's face looked terrible. Just because she didn't hold on, just because she believed Wang Miamia's words, she sold her Chunqian shares. Now, looking at Chunqian shares that have already hit the limit up, she regretted it so much that she felt like her intestines turned green. Wang Miamia was even more dumbfounded. She seemed to have lost her soul, becoming like a lifeless statue. She thought about the call she made to her mother just now. She thought about how angry her mother would be if she saw Chunqian shares hit the limit up after selling them. She thought her mother would be so furious that she might storm into the kitchen and grab a knife. She was in a real predicament. Shivering, Wang Miamia felt terrible, as if fate was targeting her. How could this happen? It was just dropping so much earlier. How did it hit the limit up? There must be something wrong. Wang Miamia said in a panic. Stocks that the god of loss has bought have gone from limit down to limit up. This little scene is nothing. It's just that my losses are too big. It's all your fault, Miao Miao. This is the limit up. Over 10,000 yuan gone, Miao Miao. Sun Ning grabbed Wang Miamia's shoulders and shook her vigorously. Wang Miao, who was shaken all over, felt completely hopeless at that moment. Stop shaking, you lost over 10,000, but my mom lost nearly 100,000. What should I do? Just because of her blind command, she made her mother sell Chunqian shares. And she sold them when they were falling. After calculating everything, Aunt Liu's account had lost more than 100,000. Right, you made Auntie sell too. I wonder if she listened to you. Why don't you call and ask? What's there to ask? My mom definitely sold. She's probably holding a knife right now wanting to come after me. Wang Miao slumped on the edge of the bed, her face full of despair. In her mind, she pictured her mother holding a knife, chasing after her own daughter, and Sun Ning felt that scene was quite terrifying. Compared to the losses in Wang Miao's family, her own little profit of over 10,000 didn't seem like a big deal anymore. After all, you're her own daughter, Auntie won't turn a knife on you. It's all our Chen's fault, everything is his fault. Wang Miao picked up a pillow and fiercely smashed it against the bed. It was as if she was treating the bed as our Chen. After venting for a while, Sun Ning finally stepped forward and held her arms. You've caused enough trouble, think about how to apologize and admit your mistake to Auntie. And also, it's not right to blame the god of loss for everything. With the stocks rising, Sun Ning's collapsed values returned. Our Chen once again became her idol. People are just that realistic. Why don't you blame him, if it weren't for him living? Living? Living what? In her excitement, Wang Miao almost revealed the fact that our Chen was living in her house. Fortunately, she closed her mouth at the critical moment and didn't spill the beans. You misheard me. What I said was, if it weren't for his live streaming, my mom wouldn't have bought shares of Chunqian, and without buying those shares, none of this would have happened. He is the root cause of all this trouble. All right. A Chan's image in Wang Miao's heart was once again downgraded. He was even labeled as the source of trouble. This person, once unreasonable, would not listen to any reason. Fortunately, Sun Ning, who had regained her senses, stood up at this moment and defended a Chan. You can't speak ill of my idol like that. Miao, you need to reflect on yourself. The real source of the problem is actually you. Me. I'm the source of the problem. Wang Miao widened her eyes, looking at Sun Ning with an incredulous expression. She even pointed at herself with her finger. She couldn't believe that her roommate, best friend, and confidant, Sun Ning, would think she was the root of the problem. How could you think I'm the root of the problem? Where did I go wrong? Think back. We all sold our shares because of your poking. If you hadn't poked, how could we have sold Chunqian shares? Times, Wang Miao was speechless. The truth was right in front of her, leaving no room for further argument. Like a deflated balloon, Wang Miao slumped on the bed. It's my fault, all my fault. I meant well, how was I supposed to know the stock price would suddenly surge? It's all a Chen's fault. If he hadn't played tricks, Chunqian shares wouldn't have hit the limit up. It's still his fault, all his fault. I, Wang Miao, will never admit my mistake. Wang Miao shouted in her heart. Her small white teeth were already gnashing loudly. Times equally gnashing his teeth was Zhan Bu Ting. The sudden surge in Chunqian shares at the end of the day left him furious. Last-minute surge. This practice of pushing the stock to the limit up in the final minutes before closing is very rude and unethical. I've been trading stocks for over 10 years and have seen some stocks that surged limit up at the last minute, and these stocks never ended well. Folks, this last-minute limit up is a sign of weak financial strength in the market, and it could lead to a significant drop at any time, trapping people. I hope you stay away from Chunqian shares times. Zhan Bu Ting kept talking, sarcastic and critical, all aimed at a Chen. It made everyone refrain from buying Chunqian shares. However, his remarks had little effect. The barrage was discussing a Chen's analysis just now, especially his statement about the market turning around. God of loss, please accept my knees. Chunqian shares really turned around as you said, it's like magic. Today, the god of loss changed his strategy, not playing the soaring arrow but the auspicious start. Unfortunately, I didn't follow and missed out on the gains. I was wrong, truly wrong. I shouldn't have doubted the god of loss's skills. I couldn't catch the limit up today and ended up crying in the bathroom. The god of loss once gave me the opportunity to profit from a limit up, but I didn't cherish it. If the god of loss could give me another chance, I would say to him, I'm willing to be forever under your guidance. Watching those praising a Chen in the barrage, John Bu Ting was so angry that he wanted to smash the phone used for the live broadcast. In the end, the clown was still himself. After all the commotion, a Chen's position and image in the hearts of his fans remained unchanged. This left John Bu Ting feeling defeated. A Chen smiled as he looked at his account. Thanks to a successful tea on Tuesday, a Chen's account had a profit of 26% this week. The system funds given for this task had increased from 1.62 million to 2.04 million, a profit of over 420,000. As for the money left, in a Chen's own account, along with the additional 50,000 he put in later, it had also increased to 176,000. It was a significant recovery. If the profit of the system funds can be maintained until the end of the task, you can receive a settlement bonus of 150%. With 420,000, you can settle 630,000 as a reward for Aiken, 630,000. After paying off all debts, there will be more than 100,000 left. By then, I will be debt-free and light. Debt can bring a lot of pressure. Of course, for those who are carefree and shameless, having more lice doesn't itch, and having more debts doesn't worry them. But Aiken is a person who cares about his reputation. Even in the most difficult moments, he is thinking about how to repay the debt. Now he sees a glimmer of hope to get rid of the debt. Don't be too happy too soon. It's not easy to fleece the system. There are 5 trading days left until the end of the task. We must work hard to maintain profitability next week. Aiken is not sure if there will be any unexpected situations with the system. But he understands that the high bonus settlement from the system is definitely not easy to obtain. Next week, he must be cautious and work hard to preserve the fruits of victory this week. If you are not greedy, the best way to preserve the fruits of victory is to sell spring shares and then go empty until the end of the task. Unfortunately, the system has blocked this path, requiring Aiken to maintain a full position until the end of the task. 3 o'clock, the stock market closes. Spring shares surged in the final moments, ultimately hitting the limit up before the close. Because the intraday volatility exceeded 15%, meeting the conditions for appearing on the top gainers list. Aiken is ready to take a break and wait for the top gainers list to be released before studying it carefully. At this moment, rocket special effects suddenly appeared on the screen. 10 rocket special effects appeared in a row. Thank you, Kidney Not Deficient, for sending out the rockets. I am really grateful. You're welcome. Today I'm giving you good luck. It's really a good start. See you next week. After sending out the special effects barrage, Kidney Not Deficient's account went offline. As he went offline, the live broadcast room was filled with various speculations about him. Kidney Not Deficient is definitely a big shot. I guess he's the one who orchestrated the surge in the final moments. Why do these big shots all come to Kidney Not Deficient's live broadcast room to join in the fun? Could it be that Kidney Not Deficient is a rich woman, and the previous Darhai should also be a rich woman? These 2 rich women are helping him boost the stock in order to compete for Kidney Not Deficient's love. This analysis is very logical. I think the brother upstairs has cracked the case. Being admired by rich women feels really good. The barrage veered off track once again. From discussing Kidney Not Deficient's identity, it vividly portrayed a roadside literature where 2 rich women competed for Aiken's attention and manipulated the rise of spring shares. Aiken, speechless, quietly closed the live broadcast. He really couldn't stand watching those roadside literature dramas. If they were allowed to continue freely, they might even come up with a colorful version of Little Liu Bei. Aiken, lying on the bed, was about to take a nap, but was interrupted by a knock on the door. Aiken, Auntie has something to tell you. All right. Auntie Liu came knocking again. There goes the nap. Aiken opened the door and saw Auntie Liu, looking anxious with a tinge of regret and anger in her complex expression, piquing his curiosity. Auntie Liu, what's bothering you? My own daughter has tricked me. How could I have raised such a deceitful child? There was a lot of information in that statement. How did her own daughter deceive her? What did she deceive her about? Could it be turning into a melodramatic family drama? Auntie Liu, don't worry, come in and sit down, take your time to explain. Aiken let Auntie Liu into the room and poured her a glass of water. When the melon is delivered to your door, it must be something to eat. Holding the cup, Auntie Liu chattered on about the incident. After listening, Aiken finally understood what had happened. It wasn't a melodramatic family drama. just a matter of selling stocks and missing out on making an extra 100,000 or so. After all, money matters are not that big of a deal in the end. Moreover, this is just a small loss in the stock market, it's not a big deal. Until you, it's just a small loss, not a big deal, no need to get angry and anxious like this. How can I not be upset? It's a loss of over 100,000. Until you muttered, it's not easy to make over 100,000 now, I have to collect rent for several months. R, the evil landlady. Making money from collecting rent every month already exceeds the earnings of many hard-working people. Who can she reason with about this? Aiken, Aunt has lost confidence in stock trading, she feels she's not cut out for it, even following your advice doesn't earn her much. Is the sun rising from the west? The stock-addicted old aunt finally wakes up and realizes the dangers of the stock market. If Aunt Liu stops trading stocks, she will lose her air-conditioned room and free meals. Thinking about the situation he would face after Aunt Liu retreats from the stock market, Aiken felt conflicted. Should he persuade Aunt Liu to continue venturing in the stock market? Just as Aiken was undecided, Aunt Liu suddenly grabbed his arm. Hiss! What is Aunt Liu up to? She wouldn't be. No, I have principles and integrity. Aunt, let's talk, don't grab my arm. No, I'm afraid you'll run away if I let go, I have to hold onto you to talk. Aiken felt even more overwhelmed. Is Aunt Liu planning to turn her grievances into something else? The more Aiken thought about it, the more inappropriate it seemed. He struggled, but couldn't break free from Aunt Liu's grip. Aunt Liu's hands were like a pair of pliers, firmly holding onto Aiken's arm. See, you were going to run. I wasn't going to run, I was just scared. Scared of what? I'm not a tiger, I won't eat you. This made Aiken even more uneasy. What do you mean not a tiger? There's a song that says, the woman below the mountain is a tiger. And the phrase, won't eat you, easily brings up inappropriate images. Running away is not an option, should I call the police? Aiken was ready to resort to the ultimate solution. That is, calling for help and letting the authorities save him. Aunt just wants to give you her stock trading account and password, so you can help her operate it. Aiken breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my God. What was I even thinking just now? Although many wealthy aunties like young men, Aunt Liu has always been a respectable person. What I was thinking just now was just a moment of confusion. It's not good for me to operate for you, it's not good. Aiken shook his head repeatedly. Operating someone else's stock trading account is a thankless task. If you make a profit, it's fine, but if you incur losses, it could lead to problems. Aiken believed that when it comes to money matters, it's best to be transparent. Why is it not good? Aunt trusts you, you can definitely help her make money. The problem is with the certainty, I can't guarantee that I will definitely make money for you. Even those professional institutions, funds, and private equity firms don't dare to guarantee definite profits. In the stock market, anyone who dares to promise guaranteed profits is most likely a fraud. This statement is not an exaggeration. Those who can guarantee profits don't need to help others operate accounts, provide information, or advise on buying and selling points. They can simply invest with compound interest and make a fortune in no time. However, many scammers take advantage of the ignorance of newbies who are eager to make money, using various fee-based schemes to deceive them. Although these schemes are outdated, many people willingly fall for them. Aunt didn't ask you to guarantee anything. If there are real losses, it's just bad luck. Aunt will not ask you to compensate for any losses, we can put it in writing. Aunt Liu came prepared. Before coming, she had thought that Aiken might have concerns, and even printed out a power of attorney in advance. Placing the printed power of attorney on the table, Aunt Liu said very seriously, Auntie knows your concerns, let's make a written agreement. If we make a profit, I'll share it with you, if we lose, you won't have to pay a penny. Are you trying to force me into a corner? Aiken picked up the power of attorney. Advising Aunt Liu on buying stocks wasn't a big deal. But acting on her behalf in stock trading was a different matter. Not to mention whether this constituted illegal behavior like managing clients' finances. From a social perspective, it needed careful consideration. If Aiken really made a name for himself in stock trading in the future, all the aunts and uncles in the family, as well as some distant relatives, would come seeking the secret to getting rich. If those people found out he was trading stocks for Aunt Liu, they might also ask him to trade on their behalf. Aiken was just one person with 2 hands. How could he manage so many accounts? And other people might not be as reasonable as Aunt Liu, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. After thinking for a few minutes, Aiken felt that there were some things he couldn't help with. Aunt Liu, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that the consequences of this matter are too significant. Consequences? What consequences? Those are all feudal superstitions. You should believe in science, Aunt Liu said firmly. Damn consequences. You can't see or touch that stuff, how can you make a profit from it? Don't play tricks with me, as long as you help, I'll take care of introducing you to a girlfriend. How about my daughter Miao Miao? Aunt Liu was ready to speak frankly. As long as Aiken was really interested in her daughter, Aunt Liu was prepared to play the role of a mother-in-law. But what she didn't expect was that this statement scared Aiken. Your daughter Wang Miao Miao. Our fate doesn't match, we're not on the same path, I have something to do and need to go out. Aiken said and left. Before Aunt Liu could react, he had already run out the door. Aunt Liu, filled with anger, slammed the table hard. She was really furious. Of course, Aunt Liu wasn't angry with Aiken. She was angry with her own daughter Wang Miao Miao. She was sure that Wang Miao Miao must have done something to offend Aiken. It's all my fault for not educating Miao Miao properly. When she comes back, I must educate her properly. While Aunt Liu was venting alone, Wang Miao Miao in the school dormitory sneezed twice. Oh no, when I sneeze twice, it means my mom is scolding me. What should I do? Wang Miao Miao, who knew she had caused trouble, was now in a panic. Offending her hot-tempered mother would have serious consequences. Maybe I shouldn't go home recently, just stay at school. They say patience is a virtue, and I, Wang Miao Miao, can also endure. As long as I endure until my mother calms down, then I'll be a hero again. Miao Miao, there's a message in the class group asking us to gather in the classroom. We don't have class now, why go to the classroom? Wang Miao Miao was annoyed and just wanted to be alone. The class monitor called for it, saying it's to summarize this week's stock trading performance. What's there to summarize? I get a headache just hearing about stock trading now. You go, ask for leave for me. Wang Miao Miao lay on the bed, feeling powerless. That's not good, it's still a class activity, you can't leave the group, and listening to everyone's analysis and summary will be beneficial for you too. After some persuasion, Sun Ning dragged Wang Miao Miao out of the dormitory. Reluctantly, Wang Miao Miao arrived in the classroom, where the other students were already present. Miao Miao, over here. Tall and handsome rich second-generation classmate Qi Heng waved to Wang Miao Miao. Wang Miao Miao pursed her lips, ignored Qi Heng, and sat down in a corner. There have been too many boys who have been attentive to her since she was young, so many that Wang Miao Miao is already immune to licking dogs. Sun Ning sat next to Wang Miao Miao and whispered, the class monitor still hasn't given up on you, why don't you give him a chance? Give him a break, I can't stand that playboy type of guy. When it comes to being fickle, Qi Heng is famous in school. With his handsome appearance and plenty of money, he has caused trouble for many girls both inside and outside of school. Qi Heng glanced at Wang Miao Miao. The more unattainable, the more it stirs in the mind. It must be shown off. Show off fiercely to attract Wang Miao Miao's attention. Today's stock trading summary meeting convened by the class monitor was instructed by Qi Heng, with the purpose of showing off in front of Wang Miao Miao. Everyone is here, let's start reviewing our stock market operations for this week. Everyone summarize your operations and profits and losses for the week. The class monitor presided over the review, collecting everyone's operation data. After a busy period, the classmates' operations and profits and losses were summarized. Most of the students in the class lost money this week. One student who stayed out of the market operations actually beat 75% of the class. It shows how difficult it was to make money this week. The small percentage of people who made money mostly had profits of less than 5%. The only one who made a profit of over 10% in a week was Qi Heng. Students, the practical difficulty of stock trading is indeed very high. Everyone's performance this week is very disappointing, which is a letdown considering the financial knowledge we have learned. The class monitor said with a heavy heart, the vast majority of students lost money, and those who made money only made small profits. Only Qi Heng performed well, making over 40% in a week. Qi Heng was very pleased. With insider information from his family, he made quite a bit of money this week. This was also the confidence that allowed him to show off. It's nothing, I just performed normally, I haven't even performed exceptionally well yet. Chi Heng's tone sounded modest, but in reality, he was quite proud. Let's invite Chi Heng to share his experiences and insights with us, leading everyone to progress together, the class monitor said smoothly. Let me briefly tell you all, when it comes to stock trading, what's important is not technical skills or fundamentals, but information. Because he made money buying stocks based on insider information from his family, Chi Heng considered information as the secret to getting rich. Many people in the stock market believe in various rumors. But even if the information is true, it doesn't necessarily guarantee making money. Not long ago, in a case where people were caught manipulating stocks using insider information, the party controlling the market, knowing the insider information, mobilized billions of funds but ended up losing instead of gaining. Chi Heng spoke passionately, with his eyes constantly looking in Wang Miamia's direction. However, Wang Miamia was absent-minded and didn't pay attention at all. She was still thinking about how to use the tactics of flattery, patience, and cowardice to endure until the day her mother calms down. Chi Heng, who had put in a lot of effort to impress, felt frustrated when he realized he hadn't caught Wang Miamia's attention. Information is the primary productivity of stock trading. Don't follow those stock trading anchors anymore, come copy my work. Meow Meow, you haven't opened an account yet, right? I can help you open one, follow my lead, and you'll definitely make a profit. By the end, Chi Heng's tone sounded almost like a heartfelt confession. Not interested, Wang Miamiao didn't even look at Chi Heng. The words, stock trading, had become a taboo in Wang Miamia's mind. Chi Heng repeatedly bringing up stock trading made her feel a bit crazy. Chi Heng looked at Sun Ning, seeking his help. In order to win over Wang Miamiao, Chi Heng had put a lot of effort into Sun Ning, giving him many small favors. Sun Ning, who understood the meaning in Chi Heng's eyes, leaned close to Wang Miamiao's ear and whispered softly, "We must do things that are a sure win. Isn't it great to make money to buy bags, clothes, and makeup? Whatever he has given you, I will give you double." Wang Miamiao said irritably. At this moment, Wang Miamiao felt that Aiken was much cuter than Chi Heng. At least Aiken could be used as a shield, while Chi Heng only caused trouble. Shield. Wang Miamiao suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. The last time Aiken acted as a shield, it was quite effective. Now she could also use Aiken as a shield. How can he give me benefits? I just feel. Before Sun Ning could finish, Wang Miamiao nudged her aside with her elbow. Regaining her voice, Wang Miamiao raised her head proudly and said, "I have someone I like now, so don't waste your efforts." You have someone you like. Chi Heng's mindset exploded. How could a woman he hadn't won over be taken by someone else? Clenching his fists, Chi Heng's expression turned fierce, almost spewing fire from his nostrils. Anger, endless anger. The anger of having his goddess taken away could make a man lose his sanity. Moreover, the woman Chi Heng wanted had never been out of his reach. Who do you like? Which class is he in? I'll go find him now. His league's ahead of you, don't even think about finding him, Wang Miamiao said with a smile. You want to protect him? Don't think I can't find out who he is. When I find him, he won't have a good time. The person I like is Kuation. If you have the ability, go find him. Kuation. Chi Heng and Sun Ning were shocked. The classmates in the class were also shocked. Wang Miamiao, known as the campus beauty, who was like an iceberg goddess to all boys, actually liked Kuation, a live-streaming stock trader. Was Wang Miamiao playing an online romance game? Or did Kuation manipulate her fans? In any case, both scenarios were shocking enough. Miamiao, do you know Kuation? You too. Kuation is my idol is gone, boo-hoo. Sun Ning, feeling heartbroken and extremely upset, looked at Wang Miamiao with a complex expression. It was as if Wang Miamiao had snatched away her most beloved doll. Bang! Chi Heng fiercely slammed the desk, exuding hatred from head to toe. Where is he? I'm going to find him for a showdown. When boys solve problems, the most common method is a one-on-one showdown. If that doesn't work, then it's a group fight. Anyway, if violence can solve the problem, it's not considered a problem. Wang Miamiao elegantly stood up. If you have the ability, find him yourself. Slapped in the face. His own words came back to slap him in the face. The irritable Chiheng's eyes turned red. The monitor and others realized something was wrong and promptly pulled Chiheng away. The boys scattered, while the girls gathered around, their eyes shining with gossip. Did you know Kuation for a long time, or did you just meet recently? Kuation is so good at trading stocks, why don't you open an account and trade stocks with him? I heard that the private lives of internet celebrities are quite chaotic. Did he seduce you, or did you? Take the initiative. The gossip became more and more scandalous, and Wang Miamiao couldn't handle these questions. I don't understand what you're talking about. Wang Miamiao left the classroom quickly, with Sun Ning following closely behind. In a secluded place, Sun Ning asked, "Are you really with Kuation?" "Phut, har har har." Seeing her best friend with red eyes, on the verge of tears, Wang Miamiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Why are you so silly? We are in the same dormitory, together all day, and I haven't hidden anything from you, how could you not know?" Ho! Sun Ning finally realized. "I was just trying to discuss Chiheng a bit, but your reaction is a bit." "What reaction?" "I didn't have any reaction at all, don't talk nonsense." Sun Ning blurted out a few words in panic, then ran off in a hurry. Chi Chen was reviewing the events of the week in his live broadcast. He was unaware of the exciting scene that had taken place at CAIDA, nor did he know that he had once again become a scapegoat. Furthermore, he had no idea that an angry Chiheng was trying to dig up his background. After carefully examining the latest Dragon and Tiger list of Chunqian stock, Chi Chen couldn't help scratching his head. Everyone has seen the Dragon and Tiger list of Chunqian stock. This time's list is somewhat special, with one buyer's department dominating. On the Dragon and Tiger list of Chunqian stock, the department with the highest buying amount had purchased over 3 billion today. In contrast, the second buyer's department had only bought less than 50 million. The buying amounts of the third, fourth, and fifth buyer's departments were even less noteworthy. Chi Chen was certain that it was the top buyer's department that, at the last moment, sneakily pushed Chunqian's stock to the limit up. However, this top buyer's department was not well known. It was not a department where famous speculative funds were located. Since Zhu Dingfa was manipulating the market, he was not following the same path as speculative funds. Therefore, his department was naturally not among the well-known speculative departments. Generally speaking, it's better for the forces from the first to the fifth on the Dragon and Tiger list to be balanced. In cases where one dominates, the future trend is often not optimistic. Chi Chen analyzed objectively. He did not blindly hold an optimistic view just because he held Chunqian stock. A balanced Dragon and Tiger list means that the participating funds can counterbalance each other. Even if there are differences in funds, the stock price will fluctuate before falling again. On the other hand, a list dominated by one buyer means that the stock price is controlled by that single fund. The rise and fall are at their discretion, making it easy for a sudden drop and sell-off, leaving no time for analysis or escape. When funds can counterbalance each other, the stability of the stock price will be better. Even in cases where one or a few parties dump stocks, there will be other funds resisting. In the game of large funds, it provides retail investors with a chance to escape. However, when faced with a single dominant fund, the rise and fall are at their whim. If they decide to play the game of crashing and selling off, retail investors will be left with no time to escape. Chi Chen's current concern was that this dominant fund might have pushed the stock to the limit up at the end of the week to prepare for a sell-off on Monday. No one could predict what would happen tomorrow. Analyzing stocks is about predicting the future, which is essentially similar to fortune-telling. Whether the prediction is accurate or not depends on skill and luck. Chi Chen was like a fortune-teller, predicting the fate of Chunqian's stock. People watching the live broadcast found it quite interesting. However, their focus was not on Chunqian's stock. Due to the previous panic selling, few people still held Chunqian's stock. The saying, "It's none of my business," was prevalent. Retail investors were too lazy to care about stocks they no longer held. The Kuation's analysis of the Dragon and Tiger list is very unique, different from how others interpret it. Perhaps the Kuation can make money, only by taking a different path can one find success. If you stick to the same old tricks that everyone knows, you will definitely be used in the opposite way for harvesting. Therefore, analyzing stocks requires thinking outside the box. The saying, "a fresh move eats all over the sky," is very popular. Many people believe that mastering a unique skill or secret technique can lead to success in the stock market. However, after mixing for a long time, they will find that the unique skills and secrets are not omnipotent. Even the widely known unique skills and secrets will be used by the main force for reverse harvesting. In a sense, technical analysis in the stock market is a process of competing with the main funds. John Buting is also watching Aiken's review live broadcast. When watching, he is so happy that his mouth almost reaches the sky. Because the Dragon and Tiger list of Chun Qian shares is really average. After analysis, John Buting feels that Chun Qian shares can hit the limit today purely because there are funds that want to make short-term profits. When the market opens next Monday, Chun Qian shares will definitely rise and then fall back. HMPH, even Aiken himself has no confidence in Chun Qian shares. It seems that I can win steadily next Monday. If he wins, Aiken should follow the agreement, and the losing party should vote to the winning party as a teacher. Last time John Buting lost, when he bowed to Aiken as a teacher in the live broadcast room, Aiken resolutely refused, making him lose face. Now John Buting is thinking about how to humiliate Aiken and take revenge if Aiken bows to him as a teacher according to the gambling agreement. And it has to be done slowly, humiliating and tormenting Aiken bit by bit. First let him kneel down, then I will sarcastically criticize him at length. Without mentioning the refusal, I have to make him kneel in public for an hour before saying anything. Smack, smack, smack. John Buting fantasized about fiercely slapping Aiken's face. He has already figured out 108 ways to humiliate Aiken in a continuous manner. He is waiting to achieve a complete victory on Monday and display it publicly in the live broadcast room. I must humiliate him to the point where he doubts life. Make him regret comparing with me. Saturday. Professor he was afraid that Aiken would forget about meeting with him, so he sent a text message to remind him. After reading the text message he just received, Aiken muttered, "This scammer is quite persistent, but I have nothing to deceive." He changed his clothes, tidied up his hair a bit, and went to the School of Finance and Economics. Following the address given by Professor He, Aiken easily found the office building. He knocked on the door and entered Professor His office. When he saw Professor His appearance, he was stunned. Sitting behind the desk, the old man with white hair and elegant temperament, looked exactly like the photo of Professor He found on Baidu. What's going on? How can this scammer look exactly like Professor He? Could it be that the scammer wore an ultra-realistic mask to impersonate Professor He? The guest is here, please have a seat quickly, Professor He said warmly. Oh, okay. Aiken, who had come to his senses, sat on the guest sofa. After sitting down, he touched his pocket. The phone in his pocket had already activated the recording function before entering the room. He wanted to leave a recording as evidence to expose the scammer later. But after seeing Professor He, Aiken was a bit confused. Things seemed a bit different from what he had thought before. Professor He made a cup of tea and placed it in front of Aiken, saying, "The guest is truly a hero in his youth. I have watched a few of your live broadcasts and I think you have the potential to become a strong player in the stock market." TSK, TSK. Aiken clicked his tongue silently in his heart. Here it comes, here it comes. This is preparing to bait me. How could a serious professor compliment someone? Even if the professor can compliment someone, it should be a big shot, not waste saliva complimenting me, an insignificant person. There must be a big problem here. The person in front of him is definitely not the real Professor He must be a scammer. Just as Aiken had relaxed a bit, he instantly exploded. Your praise is too exaggerated. I am just a nobody. I used to operate and lose as I pleased. It's just that my luck has turned recently, and I have been a bit luckier. I really have no skills at all. Excessive humility is pride. Your unique interpretation of the Dragon and Tiger list enriches the analytical methods from a different perspective. Professor He is not just praising Aiken. He truly believes that Aiken's new interpretation of the Dragon and Tiger list provides a new analytical approach. As the saying goes, if you don't advance, you retreat. This applies in the stock market as well. Without persistent learning and thinking, even the most skilled individuals may be abandoned by the market and the times. For example, during the early stages of the domestic stock market, no one understood fundamentals and technical analysis. Everyone just bought stocks blindly, thinking that as long as they bought, they would make money. It was a game of boldness and speed. Later on, technical analysis was introduced, and large funds that entered the stock market early began using technical analysis for trading. They started collecting chips, pushing up prices, and engaging in market manipulation in a more systematic manner. When technical analysis became popular among retail investors, the leading large funds came up with a new strategy, promoting value investing. During the period when a large number of high-quality and growth stocks soared, many retail investors started believing in value investing. They thought that holding high-quality stocks for the long term was the right approach. When they believed this, in reality, it was the large funds transferring chips to them at high prices. After the hype around high-quality stocks subsided, the large funds began telling retail investors that the future belonged to growth stocks. The tactics remained the same, but each time with a new twist, they managed to deceive a large number of followers. Without actively learning the logical thinking of large funds, one can only be brainwashed by them and become a follower. Therefore, stock trading is not a simple matter, nor is it a way to make easy money. If you do make easy money, don't get carried away and think you are exceptionally talented. Because that would be earning through luck, not skill. Just like how even a pig on the wind can fly, but once it's out of the wind, it will only end up falling and getting hurt. Stock trading requires flexible thinking. You can't stick to old rules. Your greatest advantage is having an agile mind, Professor He praised. Recently, Professor He has been analyzing and summarizing his stock trading operations over the years. In the end, he concluded that his failure was due to being too dogmatic. Following theories rigidly without flexibility and practical application. Applying pure securities theory to stock trading, without flexibility, will not work. It's similar to warfare. If you strictly follow the strategies in military books without considering the actual situation, you will likely face defeat. Flexibility is necessary in many industries and situations. Let's first discuss the insights and experiences of stock trading. I'll start by sharing my story. Initially, I entered the stock market with ambitious goals, thinking that with my skills, I could easily become wealthy. But reality taught me otherwise. At first, I followed the value investing approach, selecting stocks based on P/E ratio, P/B ratio, and bought some stocks with excellent fundamentals. Professor He was deeply immersed in memories. These memories were never shared with others before. Because not only did he not make a profit from stock trading, he actually incurred losses, so he felt embarrassed to talk about it. Today, Professor He has opened up. Initially, Professor He strictly followed the value investing approach in stock selection, but at that time, the market's focus was not on high-quality stocks. Funds were invested in small-cap stocks, underperforming stocks, and various thematic stocks with stories flying around. Institutional funds did not dominate the market at that time. It was controlled by market makers and speculative funds. Due to limited funds, market makers and speculative funds did not prefer large-cap stocks. Various funds are all gathered in easily manipulated small-cap stocks. Even now, many people deliberately avoid large-cap stocks when selecting stocks, believing that large-cap stocks have less elasticity in terms of price increases compared to mid- and small-cap stocks. During that period, Professor He watched his high-quality stocks every day, while various junk stocks were being speculated. The magical scene made him a bit crazy, constantly doubting himself and whether the investment theories he had learned were wrong. Eventually, amidst continuous self-doubt, he sold his high-quality stocks and instead invested in speculative thematic stocks. As a result, shortly after he entered the thematic stocks, regulatory authorities cooled down the market, causing a sharp drop in thematic stocks. Professor He suffered heavy losses in that wave, which could be said to have dealt a heavy blow to his confidence. The stock market then adjusted for more than 2 months before continuing to rise. But this time, the rise was no longer in thematic stocks, but in the high-quality stocks that Professor He had sold. Professor He once again questioned his life choices. Moving forward, Professor He often made wrong decisions at critical moments. To the point that now, he has become accustomed to the misfortune of trading stocks. After listening to Professor He's story, Aiken scratched his head. These stories were told vividly and sounded so real. Aiken felt that the swindler in front of him had put in a lot of effort to set up this scheme. Professor He, why do I feel like what you're saying sounds made up? Aiken questioned. A renowned professor teaching securities theory, losing money in the stock market. This made Aiken find it hard to believe, even thinking it was a flaw in the swindler's otherwise flawless plan. Professor, he laughed. At first, when he lost money in the stock market, he also found it unbelievable. But now, he could face reality with composure. Although I study securities theory, theory will always be theory, and there is a big difference between theory and practice. You should know the term armchair strategist. In the stock market, there are so many armchair strategists. Regardless of whether they understand or not, some people can write elaborate essays on forums, discussing the bright future of a stock. But in reality, most of those who write these essays are just piling up data to make themselves look professional. I have been an armchair strategist all my life. After actual operations, I realized that being book smart is useless. Professor, he mocked himself. All right, enough about me. Let's talk about you. I can tell that your stock trading knowledge is fragmented, and you haven't studied systematic securities knowledge. Perhaps it is because of the lack of systematic knowledge that you do not follow the rules but rely on your keen intuition to observe the market. On this point, Professor, he was quite accurate. Aiken's stock trading knowledge was randomly exchanged from the system using points, so it was very fragmented. I've been learning bits and pieces here and there, without any system. Systematic learning is necessary because stock trading involves a lot of knowledge. Relying solely on fragmented stock trading knowledge makes it difficult to go far. If you have any questions or don't understand something, you can ask me. Aiken's eyes shifted. They had been talking for so long, and he had not yet found any obvious flaws in the swindler's story. Perhaps he could ask some obscure questions to test the waters. Coincidentally, when Aiken exchanged points for stock trading knowledge, he randomly acquired some obscure stock trading knowledge. He thought he could use it as a question to test this fake Professor. I have a question that I'm not quite clear about. I mean, knowledge. Har, just ask if you don't understand, and I'll do my best to answer. Then I'll ask. Aiken thought of a question right away. I want to ask about the application of the normal distribution in the stock market. Many things in the world follow a normal distribution, such as the ratio of geniuses to fools being very small, with the majority of people being mediocre. The distribution of the wealthy and the impoverished also follows a normal distribution. Even in broad statistical analysis, height, weight, beauty, and ugliness also follow a normal distribution. This is also true in the stock market. Whether it's a bull market or a bear market, the fluctuations in individual stock prices also exhibit a normal distribution. Only a small portion of stocks can significantly outperform the market in terms of price fluctuations. The majority of individual stock price movements fluctuate around the market's fluctuations. To achieve excess returns in the stock market, one must find that small portion of high-performing stocks in the normal distribution of the market. For most people, finding such stocks is purely a matter of luck. But Aiken wants to find a way. A path to finding that small portion of high-performing stocks. The normal distribution summarizes this rule. What I am contemplating is how to use this rule to derive a path for finding high-performing stocks. Professor, he was dumbfounded, his mind almost crashing. Aiken's thinking was too far-fetched. No one had played with the normal distribution like this before. No one had ever thought of using the normal distribution to derive a path for finding high-performing stocks. If this could be studied thoroughly, it could even become a doctoral thesis. Every stock trader dreams of catching high-performing stocks. But those who can catch them based on their abilities are few and far between. Most just rely on luck to make some profits from high-performing stocks. If you have many stock trader friends around you, you might often hear them say, I used to like stock XX, but I didn't buy it. Or you might hear, I bought stock XX, but sold it too early, and it later rose by how much? Ultimately, these regretful words stem from their insufficient understanding of the essence of stocks. It is precisely because of such regrets that value investing is misunderstood as simply long-term holding, making it very popular. Those who have experienced regrets believe that they should hold for the long term. If they persist in holding for the long term, they won't miss out on huge gains. Phrases like good stocks should be held emerged in this context. However, the reality is different. Long-term holding is just one aspect of value investing, and not the most important one. Professor, he pondered the question raised by Aiken. He only knew about the normal distribution but had not delved deeply into it. The normal distribution is just a rule phenomenon. If you want to find high-performing stocks through this rule phenomenon, you need to analyze in detail why this phenomenon occurs. Professor he spoke slowly, clearly thinking and organizing his thoughts as he spoke. Over the years, I have studied stocks with huge price increases. These stocks can be divided into two types. One is stocks with huge short-term price increases, rising tenfold in 1 or 2 years. The other type is stocks with huge long-term price increases, rising hundreds or even thousands of times in 1 or 2 decades. The driving factors behind these two types of high-performing stocks are completely different. Professor he did not know how to find high-performing stocks through the normal distribution. In fact, he had not found high-performing stocks in practice either. So, in the past 2 years, Professor he has started to shift his research focus from securities theory to the study of stocks with significant price increases. Short-term price increases are driven by capital, while long-term price increases are driven by fundamentals. I am right, aren't I? Aiken had learned to answer quickly. You are right. Your understanding shows a deep insight into stocks. Professor he nodded in approval. People with such understanding are truly rare in the stock market. Stock trading, like love, is something that can rapidly reduce a person's intelligence and rationality to negative numbers. The vast majority of people who enter the stock market only think about money, and do not explore the underlying factors. Continue to talk about your understanding of these two types of bullish stocks. Those with huge short-term gains mostly belong to the so-called thematic stocks, triggered by some hot events, attracting funds to rush in and create momentum-driven monster stocks. These monster stocks come and go quickly. Once the funds that drive the stock price up are exhausted, they will return to their original prices in a sharp decline. Professor he nodded frequently, finding our Chen's summary of short-term skyrocketing monster stocks quite accurate. These thematic monster stocks are mostly stimulated by sudden events, with retail investors and speculators standing on the same starting line in the initial stage. As long as one is bold, attentive, and skilled, even retail investors can earn huge profits from them. Identifying hot topics and buying corresponding stocks for trading is one of the fastest ways to get rich in the domestic stock market. Some big speculators today have grown from discovering and buying thematic monster stocks. However, very few people truly understand this path, with many ending up as cannon fodder. To embark on this path, one not only needs keen observation of market trends but also requires a good mindset and strong execution capabilities, especially the ability to decisively cut losses when facing mistakes. It's difficult to catch short-term skyrocketing monster stocks. I have conducted a detailed analysis of the formation of these monster stocks, and many hot topics actually do not have a significant impact on stock prices. On the other hand, some seemingly inconspicuous hot topics have a great impact on stock price increases, which I can only attribute to the concentration of operating funds. The more research Professor he does, the more powerless he feels. He wants to find patterns in his research, but after searching extensively, he finds that the patterns are actually chaotic. Speculators come and go like bandits. Choosing which hot topic to focus on and why to push it to the limit seems to be based solely on intuition. In reality, this is indeed the case. Speculators engage in guerrilla warfare, and the logic behind selecting targets is not consistent. Once speculators start pushing up a stock, it basically turns into a relay race. Whether a monster stock can be created and how high it can go largely depend on luck. It requires the cooperation of institutional investors, the enthusiasm of retail investors to follow the trend, and the entry of other speculators, among other factors. In short, many factors need to come together to create a monster stock, and many of these factors have a high degree of uncertainty. The reason why monster stocks are so elusive is that they are difficult to predict and understand. That's why I have gradually shifted my research focus to long-term bull stocks. What is your view on long-term bull stocks? I don't know much about long-term bull stocks, and to be honest, I don't have much knowledge about the fundamentals of stocks, Chen admitted. Long-term bull stocks are primarily driven by fundamentals, such as the decision-making ability of the company's management, its development level, and future industry prospects. This falls under the realm of value investing. Unfortunately, Chen chose the technical analysis route and has little understanding of value investing. Technical analysis is easy to learn but hard to master, as one can grasp the basics with some time. On the other hand, value investing is difficult to learn and master. Many people who study value investing not only fail to grasp the basics but also veer off track. For example, the notion that value investing means holding for a long time is a completely misguided belief. In value investing, long-term holding is conditional on buying at a reasonable price. However, 90% of retail investors do not understand what constitutes a reasonable price for buying. For example, I don't quite understand what a reasonable price for buying is. How can one prove that this so-called reasonable price is indeed reasonable? Some people say that a reasonable price is when it drops low enough. Some say a reasonable price is when the P/E ratio is low enough. Some say a stock price below net assets is reasonable, but I think these are all a bit one-sided. What constitutes a reasonable price? I guess everyone has their own opinion, but I think undervaluation has its pitfalls, and a stock price below net assets is also a sign of being abandoned by funds. As Aiken spoke, he shook his head, feeling that seeking the secret of a reasonable price was really difficult. You're right, whether a stock price is reasonable or not is a very difficult thing to determine. Professor He fully agreed with Aiken's statement. In actual practice, Professor He has encountered this issue before. Waiting for stocks to be in a reasonably undervalued price range can be like waiting for years. When you finally wait for it, the vast majority of people are deeply trapped. Even those who are not deeply trapped will lose confidence in the stock market and dare not buy. In short, reasonable prices often appear in the low period after a stock market crash. After the crash, when the stock market is in chaos and blood is flowing like a river, that is when the value is most prominent and when you can pick up cheap chips. Everyone understands this principle. People who usually shout that if the stock market crashes, they will sell their houses and cars to buy in, will definitely not dare to rush in when the stock market actually crashes. It's human nature. Seeking good luck and avoiding disaster is human instinct. When stocks are rising, they feel they can make money by rushing in, naturally without psychological burden. But when the stock market crashes, they will feel that it is a dangerous place and that they will definitely lose money if they enter. At that time, if you really want to be a contrarian and buy stocks, many people will think twice, thrice, and more. Every time a reasonable price appears, it is after a crash, but making the decision to buy after a crash is a real test of human nature, Professor He sighed. He, in the stock market, cannot overcome the obstacles of human nature. Having experienced several stock market crashes, the knowledge he gained tells him when a reasonable price appears. Even when undervalued prices appear, one should have the courage to go all in. But he was scared by the drops. He felt that there would be more drops to come, and even when he hesitated, the stock market gradually rebounded. When he finally had confidence, those once cheap reasonable prices were no longer available. I have had a few experiences where, in the midst of a crash, there were plenty of cheap stocks to grab, but I didn't dare, I was afraid, my courage was shattered. As the saying goes, the longer you stay in the market, the smaller your courage becomes. Professor His courage in the stock market was diminishing. He didn't dare to chase after gains, didn't dare to cut losses, and the most common thing he did was to hold on. But what stock trading fears the most is holding on. Because many times, you can't recover your losses by holding on. Even if you break even after 3 to 5 years, how do you calculate the cost of time lost? After telling his woeful experience, Professor He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about my issues anymore. If you have any questions about securities investment theory in the future, feel free to ask me." Actually, I do have a question. It's about investment psychology. After listening to Professor His past, Aiken was deeply moved. He also realized that psychology is very important in investment. It can even be said that to be successful in stock trading, the first thing to overcome is oneself. Overcoming one's emotions, overcoming one's psychology. Realizing this, Aiken wanted to learn more about this aspect of knowledge. Specifically, in investment psychology, what kind of issues are there? Professor He asked. I haven't studied investment psychology, I just want to hear you talk about how to quickly and effectively learn this knowledge. I see. Professor He pondered for a moment as he sipped his tea. The course on investment psychology is not long in teaching hours and is not a very important course. However, in practice, investment psychology plays a significant role. The content taught in textbooks is not practical and not suitable for your learning. Let me briefly explain to you what investment psychology is. Okay. Aiken's expression became serious, sitting upright. He had never listened so attentively in school before, so today was a first. The stock market is not a game for individuals, but a group game played by a group of people. The more people participate, the more diverse human minds will be. Why would there be diverse human minds? Everyone should be in it to make money from trading stocks, Aiken asked. Making money is just the initial intention, but in actual operations, the psychological activities of each person when buying and selling will be different. There is a saying in the stock market, anticipating your anticipation. This refers to some people or funds predicting the thoughts or actions of others in advance, thus making preemptive moves. For example, if everyone expects a certain stock to rise to $10, there will be some quick-thinking or non-greedy individuals who choose to sell at $9. When these people sell at $9, it will trigger anxiety in others. When these anxious individuals join the selling queue, the stock price will accelerate its decline. As the price falls, more and more people will follow suit in selling, causing the stock price to drop even lower. It may be because of the actions of certain individuals that the peak price of this stock is fixed at $9. Just like a small stone causing huge ripples on the water's surface. The choices of certain individuals and funds at critical times will also have a huge impact on stock prices. Investment psychology can also be used to judge the highs and lows of the stock market through certain phenomena. For example, when the stock market is hot, and many uninformed individuals join the stock trading army because they heard that the stock market can make money, the market is not far from its peak. This is known as the bandwagon effect in psychology. The appearance of the bandwagon effect often means that a large amount of capital is flowing into the stock market, with little additional capital entering later. Once there is a lack of follow-up capital to support and boost stock prices, the market will peak and decline, transitioning from a bull market to a bear market. This is a whole set of causal logic that, to a certain extent, reveals the operation process and patterns of the stock market. After listening to Professor his detailed explanation, Aiken nodded vigorously. That was well said, it gave me a sense of enlightenment. Har har, that was just scratching the surface. If you want to apply what you've learned, I recommend you read 2 books, The Crowd, a study of the popular mind, and The Art of War. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Aiken widened his eyes in surprise. Learning investment psychology, why would I need to read The Art of War? Strategy and stock trading should have nothing to do with each other, right? You heard correctly. The Crowd explains the characteristics of group psychology, and the retail investor group in the stock market is also a kind of group. The Art of War provides guidance on the formation of individual trading systems, which is more significant. Individual trading systems are only accessible to those with a higher level of stock trading expertise. Retail investors only buy and sell. They hear a little insider information, see some recommendations from influencers, and buy and sell based on that. On the other hand, those with deeper stock trading knowledge will gradually develop their own trading system based on experience and learning. From stock selection criteria to trading discipline, and analysis and prediction, they form an effective and comprehensive system for trading. Although the art of war and stock trading may seem unrelated, if you can integrate the essence of the art of war into stock trading, it will greatly help in establishing your own trading system. Professor, he wasn't just making things up. In some aspects, stock trading is quite similar to warfare. Fighting emphasizes the importance of timing, location, and people, just like stock trading. Only when the overall environment and trend are favorable to one's own side, the success rate of both fighting and stock trading will be highest. The steps of deduction and planning carried out before the battle have great significance for stock trading as well. The saying goes, a stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. If one can learn the strategic thinking of Sun Tzu's Art of War and apply it to stock trading, it will greatly help improve one's stock trading skills. Can you give an example? Otherwise, I don't know how to integrate Sun Tzu's Art of War with stock trading. Aiken really couldn't understand. How could these two be integrated? It seems a bit funny to look at military strategy when trading stocks. By showing you Sun Tzu's Art of War, I want you to learn the essence of strategic thinking. The Art of War says, more calculations mean more victories, fewer calculations mean fewer victories. This sentence has significant guiding significance for stock trading, Professor, he explained seriously. When he used to teach graduate students, he had never been so serious. More calculations mean more victories, fewer calculations mean fewer victories. Aiken repeated, pondering the meaning of this sentence. This sentence is not a difficult or obscure saying. By looking at the literal meaning, one can understand the core of this sentence, which is about how to make more calculations. Whether in battle, stock trading, or other major events, one needs to consider as many scenarios as possible. As the saying goes, forewarned is forearmed. To think long-term, one must consider various situations as much as possible, which means making more calculations. This sentence is very simple and straightforward. I believe you already understand the meaning of this sentence. But how to apply this sentence to stock trading is what you are struggling to figure out now, right? Yes, I am thinking about how to make more calculations when trading stocks. I have also pondered this for a long time. Let me give you an example to help you understand and do better with your intelligence. In stock trading, making more calculations means considering timing, location, and people. This involves analyzing the overall market trend, capital environment, retail investor sentiment, and the mindset of both long and short positions, among other factors. This is similar to making judgments in battle by assessing the deployment of forces on both sides, the strength and weakness of each side, and utilizing the terrain and environment. In addition to these factors, one must also prepare for extreme situations and have contingency measures in place for low probability events. For example, how to respond to a black swan event or a sudden stock collapse. Making more calculations means exhaustively calculating all possibilities. By making enough calculations, one can have a clear understanding of the situation from all sides, and the preparation will be thorough enough. This requires a large amount of information, as well as analytical and judgment capabilities, usually requiring assistance from a professional team. The conditions required to make more calculations are beyond the reach of ordinary retail investors. What retail investors can achieve is only at the level of making fewer calculations. At this level, they only consider easily accessible information such as the overall stock market trend, capital environment, and retail investor sentiment. As long as they analyze and utilize this information well, they can at least catch the bottom and avoid the peak. The worst scenario is not making any calculations, which is the state of the vast majority of retail investors. They do not study stock trading knowledge, but instead rely on rumors and follow the crowd to buy stocks, ultimately ending up as leaks, losing money. His explanation made Aiken feel a sense of enlightenment. It turns out that Sun Tzu's Art of War does have guiding significance for stock trading. It seems necessary to buy a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War and use military thinking to arm one's stock trading system. Trigger long-term task, insight into investment. To become a strong figure in the investment world, one must possess their own path, and the formation of this path comes from one's observations, experiences, thoughts, and reflections. By observing more, thinking more, and gaining more insights, one can strive to form their own investment philosophy. Insight points. 10 insight points can be exchanged for an inside treasure chest. The system suddenly issued a task, leaving Aiken slightly stunned. This was the second time the system had suddenly issued a task. The previous time was when he was challenged by the unstoppable rise, triggering a random system task. It seems that as long as one talks about stock trading with others, it may trigger a system task. Could this be considered as finding a pattern for the system to issue tasks? Should he talk to someone about stocks every day in the future to see if it triggers a task? However, Aiken's social circle is very small, and he doesn't have many friends in society. His former classmates and friends are all busy in different places now, and they rarely keep in touch. Should he just talk to anyone about stocks? Aiken is afraid of being seen as crazy. Perhaps he could go to a securities brokerage firm, where there are many elderly people who trade stocks, and they should be able to chat about stocks together. He seems to be getting ahead of himself, not knowing what the inside treasure chest is all about. But judging from the name, it should be something fun. Just as he was thinking about it, the system kindly provided an explanation. Inside treasure chest, a chest formed by the power of insight, which can randomly produce fragments of investment philosophy. Wow. Fragments of investment philosophy can be obtained. This is amazing. If he collects all the fragments of investment philosophy, could he then have his own investment philosophy? The more Aiken thinks about it, the more excited he gets, and he starts thinking about how to quickly earn insight points. According to the system's prompt, one must broaden their horizons, communicate more, and think more in order to earn insight points. And he in front of him seems to be a person with broad knowledge and profound learning, a good person to help him think more. It seems like he should communicate more with Professor He about stock trading in the future. He used to think that Professor He was a fraud, but now it seems he was wrong. He is definitely a legitimate professor, not a fraud. One task has changed his perspective. Now Aiken's view of Professor He has taken a 180-degree turn. And just from their recent conversation, Aiken clearly realizes that the person in front of him is definitely Professor He himself, not someone pretending to be him. Professor He, I have many questions to ask you. How about I treat you to dinner? Aiken is thinking about how to have a long conversation with Professor He to see if he can gain some insight points. It's too much trouble to eat out. Why don't you come to my place for dinner? I have some insights on the stock market written down at home, you can take a look. Faced with Professor He's invitation, Aiken naturally agreed without hesitation. This is a great opportunity. He must seize it. All right, shall we go now? Aiken said happily. Wait for me downstairs, I'll tidy up some things and then drive to the parking lot to pick you up. In the dormitory, Wang Miamia sat on the bed with a troubled expression. Because of her previous mistake, she didn't dare to go home to face her mother, so she could only hide in the dormitory and practice her skills. Miao Miao, why aren't you going home today? Sun Ning asked with a mischievous smile. Wang Miamia rolled her eyes. You think it's funny? I caused my mom to lose over 100,000, how can I face her now? You also caused me to lose over 1,000, but you dare to stay in the dormitory. Do you think I won't take revenge on you? Sun Ning reached out to tickle Wang Miamia's armpits. The two girls started playing around, bringing life to the dorm room. Stop messing around, I'll treat you to dinner to make up for it, okay? That's more like it. You have to treat me to something good, how about we go for hot pot? Then let's have hot pot, Wang Miamia readily agreed. Eating hot pot, letting the spicy taste cleanse, can make you forget many worries. At least when eating, you don't have to worry about how to face your mother. The two girls quickly tidied up a bit and left the dormitory with a plain face. Not far from the dormitory building, Sun Ning touched her pocket. Oh no, I forgot my phone. You have a forgetful mind, almost like you have dementia. I'll go back for my phone, you wait here. Sun Ning ran back, while Wang Miamia shouted after her, I'll wait for you at the school gate. Wang Miamia continued walking with her hands behind her back. As she passed the teaching building, she coincidentally met Aiken coming out of the building. The two bumped into each other, trying to pretend not to see each other. Especially since Wang Miamia always saw Aiken as a troublemaker, at this moment, seeing Aiken made her anger explode. Aiken! Wang Miamia shouted loudly, then clenched her fists and rushed towards Aiken as if she was going to fight. Aiken, standing at the entrance of the teaching building, looked helpless. What kind of luck is this? Just now, he had good luck with a new task, and now he had run out of luck and met a jinx. There is a saying that a good man does not fight with a woman. Aiken decided not to talk to Wang Miamia, to avoid saying something unpleasant in the heat of the moment. The best strategy is to retreat. This is what Aiken thought and did. But Wang Miamia couldn't let Aiken go so easily. With long strides, Wang Miamia caught up with Aiken in 3 or 4 steps and grabbed his arm. You can't run away. What are you doing at our school? Sneaking into the teaching building, stealing something, or doing other bad things. Wang Miamia immediately accused Aiken, trying to establish that he had done something wrong. As long as she could prove that Aiken had done something wrong, she would have a hold on him. I was just chatting with Professor He, you know about it. Aiken said with a serious face. Nonsense. Professor He is so busy, how could he chat with you? Do you think you are someone important? Annoyed, Wang Miamia showed her small white teeth. Especially her 2 small tiger teeth, which looked like they were going to bite Aiken. Aiken smiled and said, you are good at arguing with me, why not go back and comfort Aunt Liu? What do you mean? Wang Miamia was confused. Aiken hit a nerve with Wang Miamia, and her arrogant attitude suddenly disappeared. I mean exactly what I said. Your mom was very angry yesterday, almost tearing the house down. Aiken slightly exaggerated the situation. But indeed, Aunt Liu was very angry yesterday. Only because Wang Miamiao is her own daughter, Aunt Liu suppressed her anger. The car of Professor He stopped next to them. Professor He, who opened the car window, looked at the two and asked with a smile, Aiken, Wang Miamiao, do you two know each other? When Wang Mianmia saw Professor He, she was stunned. What's going on? According to Professor He's words, he knows Aiken. Could it be that Aiken was not lying, and he really came to see Professor He? Flustered, Wang Mianmia denied without thinking, Huh? No, I don't know him. Aiken said, she is my small landlady, we know each other, but not very well. Aiken. Wang Mianmia was so angry that she wanted to shut Aiken up. Exposing herself in front of Professor He, how would he see her? Would he think poorly of her character? Would he affect her final grades? Be honest, lying is not good. Aiken said with a smile. It feels great. Watching Wang Mianmia being put in her place, Aiken felt as refreshing as eating ice-cold watermelon in the hot summer. It was a satisfying feeling. Har har, you young people are really interesting, Professor He laughed. I invited Kuation to have dinner at home, would you like to join, Wang Mianmia? No, it's okay, I already made plans to have dinner with someone else, Wang Mianmia quickly declined. Going to Professor He's house for dinner with Aiken would be so awkward. Not only awkward, but also very uncomfortable. Right now, Wang Mianmia just wanted to stay far away from Aiken, preferably never seeing him again. Watching Aiken get into Professor He's car, Wang Mianmia felt a strange feeling in her heart. Why does Aiken get to have a good time with Professor He? Why can he go to Professor He's house and eat and drink for free? Why does he get all of this? Oh, by the way, Wang Mianmia, can you help me inform everyone that next week's class will be in the evening? I invited Kuation to give you a practical stock market lesson, Professor He said. Aiken was stunned. This was a sudden attack, Professor He had never mentioned this before. If he had known about this, he would have definitely refused. Teaching college students, is this a joke? Aiken, a senior underachiever, felt he didn't even have the qualifications to teach elementary school students, let alone college students. I don't have the level to teach college students, Professor He, don't joke with me. I'm serious, you have the ability, so don't refuse this, Professor He said seriously. Standing on the side of the road, Wang Mianmia listened to their conversation and felt lost in the wind. This world is too crazy. Professor He, an authoritative professor in securities theory research, actually invited Aiken to teach. More importantly, the class that Aiken would be teaching was the same class that Wang Mianmia was in. This meant that Wang Mianmia would have to sit in class and listen to Aiken teach, and even call Aiken teacher. How can Aiken, what qualifications does he have, teach me, Wang Mianmia, as a teacher? Professor He, I think you should reconsider, he is not suitable to teach us. Why do you think he's not suitable? I talked a lot with Kuation earlier, his experience and views on actual stock trading are very suitable for you to learn. If you insist on objecting, you must provide a reasonable reason for your objection. Wang Mianmia could come up with 100 reasons to refuse without thinking. But to come up with a reasonable reason to refuse would be difficult for her. Looking at Professor He, who was waiting for a reasonable objection, Wang Mianmia instantly felt intimidated. She couldn't come up with a reasonable reason to refuse. Should I resist, endure, or be intimidated to the end? Wang Mianmia, who had cultivated the art of enduring and being intimidated to a certain extent, quickly found an excuse to admit defeat. I just remembered I have something to take care of, Professor, goodbye. Wang Mianmia turned around and walked away quickly. After a few steps, she heard the sound of the car driving away, and she stopped. Turning around to see the car disappearing into the distance, Wang Mianmia clenched her fists in the air. Aiken, you wait for me. Once I calm my mom down, I'll come back and deal with you properly. Who are you going to deal with? Startled by the sudden voice, Wang Mianmia shivered. When she turned around and saw Sun Ning, she felt relieved. Deal with Aiken. Aiken? Who's that? When Sun Ning watched the live broadcast, everyone called Aiken Kuation, so she wasn't familiar with his real name. So when Wang Mianmia mentioned Aiken, Sun Ning didn't react. You're Kuation. Why do you want to deal with my Kuation? I warn you, if you dare to mess with Kuation, I'll... Wait, do you really know Kuation? Sun Ning looked at Wang Mianmia with a puzzled expression. She felt like there was some secret between Wang Mianmia and Aiken that couldn't be revealed. Of course I know that jerk. Wang Mianmia said angrily. Anyway, next week Aiken will come to teach them. When Chiheng goes to find trouble with Aiken, the fact that Wang Miao used Aiken as a shield before will naturally be exposed. At that time, the fact that Wang Miao and Aiken knew each other will naturally be revealed. It's better to confess in advance, so as not to be more embarrassed later. You didn't say before. You're not really dating my family's Kuation, are you? Sun Ning said nervously. What are you thinking? He still wants to date me. Even if he kneels down and begs me, I won't give him a chance. Wang Miao said firmly. Anyway, the enmity with Aiken is completely settled. In the future, either Aiken dies, or I, Wang Miao, die. In short, in this lifetime, I must fight Aiken to the end. Then I can rest assured, it seems that I still have a chance to pursue Kuation. Miao, since you know Kuation, can you help me? Sun Ning held Wang Miao's arm, hoping she could help herself. Can we have some dignity, a girl's self-respect? Do you still want to pursue him? When you encounter a high-quality man with potential, you must grab him quickly. Sun Ning thought clearly about love. As a second-generation born winner, with her conditions, it is difficult to grasp. At most, she will become someone's plaything. She is not willing to settle for someone too ordinary. Aiken, regardless of appearance or potential, completely meets Sun Ning's expectations. While Aiken is still an ordinary person, she must quickly pursue and grasp him, and in the future, she will most likely be a winner in life. If you hesitate and play coy, you will most likely miss out on a great opportunity in life. I really don't know how your brain works. I can help you, but just treating me to a hotpot, isn't that a bit too little? Then how many times do you suggest? I have to think about it carefully. I'll tell you after you treat me to this hotpot. Wang Miao said with a mischievous smile. Professor, his study room. A copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War was placed in front of Aiken. Gently flipping through the book, Aiken saw densely written annotations on the blank pages. These were Professor his insights after studying Sun Tzu's Art of War. In the world of martial arts novels, this was equivalent to a profound martial art technique. It's not the kind of martial art technique that requires self-castration. Just as Aiken was about to read. Carefully, Professor, he closed the book. What's going on? You bring out the martial arts techniques, but you don't let people read them. Do you want to start a temporary fee project? Professor, what are you? Aiken asked in confusion. Before you read, there are some things I want to tell you. Oh, please go ahead. Professor, he lightly touched the book cover with his right hand, his expression gradually becoming serious. Sun Tzu's Art of War says, the Tao is the spirit of the technique, and the technique is the body of the Tao. Use the Tao to govern the technique, and use the technique to obtain the Tao. Professor, he recited an ancient text, leaving Aiken completely puzzled. What is he trying to do? How come these things he's saying are so hard to understand? Mixing techniques, the Tao, the spirit, it feels like he's promoting feudal superstition. Professor, my cultural level is a bit low, can we speak in plain language? Aiken said weakly. When he goes back, he must buy a version of Sun Tzu's Art of War in plain language from a bookstore, otherwise, reading the pure classical Chinese version is like reading a foreign language. I want to remind you not to be too obsessed with techniques, whether it's technical analysis or fundamental analysis, they are all techniques. Techniques are just tools. To use tools well, you must have the Tao, which is the core soulful thinking. The Tao is the law. Only by mastering the law can you see through the fog of time and understand the trend of things. Techniques are practical application methods. Only by mastering the methods can you be more precise and effective in the specific process. The process of learning always starts with skills. After getting in touch with skills, gradually explore and improve to reach enlightenment. That's why Sun Tzu's Art of War says, attaining the way through skills. It is completely unrealistic to try to reach enlightenment without even understanding skills. People who only have skills without the way will have a lower limit to their achievements. If we use war as an analogy, those who have attained the way have strategic thinking, while those who have skills only have tactical thinking. People with strategic thinking can command the entire war, mobilize all combat forces for planning and layout. On the other hand, those with only tactical thinking can at most lead a division-level combat unit, without the ability to coordinate the overall combat situation. Many fund managers in public and private funds are people who have not attained the way. Therefore, they can only succeed when conditions are favorable. When the market is up, they use tactics like grouping to increase their returns. However, when the market crashes, many fund managers are exposed. There was a test where monkeys were trained to throw darts to select stocks, and the investment portfolio hit by the darts outperformed all the investment portfolios managed by fund managers at that time. Subsequent experiments confirmed that monkeys were indeed better than fund managers. After deducting the management fees that fund companies charge, the stock portfolio selected by the dart-throwing monkeys earned an average of 1.7% more than that of fund managers. I'm telling you all this in the hope that you won't get lost in skills, but will instead summarize and elevate, finding your own way. It's because of various reasons within myself that I can't break free from the constraints of skills and haven't been able to find the way to invest. Professor, he has high hopes for Aiken. He has taught thousands of students, and some of them have become fund managers. However, none of these students have been able to find the way to invest. They are all just going with the flow in the stock market. What is the greatest achievement for a teacher? It's not about how successful they are personally, but about teaching students who surpass them, passing on and spreading knowledge within their lineage. Professor, he is disappointed with the students trained in schools, so he has placed all his hopes on Aiken. I understand, your words have inspired me a lot. Then tell me what inspiration you have received. Let me see if you have been inspired in the right direction. Professor, he asked with a smile. If your thinking is off track, no matter how hard you try later, you will still end up on the wrong path. Unless you are lucky enough to stumble upon a new path by accident. I understand that skills and their way are causally related. The development of civilization starts with skills, just like how primitive humans learned the skill of making fire by rubbing wood together, but they didn't know the principle behind it. Later generations studied the process of making fire and understood the principle of friction generating heat, which is the discovery of the fundamental way. Aiken's example is simple but true. This is indeed how scientific civilization has developed. From discovering phenomena to exploring the rules and principles behind them, step by step, technology has been perfected and progressed. The same goes for stock trading. No matter which school of thought or path you choose, only by thoroughly researching the fundamental way can you elevate your own level and increase your chances of success. After leaving Professor his home, Aiken went to the bookstore to buy 2 books, The Art of War by Sun Tzu and The Crowd, a study of the popular mind. He then stayed in his room, carefully reading and studying. Aiken vowed that since birth, this was the first time he had studied so diligently. Well, except when he was reading about Little Huang Shu. The fulfilling weekend passed in the blink of an eye, and it was Monday, time for the stock market to open. Aiken logged into their live streaming platform on his phone, but instead of starting his own broadcast, he first watched the continuously rising live streams. The live broadcast of the continuous rise is full of spirit, boasting while also belittling Aiken. Today, without any surprises, Zhongtong bus will open at the limit up, while Chuntian stock will be hanging. Here, I advise those who hold Chuntian stock, never have a lucky mentality, sell after the rise, otherwise you will definitely be trapped to death. Selling after the rise is an eternal topic in the stock market. Especially for stocks that are pushed up and hit the limit up at the end of the day, it is easier to see a trend of selling after the rise on the next trading day. After watching the live broadcast of the continuous rise for a while, seeing that he had nothing new to say, Aiken stopped paying attention and started his own live broadcast. At 9:15, the call auction begins. Zhu Dingfar sat on the chair with a stern face. His traders were all sitting upright, waiting for trading orders. Push the auction to the limit up. Yes. The call auction time is from 9:15 to 9:25, these 10 minutes. In these 10 minutes, for the first 5 minutes, you can place orders and cancel them. In the last 5 minutes, you can only place orders, not cancel them. Between 9:25 and 9:30 when the call auction stops, you cannot place or cancel orders. In this short 15 minutes, there are many mysteries. Now what Zhu Dingfar wants to do is to push the order price to the limit up in the first 5 minutes of the call auction, for a trial run. The call auction to push the limit up is generally to push the stock price to the limit up in the first 5 minutes of the auction. But before 9:20, the orders will be cancelled, letting the stock price fall back to the real price. Conversely, there is also a routine of call auction to push the limit down. Both routines are similar, testing the degree of retail investors' follow-up and the strength of selling pressure or buying support. The price has hit the limit up. There are quite a few retail investors selling orders, no large orders found. The trader reported the situation. This time, Judingfar was not testing the retail investors, but testing the mysterious crossing dragon. But now, their crossing dragon was silent, as if it had disappeared into thin air. It's really strange. Why is their crossing dragon so quiet? Last Friday's surprise attack, they neither sold to suppress nor followed to buy. It's really strange. Judingfar was a bit puzzled. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. He casually opened the live platform and watched Aiken's live broadcast. The call auction of Chuncheon stock is a bit unusual. It directly hit the limit up. During the auction, probably the main force is testing the waters. Aiken was analyzing the abnormal movement of Chuncheon stock. The limit up in the call auction is not real. It's very likely that the main force will cancel the order before 9:20 after collecting trial run data, letting the stock price return to its normal position. There are too many routines for the main force to test the waters, with various purposes and possibilities. Aiken thought the main force was testing the retail investors, but he didn't know that it was one main force testing another. So, sometimes, analyzing based solely on one's own understanding can lead to significant deviations from reality. 9:19, boss, should we cancel the orders? The trader asked. Once it's 9:20, you can't cancel the orders that have been pushed to the limit up. Once it enters the stage where you can only place orders and not cancel them after 9:20, there is a possibility of being towered by the opponents selling orders. Similar events have occurred in the past. One side that was aggressively buying during the call auction to push the limit up was betrayed by the other side near the end of the call auction. The other side directly threw out the chips, and all the orders were matched during the call auction time. The betrayed party at this time is so helpless that they can't even cancel their orders, and can only watch as the other party smashes the chips towards them. Except for stocks that are absolutely strong and set to hit the limit up, other stocks' trial orders during the call auction will be cancelled before 9:20. After pondering for a few seconds with narrowed eyes, Judingfar said, leave 2,000 hands with limit up orders, cancel the rest of the orders. If there is no large sell-off before the call auction ends, place a buy order for 50,000 hands in the last second to lock the limit up. Since playing small tricks couldn't provoke the big players, they decided to play big. They wanted to see if directly hitting the limit up would provoke the other party. Rising Nonstop connected with Aiken, preparing to step on Aiken firmly to take the lead. The call auction of Chuncheon shares is quite interesting. It seems that the main force is testing the market. I dare to conclude that the limit up orders at 9:20 will be cancelled. In fact, Aiken also thought the same way, as it was a common operation. But Rising Nonstop's aggressive tone made Aiken a bit unhappy. Everyone has their pride. Not to mention there was a bet with Rising Nonstop, so they couldn't show weakness at this moment. They had to be tough, they couldn't lose momentum no matter what. It seems you don't understand anything. You haven't even figured out the purpose of the main force's market test. Do you think this is a normal test? Har har, if this isn't a normal test, what else could it be? Isn't it specifically to lock the limit up for you? You must have a big face for that. Rising Nonstop immediately retorted. I really don't have that big of a face, but I dare to say that the main force's market test this time is not simple. The limit up price at 9:20 will definitely still be locked. Alright, it's less than a minute now. I'll see how you react at 9:20. Rising Nonstop was very confident. According to common sense, there was a 99% probability that Chuncheon shares limit up orders during the call auction would be cancelled before 9:20. This common sense and probability were Rising Nonstop's confidence. The tens of seconds at this moment seemed to pass very slowly. Each second felt like an eternity. Finally, it was exactly 9:20. Aiken, Rising Nonstop, and everyone watching the live broadcast all looked at the call auction situation of Chuncheon shares. The stock price of Chuncheon shares was still locked at the limit up price. The 2,000 hands of limit up bid orders temporarily held the limit up. In the next 5 minutes, according to the rules, only limit orders could be placed, and not cancelled. If by 9:25 the call auction ended and these orders were not all sold off, Chuncheon shares would open at the limit up price. Seeing that the auction was still at the limit up price, Aiken finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he was holding on earlier, he was a bit uncertain. But now, the reality had boosted his confidence. Are some people dumbfounded? Aiken asked with a smile. Rising non-stop was not just dumbfounded, he was almost dumbfounded to the point of losing his mind. How could this happen? The market maker for Chuncheon shares was really unpredictable, not following the usual pattern. This time, Judingfer really played against the norm, overturning many people's understanding of market operations during the coal auction. The god of loss is mighty. Chuncheon shares are about to enter a rapid uptrend, regretful. Sold all Chuncheon shares last Friday, missed 2 consecutive limit ups, regretful. My heart aches now. I want to buy back but missed the chance. Those who sold Chuncheon shares out of fear on Friday were now regretting it. If the market really opened at the limit up, they would have no chance to get back in. Rising non-stop's cheeks twitched fiercely, his hands clenched tightly under the table. Hatred. He hated Aiken's incredibly good luck. I have been at odds with Aiken. Even if Aiken's luck is extraordinary and the stock keeps rising, I still plan to stick to my decision. Although the actual situation is slightly different from my judgment, it doesn't prove that I am wrong. And attentive friends should notice that there are fewer limit orders at the current limit price than before, indicating that the main force has withdrawn most of the orders. The rising stock, now calm, began to analyze carefully. Surprisingly, the rising stock observed very carefully and with a certain logic. The main force has withdrawn most of the orders, leaving only a small portion to maintain the limit price. What is the reason for this? Everyone should think carefully about it. This suspense is not very clever. The answer to why is almost obvious. The main force is attracting followers to dump their shares after the market opens. I believe everyone can understand the meaning behind my words. If Spring Shares opens with such a weak limit order, it's only for the explanation of the institutions unloading their shares. I can't bear to see my family and friends being tricked by some people. I advise those holding Spring Shares to sell their shares quickly. Selling now can still get a good price. The rising stock had a look of pity for the people, as if Aiken was helping the institutions set up traps for retail investors. And his hypocritical words even received some people's praise and support. The rising stock is truly a conscientious anchor. I think what he said makes a lot of sense. Indeed, we must beware of some people setting up traps to exploit retail investors. The situation of Spring Shares looks very strange. I advise those holding it to be cautious. Seeing someone supporting him, the rising stock became even more arrogant. Aiken, I advise you to have a conscience. If you are really helping the institutions set up traps, now is the time to confess to everyone. Speak with evidence. Do you have any evidence to prove that I am helping the institutions set up traps? Aiken retorted. Har har, I definitely have no evidence, but the facts will tell everyone the answer. Let's wait and see. 9:24 and 55 seconds AM. There are only over 100 limit orders left at the limit price of Spring Shares. In these few minutes, many retail investors sold their shares, almost depleting the over 2,000 limit orders at the limit price. This situation made the rising stock very happy. Everyone, look, now there are only over 100 limit orders at the limit price of Spring Shares. Have you ever seen a one-character opening with just over 100 limit orders? Har har. And one-character opening is a symbol of a strong stock price. Usually, a one-character opening trend will not have a small number of limit orders. It's really rare to see a one-character opening with just over 100 limit orders. Usually, only heavily traded stocks that repeatedly hit the limit up can have several hundred limit orders until the close. Everyone, watch, after the market opens, the price of Spring Shares will definitely jump straight up, up, up. The rising stock, who was extremely arrogant a second ago, suddenly turned into a parrot, repeating a single word back and forth, as if stuck on a tape. The reason he became like this was that just 1 second before the opening auction, the limit orders for Spring Shares suddenly increased to over 20,000 hands. Judingfa's traders executed the planned operation. However, this sudden change made the rising stock very uncomfortable. What the hell is going on? What is the institution behind Spring Shares up to? The rising stock shouted in anger. Watching the rising stock's outburst, Aiken felt like he was watching an exciting monkey show. This is not a trick, you just didn't understand the intention of the main force. The main force has many intentions. Sometimes the main force's opponent is not retail investors, but other large funds holding the same stock. When two or even multiple large funds buy the same stock, they will create a combined force to push up the stock price. At this time, the funds are all like-minded teammates. However, in order to profit, there will always be a time to sell. If you don't sell, you will only have paper wealth. Whoever sells first can secure their gains early. But it can also affect other large funds holding the stock at the same time, because the selling of large funds will inevitably loosen the chips. If the remaining funds cannot absorb the chips of the exiting funds, the stock price will adjust downwards. It may even happen that all large funds collectively sell off, racing to see who can sell the fastest. At that time, the stock price will collapse rapidly. Therefore, the confrontation between large funds is even more intense and thrilling, truly a case of winner takes all. After saying so much, I think everyone should understand what I want to say. The main force was not testing the retail investors just now, but testing the intentions of another large fund. At present, the other large fund has not made any moves, seemingly planning to hold their position and wait for the stock price to reach a higher level. Aiken analyzed Chuncheon shares lightly, and the listener blushed as the stock kept rising. The gap between people, how can it be so big? Since heaven made me keep rising, why did it also create Aiken? This is like a modern version of Born to be a King, Born to be a Loser. Keep Rising, who had been slapped in the face by Aiken, no longer had the face to meddle in Chuncheon shares. He chose to shift his focus. To all the followers who bought Zhongtong buses with me, now you can take a look at the trend of Zhongtong buses. You can see a surge of large orders on the market. It will definitely hit the limit today. Let's harvest together. The market for Zhongtong buses was lively. After opening high and moving higher, following a fierce battle between long and short positions, the bulls had gained the upper hand, and their limit up was not far away. Limit up, it must hit the limit. Keep Rising silently prayed in his heart. As long as Zhongtong buses hit the limit, he still had hope of turning things around. In the dormitory of the wealthy female students, Sun Ning stared at Wang Miamiao with a pair of eyes, looking ferocious. Wang Miamiao, with messy hair and a somewhat dazed look, stretched lazily with her head tilted back. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you mesmerized by this lady's unparalleled beauty? Wang Miamiao, open your eyes and look carefully. Sun Ning held up her phone to Wang Miamiao, pointing fiercely at the limit price on the screen. It hit the limit. Chuncheon shares hit the limit again. You troublemaker, you made me lose a lot of money. No, it can't be. Wang Miamiao rubbed her eyes hard. But rubbing her eyes couldn't change the fact that Chuncheon shares had hit the limit. Oh my god, my mom is going to kill me. What should I do? I was thinking of hiding in the dorm for a few days until my mom calms down, but now she's going to be even angrier. Wang Miamiao was on the verge of collapse. She never expected Chuncheon shares to rise so much. The more Chuncheon shares rose, the greater the pressure on Wang Miamiao. Sun Ning, you have to help me figure out what to do. Wang Miamiao was truly panicking. You still have the nerve to ask me for help. Give me the contact information of the lost god first. It's already this late, and you're not thinking of helping me, but still thinking about Aiken. Wang Miamiao was getting furious. How could her best friend be like this? What's so good about Aiken? Just because the stocks he bought are rising, it's not like he can use them like a credit card. No, making money from stocks is much better than just knowing how to swipe a card. Sun Ning sat on the edge of the bed, hugged Wang Miamiao, and whispered, I'm thinking about the lost god. If I don't catch the lost god one day earlier, my heart won't be at ease. Wang Miamiao rolled her eyes. When it came to Aiken's contact information, she really didn't have it. Usually renting a house at home, she doesn't worry about collecting rent at all. All the contact information for tenants is in Aunt Liu's phone. First help me think of a way to calm my mom down. As long as my mom calms down, I will go back and get you. Cough cough, I mean our Chen's contact information. Don't you have Kuaishan's contact information? Sun Ning looked at Wang Miamiao suspiciously. Sun Ning felt that Wang Miamiao was hiding something. She felt that Wang Miamiao didn't want to give her a Chen's contact information. A sense of crisis erupted in her heart. Could it be? You have a crush on Kuaishan? If so, just say it, to avoid us sisters fighting. Fight over what? That arrogant and conceited man our Chen, I don't even look at him with a straight face. Wang Miamia said angrily. Whenever our Chen is mentioned now, her attitude explodes. If you want to pursue him, go ahead. Anyway, he will come to teach us this week. I will introduce you to him, and how to win him over next will depend on your skills. Are you telling the truth? Sun Ning asked cautiously. She was afraid that Wang Miamia was speaking out of anger or insincerity. Compared to the uncertain love she might win, Sun Ning cared more about her friendship with Wang Miamiao at the moment. Really, it's all true. If you want, I can take you to meet him now. Wang Miamia said, rolling her eyes. Can we really meet Kuation now? Sun Ning immediately became excited. Wait for me, I'll put on some makeup and tidy up. Help me choose the right outfit. Seeing her friend acting like a love-struck teenager, Wang Miamia was completely speechless. It's really a headache. What makes Wang Miamiao even more worried is how to face her mother when she goes back later. Bringing Sun Ning along was also a way to ensure that her mother wouldn't be too harsh on her with an outsider present. Anyway, let's get through this first. If she continued to hide at school, Wang Miamiao was worried that she wouldn't have enough money for next month's expenses. Sun Ning, who had finished her makeup, took out a pile of clothes and asked Wang Miamiao to pick the most suitable outfit for her. Miamiao, help me choose which outfit is suitable. Does Kuation like a pure girl or a charming one? Should I be a youthful girl when meeting Kuation, or be more bold and unrestrained? Should I act mature or cute? Sun Ning, feeling nervous and anxious, seemed to have endless questions. She wanted to make a good impression on her Chen at their first meeting no matter what. Wang Miamiao, who had rolled her eyes several times in a row, complained, just wear whatever, don't be too deliberate on the first meeting. Besides, I don't know what kind of girl our Chen likes. The more you want something, the easier it is to lose it. You must control yourself. At this time, you need to stay calm and natural, otherwise, with your infatuated look, you might scare him off. As Wang Miamia left school with Sun Ning to go home, the Zhongtong bus hit the limit up. Looking at the Zhongtong bus that was firmly locked at the limit up, the continuous rise finally eased. Fortunately, there were no slip-ups. Guys, our Zhongtong bus has hit the limit up. This is its 12th limit up. It can be said to be strong without friends. According to the law of the strong getting stronger, Zhongtong bus is going to become the king of monster stocks, and there will be continuous limit ups in the future. There are plenty of money waiting for us to earn. The law of the strong getting stronger is applicable in many cases. In the stock market, once a strong stock forms an upward trend, it will continue to rise in inertia. Especially for some monster stocks. After forming a trend of continuous limit ups, it will attract a lot of speculative funds and short-term followers. Once these funds pour in frantically, they will play a role in boosting the monster stock to continue hitting the limit up. It's only when the influx of speculative funds dries up that these monster stocks will stop hitting the limit up and start to adjust. The current Zhongtong bus is such a demon stock. More than 10 consecutive trading days of limit up have made a large number of speculative funds and short-term traders go crazy on Zhongtong buses. It all depends on who ends up holding the bag when the music stops. Everyone participating in this crazy game has a sense of luck, thinking they are different from others and definitely not the unlucky one to hold the bag in the end. And in the stock market, the most harmful thing is the mentality of luck. It can even be said that everyone who loses money in the stock market is due to the mentality of luck. Because of luck, they chase highs, refuse to cut losses, go all in with leverage, borrow money to speculate on stocks, and even borrow at high interest rates to speculate on stocks. Aiken has also been lucky before, but reality has taught him harshly. Although Zhongtong bus has hit the limit up, 12 consecutive limit UPS have accumulated a particularly large risk. At this time, one must be rational and not blindly optimistic, Aiken kindly reminded. But his reminder made the non-stop rise feel particularly harsh. What's the meaning of this? I'm having a great time here, and you're raining on my parade. Clearly, you can't stand to see me doing well. He who's being blindly optimistic. When I was chasing highs and selling lows, you didn't even know where you were playing in the mud. Stock trading is for the brave and not for the timid. If you're afraid of this and that, just put your money in the bank. The non-stop rise retorted. Everyone has a different understanding of the risks of stock trading. In fact, the vast majority of people have no idea about the risks of stock trading. They enter the stock market thinking only about making money, without considering anything else. The reason why the non-stop rise has not made much profit after chasing highs and selling lows for so many years is because of the lack of risk awareness. They only know how to chase highs, not how to avoid risks and protect their profits. It's like a gambler who keeps winning, thinking they can continue to win, so they never consider securing their winnings. Every round is all in, trying to make more money through gambling. And once luck runs out, going all in will turn all the money previously earned into nothing. If you don't listen to advice, so be it. Aiken shook his head. Honest advice is always hard to hear. Everyone likes to hear pleasant and agreeable words, so they are very averse to honest advice that is hard to hear. Aiken doesn't want to be a nuisance, and he doesn't have a saintly attitude. Just a reminder, as long as it's true to his conscience. Chuntian shares have hit the limit up. There's nothing much to say for now. Let's analyze the overall market trend. The overall market has been adjusting since the beginning of the year, and the adjustment has been significant. Currently, the market is in a rebound phase. There aren't many people willing to read the analysis of the overall market. Those watching the live stream are just looking to copy others' work. They only want to know what to buy to make a profit and when to sell after buying. God of loss, stop analyzing the overall market. The overall market has been analyzed to death recently. Let's talk about individual stocks. Tell us what to buy now. Chuntian shares are no longer a good option. Please recommend another stock, God of loss. Also seeking recommendations from the God of loss. The living expenses of the whole family are waiting to be earned from the stocks recommended by the God of loss. Looking at the barrage of comments, Aiken couldn't help but laugh and cry. There really isn't much to recommend for now. The stocks that are doing well in the rebound phase are still concentrated in the tracks that fell hard before. Funds in the track stocks need to self-rescue, and stocks with large declines will have a bigger rebound. You can choose stocks in the wind power, photovoltaic, and new energy sectors. Aiken provided the direction for stock selection. Although there is a direction, it is not easy to pick good stocks from these sectors. Moreover, these viewers are used to copying others' work and have no independent analytical skills. They don't want to use their brains at all. Seeking the guidance of the God of loss, provide specific wealth codes. The God of loss is a good person to the end. Just say stocks. I don't know how to pick stocks. The stocks I picked myself all ended up losing money. Only the stocks blessed by the God of loss can make money. Seeing so many people asking for wealth codes from Aiken, their eyes are red with excitement. Why doesn't anyone ask me for wealth codes? Should I take advantage of this opportunity to answer and lure these people to my camp? Grab fans, grab popularity, grab everything that can be grabbed. Anyway, as long as it's something from Aiken, everyone wants to grab it without stopping. Thinking of this, without hesitation, Zingbuting said, Iron Brothers, the God of loss is unwilling to give out wealth codes, but you can listen to me. The wealth codes I provide are definitely not worse than what the God of loss says. Follow me to buy stocks, and you will definitely make a profit all the way. Zingbuting continued to speak, while Aiken was leisurely watching the market and contemplating some issues. With Zingbuting's momentum, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room where they were both on air became even more lively. Finally, let's talk about what stocks to buy. The rebound sectors that the God of loss mentioned just now are not really good choices because they have already rebounded a lot, and there isn't much room for further growth. At this time, to achieve excess returns, you cannot choose mainstream sectors. You either choose speculative stocks or find stocks that have not rebounded much. When facing a rebounding market, how to choose stocks is a difficult problem. Following the rebound sectors driven by mainstream funds may provide a safer margin for buying and selling, regardless of the profit amount. Because of the large amount of funds involved, even in a downturn, there will be fun games and opportunities for repeated fluctuations. Choosing speculative stocks and weak stocks may not even provide a chance to escape. Aiken provided a safer option, while Zingbuting offered a high-risk option with uncertain returns. When compared, the difference is clear. Zingbuting became the dominant speaker in the live broadcast room, never stopping his speech. From the past boasting about chasing rising stocks to the current discussion on how to chase rebounds, Zingbuting didn't care about his image as long as it attracted traffic and popularity. Meanwhile, Aiken remained calm and focused on watching the market, becoming the handsome man dedicated to monitoring stocks. Just as Zingbuting was speaking non-stop, someone suddenly sent a rocket in the live broadcast room. Seeing the rocket launching effect on the screen, Xing Buting swallowed hard. Since he started live streaming, he had never received a rocket before. Thank you, brother, for sending the rocket. I am truly honored. This is the first time I have received a rocket reward since I started live streaming. While Xing Buting was expressing his gratitude, the barrage became discordant. Are you blind? The rocket was sent to the god of loss. Look at the person sending gifts. That's the god of loss's old lover. The god of loss's old lover showing up with a rocket. It seems like something is about to happen. Many familiar viewers understood the situation. As soon as they saw the rocket sent by Kidney Not Loss, they knew it was for Aiken. Indeed, the rocket from Kidney Not Loss was specifically for Aiken. It was just because Aiken and Xing Buting were on air together, and Xing Buting could also see the rocket effect, so he mistakenly thought it was sent to him. This incident left Xing Buting red-faced. The feeling of shame filled his body instantly. Damn it! How annoying! I worked so hard to share stock trading secrets, why didn't anyone send me a rocket? Aiken didn't say anything or do anything, yet he could receive a rocket. Xing Buting couldn't understand why this happened. As the saying goes, people die for comparison, goods are discarded for comparison. Everything is afraid of comparison. When truly compared, Xing Buting was indeed far behind Aiken. Kuation analysis of the follow-up trend of Chunqian shares. The special barrage sent out by Kuation flashed gorgeously on the screen. Bro, why are you still asking me? You made Chunqian shares hit the limit up with a good start, so I should be asking you about the follow-up trend of Chunqian shares, Archen said with a smile. Archen was already certain that Kuation must be the main force with a large amount of capital. Otherwise, the appearance of the surprise limit up at the end of last Friday would not have been so coincidental. I want to hear your opinion, then I will be the laughing stock, just casually sharing my analysis. Switching to the K-line chart of Chunqian shares, Archen pondered over the chart. Upon closer inspection, one would feel an indescribable strangeness emanating from the K-line chart of Chunqian shares. Starting from the combination of the long needle probing the bottom and the limit up big positive candlestick, Chunqian shares has exhibited a special upward trend. Looking at the K-line chart, Chunqian shares broke the limit up last week, then retraced to test the line, and established the breakthrough with another limit up on Friday. Normally, today should either see a slight adjustment or open high and continue to hit the limit up, but today it opened with a locked limit, which is somewhat strange. Without positive news or sudden hot topics to stimulate, it is difficult for individual stocks to open with a locked limit. However, Chunqian shares exhibited this trend during a period of news vacuum, which is the biggest anomaly. Logically, Chunqian shares do not meet the conditions for a locked limit, but today it did, so there must be something unusual going on. I think it is very likely that Chunqian shares have hidden positive news that has not been released yet. Retail investors are unaware of it, while large capital is already aware. Archen's inference is the most likely scenario in the stock market. Often, large capital is more well-informed. While retail investors are still clueless, large capital already knows what is about to happen. Then, large capital takes advantage of the information gap to grab and push up the stock in the market. When the positive news spreads and becomes widely known, large capital distributes the chips to retail investors who come seeking profits. When all the chips are taken by retail investors, it marks the peak of the stock price, and a significant drop is about to begin. Some seasoned investors have summarized this as, when all negative news is out, it's positive, and when positive news is realized, it's negative. This theory is based on the concept of expectation gap. So, what is an expectation gap? When everyone knows that something is about to happen, they will have certain expectations about it. When this anticipated event actually occurs, there will inevitably be a gap between the actual outcome and the initial expectations. This gap can be either higher or lower than expected, but it is rarely in line with expectations. In the stock market, one of the cores of speculation is the expectation gap. When retail investors' expectations of stock prices converge, there is a high probability that the expected price will not be reached. Conversely, when retail investors' expectations diverge significantly, the stock price performance may be surprising. The formation of the expectation gap is determined by the psychological decisions of all participants in the stock market. Ultimately, stock trading is not a single-player game but a large-scale real-life interactive game. Where there are people, there is a community. Where there is a community, there are intrigues. And where there are intrigues, one must learn to understand human nature. So after thinking it over, I feel that the only explanation for Chun Tian shares opening with a locked limit is the existence of hidden positive news that has not been disclosed. R. Chen explained his reasoning and speculation. Zhu Dingfa, who was watching the live stream with the account Kuation, burst into laughter, looking as happy as a blooming chrysanthemum. "Boss, why are you laughing so happily?" "What he said doesn't seem quite right," his subordinate curiously asked. He was really puzzled by how Aiken's words could make his boss so happy. If he could find a reason, wouldn't he be able to make his boss happy every day in the future? As long as the boss is happy every day, promotion and salary increase will not be far away. Some people are single-mindedly trying to please and flatter in order to gain promotions, salary increases, and so on. What did he say wrong? Zhu Dingfa asked. He speculated that there was hidden good news, but we hit the limit up today, which has nothing to do with hidden good news. You are so naive, the analysis of the lost god is not wrong. Huh. The subordinate was so surprised that his mouth couldn't close. In his wide-open mouth, you could fit a whole goose egg. Don't you understand what I'm trying to test? So, what exactly are you testing? The subordinate's brain was having trouble wrapping around it. How could I have such a fool under my command? After glaring fiercely at his subordinate, Zhu Dingfa began to explain. Ordinary speculative funds find it difficult to have a big picture. They usually gradually sell chips to lock in profits once they make a little profit. Speculative funds rarely stay in the fight, especially in stocks without thematic hotspots. They won't lock in the situation. But this time, the capital that rushed in is different. Whether to have a big picture or not is a common topic in the stock market. Value investors believe that they must hold for the long term, which means not wavering in the big picture. Technical traders follow trends, selling out as soon as the trend breaks. Both sides have successful and failed cases. So it's not about who is right or wrong, or who is better or worse. It's about whether it's suitable. Everyone has different mindsets and perceptions, which lead to different trading habits. Speculative big shots are basically technical traders, and in their dictionary, there is no concept of a big picture. Holding a stock for 10 days or half a month is considered a big picture for them. According to the value investment school of thought, if you don't hold a stock for 3 to 5 years, you haven't entered the realm of the big picture. The reason Zhu Dingfa planned to hit the limit up at the opening was to test whether the capital of the rushing dragon had a big picture. If there is a big picture, it proves that the capital of the rushing dragon is not ordinary speculative funds. Or, even if the other party is speculative funds, they have heard some rumors and come in to profit from the big picture, rather than those who disrupt the market and leave after a quick profit. Most market makers are very disgusted with speculative funds playing tricks on their holding stocks. Many times, as soon as speculative funds enter, market makers will close the door and give the speculative funds a good beating. Therefore, speculative funds generally only play tricks on small-cap stocks and dare not mess around with stocks with strong market makers. The fact that the capital of the rushing dragon did not sell off indicates that the other party has a big picture. Where do you think their confidence in the big picture comes from? Confidence. Do they know about good news? Zhu Dingfa nodded. Only this answer could explain the sudden appearance of the capital of the rushing dragon and their behavior on Chun Tian shares. And this answer was exactly the same as Aiken's speculation. You need to study hard and improve. After following me for so many years, you are not even as good as a stock anchor. The lost god's brain can top yours 100 times. Yes, I will go study hard now. After a scolding, the subordinate hurriedly left. Zhu Dingfa continued to watch the live broadcast, interacted with Aiken for a few moments, and sent out 10 rocket emojis. Thank you for the gifts, brother not losing. Regarding the future trend of Chun Tian shares, I still hold a bullish view. If there is news to catalyze it, Chun Tian shares may see a sharp upward trend. The more thorough the analysis, the more hopeful Aiken is about the future trend of Chun Tian shares. However, this is tough for those who want to copy homework. Chun Tian's car door has been welded shut, so it definitely won't be possible to buy in today. By the time it can be bought, the stock price is likely to adjust. Wang Miao took Sun Ning home. Wow, your house has so many floors, where does the god live? hurry up and take me to meet him. Don't be infatuated, first be my shield, block my mom's anger before saying anything. Wang Miao didn't listen to Sun Ning, she just pulled her towards the living room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room watching Achen's live broadcast, Liu Yi's eyes instantly became sharp when she saw her daughter come back. Mom, I brought a classmate home to visit. Sun Ning quickly greeted Liu Yi, hello auntie, I am Miao's roommate Sun Ning. Seeing her daughter come home with a guest, Liu Yi immediately realized that her daughter was prepared. In front of guests, she had to show a motherly side. That way, she couldn't scold Wang Miao again. After her eyes changed several times, Liu Yi's mood gradually calmed down. Sun Ning, come sit down quickly, Miao, go pour tea for your friend. Wang Miao pushed Sun Ning to sit on the sofa before busying herself with making tea. The shield was indeed useful. Now she wasn't afraid of her mother's wrath. How's life at school? Is studying hard? Are you in a relationship? Liu Yi threw out a bunch of questions. After answering a few questions, Sun Ning, who couldn't handle it, said, Auntie, our teacher recently asked us to open stock accounts to practice our practical skills. When Liu Yi heard the words, stock trading, the anger she had just suppressed immediately flared up. Most of the students have opened real trading accounts, but Miao only plays with a virtual account. By the way, our teacher also asked us to watch Kuation's live broadcast and learn from him. Auntie, do you know Kuation? Your teacher asked you to learn from Kuation. Liu Yi immediately seized on the key point. Yes, this week Kuation is going to school to teach us. Creak, creak. Liu Yi's nails scratched the sofa fiercely. Hatred, the anger was about to erupt from Liu Yi's head. Wang Miao. A roar of anger made Wang Miao, who was boiling water to make tea, tremble. This roar was a suppression of bloodline, almost making Wang Miao lose her soul. Mom, why are you shouting so loudly? It's not good to scare others, even if you didn't scare people. Scaring flowers and plants is not good either. You still have the nerve to talk back to me. What's the matter with Achen going to your school to teach? What did you say last Friday when you asked me to sell stocks? Last Friday, in order to deceive her mother into selling Chunqian shares, Wang Miao made up some words. Among them were things like their teacher saying Chunqian shares were not good, Achen was not good, and so on. Wang Miao, who didn't know how to answer, looked at Sun Ning, and the two communicated with their eyes. Wang Miao, what did you tell my mom? Sun Ning, I'm doing this for your own good, it's better to confess now than later. Wang Miao, are you trying to get me in trouble with my mom? Sun Ning, you're overthinking it, I really am doing this for your own good. After exchanging glances, Sun Ning held Liu Yi's arm and said, Auntie, don't be angry, Miao also urged me to sell Chunqian shares last Friday. What? Liu Yi's attention was immediately diverted. Quickly tell me what happened, this dead girl Miao. It's one thing to deceive her own family, but how could she deceive her friends too? It can't be considered a scam. Miao also had good intentions, she just doesn't understand stock trading very well, which is why she made such a mistake. Sun Ning used himself as an example, telling Aunt Liu about the previous incident. From the anger when Spring shares suddenly hit the limit up after selling, to the heartache when he saw Spring shares hit the one-word board this morning, and finally to the whole process of forgiving Wang Miao. Auntie, it doesn't matter if we missed this opportunity this time, what's important is that the god of loss is still around. Let's follow the god of loss closely and operate well next time, just follow the god of loss's pace. Well said, very well said, that's exactly what I think too. After a conversation where heroes see eye to eye, Aunt Liu's enthusiasm for Sun Ning was even greater than for her own daughter. Aunt Liu directed Wang Miao to serve Sun Ning tea, water, and wash fruits and melons. The way she did it made Sun Ning seem like her own daughter, while Wang Miao seemed like a little maid. Poor Wang Miao, feeling wronged, busied herself and said, Mom, I'm hungry. If you're hungry, cook for yourself. Aunt Liu was still a bit angry, but not as furious as before. Rolling her eyes, Wang Miao gave Sun Ning a look, indicating that she also wanted to eat. But the words Sun Ning spoke were not what Wang Miao had expected. Auntie, I heard from Miao that the god of loss is renting a room in our house. Can you take me to meet the god of loss? Of course, no problem. Huh. Before Aunt Liu could finish saying, "No problem," she suddenly had a different thought. Something's not right. Could this girl be here for Aiken? How could her own daughter be so clueless? Not knowing how to seize the opportunity to get close to Aiken, she actually brought back a girl with ill intentions towards Aiken. This silly Meow Meow, is she trying to push Aiken into someone else's arms? Aunt Liu, who was single-mindedly thinking of becoming Aiken's mother-in-law, suddenly became alert. The god of loss is usually very busy. It's not appropriate to disturb him at this time. If you want to meet him, I'll ask him if he's free after the market closes. After Aunt Liu finished speaking, she waved to Wang Meow Meow, "Meow Meow, come with me to the kitchen to cook." "Huh? I'm not good at anything, going to the kitchen will only cause trouble." Before Wang Meow Meow could finish her coquettish plea, she was silenced by her mother's stern gaze. Obediently following her mother into the kitchen, Wang Meow Meow muttered softly, "Are you planning to clean me up in the kitchen? You even know that I'm going to clean you up. How come you never use your brain?" Aunt Liu's finger pressed hard on Wang Meow Meow's forehead. The frustration of wanting to see improvement but not seeing it was clearly written on her face. "It's all because of your lack of brains. Anyway, half of my problems are your responsibility." Wang Meow Meow hugged her mother's arm and started to act cute and spoiled. From childhood, whenever she did something wrong, she would use this killer move. As long as she acted cute and spoiled enough, she could turn a big deal into a small one. But this time, Wang Meow Meow miscalculated. Her cute and spoiled skills didn't work as usual. "Stand properly, why are you still smiling at this time? Don't you know you're doing something dangerous?" Aunt Liu said seriously. Wang Meow Meow was completely confused. What did she do to invite trouble? "How did I invite trouble? I just brought Sun Ning to visit our house. Can't you see Sun Ning's intentions? She's here for Aiken. I know she likes Aiken, that's why I brought her to our house," Wang Meow Meow said nonchalantly. Aunt Liu was about to go crazy. She wanted to open Wang Meow Meow's head and see what was inside. "How can you be so stupid? You don't know how to hold on to a high-quality man like Aiken." "No, wait, Mom, let me explain first." At this time, Wang Meow Meow finally understood a bit of her mother's intentions. It turns out her mother wanted to match herself with Aiken. No way. Absolutely not. I, Wang Meow Meow, am naturally beautiful, fair-skinned, with a beautiful face and long legs. Everyone loves me wherever I go. In the future, I will not only marry into a wealthy family and become the wife of a CEO, but at the very least, I can be an independent woman who earns her own living. Aiken, who only knows how to rent a house and trade stocks, is far from being a match for me. Looks are justice, looks are confidence. With her super high looks and perfect figure, Wang Meow Meow is full of confidence in her future. She doesn't even consider Aiken. "Mom, stop trying to matchmake for me. Your daughter is so sweet and lovely, boys who want to pursue me would line up from our house to the neighboring city. You, girl, a woman's most beautiful years are only a few, besides, Aiken is capable and competent. Most importantly, his social circle is simple, he doesn't mess around outside." Aunt Liu had a more long-term and profound perspective. Compared to those rich second-generation individuals with complicated experiences, Aiken, a simple young man, is more suitable for marriage. If she were to be with a rich second generation, it's very likely that after they've used up all their resources, they would be completely abandoned. For example, the famous tearful onion, the women around him change frequently. HMPH, Wang Meow Meow rolled her eyes, men turn bad when they have money. Don't be fooled by his current appearance, once he has money, he will definitely play crazier than those rich second-generation guys. Aiken is definitely not that kind of person. Mom, I advise you not to aim too high. If you miss him, you will definitely regret it in the future. I will not regret it, so stop interfering. Seeing her daughter being stubborn, Aunt Liu could only shake her head helplessly. She couldn't just push her daughter into Aiken's bed. It seems she needs to slowly work on her daughter's mindset and change her opinion of Aiken. Before changing her daughter's mindset, she couldn't let Aiken be taken away by other temptresses. If you don't want to, I won't force you, but you can't let your classmates interact with Aiken. What are you thinking? Even if we don't let Sun Ning meet Aiken today, when he comes to our school for class, Sun Ning will still be able to meet him. Aunt Liu was completely speechless. It seems she had truly invited the wolf into their house this time. Mom, just focus on cooking. I'll take Sun Ning to find Aiken. Wang Miamia said before running out with Sun Ning, heading straight to Aiken's room. Juan. After knocking on the door twice, Wang Miamia stood with her hands on her hips and shouted, Aiken, open the door. Miao, you're being too domineering. Sun Ning said weakly. The current Wang Miamia was completely different from her usual self. What's so domineering about it? This is my home, so naturally, I'm in charge here. Creak. Aiken opened the door. Landlord, what are you doing? I'm still live streaming. Live streaming? That's great. I haven't live streamed before. Let's help you create the atmosphere for your live stream. Wang Miamia was not at all polite. Hello, I'm Sun Ning, Wang Miamia's roommate. You can call me Ning Ning. Seeing her idol, Sun Ning's eyes were sparkling. TSK. The sour taste of love is overwhelming. Wang Miamia kept clicking her tongue. Don't talk nonsense. Sun Ning's face was already red with embarrassment. Wang Miamia pulled Sun Ning into the room and sat in front of the live stream camera, saying, let's see how the legendary landlord does his live stream. As soon as she appeared on camera, the barrage in the live stream room instantly erupted. Wow! The text has been translated to English. What a beautiful young lady is this, the beauty hidden by the god of loss. Like a fairy descending to earth, I envy the god of loss for a lifetime. If I could have such a beautiful girlfriend, I would gladly wash her feet every day. May I ask the young lady's name, age, place of residence, and if it's possible to leave a contact information? The men watching the live stream became restless. The scent of spring suddenly filled the live room. Those watching couldn't believe their eyes as the person on the other end of the call, from Achin, transformed into a super beauty. What's going on? How did a beauty suddenly appear? This is really unfair. Achin actually used a beauty trap. Is he trying to steal my fans and luck that never stops growing? God of loss, come out, our competition is not over yet. Why did you bring a beauty out at this time? Never stop growing protested quickly. In the stock market circle, women are already rare creatures. And beauties are even more precious than giant pandas. The vast majority of those watching stock market live streams are men, and when they see beauties like Wang Miao, they naturally can't stay calm. The audience with the heart of LSP, upon hearing Never Stop Growing's protest, immediately started attacking him. Never stop growing, shut up quickly. If you scare away the young lady, I will grab a 49-meter-long knife and block your door. I advise you not to meddle. If we can't see the young lady because of you, you're done for. Come protect the young lady of the god of loss. Strongly demand that Never Stop Growing apologize to the young lady. The audience's protective instincts exploded. Even Never Stop Growing's fans at this moment began to turn against him. Seeing the barrage of attacks on himself on the screen, as well as the rapidly dropping number of fans, Never Stop Growing finally realized how foolish he had been. But it was too late to regret now. He didn't even have a chance to redeem himself. Seeing the barrage of comments floating on the screen, Wang Miamia felt a sense of accomplishment. Seeing that, she was naturally born beautiful. That's how she brings disaster to the country and the people. With a wave of her hand, Wang Miamia pulled Sun Ning into the frame. Although Sun Ning's appearance was slightly inferior to Wang Miamia's, she was also a beauty close to 90 points. The two beauties appeared on the screen together, looking like a pair of sisters. Wow, this is amazing. The god of loss has hidden a pair of beauties. It's going to be a flying rhythm again. I envy it so much. The god of loss's life is the real deal. Compared to the god of loss, I'm nothing. Begging the god of loss to teach me the skills of trading stocks and picking up girls. I also want to become a big winner in life. Achin stood behind the two women, looking at the barrage in the live room, not knowing what to say. It seems like the joke has gone too far. If everyone misunderstands him as an unserious person, how can he show his face in live broadcasts in the future? I, Achin, am a person who cares about his reputation. Besides, I can't afford to support these two beauties. Well, reputation is all virtual. Men, who wouldn't want to have a beauty on each arm? But first, you have to see if you have the ability and capital to do so. Achin has a clear understanding of himself. He knows that it's already difficult to support himself, let alone a girlfriend. Stop messing around, go do what you need to do. Achin wanted to drive them away. I'm not messing around, I'm just helping you set the mood. Look at your number of fans, it's skyrocketing. And it was true. After Wang Miao and Sun Ning appeared in the live room, Achin's number of new fans and popularity skyrocketed. You cook for my mom, and I'll help you with the live stream. Wang Miao was in high spirits at the moment and didn't want to move. When people watching the live stream heard Wang Miao's words, they all felt that Achin's romantic affairs with the beauties were a done deal, and they started cheering in the barrage. The god of loss, go help your mother-in-law cook, we'll take care of your younger siblings. Just based on the looks of your younger siblings, I've decided to be friends with the god of loss. Everyone, speak more politely and nicely, don't scare away the god of loss with your arrogance. Those with gifts, give some small gifts, don't let the two younger siblings say we are ignorant. The barrage is lively, and even the small gifts are lively. The style of the live broadcast room has completely deviated. It doesn't look like a stock market live broadcast at all. The dormitory building of the wealthy male students. Shi Heng's roommate and lackey Li Mingliang suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god! Heng, come and watch the live broadcast." What's so interesting about the live broadcast? Are you watching a colorful live broadcast? Shi Heng was playing games and had no time to watch the live broadcast. Li Mingliang sat next to Shi Heng with his phone and directly placed the phone in front of him. Take a look. The screen showed Wang Miao and Sun Ning, which made Shi Heng stunned. Wang Miao is live streaming. Which platform is she live streaming on? I'll register an account now to send her gifts. Bro. Look carefully, this is the God of Loss's live broadcast room. Wang Miao is live streaming in the God of Loss's room. What? Shi Heng widened his eyes and looked carefully, then his face turned extremely ugly. Just now Wang Miao said for the God of Loss to go help her mom cook. I suspect the God of Loss lives in Wang Miao's house. Those two might have already. Enough. Before Li Mingliang could finish, Shi Heng, in anger, slapped the phone he was holding. With a snap, Li Mingliang's phone flew out. Bang! The phone fell heavily to the ground, the screen shattered instantly. Li Mingliang silently picked up the phone, wanting to say a few words to comfort Shi Heng. But after moving his lips, he couldn't say a word. Shi Heng, with a gloomy expression, wished he could tear our Chen apart. He hadn't even held the hand of the goddess, but the goddess was already living with our Chen. It's not surprising that Shi Heng would have such thoughts. Wang Miao's unintentional words were too suggestive. After a while, Shi Heng gradually calmed down. Mingliang, I lost my temper just now. Anyone would lose their temper in this situation, but there are plenty of fish in the sea. Heng, you don't need to get angry over a woman. Hee, there's nothing I want that I haven't gotten yet. Shi Heng had been spoiled since childhood. Everything revolved around himself. As long as it was something he wanted, he would do whatever it takes to get it. Our Chen will come to teach us on Thursday night. Yes, Professor, his class has been moved to the evening. They say the God of Loss will come to talk about stock market strategies. We must make sure he can't show his face on Thursday night. I'll make him crawl out of the university. Shi Heng said with a sinister look. He already had a plan to deal with our Chen. When our Chen comes to teach, he will have some professionals challenge our Chen. He wanted to make our Chen completely embarrassed in front of Wang Miao and all the classmates, and record the scene to completely ruin our Chen's reputation online. Wang Miao occupied our Chen's live broadcast room, singing and dancing, having a great time. If she hadn't received a notice from the student union meeting, she wouldn't want to leave the live broadcast. The feeling of live streaming is really good. I finally understand why so many people want to be internet celebrities. Apart from making money, being an internet celebrity with your own fans can greatly satisfy many people's inner desires. However, this sense of satisfaction will gradually fade with time and the impact of money. Sun Ning has been chatting with our Chen, trying to show her admiration for him in her words and actions. However, Aiken behaved like a late-stage straight male cancer patient, showing a look of not understanding and confusion. Sun Ning, who was going crazy, didn't know how to express his feelings. Should he just say, I like you? A girl's reserve cannot be ignored. Moreover, love that is too easily obtained is often not cherished. Sun Ning doesn't want to be taken for granted. On their way back to school with Wang Miao, Sun Ning complained about Aiken all their way. Kuation is like a block of wood, completely clueless. I almost told him directly that I like him. Har har, Wang Miao kept laughing. You're still laughing. Quickly help me think of a solution. The only way to deal with a late-stage straight male cancer patient is to be aggressive. Find a dark and windy night and push him, steal his essence tower. You're so dirty, I'm not talking to you. Sun Ning was speechless with Wang Miao. She couldn't pull off such a shameless move. Times closing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chunqian shares and Zhongtong buses both closed at the limit up. Aiken and the Unstoppable Rise had their second competition, with no winner today. However, after Wang Miao joined the live broadcast, Aiken had already overwhelmed the Unstoppable Rise in popularity. Feeling resentful and unwilling, the Unstoppable Rise held a grudge. Kuation, you're so unethical, using a beauty trap in the live broadcast. The Unstoppable Rise complained. What beauty trap? Just a friend wanting to experience the live broadcast. If you feel aggrieved, you can also find a beautiful woman to help you with the live broadcast. Do you think I can't find a beautiful woman? I'll contact a beauty to assist me. The Unstoppable Rise took out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. Then you must find 2 very beautiful women, otherwise it's unfair to the audience. Aiken said leisurely. As the Unstoppable Rise was about to make the call to invite someone, his finger froze on the dial pad. If he wanted to find a beautiful woman, her looks had to surpass Wang Miao's. But Wang Miao's looks were outstanding. Not to mention finding someone prettier than her, even finding someone with similar looks was not easy. The Unstoppable Rise found himself in a dilemma. Among the opposite sex he knew, none could match Wang Miao in looks. He couldn't compete in this aspect. If he insisted on competing, it would only be embarrassing for the Unstoppable Rise. Realizing the situation, the Unstoppable Rise, in frustration, said, almost fell for your trick. We are stock anchors, competing in stock trading skills. Whatever you say, you're right. The MIC is yours, please start your performance. Not wanting to argue with the Unstoppable Rise, Aiken looked at today's limit up list. The first thing to do in reviewing was not to analyze the market trend but to look at the limit up list. The limit up often represents the attitude of funds, especially for stocks hitting the second board. The second board refers to stocks that have hit the limit up for 2 consecutive trading days. Furthermore, there is the strategy of capturing the dragon head proposed by the big player Zhao Lao Ge. This strategy involves selecting stocks from those that have hit 2 consecutive limit up boards. Based on thematic hotspots, short-term gains, popularity, sector linkage, etc., the strongest stocks are selected. This stock selection method is essentially a continuation of the strong getting stronger mindset. Of course, stocks selected this way are not guaranteed to perform well, but the probability of selecting a high-performing stock is higher. Aiken looked at the gain list, sorted out the sectors showing linkage among the limit-up stocks. Sectors refer to commonalities among stocks. Common types include industry sectors, referring to stocks in the same industry, regional sectors, referring to stocks in the same location, and concept sectors, referring to stocks with common themes or concepts. As the saying goes, a single tree does not make a forest. Stocks that can run continuously and hit the limit up on their own are ultimately few. Most of the time, demon stocks will form sector linkage with the little brothers within the sector. Once sector linkage is formed, a bigger hotspot can be generated, attracting more follow-up funds, and the trend will be stronger. Ultimately, the appearance of demon stocks and the strength of follow-up funds are closely related. The higher the heat, the more follow-up funds a stock attracts, making it easier for the stock to continuously hit the limit up. After scanning the limit up list, Aiken felt a little regretful. Because he did not see any stocks in the same sector as Chunqian shares hitting the limit up. This means that Chunqian shares did not form a linkage, just an independent stock trend. I don't know how far an independent trend can go. I hope Chunqian shares can join the ranks of demon stocks. Aiken has high hopes for Chunqian shares. Singing to pay off debts and turn things around, he can only rely on Chunqian shares. Ding! The trading software pushed a message. The exchange issued a letter of concern to Zhongtong Bus. Letters of concern are not uncommon in the stock market. Usually, when listed companies undergo restructuring or significant events affecting the company's operations occur, the exchange will issue a letter of concern to inquire about relevant issues in the company's production and operations. In addition, letters of concern are also sent to stocks with excessive short-term gains. Inquiries include whether there are significant information disclosures that have not been made, or if there are significant events affecting stock prices that have not been disclosed. The purpose of such letters of concern is to cool down stocks that have risen too sharply. The symbolic significance outweighs the actual content of the letter of concern. Zhongtong Bus has hit 12 consecutive limit ups, finally attracting the exchange's attention. However, with so much follow-up funds in Zhongtong Bus, the letter of concern may not be able to suppress the trend of soaring. Aiken glanced at the live broadcast room, also receiving the push notification of the non-stop rise, and was smiling broadly at the moment. Just received the news, Zhongtong Bus has received a letter of concern from the exchange. This letter of concern is the pass for demon stocks. Almost all stocks that become demons have received a letter of concern. The non-stop rise was not exaggerating. Stocks that become demon stocks, demon kings, usually receive a letter of concern due to excessive short-term gains. Moreover, after receiving the letter of concern, they often continue to stubbornly hit the limit upboard until they are halted. Special halt is the abbreviation for special suspension. Any stock that is specially suspended has had an astonishing short-term gain. Moreover, after the end of the special suspension, these stocks usually undergo a small-scale adjustment, and after the adjustment is completed, they will continue to surge again. For those who bought Zhongtong Bus with me, get ready to make big profits. Today I'm ending the broadcast early to go have some fun. The non-stop rise was rampant. With the letter of concern as the pass for demon stocks, he felt confident this time. What is Chunqian shares compared to the demon king Zhongtong Bus? You should think about how to beg me to be your mentor. Har har. Before ending the broadcast, the non-stop rise couldn't resist teasing Aiken, who just smiled faintly. Have you forgotten about the special halt? The non-stop rise was shocked. If Zhongtong Bus is really specially suspended by the exchange, it's hard to say how it will perform when it resumes trading. Quietly recalling the rules of special halts, the non-stop rise's heart suddenly tightened. If Zhongtong Bus has another significant increase tomorrow, it will definitely be specially suspended. Damn it! Why is the timing so unfortunate? The non-stop rise, in a mess in his mind, didn't argue with Aiken anymore and ended the broadcast directly. He closed the live streaming software, took out a cigarette, put it to his lips, lit it, and took a deep drag. The thick smoke entered his lungs and then sprayed out through his nose. The tense emotions of the non-stop rise gradually relaxed. After a special halt, it doesn't necessarily mean an immediate adjustment. There have been cases where stocks resumed trading after a special halt and continued to hit the limit up. It all depends on luck. Stock trading depends on luck. This is not just a casual saying. Sometimes, stock trading is really a very mysterious thing. Superstitious emotions scratch at the mind that keeps rising. I'd better go to the temple and burn some incense, pray to the Buddha to bless the Zhongtong Bus, hoping that the Zhongtong Bus will really become a demon. The rising heart immediately takes action. With some cash in his pocket, he heads straight to the most famous local temple. At the same time, Chen Qianlong looked gloomy as he watched Aiken's live broadcast. The military advisor Lao Gao, cautiously observing Chen Qianlong's expression on the side. Boss, please review tomorrow's trading plan. Review what? Grabbing the handed trading plan, Chen Qianlong viciously smashes it on Lao Gao's face. How much money did we make on Chunqian shares? Well, at that time we just made a quick profit, didn't think about long-term operations. Lao Gao said with a grievance. Chen Qianlong backstabbed Zhu Ding and gained a lot of chips. But these Chunqian shares were sold the next day. In just one day, he made over 10 million, which made Chen Qianlong very happy at the time. But now looking back, Chen Qianlong realized that he had picked up sesame seeds and lost watermelon. If those chips were not sold, he could have made tens of millions more now. Tens of millions. Chen Qianlong traded St. Donzer for half a year, but only made a few million. Do you still have the face to say that? I hired you to be my strategist, don't you have any vision or foresight? Chen Qianlong did not admit any mistakes in his decision-making. He directly blamed Lao Gao. Lao Gao, who had long anticipated being scapegoated, said with a lowered head, "Yes, it's all my fault. I didn't judge the situation well, leading to your wrong decision. What's the use of admitting mistakes now? We need to take practical action to make up for the loss." Lao Gao pondered in his heart and understood Chen Qianlong's intention. It seemed that his boss, who was ambitious but lacked ability, wanted to make a comeback on Chun Qian shares. Chun Qian shares hit the limit up today. If they continue to hit the limit tomorrow, there will be no chance to collect chips. Boss, based on the current trend of Chun Qian shares, we may not have a chance to collect chips. We definitely can't catch up with this wave of rising prices. Are you stupid? Did I say I want to? Buy Chun Qian shares. Chun Qian shares are manipulated by Zhu Ding. Based on the last betrayal, as long as Chen Qianlong's funds enter, Zhu Ding will press him even if it means losing money. So Chen Qianlong didn't dare to enter Chun Qian shares at all. What he wanted to enter was Zhongtong Bus. Boss, are you thinking of entering Zhongtong Bus? The short-term increase in Zhongtong Bus is huge. The risk is too high. It's not suitable to rush in. A big increase doesn't necessarily mean high risk. The strong will always be strong, understand? And I've analyzed it. There is a large amount of funds concentrated on Zhongtong Bus. Even if it gets suspended, there will still be some action after resumption. Ultimately, stock price increases are driven by funds. No matter how good the fundamentals or themes are, without funds to speculate, the stock price won't rise. Only stocks with a large influx of funds will be pushed up. Besides, I don't plan to hold for long. I'll rush in at the opening tomorrow, hit 2 limit ups, and then get out, not greedy. While saying he's not greedy, Chen Qianlong's heart is very greedy. Lao Gao sighed softly. Knowing that Chen Qianlong had made up his mind, he couldn't persuade him at this point. Since persuasion was impossible, he might as well go along with the boss's idea. After all, Lao Gao didn't want to be a loyal minister. He was just here to earn a salary from Chen Qianlong. Boss is wise. It seems that I have a short-sighted and insufficient courage. As you said, as long as we're not greedy, we can definitely profit on Zhongtong Bus. Har har har, you catch on pretty quickly. Let's learn from the speculators and make a quick profit on Zhongtong Bus. Chen Qianlong directly confirmed the plan to grab shares of Zhongtong Bus. When his gaze fell on Aiken's live broadcast again, a sinister light flashed in Chen Qianlong's eyes. That damn Kuation and Zhu Dingfar, I can't let them have it too easy. Let's not talk about the old grudges between Chen Qianlong and Aiken. He was a bit afraid that betraying Zhu Dingfar might cause trouble in the future. So he wanted to strike first. Lao Gao, help me think of a way to bring down Chun Qian shares. I want to see them cry. Lao Gao grinned. This is really putting me in a tough spot. Chun Qian shares are so strong, it looks like a strong manipulation by the market makers. As long as the market makers can hold steady, it won't collapse at all. It might not be easy. Nonsense. If it were easy, would I still need to ask you? Hurry up and come up with a plan. Lao Gao was worried. He racked his brains for a while, and finally came up with a somewhat unreliable method. If you want to bring down Chun Qian shares with external forces, maybe the only way is to spread rumors. Rumors are not uncommon in the stock market. In soaring stocks, rumors talk about a bright financial future, a broad path to wealth, brainwashing retail investors to buy eagerly. In plummeting stocks, rumors talk about the ghost stories of listed companies going bankrupt and closing down, scaring retail investors into surrendering their chips. Using rumors to manipulate retail investors' mentality is one of the basic operations for market makers. Tell me more about how to spread rumors and cause trouble for Chun Qian shares. Chen Qianlong became interested. Spreading rumors is quite easy. Just make up something, and you can create a rumor. But making the rumor believable and convincing others is not an easy task. At the very least, it has to be plausible and look like it has facts and evidence. Lao Gao couldn't figure out how to spread rumors in a hurry. We need to find some dirt on Chun Qian shares, then process it. It won't be done in a day or two, it will take time. Then I'll give you 3 days. I want to see a specific plan in 3 days. Chen Qianlong made a final decision, assigning Lao Gao the task of spreading rumors. Sitting in his chair, Chen Qianlong stroked his chin and calculated. If he were to enter Zhongtong Bus in the morning session tomorrow and operate according to the speculate's routine, it would be necessary to hype up the popularity of Zhongtong Bus. Jan Shoror, the president of the Stock Trading Live Broadcast Guild, could be useful. After sending a message, Chen Qianlong asked Jan Shoror to prepare and organize the broadcasters of the Stock Trading Live Broadcast Guild to promote Zhongtong Bus in the afternoon tomorrow. Jan Shoror, who received the message, stared at it for half a minute. This guy surnamed Shen has been bossing me around for so long, but hasn't given me any benefits. Even a bossy dog should get some bones. Dissatisfied. Jan Shoror was very dissatisfied. Especially recently, seeing Aiken's rise to fame, Jan Shoror's dissatisfaction with Chen Qianlong had reached its peak. He felt he had made the wrong choice initially. If he had stuck to flattering Aiken, he might have been in a better position by now. No, I can't do nothing this time. I need some funds no matter what. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers fiercely tapped on the screen, and soon Jan Shoror replied to Chen Qianlong's message. The message was full of complaints about being broke and requesting Chen Qianlong to provide operating funds. Chen Qianlong frowned as he read the message, almost getting angry. He treated Jan Shoror like his own dog. But he didn't expect the dog to be disobedient and demand dog food in style. It was simply unreasonable. He doesn't even have the awareness of being a dog. He wanted to reply with a message to humiliate Jan Shoror. But on second thought, that would not be beneficial to his plan. There is nothing more important than making money by harvesting leaks. Since the dog is not obedient, let's first reward it with a bone. After the matter is done, we can deal with this dog. Chen Qianlong, who was suppressing his anger, transferred some money to Jan Shoror. Upon receiving the money, Jan Shoror saw that only 100,000 was transferred, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Such a small amount of money, thinking of ordering me around like a dog. It seems that Chen Qianlong's influence is not that strong after all. Should I consider changing sides again? It might not be too late to turn around and lick my wounds. Countless thoughts flashed through Jan Shoror's mind. As long as he could make big money, he didn't mind being treated like a servant. After some contemplation, Jan Shoror decided to play both sides between Aiken and Chen Qianlong, and choose a side when the time was right. After making up his mind, Jan Shoror found an excuse to invite Aiken out for supper. The two met at a barbecue restaurant not far from Aiken's place. Jan Shoror ordered a table full of grilled meat, tendons, and kidneys. Jan, you ordered too much, we can't finish all this. There's nothing we can't finish, it looks like a lot but it's actually not much, let's have a drink first. Jan Shoror raised his glass and toasted Aiken repeatedly. Before long, Aiken was already half drunk. Brother, I've always treated you like my own brother, how have I treated you in the past? Jan, I appreciate your kindness, I remember all the help you've given me. If it weren't for you giving me the opportunity, I wouldn't have been so successful in my live streaming career. Let's not forget each other when we become rich in the future. I won't forget, when I become rich in the future, I will definitely remember you, Jan. Jan Shoror was secretly delighted. It seemed that he still held a small place in Aiken's heart. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything too excessive for Chen Qianlong before, so he could still come back and seek Aiken's support. Since you consider me a brother, I won't hide it from you. Today I received a business deal that I think is necessary to tell you about. Why do you need to tell me about your business? Aiken asked in confusion. Because it's somewhat related to you. There's a big shot in the stock market who wants me to arrange the guild's streamers to promote and create momentum for a certain stock tomorrow. Aiken's expression changed instantly. What kind of trouble was this? This was really unethical. Using stock market streamers to promote stocks with huge short-term gains was clearly a means to attract followers and then distribute chips to cut the losses. Did you accept this deal? Aiken asked with a tilted head. Sensing Aiken's tone was off, Jan Shoror immediately tensed up. He cautiously said, I didn't want to accept it either, but the other party has a lot of power, I'm afraid of trouble if I don't accept it. Oh. Aiken lowered his head, picked up a grilled kidney, and took a big bite. Some things are really hard to resist. Even if Jan Shoror didn't take such a deal, there would be others who would. Many self-media, UP hosts, and stock analysis influencers make a living by accepting such deals. Faced with huge profits, few people would not bow their heads. Aiken, don't be like this. I know it's not right, but reality is sometimes ugly. You don't need to explain, you don't need to tell me so much. You should consider whether the viewers who buy the stock after watching the live stream and lose money will blame our guild streamers. Some people remain silent after losing money, while others, after losing money, turn back to argue with those who advised them to buy, even venting their anger. There have been stock market streamers who were depressed due to being criticized. Even in this recent market downturn, several well-known financial bloggers have transitioned to become emotional content creators. They fear being criticized and scolded by stock investors. Yang Shoro smiled indifferently and said, "I don't consider such things. The streamers who are willing to participate and take the money naturally have to bear the consequences. He has no psychological burden. Anyway, he doesn't need to show his face, just allocate money and tasks behind the scenes. In the end, the unlucky ones are those anchors who took the money to participate. This toast is for your support in the beginning. In the future, don't tell me about those dirty things you're involved in. I don't want to know, and I don't want to get involved." Aiken is very dissatisfied with Yang Shoro's attitude and feels that his character is seriously flawed. Someone who is only after money, disregarding professional ethics and moral boundaries, is not suitable to be a friend or partner. "Coation, what do you mean by this?" Yang Shoro was a bit confused. Did he say something wrong? Why is Aiken's reaction so strong? It seems like he wants to distance himself a bit. This doesn't align with his strategy of trying to please everyone. Do you think what I'm doing is not right? I have my reasons, you should listen to my explanation. No need for explanations, we are all adults, we all have our choices. Birds of a feather flock together, let's leave it at that. Aiken finished the beer in his glass in one gulp. Then he placed the glass on the table and left. When Aiken's figure was no longer visible, Yang Shoro came back to his senses. He shook his head bitterly and smiled, feeling really frustrated. Why? Is it so hard to kiss up to someone? Now that I failed, I'm left embarrassed. It seems like you can't hold on to Aiken's thigh anymore. Better focus on completing Chen Qinlong's arrangements. Pleasing everyone is difficult, and Yang Shoro lost his chance to please Aiken. He took out his phone, entered the live broadcast guild group, and started assigning tasks. Those willing to excessively promote Zhongtong Bus in tomorrow's live broadcast can receive a reward of 1,000 yuan. There were over 50 anchors in the group. If they all participated, it would cost over 50,000, with the remaining money going into Yang Shoro's pocket. Many anchors who saw the task immediately accepted it. Promoting a certain stock through recharging is part of their shady business. When the market was good, they had done a lot of such shady deals. For many anchors, these shady deals were their main source of income. Seeing the task posted by Yang Shoro, they immediately shouted in the group, "The guild leader is wise and mighty. Zhongtong Bus is a great stock, we should promote it vigorously." Promoting Zhongtong Bus was a huge surprise for them. If all the anchors in the guild promoted it together, it would definitely have a huge impact on retail investors. This would help them win against John Buting and Aiken. That's why they were ecstatic, shamelessly kissing up to Yang Shoro. "John Buting, you are the main force in promoting Zhongtong Bus. After connecting with Coation tomorrow, promote Zhongtong Bus vigorously. Also, write a script to explain to the anchors how to promote it logically. Promoting stocks also requires skill. Blindly promoting without facts won't work. 70% facts, 30% exaggeration, logical and factual promotion can effectively brainwash more people. Therefore, preparing a script in advance to explain the logic and key points of promotion became a crucial step. This matter was nothing to John Buting. These days, he had thoroughly researched Zhongtong Bus, understanding the logic behind its rise. You can rest assured with this task. The logic behind the upcoming rise of Zhongtong Bus is solid. Let me explain it to everyone now. The group became John Buting's stage. With a sense of superiority, he explained the key points of promoting Zhongtong Bus to everyone. Aiken glanced at the group chat and silently turned off the message notifications. Those messages were too disgusting to listen to and watch. They lacked any sense of professional ethics and integrity, all for the sake of making easy money. It was truly shameful and disgraceful. Unable to stop them, but Aiken also disdains to associate with them. How come I didn't notice that the people in the guild are all money grubbers? Being in the same guild as such people really damages my integrity. Aiken thought about quitting the stock trading live broadcast guild. It is said that birds of a feather flock together. Aiken couldn't stand being in the same guild as those who exploit others and chase after money. Tuesday's opening. Chuncheon shares continue to hit the daily limit. There have been some positive rumors in the market, saying that Chuncheon shares will undergo restructuring and acquire liquor assets to inject into the listed company. This year's liquor stocks are not as hot and strong as last year. But a starving camel is bigger than a horse. If liquor assets are injected into Chuncheon shares, it will definitely stimulate the stock price significantly. Meanwhile, Zhongtong buses opened 4 points higher. After the opening, the stock price started to fall, and many short-term traders and retail investors worried about a deep pullback began to sell. Under strong selling pressure, the price of Zhongtong buses gradually fell. Chen Qianlong, who had been watching the market closely, so that the price had fallen enough and ordered to start buying. Large buy orders appeared frequently. The selling pressure on Zhongtong buses was resolved by the large buy orders, and the stock price began to rise rapidly. Soon, the stock price of Zhongtong buses hit a new high again and rushed towards the daily limit price. Excited by the continuous rise, they shouted in the live broadcast room, "Did you see that? This is a monster stock. Everyone hold on tight and witness the rocket launch of Zhongtong buses once again." This kind of scene where the stock price rises straight up and rushes towards the daily limit is more likely to excite and thrill people. Just like seeing your own player dribble from the backfield into the opponent's penalty area and then score a goal with a powerful shot, that excitement is uncontrollable and continuous. Hitting the daily limit doesn't give people the same level of excitement. Because hitting the daily limit from the start reveals the outcome, a little excitement returns to calmness, entering a sage-like state. Aiken is now in a sage-like state. Chuncheon shares hit the daily limit again. It's like closing shop right after opening. What's so great about hitting the daily limit? Can it match the momentum of Zhongtong buses that I'm riding on? The non-stop rise retorted. As the saying goes, when a person goes crazy, no good comes of it. When a dog goes crazy, it ends up eating shit. I advise you to stay low-key. Damn. Who are you calling a dog? The non-stop rise was furious. After training other anchors on how to promote Zhongtong buses, he felt inflated. He believed that with the help of other anchors, Zhongtong buses would definitely rise further. Moreover, this was a task given by a big shot, and Zhongtong buses would definitely continue to hit the daily limit in the short term. The strong trend of Zhongtong buses at this moment made the non-stop rise feel that his speculation was correct. The non-stop rise, a stock market expert who buys into big bull stocks and rides their trend. I'm not someone like you, Aiken, who relies on luck to become famous. This is the mindset of the non-stop rise. He had already self-hypnotized himself, thinking that he should be high up there guiding others. I didn't call you a dog, but if you insist on seeing yourself as one, then I can't help it, Aiken replied with a smile. You're just good at being sharp-tongued. The furious non-stop rise had nowhere to vent his anger. When it came to civilized banter, he really couldn't beat Aiken. Thanks for the compliment. I think we shouldn't be on voice chat today. You should guide them on promoting Zhongtong buses. Among the viewers watching the live broadcast, many were astute. They could tell that Aiken's words held a deeper meaning. What does the lost god statue imply? Can someone explain it in detail? It seems like the price won't stop rising, so seeking external help, asking other anchors to help promote the Zhongtong bus. I just watched other anchors' live streams, and basically all of them are hyping up the prospects of the Zhongtong bus. I'm asking the lost god to explain and analyze the Zhongtong bus, to see if it really has potential. Some viewers started to cheer, asking Aiken to analyze the trend of the Zhongtong bus. Let me analyze the Zhongtong bus. That's not very appropriate. I'm afraid that after the analysis, some people might have a heart attack. Aiken naturally pays attention to the trend of the Zhongtong bus. But his analysis of the Zhongtong bus is silently done in his mind, without thinking of saying it publicly. Hearing Aiken's words, the price won't stop rising felt like he was being targeted. So he coldly said, if you have the ability, then analyze it. I don't even need to use my brain to know what your analysis will be. It's just going to be negative about the Zhongtong bus, and reality will slap you hard in the face. Since you put it that way, then I'll just say it directly. The truth will only be known at the close of trading. Whether there will be a reality check will also need time to verify. But for now, Aiken feels the need to speak out. All technical indicators of the Zhongtong bus are showing extreme overbought conditions. At this stage, most technical indicators have become ineffective, indicating that market participants are extremely enthusiastic. Overbought refers to too many people buying in for a quick profit in the short term, causing a rapid and substantial increase in stock prices, deviating from their actual value. The corresponding term is oversold. Both overbought and oversold indicate short-term imbalances in supply and demand. This situation arises from participants being too emotional. Once participants regain rationality, stock prices will return to their actual value. The appearance of an overbought condition often signifies a significant accumulation of risk. On the other hand, an oversold condition usually presents an excellent buying opportunity. It's difficult for the emotional frenzy to last, so I am very pessimistic about the future trend of the Zhongtong bus, especially in light of receiving attention from the exchange. Aiken has analyzed a lot, mainly focusing on the high level of risk. But for gamblers, risk is not a concern at all they see is the opportunity for profit. As for risk, what is that? After listening to the Lost Gods analysis, I can only say there is no vision. Absolutely no vision. The price won't stop shaking his head vigorously. The overbought status of short-term technical indicators is outdated. The mainstream approach now is to follow the flow of funds. As long as there is capital driving it, even a pig can soar. The price won't stop is not wrong in saying this. The current technical trend, or rather the short-term chasing trend, has abandoned the analysis of short-term indicators. More effort is put into analyzing the direction of fund flows, completely following the actions of large funds. The benefit of this approach is that it eliminates the need for complex analysis of fundamentals. Stocks operated by large funds naturally have thoroughly researched fundamentals, themes, and so on. You just need to focus on the movement of large funds, watching their inflows and outflows, and act accordingly. However, this method of operation is difficult to guarantee continuous profits because speculative funds often do not follow the rules. If the analysis and judgment of buying and selling opportunities are wrong, you might end up with a big loss. Lost God, you should stick to trading stocks based on luck. Don't embarrass yourself anymore. You don't understand this demon stock, the Zhongtong bus, at all. The price won't stop, fiercely criticized Aiken, feeling like he had vented his anger this time. Just as the price won't stop was feeling triumphant, a rocket special effect appeared on the screen. This was a gift from Chen Qianlong. And not only to Chen Qianlong, but he also sent rockets to all the stock trading anchors hyping up the Zhongtong bus. When I saw the rocket special effects, my heart tightened, thinking that someone was giving gifts to Aiken again. When I realized the rocket was for me, I jumped up excitedly. Thanks to the invincible brother Zhang Shintong for the reward. Brother, this name is really auspicious. It looks like a full load of passengers eating big meat. I used all my tricks to flatter. Chen Qianlong, very happy, sent a few more rockets to me. Your analysis is good, analyze it well so that everyone knows how awesome Zhang Shintong is. Brother, rest assured, analyzing Zhang Shintong is my duty. I rolled up my sleeves and started hyping up Zhang Shintong. From fundamentals to technicals, then to capital, and finally directly saying that Zhang Shintong will have a tenfold increase this year. Stocks with a tenfold increase in a year are not uncommon. Even in years with good market conditions, there are usually several stocks that increase tenfold in a year. But those who can catch such stocks and ride the tenfold increase from start to finish are rare. While I was hyping up the stock, Zhang Shintong's increase had reached 9%, just a step away from the limit up. There were over 20,000 sell orders at the limit price, which didn't seem like a lot. Brothers, we are close to the limit up. Those who haven't bought yet, hurry up, or you'll miss the train. Surprisingly, many people were influenced by my words. Seeing that Zhang Shintong was really about to hit the limit, they got excited and bought without thinking. Chen Qianlong was also busy. Having eaten a lot of chips, he was commanding the market. Try placing a buy order of 5,000 hands at the limit price. Because Zhang Shintong was driven by various speculative funds, the composition of the funds held was very complex. So when hitting the limit up, Chen Qianlong cautiously probed. The 5,000 hand buy order was executed, and the sell orders at the limit price were bitten off a big chunk. Hundreds to thousands of follow-up orders appeared. The sell orders at the limit price decreased. Seeing no more sell orders coming out, Chen Qianlong finally relaxed. It seems that the funds in Zhongshantung are welcoming our new force. Let's lock the limit up. With Chen Qianlong's command, a large order of 10,000 hands directly locked the limit up. Subsequently, buy orders at the limit price quickly piled up, with over 40,000 hands sealing the limit up. How much did we sweep today? Chen Qianlong asked with his legs crossed. We used 170 million for the sweep, and there is over 90 million available. Tomorrow, we will raise and sell some chips, then buy back to hit the limit up. There shouldn't be any major problems. When big funds are trading, they don't just hold stocks. They use their financial advantage to continuously sell high and buy low to reduce costs. Especially for speculative funds, it's common to see them buying tens of millions in a stock on the leaderboard while also selling the same amount. They use this rolling operation to increase fund utilization and also harvest more profits. Chen Qianlong nodded, then sent a special effect barrage in the live broadcast room. Celebrating Zhongshantun's strong limit up, wishing for the collapse of springtime stock. This barrage was definitely provocative. But I liked it. Now anyone who criticizes Aiken's springtime stock, I really like it. Springtime stock will soon collapse. Friends who hold it, be careful. That's all I have to say. Chen Qianlong sent another special effect barrage. The live broadcast room became lively. Especially for me, my eyes lit up. A stock collapse is a synonym for disaster in the stock market. Any stock that collapses will be unrecognizable. If springtime stock really collapses, then I can stand up against Aiken. Big brother, can you reveal more information? Will Chunqian stock really collapse in the spring? Zhang Buting hurriedly asked. There will soon be news of a collapse, just wait and see. I can't say more, Chen Qianlong said mysteriously before stopping the barrage. Sometimes, going too far is not good. Creating a sense of mystery makes people curious. When the rumors come out, it will have a greater impact. Chen Qianlong is playing with people's minds, and he is quite skilled at it. However, Zhang Buting took his mysterious words as a sharp weapon to attack Aiken. Kuation, Chunqian stock is about to collapse. What do you think now? Nonsense, Aiken replied expressionlessly. It seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. But when the real collapse happens, you'll have nowhere to cry. Instead of talking nonsense, you should focus on watching the movement of your Zhongtong bus. The market for Zhongtong bus has changed. Large sell orders appeared. In less than 5 seconds, all the buy orders at the limit price were filled. And the sell orders kept pouring in frantically. The stock price plummeted by more than 3 points in an instant, changing from hitting the limit up to only a 7% increase. Zhang Buting started sweating on his forehead. He stared at the screen with wide eyes, watching the transaction details. Large green active sell orders kept appearing, while red active buy orders appeared sporadically. This indicated that the bears had absolute dominance in the short term. The stock price continued to slide rapidly, slightly resisting at the intraday average price line, then plummeted directly towards the red. How could this happen? How could it? Unwilling to believe what he saw, Zhang Buting thought it was an illusion. He fiercely pinched his thigh with his right hand. Hiss! The intense pain told him that everything was real. What should he do now? Sell to lock in profits? Or continue to hold and hope for a miraculous return to the limit up? No, now is not the time to consider profits. He should think about how to deal with Aiken's challenge. Zhang Buting, feeling agitated, clenched the water cup in his right hand, wanting to smash it. Calm down, you must stay calm, it must be a shakeout. You call this a shakeout? Wake up, look at the selling pressure, look at the turnover rate, this is clearly distribution. Aiken shook his head. From the market perspective, Zhongtong Bus was clearly in a distribution trend. The frequent appearance of large sell orders indicated that big funds were no longer discreetly distributing but racing to sell faster than others. The more complex the composition of funds involved in speculation, the more likely it is to predict what others predict. The funds fleeing from Zhongtong Bus had anticipated others' predictions and ran ahead to lock in profits. If they had left quietly, it would have been fine. But the current reckless escape method caused huge panic in the market. Many big funds that had profited handsomely from holding from the bottom were now selling frantically, fearing they would be too slow to sell. Zhongtong Bus's stock price formed a straight downward line, with almost no resistance or rebound. People, you can't live in fantasies, especially when trading stocks. Once you fall into a fantasy, it's your money that will hurt. Aiken believed that the best course of action at this time was to sell and lock in profits. However, retail investors always hold onto fantasies about stock prices rebounding. You know nothing, this is just a tactic of blasting the board and distributing shares. It will definitely bounce back, even if it doesn't today, it will hit the limit up tomorrow. Jean Buting shouted in frustration. He didn't want to hear any negative voices about Jungtong Bus. Especially with Aiken's negative comments, it felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Is the invincible brother Shen still around? Chen Qianlong called out desperately, hoping to gain some confidence from him. But at this moment, even Chen Qianlong himself was at his wit's end. Watching the stock price plummeting, an enraged Chen Qianlong smashed his phone and water glass. What the heck is going on? Who is going against me? This question, no one could answer. There was no one on the bus opposing him, just the funds that had already profited securing their gains. Boss, the selling pressure is too strong, we can't hold it. Lao Jiao said with a bitter face. Just now, following Chen Qianlong's orders, he used 30 million funds to support the stock price. But the selling pressure was too intense. The 30 million couldn't hold up for a few minutes before it was all traded. If they continued to use funds to support the market, they would face a situation tomorrow where they had no funds left. With a furrowed brow, Chen Qianlong said fiercely, "Use all available funds to support me. We must stabilize the stock price." He was already in deep trouble. Enduring a little longer might offer a way out. But at this critical moment, Chen Qianlong chose the most difficult path. Boss, even the remaining 60 million funds may not be able to stabilize the stock price, and if all the funds are used, what will we do tomorrow? Once all the funds were used up, they would have no ability to intervene in the stock price tomorrow. Whether it was speculative funds or market makers, when trading, they needed to reserve enough funds to intervene in the stock price at any time. I have my own way for tomorrow, do as I say. Seeing Chen Qianlong's firm attitude, Lao Jiao did not try to persuade him and instead instructed the traders to place orders to support the market. Chen Qianlong, sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed in contemplation, silently calculated which margin trading company to contact. Margin trading originated from the futures market, providing financial support specifically for futures or stock investors. In simple terms, it provides funds to stock or futures traders and charges a service fee, which is another form of lending. This off-market margin trading itself is illegal, and the service fees charged are not low. Chen Qianlong couldn't care less at this point. Over 1 billion funds were stuck in the bus, and he had to leverage margin trading to manipulate the stock price of the bus to save himself. The live broadcast room was already in chaos. Those who had been brainwashed by the continuous rise were now cursing non-stop in the barrage, insulting the entire family of the rising stock. Frustrated and helpless, the rising stock finally resorted to the ultimate move of pulling the network cable, cutting off their own internet connection. Oh, the once arrogant rising stock has fled again. I wonder if he's crying now that he's seen his coffin, Aiken said with a smile. The rising stock was indeed in tears. It wasn't just about losing money, the key was losing another competition. As the saying goes, once or twice, not 3 or 4 times. After failing 2 consecutive times, the rising stock was already nailed to the pillar of shame by reality. Watching the stock price continue to fall, the rising stock trembled as he reached out his finger and clicked "sell" on the trading software. He had lost face, but he couldn't afford to lose money as well. After selling the bus, the rising stock slumped in his chair, picked up a cigarette, and placed it near his mouth. I won't have the face to continue live streaming in the future. I'll transition to being a big V on Shuiqiu. It's much easier to be a lead cutter than to trade stocks. The desperate rising stock had decided to completely withdraw from the live streaming circle. When I become powerful, I will come back to cause trouble for Aiken. I will definitely step on him and stand up. After making a solemn vow, the rising stock took a deep drag on his cigarette. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of insults against the rising stock's family continued without stopping. Fortunately, he had timely pulled the network cable and fled, otherwise, seeing those angry words, he might have had a stroke from anger. The rising stock is dead. Cheating me into buying junk stocks, in the blink of an eye half a year's salary has been lost. Is this the so-called tenfold bull stock you mentioned? Your ancestors for 18 generations are bulls. It's better to lose with a clear conscience. Never blindly hype about tenfold bull stocks. The lost god is too kind. All the other anchors are scum. There is no harm without comparison. Compared to those anchors who blow money and tickets, Aiken is definitely a conscience. He's already off the air. Let's not curse anymore. If you really want to curse, find him and do it face to face. If I knew where he lived, I would definitely go there with a loudspeaker to curse him to death. Cursing him to death is too cheap. We must deal with him severely, make him beg for life and not be able to die. Everyone calm down. Listen to the analysis of the lost god. Let the analysis help us see how to operate. Yes, lost god, please save us poor people who have been deceived. Many people turn to Aiken for help. They bought without using their brains. Now they are panicking as the stock price falls, and they are even more clueless. They are all hoping that Aiken can provide a rescue plan. Aiken scratched his head. Sell as soon as possible today if you can. If you are trapped and can't cut your losses, see if there will be a rebound to form an M-shaped double top. The M-shaped double top is a common top formation in the stock market, especially for stocks that have surged in the short term. During the first drop from the high, some large funds that participated at the high level are usually buried. This buried capital will self-rescue, collecting chips during the first adjustment, then launching a rebound. Sell at the previous high position during the rebound to complete self-rescue, and at the same time, an M-shaped double top trend will appear on the candlestick chart. For example, what Chen Qianlong is planning to do now is to rely on margin trading to initiate a rally rebound, so that he can escape from the bus. If it's going to be a double top, it should first drop by 20 to 30%, and then rebound. This is a standard double top formation trend. If Chen Qianlong hears Aiken's analysis, he probably thinks Aiken is a mind reader, because the response plan he and Lao Jiao are discussing is almost identical to what Aiken said. At 3 o'clock closing, after Aiken finished his broadcast, he opened the securities trading software. The bright red numbers in the profit and loss column made Aiken feel a little dizzy. The part of the funds provided by the system has risen to over 2.46 million, with a profit of over 840,000. Aiken's own money has risen to over 210,000, also recovering a lot of losses. But what he values more is the profit from the system funds. Now with a profit of 840,000, there are 3 trading days left until Friday's closing. If Chuntian shares continue to hit the limit for these 3 trading days, damn, I can't figure it out no matter how I calculate it with my fingers. Aiken calculated in his mind and with his fingers, but couldn't figure it out after several attempts. In the end, he used the calculator on his phone to solve the problem. With 3 more limit ups, it can rise to 3.28 million. A profit of 1.66 million. Oh my god. If he really makes a profit of 1.66 million, it would be like Aiken doubling his money in just 10 trading days. In the stock market, a limit up is 10%. Many people may think that in the stock market, it takes 10 limit UPS to double your money. In reality, it's not like that. Because the profits from consecutive limit ups in the stock market are calculated on a compound basis. You only need 7 limit ups to make a profit of over 94%, close to doubling. And with 8 consecutive limit ups, the profit can be over 114%, completely exceeding double. In other words, as long as there are 8 consecutive trading days of limit UPS, the money in the account will more than double. What kind of money-making speed is this? It's definitely a crazy money-making speed. Aiken was amazed by the crazy money-making speed, and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Stock trading, you can really make money. As long as you can catch the hot stocks, you can keep making crazy profits. Villas, luxury cars, yachts, airplanes, and even beautiful women are no longer just dreams. It's like being injected with chicken blood. Things that our Chen didn't dare to think about in the past are now daring to imagine what it would feel like to have them. I want to work hard in stocks. I want to cross social classes. I want a new life. Who doesn't want to live a better life? But in order to live a better life, to the extent of crossing social classes, it is not just achievable through hard work. It also requires factors such as connections and other non-self-related elements. By making money through stock trading to cross social classes, changing lives, many non-self-related factors are eliminated. You just need to rely on your own efforts, luck, and opportunities to make big money in the stock market. For ordinary people, making a lot of money in the stock market is very difficult. But for Chen, this difficulty is much lower. If you want to make money in stocks, you have to study hard. Without a systematic approach, you can't learn quickly, so you can only read The Art of War. Professor He highly recommended The Art of War, and Chen has already bought the bilingual version. Due to limited cultural background, Chen finds it difficult to understand the pure classical Chinese text of The Art of War. Holding The Art of War, Chen opened the first page to read. After 5 minutes, he hadn't finished the first page yet. Because the more he read, the more confused he became, and he closed his eyes and fell asleep in a daze. Reading serious books can be so hypnotic. If he were reading something else, he might not feel so drowsy. On Wednesday and Thursday, Chunqian stocks continued to hit the limit up. However, it was not just a one-word limit up, but there was volatility in the morning, followed by a surge to the limit up near noon. After the market closed on Thursday, Chen, who was happily looking at his account gains, received a call from Professor He. Professor He reminded him not to forget to attend the class that evening. Chen slapped his forehead, realizing there was still this matter to attend to. I haven't prepared much yet, I don't know how to teach the class. Maybe you shouldn't make me go to class. No, I have already informed the students. If you don't come, how will the students see me? Chen was at a loss. A promise is a promise. Even if he felt embarrassed for not speaking well, he couldn't let Professor He down. All right, I will definitely be there on time tonight. That's right, don't feel pressured. Just speak as you would during a live broadcast. Okay, I'll prepare a bit first. See you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Chen scratched his head vigorously. What should he talk about? Where should he start? These questions kept swirling in Chen's mind. Find a book to read, and then just talk about it casually. With the thought of sharpening the sword before going into battle, Chen picked up a comprehensive beginner's guide to stock trading and started studying. Soon, it was 7:30 in the evening. Chen arrived at Professor He's office. The guest of honor is here, how's the preparation? Professor He asked with a smile. It's just so. I've never taught a class before, so I don't know if I'm prepared enough. Don't be nervous. The students have many questions about practical stock trading issues. I think it's better for them to ask questions and for you to answer. The question and answer format is much more challenging than simply lecturing. You can get away with just reading from a script during a lecture, but the demands are much higher for answering questions. Especially when faced with obscure questions, if your knowledge is not broad enough, you might be embarrassed on the spot. Trigger random mission, preach and enlighten as a new investor. You are about to face a group of updated investors. You may not be able to preach to them, but you do have the ability to enlighten them. Please answer their questions. Based on your performance in enlightening, there will be corresponding rewards. Seeing the system prompt appearing in the field of vision, Aiken's face lit up with joy. It was not in vain this time, as he unexpectedly triggered a random mission. With a mission at hand, he must complete it well. Last time, he really wanted to get a lotus blossom tongue technique card, and now he could use it. With the blessing of the lotus blossom tongue technique card, he believed he could perfectly complete this mission. Stimulated by the mission, Aiken felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood, his spirits soaring. Don't even mention giving a lecture to a group of students. Even if asked to catch dragons and chase tigers, he would dare to charge forward. No one can stop me, Aiken, from completing the mission. The question and answer format is good, so let's use that. Alright, it's settled then. Relax and take a deep breath. Professor He taught some methods to relax, and even shared how nervous he was during his first class with students, leading to many jokes. Aiken was not in the mood to listen to Professor He's stories, he just wanted to quickly enlighten the students. Completing the mission to get rewards. Professor He, I'm not nervous at all, I'm in a great mood. Where is the classroom? Where are the students? Let's get started quickly, I can't wait any longer. Professor He was completely puzzled. What's going on? Aiken was reluctant to come before, so why is he suddenly so enthusiastic now? Are you excited now? Yes, I'm very excited. I'll tell you, the bigger the stage, the more excited I get. I have an uncontrollable desire to perform. I think I have a performer's personality. To make Professor he believe him, Aiken confidently boasted. He believed that as long as he used the lotus blossom tongue technique, he could definitely shine on stage. This speech actually convinced Professor He. Then calm down a bit, there's still about 10 minutes before class. At 8 p.m., Aiken followed Professor He to the classroom. The finance class originally had only 30 students, but now the room was packed with people. Counting carefully, there were at least 60 more people in the classroom. These extra people were former finance class seniors invited by Chaheng. Since the last time Wang Miao used Aiken as a scapegoat, Chaheng, the school brass and academic overachiever, had held a grudge against Aiken. Today, Aiken was invited by Professor He to give a lecture, which Chaheng saw as the perfect opportunity to retaliate against Aiken. By publicly humiliating Aiken, he could make the goddess Wang Miao leave Aiken. Young people can be so impulsive. Chaheng sat next to Wang Miao and said with a smile, Miao, there will be a good show later. I'll show you how pathetic this loser is. Wang Miao was speechless. This was setting Aiken up, right? But if he gets set up, it's his problem, not mine. On the other hand, Sun Ning became nervous. Chaheng, what are you up to? I warn you to behave. Why are you so jumpy? I'm not talking to you. Chaheng didn't even spare a glance at Sun Ning. His eyes were fixed on Wang Miao. When a man goes crazy for a woman, he can really do anything. Don't target the loser, he's not Wang. Sob. Before Sun Ning could finish, her mouth was covered by Wang Miao. Wang Miao signaled Sun Ning with her eyes, don't speak out of turn, I'm relying on him to be my scapegoat. Sun Ning, find someone else to be your scapegoat, don't harm my loser. Wang Miao, who else can I find to take the blame now? It's only him, you be good, he definitely won't get beaten up. After a moment of eye contact, Wang Miao finally let go of his hand. Sun Ning glared at her and Chiheng angrily, then lay on the table silently praying for Aiken. God bless, we must let the unlucky god safely get through the difficulties. Tread, tread, tread. Footsteps approached. Soon Aiken followed Professor He into the classroom. Seeing many more people in the classroom, Professor He was slightly surprised. Upon closer inspection, many of them were graduates of the finance class. Zhang Zizong, Li Ming, Qian Lian. Professor He mentioned the names of many graduates, then asked, what are you all doing here? We heard from the younger students that the unlucky god was invited to give a lecture today, so we came to listen and learn, consider it a refresher. Zhang Zizong replied. Zhang Zizong, the one who had interacted with Aiken before. At that time, Zhang Zizong wanted to confess to Wang Miao, but was used by Wang Miao as a shield for Aiken. So when he heard that Aiken was invited to give a lecture, Zhang Zizong readily agreed to cooperate with Chiheng's plan. Most of the finance class students who came, who had already graduated, were brought by Zhang Zizong. Professor, you wouldn't be stingy and not allow us to listen, right? Zhang Zizong said with a smile. He was afraid that Professor He would drive them away, missing the opportunity to target Aiken on the spot. Aiken, what do you think? Professor He, considering Aiken's feelings, asked. I think it's fine, the more the merrier. Aiken didn't mind having more people. With more people listening, the effect of the skill cards might be stronger. Anyway, with the trump card in hand, he wasn't afraid at all. Seeing that Aiken had a bit of a performer personality, Professor He no longer worried about him. That's good then. Stepping onto the platform, Professor He pulled Aiken to his side and introduced him with a smile. This is the popular stock anchor recently, the unlucky god. I have communicated with the unlucky god and agree with some of his practical trading views. Since many of you are trading stocks with real accounts, I invited the unlucky god to talk about the essentials of practical stock trading. Since the unlucky god hasn't taught before, it's a bit difficult for him to explain systematically. After discussing, we decided to interact in the form of questions. You can ask questions about what you don't understand in practice, and let the unlucky god answer. Professor He explained the opening remarks and the rules for asking questions. This made Chiheng ecstatic. He had been worried before about how to challenge Aiken. Now, this question and answer format was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. He could openly give Aiken difficult questions. Holding his phone, he sent a message in the temporary group. Chi Heng asked Zhang Zitsong and the others to quickly think of difficult questions, to make it tough for Aiken, preferably making Aiken unable to answer in public. When Zhang Zitsong and the others saw the message, they all smiled. They thought it would be tough for Aiken, not a big deal at all. When Aiken asked for anyone with questions to raise their hand, these graduated veterans like Zhang Zitsong all raised their hands. On the other hand, the students still studying in the finance class had not raised their hands. Those students still studying hadn't even figured out what to ask, while Zhang Zitsong and the others had come prepared. Oh no, all those raising their hands were called by Chi Heng. They want to make things difficult for our unlucky god. Sun Ning immediately became anxious. Stay calm, this is a good test, to see if he really has the ability and skills. Wang Miamia's thought process was quite unique. But as she said that, Sun Ning's mind followed her line of thinking and instantly felt it made sense. If Aiken really had the ability, these people wouldn't be able to make things difficult for him. If he really gets into trouble, maybe this fairy will have a chance to save the hero. Meow Meow, you are quick-witted, now I can relax. In Sun Ning's mind, he began to imagine how he would rescue the hero with a beauty. On the other side, Aiken used the Tongue Blossom Lotus card. A cool feeling rushed to his head, and Aiken felt refreshed to the point of feeling like his soul was about to leave his body. Judging from the feeling in his body after using it, his tongue fighting ability was definitely plus 100. Please, this student, tell us about your problem, Aiken began to ask. Several old birds stood up one after another to ask questions. However, the questions they asked were not too difficult. After quickly answering a few questions, Aiken felt somewhat dissatisfied. What's going on here? I used a skill card to show off, and you guys just throw a few small fry at me. How am I supposed to get a good evaluation? Without a high evaluation, I won't get good rewards, and if I don't get good rewards, won't I be wasting the Tongue Blossom Lotus card? Your questions all have answers in the books. Can you give me some interesting questions to answer? Don't just ask these common questions. Blatant slap in the face. The old birds who had asked questions before all lowered their heads in shame. In terms of ability, they didn't have much. They used to slack off and be lazy in college, even buying their graduation thesis. After graduation, they didn't even work in finance or investment. So even if they were prepared, the questions they prepared were not difficult because they themselves didn't understand or know the answers to difficult questions. It's like a weak student trying to stump a top student with questions. Even if they try to come up with tricky questions, they might not be able to stump the top student. Chi Heng stomped his foot in anger, thinking how stupid these graduated seniors were. Why not come up with some ultimate difficult questions? Zhang Zitsong, are you all at this level of trash? Chi Heng asked angrily. Zhang Zitsong awkwardly scratched his head, not expecting Aiken's combat power to be so fierce. Don't worry, we underestimated him. We didn't prepare two difficult questions, but the next question will definitely stump him. With a hint in Zhang Zitsong's eyes, Chen Lian stood up and said, Kuation, I have a question I'd like to discuss with you. Please go ahead. This question is about stock dividends and X-rights and X-dividends. Whether it's bonus shares or cash dividends, my account value remains the same before and after the dividend, without reflecting the actual gains from the dividend. Do you think this is reasonable? Chen Lian's question was not simple. Stock investors have been arguing about dividends and rights issues for many years. The root of the problem is that many people believe that after a dividend, the account should show an increase equal to the dividend, becoming the dividend income. After a dividend, the total assets in the account should increase by the amount of the dividend. However, under the current stock trading rules, whether it's bonus shares or cash dividends, there will be X-rights and X-dividend operations after the dividend. This X-rights and X-dividend will result in a corresponding adjustment of the stock price. The dividend amount received will be adjusted to the current stock price, correspondingly reducing the current stock price. In other words, before and after the dividend, the total assets in the account remain the same, without reflecting the dividend income in the account. Some even gave a very classic example. They said that if you deposit 100 yuan in the bank and earn 3 yuan in interest in a year, you should receive 103 yuan at the end. In the stock market, if you have 100 yuan of stock dividends and the stock value is adjusted to 97 yuan after X rights and X dividends, you receive 3 yuan in dividends. This is like giving yourself a dividend with your own money. After posing the question, Chen Lian calmly looked at Aiken, waiting for his answer. This question is indeed difficult. Even with the blessing of the Lotus Tongue skill card, Aiken still took a moment to think. At first glance, this problem seems like a paradox, but upon closer examination, it is indeed a paradox. The paradox lies in the fact that after the ex-dividend and ex-rights dates, the dividend income cannot be reflected in the account. Are you implying that it's wrong to have ex-rights and ex-dividend dates after dividends? Chen Lian smirked. Stock traders, especially retail investors, often criticize the ex-rights and ex-dividend rules. I don't think it's wrong. The reason there is an ex-rights and ex-dividend system is that the company's assets decrease after dividends are distributed. From an accounting perspective, it is natural to deduct the reduced portion from the stock price after dividends. Chen Lian and others were stunned, staring at Aiken in disbelief. It wasn't just Chen Lian, Zhang Zicong, Qi Heng, and others were also stunned. Because this was a trap question in itself. It is difficult for those who have not studied the relevant knowledge to understand the principles of dividends, ex-rights, and ex-dividends. It is precisely because of this lack of understanding that many retail investors criticize the ex-rights and ex-dividend system. The reason for ex-rights and ex-dividends is due to the need for accounting methods. There is a process of filling rights after ex-rights and ex-dividends. The price at which the stock rises after dividends to the pre-ex-rights level is called filling rights. Once the stock price completes the filling rights process, the dividend income is fully realized. However, not every stock can complete the filling rights process after dividends. Additionally, there is a dividend tax on stock dividends, which is only exempt if the stock is held for more than a year. If the stock price falls after dividends and the stock is not held for a year, selling it is like being hit from both sides. Therefore, many retail investors like to sell on the ex-rights registration day and buy back the next day after ex-rights to avoid taking dividends and the impact of dividend taxes. Aiken did not notice the expressions of Chen Lian and others and continued to explain tirelessly. Dividends are the distribution of the money earned by a company in the previous year to shareholders. After the distribution, the total assets of the company will decrease. This decrease in assets should be reflected in the stock price from an accounting perspective, so there is no issue with ex-dividends and ex-rights. The company's ability to sustain growth after dividends is more important. For example, after a chicken lays eggs, its weight decreases. Because its weight decreases, the chicken is no longer considered good, right? As long as the chicken can continue to lay eggs continuously, it is still a good chicken. The same goes for companies. Only those that can sustain continuous growth and dividends year after year are good stocks. Aiken explained a lot, making the issue quite clear. Professor He, sitting in the audience, nodded repeatedly. He found Aiken's explanations vivid and engaging, especially the analogy of the egg-laying chicken. The ability to sustain dividends is one of the conditions for a good stock. The stock market is complex, and there are many conditions for choosing good stocks, so one should not just buy stocks based on annual dividends. It is also necessary to consider the industry to which the stock belongs. Even if a stock pays dividends every year, it may not necessarily rise every year if it belongs to a cyclical industry. I hope I have made this issue clearer. Did the student who asked the question understand? Chen Lian nodded stiffly. At this point, if they claimed not to understand, it would be embarrassing. Very good. Are there any other students who would like to ask questions? Qi Heng nudged Zhang Zicong with his elbow, signaling him to come up with a challenging question. Zhang Zicong, who was prepared, stood up slowly. When his eyes met Aiken's, there seemed to be a flash of blue lightning in his eyes. He wished he could defeat Aiken with just a glance. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Kuei-shin, we meet again, Zhang Zicong said in a low, deliberate voice, as if each word required great effort. With his deep and peculiar voice, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became tense. It was a bit like two martial arts masters preparing to duel, each taking a stance and ready to strike. It's actually Zhang Zicong. I heard he was the most outstanding graduate in their class, and now he seems to be interning at a securities research institute. Although Senior Zhang may not be good-looking, his talent is definitely top-notch. If he asks a question, Kuei-shin will probably have a headache. Kuei-shin was indeed a bit arrogant just now, completely looking down on our finance class. It takes someone like Senior Zhang to put him in his place. Many students from the finance class stood by Zhang Zitzong at this moment. Just now, Aiken's words indeed offended many people. It made the students in the finance class feel embarrassed, hoping that a senior would step forward to embarrass Aiken on their behalf. Hearing the classmates' discussions, Sun Ning's heart immediately rose to her throat. Miao Miao, is Zhang Zitzong your admirer? Why don't you send him a message asking him to go easy on Aiken? Wang Miao Miao rolled her eyes. Asking Zhang Zitzong to go easy on Aiken was a joke. Don't expect him to go easy. He and Aiken have long held a grudge. Really? How could Kuation have a grudge with Zhang Zitzong? They shouldn't know each other before. Could it be because of you again? Wang Miao Miao nodded silently. Sun Ning, covering her face, muttered, You are a troublemaker, but please don't cause trouble for Kuation again in the future. It depends on the situation. After all, his shield is so effective. Wang Miao Miao was indifferent to whether Aiken would be in trouble. On the other side, Zhang Zitzong had already built up his momentum, glaring at Aiken with cold eyes. Kuation, my question is simple. Can you explain the relationship between the stock market and the economy? The relationship between the stock market and the economy may seem simple at first glance. If explained in detail, it could be the subject of a published thesis. Moreover, different people view the relationship between the stock market and the economy differently. The general public may think that when the economy is bad, the stock market will also be bad. But in reality, this view is not accurate. After Zhang Zitzong posed the question, Professor He suddenly became alert. He had conducted in-depth research on this issue and had some insights, so he was eager to hear Aiken's opinion on the matter. After a moment of thought, Aiken smiled and said, I think there's a problem with the way you asked that question. This is one of the most classic questions in securities and economic research. Are you trying to challenge all the industry experts? Standing on a high ground, Zhang Zitzong mocked by mentioning industry experts and classic questions. Aiken shook his head and said, In the past, there was a strong connection between the stock market and the economy, but now the relationship between the stock market and the economy is not as strong, only indirectly related. Are you joking? Zhang Zitzong's words were full of disdain. That's not how it's written in textbooks. In textbooks, the stock market is considered an indicator of the economy, a mirror of the economy. Because listed companies are generally top companies in their industries, their operating conditions can to some extent reflect the economic situation. Therefore, the bull and bear trends of the stock market are believed to have a strong correlation with the economy. Are you saying the stock market is an indicator of the economy, or are you saying it's a mirror of the economy? Aiken retorted. Isn't it both an indicator and a mirror of the economy? If you insist it's not, I'd like to hear what rubbish insights you can come up with. As soon as Zhang Zitzong finished speaking, Qi Hing followed, Kuation, are you planning to overturn the contents of the textbooks? Har har, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that. The textbook was written by our Professor He. The meaning of Qi Hing is very obvious. The content in the textbook was compiled by Professor He. If Aiken continues to resist, it would be disrespectful to Professor He, undermining his authority. This move is like inviting trouble. He wants to provoke a conflict between Aiken and Professor He. As long as they have a conflict, Aiken will definitely be at a disadvantage. Qi Hing's plan is clever, and his tactics are well played. However, he did not anticipate Professor He's attitude. Kuation, share your views on the stock market and the economy. Don't worry about how it's written in the textbook. Economic and securities theories evolve with the times. There is no absolute correct theory, only theories that are most suitable for the changing times. Economic theories, securities theories, all evolve with the times. Unlike the laws of mathematics and physics, once proven, they remain unchanged. Since the introduction of economic theories, there have been several major developments. With each development, economic theories and perspectives undergo significant changes. Hearing Professor His encouragement towards Aiken, Qi Hing's expression became quite colorful. It was as if various seasonings were spread on his face, sour, bitter, spicy, salty, but lacking sweetness. It just couldn't be sweet. Why is Professor He so good to Aiken? Could Aiken be his illegitimate child? But looking at the two of them, the difference is quite significant. Qi Hing can't understand why Professor He is so good to Aiken. So, let me briefly explain my views. The reason why the past stock market and economy were more closely related is because the past economic environment was a natural economy, meaning that economic operations were not artificially intervened. But with the development of economic theories, central banks around the world will intervene in economic operations. With these interventions, the relationship between the economy and the stock market has shifted from direct to indirect. In between these two, there is an additional layer of monetary connection. Central bank intervention policies will alter the money supply, creating a stronger correlation between money and the stock market. What drives the stock market to rise? Essentially, it is driven by capital. Without capital inflow, the stock market will not experience a major bull market. And where does the capital come from? It is closely related to monetary policy. When monetary policy is loosened, a large amount of capital flows into the stock market, driving stock prices up. Conversely, when monetary policy tightens, a large amount of capital flows out of the stock market, leading to a decline in stock prices. It can be said that the direction of monetary policy to some extent influences the bull and bear markets of the stock market. Let's take a recent example. The appearance of a 10-year bull market in ugly land is closely related to continuous quantitative easing and loosening of monetary policy. Recently, due to inflation, ugly land has made significant interest rate hikes, tightening monetary operations, causing the 10-year bull market in ugly land to transition into a technical bear market. If the interest rate hikes continue, it is very likely that the ugly land stock market will experience a massive adjustment. So, I believe that the stock market better reflects the direction of monetary policy, and large funds in the stock market often make decisions based on anticipating the direction of monetary policy. With the effect of the lotus blossom tongue technique card, Aiken's thinking became extremely clear, and his speech was passionate. The students in the audience nodded frequently. Well said, it makes perfect sense that the stock market is indeed closely related to monetary policy. Only in a loose monetary environment can a bull market in stocks be more easily generated. Listening to Coation's words is like reading 10 years worth of books. I feel like we can just throw away the textbooks. Coation's insights are so valuable, I recorded everything with my voice recorder. I will listen to it several times when I get back. The students' attitude towards Aiken has gradually changed without them realizing it. Aiken's logical reasoning is compelling, making it impossible to refute and very convincing. Zhang Zicong and Qi Heng were both extremely embarrassed. Listening to the whispers of their classmates around them, they felt a mix of shame, anger, and frustration. They didn't know where to direct all the negative emotions building up inside them. Clap, clap, clap. Professor he was the first to applaud, saying, Coation's lecture was very brilliant. The impact of currency on the stock market is indeed greater than the impact of the economy on the stock market. With the development of economic theory, policy interventions in economic operations are increasing, and monetary policy has had a significant impact on various industries and the stock market. Clap, clap, clap. Sun Ning clapped vigorously, his mouth almost reaching the sky with joy. Other classmates also joined in the applause. In an instant, thunderous applause filled the classroom. The enthusiastic applause made Zhang Zicong and Qi Heng feel utterly embarrassed. Each round of applause felt like a huge slap in the face to them. Zhang Zicong, you were supposed to give him a difficult question, but you ended up giving him a perfect assist. Qi Heng said resentfully. At this moment, Qi Heng was afraid of being singled out if he targeted Aiken again. So, all his pent-up anger was directed at Zhang Zicong. Zhang Zicong was flustered, wanting to explain but not knowing how. Don't blame me. How could I have assisted him? I must have been blind to think I could rely on you useless people to trouble Aiken. Luckily, I have a backup plan. Qi Heng secretly rejoiced. Not only did he recruit Zhang Zicong and others, but he also invited a highly skilled expert. His gaze shifted to the back corner of the classroom, where a thin middle-aged man sat today. With a high hairline and bright eyes, he was Yi Fei, the private equity fund manager for Qi Heng's family. Over a decade ago, Yi Fei stood out in a national stock trading competition, winning the annual stock trading championship. Following this success, he established his own private equity fund company. In recent years, Yi Fei's private equity fund performance has been average, without any outstanding results. However, his average performance did not diminish his reputation and influence in the industry. By frequently sharing his views, and comments on the stock market online, he managed to maintain his popularity. Chi-Heng messaged Yifei to come up with a challenging question to stump Aiken. After reading the message, Yifei's eyes flickered, and he raised his hand, saying, "I have a question." Aiken became increasingly excited, feeling like he was entering a state of enlightenment. At that moment, he even wanted to shout, "Fire away, bring up all the questions. Please present your question." How do you view the relationships among various groups in the stock market, such as retail investors, speculative capital, private equity, funds, and other financial groups? Is it a case of big fish eating small fish, the sickle harvesting the leeks, or some other relationship? This question left many puzzled. Instinctively, they believed that the stock market was about big players preying on small investors and large funds harvesting retail investors. What kind of question is this? Is it really that difficult? Chi-Heng grumbled discontentedly. He felt that Yifei's question was not a real challenge. This type of question could be answered easily, and it wouldn't stump anyone. In an instant, he felt like he had brought along a team of incompetent allies. This question is not easy to answer because no matter how you respond, there will be flaws to be pointed out. Zhang Zitong suddenly spoke up. "Huh? Can you explain where the difficulty lies?" Chi-Heng was a bit confused. Why would Zhang Zitong find it hard to answer such a seemingly simple question? The difficulty lies in the relationships among these different financial groups, funds, private equity, speculative capital, and retail investors. In reality, these relationships are very intricate and not simply about one group exploiting another. The relationships among these groups are indeed very complex. The notion of the sickle harvesting the leeks or big funds preying on small investors does not fully capture the nuances of their interactions. Overall, large and small funds have a cooperative yet competitive relationship. To drive stock prices to create bull markets, it is necessary for large and small funds to work together. By pooling resources and collectively pushing stock prices in a bullish direction, a bull market atmosphere can be successfully created. If large and small funds remain fragmented and fail to unite, a bull market will not materialize. As for the eventual dispersal and scenes of one party profiting at the expense of another, the root cause lies in excessive speculation and a lack of follow-up funding. This leads to savvy investors selling off early and ultimately triggering a domino effect. In simple terms, the stock market follows a pattern where large funds enter the market in the early stages, followed by a collaboration between large and small funds in the midterm to drive the bull market, and in the later stages, it becomes a race to exit before greed takes over. Retail investors are often exploited due to their greed, illusions, and desire to earn more by holding onto stocks. Once trapped in this self-indulgent mindset, it becomes difficult to recognize market risks, ultimately leading to becoming victims when the bubble bursts. Zhang Zitong spoke eloquently, leaving Chi-Heng nodding in agreement. That's a profound insight. I never realized this issue was so complex. Understanding the depth of the issue, Chi-Heng felt the need to make a grand gesture. "Kuei-shin, I bet you don't even know who this questioner is. Let me give you a brief introduction. His name is Yifei. Over a decade ago, he won the national stock market competition by earning tenfold in a year. He then founded an extraordinary fund management company and now oversees a private equity fund with assets totaling 5 billion. Without Chi-Heng's introduction, no one in the room would have recognized Yifei. But after the introduction, many people were amazed. Wow! Yifei! I often read his stock analyses on Weibo. He's quite a renowned professional. I didn't expect Yifei to be here. Could it be that Kuei-shin's allure is so strong that even the head of a private equity fund is attracted? Kuei-shin is like a rising star. Could it be that Yifei is eyeing Kuei-shin, preparing to poach him for his private equity fund? The classmates whispered among themselves. However, the direction of their discussions was clearly different from what Chi-Heng had anticipated. Hearing those discussions, Chi-Heng was fuming. These damn classmates. Are they all brain dead? Yifei is here to make things difficult for Chen. But he could only shout in his mind, not daring to say it out loud. So you're a private equity fund manager. My apologies. Chen clasped his hands in respect. I'm just an ordinary private equity manager. Kuei-shin's answers to some questions were brilliant, which is why I couldn't resist asking. This question has been bothering me for a long time. I've discussed it with many people, but the answers I've received haven't been satisfactory. I hope Kuation's response can enlighten me and help me understand this issue. With 20 years of stock trading experience, Yifei's knowledge and insights were extensive. Starting with technical analysis, he later delved into value investing, and now his thoughts have reached a higher level. He believes that stock trading is not just about stocks but about things beyond stocks. Simply put, a stock is just a code representing price fluctuations. Beyond the code and price fluctuations lie the operational development of listed companies, the prospects and development of the industries they operate in, and even the interconnected industries and the overall macroeconomy. Looking from a different perspective, on the left side of the code are the listed companies, while on the right side are investors waving money to participate in the stock price game. Therefore, stock trading can also be seen as trading in the hearts of the participants. Yifei has been contemplating the relationships between participant groups, believing that understanding these relationships is key to deciphering the hearts of the participants. It can be said that Yifei's stock trading mindset has transcended the ordinary and reached a very high level. My insights may not be mature, let's discuss with each other. I think the reason you asked this is because you are considering the issue of stock trading as a matter of manipulating people's emotions. Thanks to Professor his recommendation of the book, The Crowd, a study of the popular mind, as well as the knowledge acquired from the system. As for this issue, Aiken does have a bit of his own opinion. With the blessing of the skill card, Silver Tongue, his thinking became particularly clear, and some previous ideas flowed out like a fountain. These ideas naturally integrated together, giving Aiken a sense of sudden enlightenment. Host has gained insight, +1 insight point. Wow! He really gained some insight. Aiken scratched his head in excitement. Finally, he understood what insight feels like and how to obtain insight points. It seems like he will have to use his brain more in the future and contemplate some profound questions. If he can understand these profound questions, he might just gain some insight points. The sudden system prompt made Aiken burst into laughter. After hearing Aiken say a few words and seeing his silly grin, everyone showed puzzled expressions. What's going on? Why is Aiken suddenly so happy? Did he think of something joyful? Sun Ning asked quietly. Wang Miao shook her head. You'll have to ask Aiken about that. No one else can guess why he's so gleeful. Could it be that he's thinking of a lover in his dreams? Tell me, does Aiken have a crush? Seeing Sun Ning looking nervous, Wang Miao couldn't help but laugh. It's normal for him to have a dream lover, but I can assure you, he doesn't have a girlfriend, and no girls are chasing after him, so you have plenty of chances. Then I can relax. While Sun Ning was relieved, Shi Heng suddenly jumped into tease. Shi Heng felt that Aiken couldn't keep up with his pretentious act. It was a good opportunity to challenge him and make Aiken lose face. Why did you stop talking? Are you running out of things to say? If you can't continue, I happen to have a little insight into this issue and can answer for you. Zhang Zitsong also chimed in. Zhang Zitsong and Shi Heng formed an alliance. Both of them wanted to embarrass Aiken. Aiken, who had regained his composure, smiled faintly. I'm sure what you're saying is just the same old cliché, nothing new. Surprisingly, Zhang Zitsong's viewpoints were indeed cliché. When most people discuss financial relationships in the stock market, they often mention funds, private equity, speculative capital, and retail investors. In reality, this system doesn't have much practical use in real combat. It merely describes groups based on financial attributes rather than behavior and intentions. Even with the same fund, due to different fund manager styles, the use and allocation of funds can vary greatly. Only by classifying and describing based on behavior and intentions can one accurately grasp the pulse of people. I haven't even spoken yet. How do you know I'm just repeating old ideas? Zhang Zitsong retorted indignantly. Because your knowledge is not enough to come up with something new, Aiken sneered. Enraged, Zhang Zitsong wanted to spit in Aiken's face. But that would damage his own image. All right, then tell me, let me see how deep and broad your knowledge is. Show me what new ideas you can come up with. Before I speak, you must answer a question. Do you believe that in the early stages, large and small capital work together, but later on, it's a matter of differentiation to see who runs faster? After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Zitsong slowly nodded. That was indeed his belief. In a way, this was a commonly known standard answer. But this understanding was very superficial. Don't you think so? Zhang Zitsong asked back. This kind of cognitive and analytical perspective, I can only say, is very foolish. Scratching his head, Zhang Zitong's face turned red to the base of his neck, trembling with anger. He has been a top student since childhood. He has always been the one to call others stupid. Today, being publicly called foolish by Aiken made him unable to accept it at all. Before Zhang Zitong could organize his words to refute, Aiken had already continued speaking. Don't bring the thinking of stupid people into the discussion. My point is to classify market participants based on investment behavior and investment psychology. Hiss. Zhang Zitong took a sharp breath. The words he was about to refute were directly countered by Aiken's point. This point was too sharp. Smart people can see through things at a glance, and Zhang Zitong was no exception. With a slight turn of his mind, he understood the subtlety of this classification. Because what determines the inflow and outflow of funds is the psychology and behavior of the operator. From this perspective, market participants can be classified as value investors, trend followers, short-term speculators, and manipulators. Value investors select stocks based on fundamental analysis. From industry to company development and operations, they choose stocks of listed companies that they believe have the most potential. They buy and hold for the long term, unafraid of stock price fluctuations, forming a group that firmly grows with the company. The performance of these stock traders often falls into two extremes, either exceptionally good or exceptionally poor. Trend followers operate based on stock price trends, entering in the middle of a trend and exiting at the end. They are more cunning than value investors. They often achieve good returns for most of the time. As long as they don't panic by when the market turns bearish, trend followers can generally achieve long-term positive returns. Short-term speculators make up the largest group in the stock market. They don't study the fundamentals of stocks much, nor are they proficient in technical analysis. Their psychological resilience is also poor, and even a slight fluctuation in stock prices can trigger intense anxiety. The more anxious they get, the more they trade, making chasing highs and selling lows a common occurrence. They are also the group with the highest proportion of losses in the stock market. Lastly, there are the manipulators. In the past, manipulators were called market makers, but now they are usually referred to as main players. They refer to a group with planned and purposeful manipulation, capable of short-term control over stock prices. This doesn't just refer to large funds in the market, but also to individuals with significant influence in the stock market. These highly influential individuals can trigger mass followings with just a few words, leading to abnormal movements in some stocks in the short term. In addition to these four types of people, there is a special group, which is high-frequency quantitative trading. The core of high-frequency quantitative trading relies on rapid trading based on short-term price fluctuations in stocks. What makes it special is that it relies on preset trading strategies and uses programs to execute all trades, completely eliminating human interference. It is purely cold-blooded and ruthless. It won't hold onto stocks out of greed, nor will it refuse to cut losses in hopes of a rebound. In high-frequency quantitative trading, once the selling criteria are met, the stocks will be sold. Once the stop-loss criteria are met, the stop-loss will be executed. This completely human-free computer program operation may seem good, but in practice, it also reveals significant issues. The biggest problem lies in the design of the trading program's strategy. Only a perfectly designed strategy can ensure continuous profits in this cold-blooded trading. A perfect strategy requires a vast amount of data and precise models as support, making it very difficult to create. Even with a perfect strategy, it cannot handle all market conditions. Quantitative trading can only be most effective during stable market conditions. During the market boom phase, the quantitative returns cannot keep up with the actively managed funds. As for the market crash phase, quant trading will exacerbate the short-term selling pressure due to crazy stop-loss selling, leading to massive selling pressure in the market. In short, this seems like a beautiful devil. Whether it's mutual funds, private equity, speculative funds, or retail investors, they all see quantitative trading as a disruptor. These groups together form the ecosystem of stock market traders. By understanding their psychology and behavior, we can analyze many interesting things. Zhang Zitong, Shehen, and others are already dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I listening to? The three questions of life echo in their minds, making them somewhat doubtful about life. In the same year, why are you the only one shining? Yifei seems to have some insight, but feels like there is still a layer of window paper that hasn't been pierced. This feeling of seeming to understand but not really understanding makes him feel uncomfortable. Can the god of loss be more specific? Specifically, manipulators and quantitative funds are at the top of the food chain. There's not much to analyze there. The remaining 3 groups will all discuss on financial forums, and that's where we can analyze. Stock investors have a strong sense of community. Especially when buying and holding stocks, they like to communicate with others who have bought the same stock. Even those who don't communicate will secretly observe the comments and dynamics in the stock forum. If the stock happens to rise to a high point, many people will come out to show how much they've earned, proving their wisdom and bravery. Those who speak frequently, provide logical reasoning, and can write long articles will become opinion leaders in that stock. Observing the statements of these opinion leaders and the activity in the stock forum can help analyze which stage the stock is in. Generally speaking, apart from long-term blue-chip stocks, once the discussion in the stock forum heats up, it's usually time to sell and leave. The so-called hot stocks will eventually die out. Stocks that make it to the top 10 in popularity, even if they are on the slaughter list, will definitely experience a short-term adjustment in trend. The higher the stock price rises during the manipulator's trading process, the more chips are distributed. The more chips distributed, the more retail investors will come in to buy. Once the chips are almost all distributed, the manipulator will either completely sell off and leave, or suppress the stock price to adjust and wash out. Either way, it's destined for the stock price to fall. If you make a trend chart of the daily popularity of a stock in the stock forum and overlay it with the stock price trend, it's very helpful in analyzing the stage the stock price is in and improving the success rate of predicting the top of the stock price. As Akern was talking, Yifei listened carefully with a furrowed brow. The more he listened, the clearer Yifei's mind became. He suddenly had an epiphany. When Yifei had his epiphany, Akern saw a golden light emanating from him. Then a system prompt appeared before him. Triggered the effect of their Tongue Blossom Lotus skill card's enlightenment effect. Oh. This is my Tongue Blossom Lotus, which helped Yifei have an epiphany? Akern was overjoyed, feeling a sudden surge of achievement. The sense of accomplishment from teaching and educating people turned out to be so joyful. In the future, after achieving fame and success, I will definitely give more lectures and enjoy the happiness of teaching and educating. Akern stopped talking, and Yifei stopped asking questions. The classroom fell silent. At this moment, no one dared to speak. Everyone could see Yifei's state, as if he had comprehended something extraordinary. Half a minute felt very long for Yifei, as if a year had passed. Phew! He let out a sigh of relief. The furrowed brow relaxed, gradually transforming from contemplation into a joyful expression. It all made sense now. Yifei clasped his hands together and bowed to Aiken, saying, "Thank you for your guidance. Your words helped me understand a difficult problem." "Glad you understand," Aiken replied, standing with a sense of authority. Refreshed. After receiving guidance and solving doubts, the feeling of being respected truly made Aiken ecstatic. Thinking back to the days of delivering takeout, it was not a pleasant experience. Now, standing on the platform and earning respect from others, Aiken felt a sense of fulfillment he had never experienced before. This newfound satisfaction made him feel exhilarated. Wow, did Aiken really win over Yifei? I feel like Yifei is showing disciple-like respect. It's not just winning over, it's complete submission. Let's not say more. Can't you see how awful Chaheng's face looks? At this, everyone's gaze turned to Chaheng. Earlier, Chaheng and Zhang Zitsong had caused trouble for Aiken. Now, their faces showed extreme displeasure, as if they had lost their fathers. Frustration, annoyance, and suffocation. This was how Chaheng and Zhang Zitsong felt at that moment. Especially Chaheng. After all the preparations and efforts to trouble Aiken, they ended up being stepping stones for him. Aiken ended up stealing the show. It was unbelievable, there was no room for reasoning. And the frustration and anger they felt had nowhere to go, leaving them feeling suffocated. At that moment, Yifei respectfully said, "I wonder if Aiken would be willing to become a consultant for non-ordinary fund company." With the increasing management of funds, Yifei's previous methods were no longer suitable for handling large sums of money. He had been transitioning to find a more secure way of trading. However, due to unresolved issues in his thinking, he had not found the right approach, which also affected the profits of the private equity fund. After gaining insights from Aiken's explanation, Yifei was inspired to invite Aiken as a consultant, seeing it as a great opportunity for both him and the fund. This statement caused a stir. If Yifei invites Aiken as a consultant, Aiken's stock trading skills must be top-notch, right? I wonder how much salary a consultant would get. Probably around 30 to 50,000 a month. Aiken would definitely not agree to 30 to 50,000. I think it should start at least at 100,000 a month. The audience consisted of recent graduates or soon-to-be graduates, so they were very sensitive to salary issues. As they discussed, they began speculating on how much salary Aiken would receive as a consultant. The financial industry was already a high-paying sector. Especially for those who could reach executive levels, the various incomes in a year were definitely not small figures. Sun Ning first felt happy, then anxious. Meow meow, Aiken is shining too brightly too soon. He must have attracted the attention of many admirers. You have to help me. Wang Meow Meow, who was staring blankly, was still in a state of disbelief. Wasn't this Aiken who rented a small room in their house and couldn't do anything? How did he suddenly become so powerful? It must be an illusion, it had to be. Meow Meow, are you daydreaming? Did you hear what I said? Sun Ning nudged Wang Meow Meow, finally bringing her back to reality. Despite coming back to her senses, Wang Meow Meow still refused to believe that all this was real. Pinch me. What's gotten into you? Just pinch me, if you don't, I'll pinch you. Fine, I'll pinch you then. Sun Ning stretched out 2 fingers, pinched the soft flesh around Wang Meow Meow's waist, and then twisted hard. Ouch. Tears of pain welled up in her eyes. Wang Meow Meow finally believed that this was not an illusion, this was reality. Aiken was so strong that he defeated Zhang Zitsong and the others in questioning, so strong that even industry veteran Yifei was impressed. Everyone was watching Aiken. But each person's expression was different. Qiheng and Zhang Zitsong looked angry, most of the students in the class looked envious and admiring, Sun Ning looked joyful with a hint of worry. Wang Meow Meow's expression was somewhat vacant. Professor He looked at Aiken like he was looking at his own successful disciple, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The most nervous at the moment was Yifei. He really wanted to know Aiken's answer, but also a bit afraid to know Aiken's answer. Aiken also didn't expect that Yifei would suddenly ask him to be an advisor. Was his level enough to be a consultant for private equity funds? Definitely not. Today, he was so impressive, thanks to the system's help. If he became Yifei's advisor, it would eventually be exposed. Exposing the truth would definitely ruin his image. Aiken did not swell with pride, his rationality still stood at a high level of intelligence. Being an advisor is out of the question. I don't have the time or energy to be an advisor, Aiken directly refused. Disappointment was written all over Yifei's face. Just as expected. Considering Aiken's high level, his future and achievements are limitless. His extraordinary fund is nothing compared to Aiken, the great god. After thinking it over, Yifei felt relieved. I was presumptuous, my little temple is naturally not enough to make Aiken condescend. I just hope to keep Aiken's contact information, so I can consult you in the future. Yifei compromised. If he couldn't get Aiken as an advisor, at least he could get his contact information. Whether it's for consultation or to build a relationship, it can be arranged slowly in the future. Aiken did not refuse, and readily gave his contact information. Many students in the finance class were already making plans in their minds. Seeing Aiken about to become a rising star in the stock market, it would be a good idea to latch onto him now, right? I also want your contact information, so I can consult you more in the future. Do you need an assistant, Aiken? I am honest, hardworking, passed the English level 6, never failed any subjects, and I want to work under you. I want to be an assistant too, my grades are better than his, I am more handsome, and I can drive, cook, and do housework. Several quick-thinking male students immediately joined in. If they could latch onto Aiken now and become his subordinates, when Aiken rises in the future, they would surely benefit. The future prospects would definitely be promising. Just as the male students were about to fight, the female students also joined in. You guys are all so careless, how can you be good assistants? Let me, a careful girl, be the assistant. Your looks are not good enough, mine are worthy of Aiken. In terms of looks and talent, you all need to step aside. I speak 10 foreign languages and can be Aiken's translator. The male and female students in the finance class were studying knowledge related to money. They usually engaged in speculation and wanted to connect with higher-level people to improve their lives. They saw latching onto Aiken as the biggest opportunity to change their fate and move up the social ladder. Seeing several attractive female students in the class wanting to get close to Aiken, Sun Ning's alarm bells were ringing loudly. Meow meow, look at those girls. Can you help me come up with a plan? Don't panic, Aiken can't afford those little foxes. Wang Meow Meow said coldly, you've seen his living conditions, no house, no car, and not much money. That's just for now. With the power of coercion and the speed of making money in stocks, it won't be long before there's a house and a car. Urgent. Very urgent. Sun Ning seemed to have already seen the scene where Aiken had a house and a car with beautiful women around him. If she didn't act quickly, if she didn't capture Aiken's heart, there would be nothing left for her, Sun Ning. Wang Meow Meow, however, lay despondently on the table. What does it have to do with me? How can it have nothing to do with you? Didn't you say you wanted to help me? Oh, you seem a bit off. It was only then that Sun Ning realized that Wang Meow Meow's state was not right. In the past, Wang Meow Meow was always one to enjoy the show and not afraid of trouble. Even if she couldn't come up with a good idea, she could come up with a bad one. Today, she seemed so despondent, unfocused, and distracted. It was obvious that something was on her mind. Could it be about Aiken? Sun Ning dared not think further. It was all because Aiken was too charming today, exposing his strength too much. If Wang Meow Meow really changed her attitude, Sun Ning felt she had no chance of competing. Ahem. Professor, he coughed twice. Feeling that the classroom was too chaotic, with these students trying to curry favor, it was really unbecoming. It's time for class to end, you should all go do what you need to do. Some students felt a bit unwilling and still wanted to get Aiken's contact information and get closer. But Professor, he had already taken Aiken away, not giving the students a chance to get close. After leaving the classroom, Professor, he said, the students in the class are too restless, sorry for the trouble. It's too chaotic now, it's understandable. Understanding is good. Do you have any thoughts on hiring? If you want to hire, I can recommend some students with good character and academics. Ahaha, I'm just a small live streamer, I don't have that idea for now. After chatting for a few moments, Professor, he offered to drive Aiken home. Aiken politely declined Professor his offer and left the campus alone. As he walked on the road, he could already see the system's upgrade in his field of vision. Random task completed, task settlement in progress. Task completion evaluation, task completed with excess, reward doubled, damn. The reward is doubled. It seems that the Lianhua card is really worth it, definitely worth the investment. Aiken was so happy, he couldn't stop smiling. Task reward, Forge Great Writing Card X2, Invincible Debater Card X2, indeed, it's a double reward. Both types of skill cards come in pairs. Happy. Aiken, who was all smiles, then started to study the two skill cards. Forge Great Writing Card, disposable item, with sufficient information, using the Forge Great Writing Card can unleash a flood of ideas, crafting a detailed analysis article on stocks or the market. I'm someone who messes up writing essays, what's the use of this? Should I write a detailed analysis article and post it in the stock forum? Aiken pondered. He felt that writing a detailed analysis article and posting it in the stock forum seemed feasible. If he wanted to grow and become stronger, he couldn't rely solely on live streaming. He also needed to establish a reputation in stock forums, financial forums, and similar places. By throwing out a few in-depth analysis articles, he could attract fans and expand his influence. Nice, this reward is pretty good. After studying the Forge Great Writing Card, Aiken looked at the Invincible Debater card. Just from the name, he could tell it was used for verbal sparring. Invincible Debater card, disposable item, using this card can make you the king of verbal sparring, leaving the opponent speechless. Well, this one seems unrestricted. It seems like it could be used for verbal sparring outside of discussing stocks. In Aiken's eyes, this skill card seemed a bit redundant. When he was standing on the podium just now, he felt his eloquence was sharp. He could become the king of verbal sparring without using the Invincible Debater card. However, having skill cards on hand is always a good thing, even if they seem useless at the moment. You never know when you might need them. It's a shame this is a random task with no points to earn. Otherwise, I would have made a big score. Thinking about points, Aiken immediately thought of tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, and after the market closes, the system will settle. Holding spring stock for the past 2 weeks has earned quite a bit, so this time's system rating should be high. It made Aiken excited just thinking about it. Looking forward to tomorrow's system settlement. By then, not only will there be a large number of points, but also a large sum of money. With a longing for the good things in life, Aiken returned home and started dreaming. In the blink of an eye, Friday arrived. As usual, he checked the market after the opening. During the opening call auction, spring stock behaved somewhat differently. It was hit with a limit down price right at the start of the call auction. This was the main force testing the market, probing the selling pressure and the strength of the buying orders. Before 9:20, the sell orders at the limit up price were withdrawn, and the stock price gradually recovered. By the end of the call auction, spring stock opened at -3%. After many consecutive limit up days, spring stock was finally due for a correction this time. From the results of the call auction, it seems that spring stock is due for a correction. My plan is to hold my position. Holding the position was also a helpless move because the system required Aiken to maintain a full position throughout this task period. So Aiken decided that even if spring stock hit the limit down today, he wouldn't sell a single share. Those who entered at their high levels in the past 2 days were feeling nervous. Various bullet comments asking for advice on how to operate kept appearing. These people didn't know how to analyze on their own or learn to analyze, relying on others for guidance in all stock trading operations. Watching the bullet comments, Aiken didn't know how to comment. Indeed, those who are pitiful often have something to blame. In a high-risk investment place like the stock market, if one doesn't pay attention or work hard and relies on others for guidance, it's impossible not to lose money. As for how spring stock will adjust and how deep the adjustment will be, it's hard to make a specific analysis at the moment because there is no clear trend. The adjustment of such strong stocks is often severe and short-lived. It's possible that after hitting the limit down today, it will come back strongly the next trading day. Even a deep pullback during the day could be followed by a direct rise in the closing price. In short, anything is possible, making precise predictions difficult. Those who have profits can consider taking some profits, and for those who bought at high levels, I think setting a stop-loss level is necessary and strictly executing stop-loss operations. At 9:30, the market opened. After spring stock's price rose by 2 points, it was quickly pushed down by large sell orders, and the decline soon expanded to 7 points. During this process, many followers sold their spring stock holdings. Even some who bought at high levels and suffered losses cut some positions amid this spreading panic. In the Stock Trading Live Broadcast Guild chat, the anchors who were scolded for recommending the same bus and dared not go live were watching Aiken's broadcast and chatting. It's true that comparisons are odious. When the Lost God operated spring stock, the price was what it was. But we recommended the same bus at a high level, so it's natural to be scolded. Don't discuss these useless things, quickly figure out a way to clear your name, or else you'll be criticized as soon as you go live, and won't be able to make money through live streaming. The group leader needs to come up with a solution quickly. Our guild is basically paralyzed now, relying solely on Shin to go live. The streamers in the guild were all in a state of collapse. They all participated in the vote-buying scheme and as a result, tarnished their reputation. Now, whenever they go live, they are bombarded with insults from a group of fans who have turned against them. The intensity of the insults is enough to make them depressed. Yang Shoror is also troubled. In order to make a little money for Chen Tianlong, he dragged the entire guild into this mess. If there is no solution, it is estimated that the guild streamers will have to move to other platforms. Headache, regret. Everyone, stay calm. When Shin finishes his stream, I will contact him to come up with a solution. If Shin steps in to clear things up, it will be more effective. Yang Shoror can only think of going to our Chen to plead his case. As long as our Chen is willing to step in, things should be resolved. Everyone in the group nodded in agreement, thinking that Yang Shoror's plan was relatively reliable. In the blink of an eye, it was closing time in the afternoon. Chun Qian's stock did not hit the limit down, and even rebounded slightly. It closed at -4%. A long shadow candlestick formed. Our Chen didn't even care about the post-closing review. he went straight to end the stream and wait for the system rewards. Primary investment task completed, task settlement in progress. System funds profit 1. 18,177,000 yuan will be given to their host according to the proportion. After legalization, it will be transferred to the host's bank account. Primary investment task rating, 91 points. Rewarded with 9,100 points. I'm rich. Our Chen jumped up in excitement. A reward of 1.77 million. This is completely his own, freely disposable funds. Excited heart, trembling hands. Shakingly, he opened his mobile banking app, and saw that his account had indeed increased by 1.77 million. Our Chen excitedly fell back on the bed. I have money now, I finally have money, the damn loan can finally be paid off. The loan had been like a heavy stone weighing on our Chen. Now this mountain can finally be lifted off his shoulders. Without hesitation, our Chen started operating his phone. All loans, credit card debts, were all paid off. The 1.77 million in the account quickly turned into 1.34 million. It feels so good to be debt-free. How should I arrange this 1.34 million? 1.34 million may not be much for the wealthy, but for someone from an ordinary family background, it is a substantial sum. For an ordinary person to earn such a large amount of money, it would take more than 10 years, even decades of effort. The average price of houses back home is around 10,000. This money can buy a house of around 100 square meters. No, buying a house would waste funds. Upon further thought, our Chen felt that buying a house was not the best option. The current trend of housing prices is not very favorable, and his hometown of Xiancheng is a fourth-tier small city, with little potential for price increases. To preserve and increase value through real estate, one must consider first-tier cities and provincial capitals. In expensive third and fourth-tier cities, there is not much hope for significant price increases in the future. It's better to invest in the stock market. At the rate of making money through stocks, perhaps in 1 or 2 years, 1 million could turn into 10 million. Transfer 1 million to the stock account, give parents 200,000, and keep the rest for daily expenses. Our Chen quickly made a plan, then opened his stock account to take a look. In the stock account, there was over 240,000 belonging to our Chen himself. If you invest 1 million when the market opens next Monday, your account will have 1,240,000 of his own money. The funds in the accounts of stockholders are in a pyramid shape, with the majority having assets below 200,000. Those with assets above 1 million are already a minority group. Those with over 10 million can be said to be extremely rare. It's a pity that Chun Tian's shares didn't hit the limit up today, they even dropped a bit, causing me to earn less money. Because of not hitting the limit up, Achin didn't dare to calculate how much less money he made. If you consider the system settlement rewards, he missed out on earning tens of thousands. A mid-range car, just like that, gone. One should be content with what one has, the current gains are already quite good. Achin comforted himself. Greed is insatiable. Once the heart becomes greedy, it is quite terrifying. Achin felt that he needed to control his mindset well, not be too greedy, and contentment leads to happiness. I have over 9,000 points, just enough to unlock all the basic stock trading knowledge. I need to arm myself with knowledge. Upon entering the system training simulation space, Achin immediately inquired about unlocking all the basic technical knowledge. Can basic technical knowledge be unlocked in a bundle? Bundle unlocking requires 3,000 points. Do you want to exchange? I've used points to self-study so much before. Shouldn't bundle unlocking be cheaper? The required points for bundle unlocking are fixed. The system doesn't negotiate, leaving Achin somewhat helpless. Because basic technical knowledge involves a lot of knowledge points, there are tens of thousands of them. If you were to exchange them one by one with points, it would take over 10,000 points to exchange them all. In comparison, bundle unlocking is much cheaper. Forget it, there's no room for negotiation with the system, 3,000 it is. Achin gritted his teeth and used 3,000 points to unlock all the knowledge points of basic technical flow. A bunch of knowledge rushed into Achin's mind. It made Achin's head buzz. He even felt like the information was being transmitted too quickly, and his brain couldn't handle it. It feels so uncomfortable. Achin's vision darkened, and he passed out directly. When he opened his eyes, it was already dark outside. Rubbing his temples vigorously, he muttered, "Damn, can't all this knowledge be slowly absorbed? The transmission speed is based on your body's acceptance limit. It won't harm your body, except for causing temporary fainting. There are no other side effects. Please use it with confidence." What else can be said? Since the system said there are no side effects, then let's assume there are none. He shook his head. The feeling of having a brain full of knowledge made Achin feel like he was extremely knowledgeable. Indeed, having knowledge makes a difference. Once again entering the system's simulation training space, Achin brought up the stock trading manual. Their basic technical section was already at maximum level, and the directory of intermediate technical knowledge was no longer blurred. This meant that intermediate technical knowledge had been unlocked, and points could be used to exchange for intermediate knowledge. Can intermediate technical knowledge be unlocked in a bundle? Bundle unlocking of intermediate technical knowledge requires 50,000 points. You do not have enough points, damn. Thinking that intermediate technical knowledge would be more expensive. But he didn't expect it to cost 50,000 points. Looking at the remaining 6,000 points, there was still a big gap from 50,000 points. Should he save points to unlock in a bundle, or exchange for some intermediate knowledge to play with first? After hesitating for a long time, Achin decided to endure and wait until he had enough points to unlock in a bundle at once. It's not cost-effective to exchange points sporadically. Endure it, I'll exchange points for some simulation time, and practice all the knowledge I just unlocked. Achin exchanged for simulation time and began a frenzy of simulated training. After a crazy session, Achin felt like he was about to vomit. In the simulation training, he simulated tens of thousands of buying and selling operations, searching for tens of thousands of buying and selling points. In the end, as long as he saw the candlestick chart, he would reflexively look for buying and selling points. After leaving the simulation training space, Aiken lay directly on the bed. Oh my goodness, I can't train so crazily in the future. It's better to have a balanced approach. After resting for a while, Aiken picked up his phone to order takeout. Opening the phone, there were missed calls, missed voice call requests, and a bunch of unreplied messages. These calls, voice calls, and messages were all sent by Yarn Shoror. Not long after the market closed, Yarn Shoror contacted Aiken. But Aiken was busy training in the system space, and his phone was on silent, so he didn't receive these contacts from Yarn Shoror. Is the president going crazy? Why did he call me so many times? Aiken, feeling puzzled, looked at the messages sent by Yarn Shoror. However, these messages didn't say much, just asking Aiken to answer the phone and reply quickly. Since it's so urgent, I should call and ask what's going on. Aiken pressed the dial button. The phone was quickly answered, and Yarn Shoror sounded very anxious. "Kuation, you finally called back. I'm so anxious." Yarn Shoror was indeed anxious. The anchors in the guild had put a lot of pressure on him. If he couldn't resolve the issue of being criticized when they went live, his guild would be in big trouble. What's the matter that's so urgent? It's about the guild. Everyone was recommending Zhongtong Bus a few days ago, and now we're all being criticized. I thought when you go live, you could explain it to everyone and clear things up. After Yarn Shoror finished speaking, Aiken remained silent. Deep down, Aiken looked down on their money-grubbing behavior. Kuation, don't stay silent. I won't let you help for nothing. There will be rewards. It's not about rewards or not. Adults should take responsibility for their choices. If you've taken dirty money, you should expect backlash from the audience. Aiken made his stance clear. He wouldn't help with this favor. Not only because of moral boundaries, but also because he was afraid of getting involved. Getting mixed up in this matter would surely cause trouble. Instead of getting into trouble, wouldn't it be better to plan his own future properly? Kuation, please don't refuse. Since we're all in the same guild, you must help with this matter. If you don't help, I'll camp outside your door. Yarn Shoror was begging desperately. The only way he could think of to save the Stock Live Broadcast Guild's many anchors was to have Aiken come forward to help clear their names. Think back to when you first joined the guild, everyone treated you well, right? When we were preparing to counter the downturn, I also gave you opportunities and traffic. You must help us with this matter. If you help us get through this difficult time, we won't bother you with anything in the future. I'm begging you to help us this time. Using a pitiful and tragic approach, Yarn Shoror tried to persuade Aiken. There really was no other way. Aiken rubbed his temples, feeling a bit conflicted. Dealing with favors was the hardest thing. Those with thick skin could easily disregard owed favors. But for those with thin skin, a favor owed could feel like a mountain pressing down on them for a lifetime. To clear up the issue of dirty money, I suggest you represent the guild and the anchors and sincerely apologize to everyone. Bro, your suggestion isn't great. I think it's best for you to explain things on behalf of everyone. Your influence is so strong now. After a string of compliments, Yarn Shoro was almost out of breath. Kuation, on behalf of everyone, I beg you. As long as you save everyone, you can ask us to do anything in the future. Yarn Shoro started making promises again. The common sayings used by the heroes in the rivers and lakes, such as water comes from water, fire goes in fire, have emerged. Achin, who was feeling overwhelmed, was a bit annoyed by Yarn Shoro's persistence. After thinking for a moment, Achin said, I will try to mention it during the Monday broadcast, but don't get your hopes up. This matter is not easy to whitewash. As long as you speak sincerely, there is nothing that can't be whitewashed. On behalf of my brothers, thank you in advance. We will all look up to you. Yarn Shoror is quick to seize the opportunity when Achin gives him a chance, showering him with compliments and promises. Stop with the useless talk, I have things to do, so I'll hang up. Alright, you go. Ahead and take care of your business. After hanging up the phone, Yarn Shoror finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that with Achin's involvement, things would definitely be resolved properly. Upon entering the Stock Live Broadcast Guild, Yarn Shoror shared this good news with everyone, causing excitement among the broadcasters in the group. Our president is mighty, he really invited the God of Loss to help us whitewash. As long as the God of Loss intervenes, we will definitely be able to clear our names. Everyone can start preparing the content for the broadcast. We need to turn things around and restore our image in the fans' hearts. Good content is essential. How about next Monday we all promote the spring shares with the God of Loss? That's a good idea. Promoting the spring shares together is also a way to show our appreciation to the God of Loss. After discussing in the guild, the broadcasters all agreed that promoting the spring shares was more reliable, at least it wouldn't attract negative attention. Feeling content, Achin slept for a while and then took a car back home on Saturday morning. Xiancheng is right next to the provincial capital, Anqing, with a distance of just over 40 kilometers between the two cities. After finishing cooking at home, Achin returned home. His parents, Ian Dad and Ian Mom, were overjoyed to see their son return home. After inquiring about his well-being and work, the elderly couple asked the most important question in unison, whether he had found a girlfriend. This moment was like a nightmare for all single adults. Dad, Mom, finding a girlfriend is not urgent. A man should establish his career before starting a family. Smack. Ian Dad's hand was merciless. The slap, the size of a fan, landed directly on the back of Achin's head. Thankfully, he controlled his strength well, so it sounded loud but didn't actually hurt. What nonsense are you talking? The old saying goes, first establish a family, then build a career. Don't mix up the order, Ian Dad said sternly, puffing his beard. When I was your age, I had already won your mom over. Exactly, Ian Mom chimed in. If the girls in the provincial capital have high standards, come back and find one. Mom will ask Aunt Zhang to arrange it for you. Aunt Zhang was a professional matchmaker who had a wealth of information on unmarried men and women. With just one phone call, she could arrange various forms of blind dates. Upon hearing that he would be set up on a blind date, Achin felt a headache coming on. It was a mistake to come back. Blind dates were definitely not his thing. Although Achin had never been on a blind date himself, he had seen many classmates complain about being forced into blind dates by their families in the group chat. After hearing so many complaints, Achin viewed blind dates as a terrifying beast. Besides, Achin was a stock trading kid with a bright future ahead. Why should he go on blind dates? Once he made money, he could buy a luxury house and a nice car, and date a fair-skinned, beautiful, and highly educated girl. Please don't make me go on a blind date. I already have a girl I like. To avoid the blind date, Achin started making up stories. If you like a girl, why don't you pursue her quickly? What is her family background like? Are her requirements too high? Don't worry about it. I will handle this matter myself. I came back this time because I made money and I planned to give you both 200,000. Ian Dad and Ian Mom both widened their eyes, wondering if they had misheard. Their son, who didn't have a good education or a good job, suddenly said he wanted to give them 200,000 as filial piety. It all seemed like a hallucination. Could it be that their son was being sarcastic, not wanting to show filial piety but rather wanting to rely on his parents for money? Child, tell mom, have you encountered any difficulties? I saw on the news that many children have borrowed from online loans. Could it be that you also? If this had happened a few days earlier, Ian Mom's words would have hit the mark. However, yesterday, Aiken had already paid off all his loans and was now completely on track. What are you thinking? I made money from stock trading, so I thought of giving some to the family, to improve your lives, go on trips when you have time, and see the beauty of the world. Ian Dad listened with an incredulous expression on his face. Over a decade ago, Ian Dad had dabbled in stocks but ended up losing a lot. At that time, the losses from stock trading almost led Ian Dad and Ian Mom to divorce. So Ian Dad always believed that making money from stocks was impossible. You traded stocks and made money. How is that possible? What's impossible about it? I really made money. Aiken wanted to open his stock account for his parents to see. But considering that most of the money in the account was from the system, it didn't seem appropriate to show it to his parents. Given their conservative nature, they might strongly demand that the money be withdrawn from the stock market account. That would make things difficult to handle. How much did you invest, and how much did you earn? Ian Mom asked. I invested all the money I had saved up and made over 200,000, Aiken vaguely replied. It was difficult to explain the issue of capital clearly. If he mentioned borrowing small loans and using credit cards to raise capital, he would probably be scolded by his parents. Dad, Mom, you have to trust my stock trading skills. My level is quite good. How good can it be? The stock market has been plummeting recently. Many people are losing a lot. Ian Dad's emotions were getting intense. Once bitten, twice shy. Ian Dad had this typical mindset. After suffering heavy losses from stock trading, he firmly believed that the stock market was like a casino, where everyone loses money under the control of the house. Xiaokui, your dad has been playing stocks longer than you, and he understands it better than you. The stock market gives you a taste of success first, then takes everything from you. Making money at first doesn't count, real loss comes later. So listen to Dad, don't trade stocks, take out the profits and capital, and work peacefully. Exactly, once you make money, take it all out. It's not good to keep losing. Your dad used to make money first and then lose it all in stock trading. Ian Mom joined in the persuasion, using Ian Dad's past stock trading disaster as a cautionary tale for Aiken. Ian Dad tried to interrupt Ian Mom several times but failed. In the end, Ian Dad could only sit in a corner and smoke in silence. Since the big stock trading loss over a decade ago, Ian Dad had lost his say in the family. The past was truly regrettable. If given a chance to start over, Ian Dad would definitely not choose to trade stocks. Aiken was feeling a bit overwhelmed. I understand, I'll mostly withdraw the profits now, and transfer the money to Mom. Taking out his phone, he proceeded to transfer the 200,000 to Ian Mom's bank account. Ian Mom, upon receiving the notification, carefully counted the zeros in the message. It really is 200,000. How did you make 20,000 with so little capital? Ian Mom curiously asked. You haven't been working for long, so you shouldn't have saved up much capital. How did you make so much from stock trading? Selling takeout in the provincial capital is still very profitable. I run from morning till night every day, delivering hundreds of orders a day, earning tens of thousands a month. A few months ago, when Aiken was still wearing a yellow robe, he was just a lazy delivery guy. So what he is saying now is adding the hardworking stories of other delivery guys to himself. Tiema listened with a heartache. You work so hard, you must take care of your health. It's not easy to earn money, don't lose it in the stock market. It's better to take profits when you see them. Oh no! Aiken secretly lamented. How did the topic turn back again? Can't people just stay at home peacefully? If this continues, Aiken feels like he's going to shut down. When he's not at home, he misses his parents even more. But when he returns home and gets scolded by his parents, he feels annoyed again. People are so contradictory. Mom, I'm hungry, Aiken played his trump card. Oh, I was so engrossed in talking, I forgot it's mealtime. Son, wait a moment, I'll go cook. Tiema finally stopped nagging, got up and went to the kitchen to cook. After the family had a reunion dinner, Aiken returned to his room to rest, thinking about going back to the provincial capital after lunch. It's just too unsettling to stay at home. What if his mom arranges a blind date or something? It's terrifying to think about. While Aiken was pondering, Tiema was discussing with Chetar about arranging a blind date for Aiken. Our son is grown up, has his own opinions, we probably can't stop him from trading stocks, we have to find him a girlfriend to keep him in check. That's right, a grown son can't be controlled by his mother, he needs a wife to manage him. Chetar nodded in agreement. Initially, Chetar had a strong rebellious streak. No matter how Aiken's grandmother tried to educate him, he wouldn't listen and had to do things his own way. But after Tiema got married, he gradually became more obedient. People are just like that, one can only be tamed by another. Then I'll contact Xiaozhang and ask her to find a virtuous and capable girl for our Xiaokui. Two beautiful women are not reliable, they either spend money recklessly or attract others. Tiema's requirements for her daughter-in-law's appearance are not high. As long as she's not ugly, the main thing is personality and character. Chetar frowned, making money from stocks too quickly can make people arrogant. I think our son will definitely require good looks in a girlfriend. So what do you suggest? Tiema was at a loss for words for a moment. Blind dates only work if both parties hit it off. If Aiken insists on finding a beautiful woman, arranging more blind dates would be useless. How about asking him about his thoughts during dinner tonight? We should ask him properly, at the very least find out what kind of appearance and personality he likes in a girl. At dinner time. Looking at the sumptuous dinner on the table, Aiken couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks. It really tasted like Mom's cooking. Son, eat more meat to replenish yourself. Son, do you want to have a drink? Let's have a drink together. The old couple served Aiken meat and poured him a drink. Aiken was delighted. Look, his status in the family has improved a lot, the 200,000 he gave them was not in vain. This is the difference he made. The old couple were trying to get Aiken drunk to get information out of him. Clang clang clang. Chetar raised several glasses in a row, and Aiken accompanied him, drinking several glasses of white wine in a row. Although the wine glasses were not large, a few glasses in a row added up to about 2 liang of wine. But Aiken couldn't hold his liquor. After a few glasses of wine, he already felt lightheaded, swaying unconsciously in his chair. Seeing that his son had almost finished drinking, Tiema started asking questions. Xiaokui, do you have any thoughts about your future wife? What kind of appearance and personality do you think your wife should have? My wife, she must be beautiful, like a fairy. The Iron Mother's heart sank. It's over. Her son must have spoken the truth after drinking. It seems he really likes pretty little fairies. It's not good for a wife to be too beautiful. You need to find someone who can manage the household diligently. What diligence in managing the household? I'm responsible for earning money to support the family. My wife is responsible for being as beautiful as a flower. As Aiken spoke, he lay on the table and started snoring. Was Aiken drunk? Yes. But not to the point of passing out and snoring on the table. So his snoring was all an act. It was to avoid the heartfelt truth or dare with his parents. Seeing his son passed out asleep on the dining table, the Iron Mother glared fiercely at the Iron Father. You know our son can't handle alcohol, yet you let him drink so much. Look at what has become now. He didn't drink that much, he must be faking it. The Iron Father tried to shake Aiken awake, but a person pretending to sleep cannot be woken up no matter what. So the Iron Father's efforts were in vain, and he had to endure the Iron Mother's anger. Later, the Iron Father and Iron Mother together carried the pretending to sleep Aiken back to his room and put him on the bed. Aiken, who continued to pretend to sleep on the bed, secretly chuckled. Life is indeed like a drama, all depending on acting skills. In this drunken act, Aiken played his part quite well. Early Sunday morning, Aiken made an excuse of being busy with work and hurriedly left home. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, he would be nagged by his parents again. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday. Aiken got up early, washed up, and waited for the arrival of new tasks. Congratulations, you have completed all the basic technical knowledge. You have upgraded from a new investor to an experienced one, unlocking intermediate investment tasks for you. What the heck? What's going on? How come it's already intermediate investment tasks? I haven't learned any intermediate knowledge. How am I supposed to deal with this? At this moment, Aiken felt like a high school student who had just finished learning basic math, but was given an advanced math test by the teacher. High school math and advanced math are completely different concepts. Intermediate investment task, escaping. The peak is every stock trader's dream. As an experienced investor, you need to be familiar with the top formation, buy 5 demon stocks that collapse continuously. Note, you must buy 5 demon stocks that collapse continuously to complete the task. Buying collapse conditions, the demon stocks board must explode on the same day and close with a dive, followed by a drop of more than 20% in the next 3 trading days. Settlement rules for this task. Losses will be settled at 300% of the loss amount to their host, and there will be no settlement benefits for profits. After reading the system task, Aiken felt like the difficulty level was increasing rapidly, but the return rate didn't increase much. The conditions for buying collapse, in Aiken's view, were as difficult as climbing Mount Everest. When will demon stocks collapse? Even the gods may not know. And the system task explicitly requires buying on the day of the explosion and dive. This difficulty is like asking an overweight person to climb Mount Everest. Aiken, pulling his hair in frustration, muttered with his eyes closed, demon stocks, explosion, collapse adjustment, and it has to be 5 times in a row. Are you trying to make it difficult for me, fat tiger? It's too difficult. The difficulty of this task exceeded Aiken's imagination. Can I get a simpler task? The generated task cannot be changed. The task is not meant to make things difficult for you, but to sharpen you and promote self-improvement. All right. The system's response was so damn reasonable. It was so reasonable that it couldn't be argued against. Don't say the questions are difficult, the difficulty is to help you improve yourself. That's probably the logic. Since the task cannot be changed, he could only try to figure out a way to complete it. To buy collapsing demon stocks, he first had to select demon stocks and good candidates that had the potential to become demon stocks. After brewing a cup of strong coffee, Aiken sat at the table and began to carefully select. One major characteristic of demon stocks is continuous limit up. Opening the limit up ladder chart in the trading software, the stock data that has continuously hit the limit up recently appeared on the screen. To be considered a true demon stock, it must double after continuous limit up. In that case, only 7 or more limit up can be considered demon, while 5 or 6 consecutive limit up can be considered seedlings. Aiken muttered to himself as he added stocks that had hit 5 or more consecutive limit up to his watch list. If you want it to collapse as soon as you buy in, it must have hit the limit up for many days, accumulating a lot of risk in the stock. However, once a demon stock rises, no one knows how much it will rise before it collapses. It is easy to identify demon stocks that have already emerged, as long as the short-term increase is large enough. But predicting when demon stocks will collapse requires a very high level of analytical judgment. It not only tests the ability to analyze before the market opens but also tests the insight during trading. If there is even a slight misjudgment, it will lead to failure. In short, this is a very challenging task. Aiken even prepared himself for the fact that he might not be able to complete the task in the short term. It seems that positions need to be separated. I will hold all my own funds in Chuncheon shares, and I will use the system's funds to try to buy demon stocks that may collapse. Aiken would never use his own money to try to buy collapsing demon stocks. At least there is a settlement reward for losing the system's money. If he loses his own money, he may never see it again. Should I open another securities account? By putting his own money in the newly opened securities account and the system funds in the old account, the two funds will not conflict with each other. After careful consideration, Aiken felt it was necessary to separate his own money from the system's money. Otherwise, as the funds grow, it will be troublesome to keep them all in one account. The stock market opens at 9:30, and Aiken applied for an account online directly. The whole process took only a few minutes, and a new securities account was opened. According to relevant regulations, a person can only open one stock account at one securities company and can open up to 3 stock accounts at 3 securities companies simultaneously. In other words, a person can open up to 3 securities accounts at 3 different securities companies. Including the newly registered account, Aiken now has 2 securities accounts. After selling the Chuncheon shares held in the old account with his own funds, Aiken transferred the money out. Then he transferred 1.25 million into the new account. As for the old account, only 2.8 million belonging to the system funds remained. Aiken then used the new account to buy all 1.25 million worth of Chuncheon shares. When buying, Chuncheon shares were still adjusting, and the stock price had dropped by more than 2 points. Aiken was so busy that Yarn Shoror and others were anxious. Because Aiken was busy with his own affairs, he forgot to go live. By 9:40, when Aiken had not yet gone live, Yarn Shoror called him directly. "Hey, why haven't you gone live yet? The whole guild is counting on you to help whitewash our image." "Oh, I'm a bit busy here and haven't had time to go live yet." "Just wait a bit longer." Aiken was quite relaxed. He had no intention of helping the guild with the live broadcast in a serious manner. "How about you, guild leader, apologize on behalf of the guild first. I'll join you on the live stream later, which will help boost the popularity and improve the whitewashing effect."